fan to the African. It'll never be another one after this, so just pay your mission and pay attention. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little bit of that. My double slip where the niggas at. My where the women at. Warned you ain't no time for no baby. When you sleeping on that stretcher like lady, I'm saying hey, trying to live day by day. None of these neighbors say nothing if you see a and them is coming. They dumping, they kicking, they punching, they jumping, they you in front of the Baptist church. The strappers they job, they don't have to work. If this stitching, they act berserk and expos up like afterbirth. My mama told me go to church. I was sitting 10 rows from the first day, dreaming about everything I probably get if I get the lady in front of me's purse and run out the back door. If he ask for my relationship with the Lord. You can tell at the service I'm bored. Hold on. I'd rather be on a resort. Hold on. I'd rather be service I'm bored. Hold on. I'd rather be serving this to a sort of thinking I know she is. I'm drowning, swimming in this got me drowning. I'm drowning. Ice, yeah, this water got me drowning. I'm drowning. No flotation, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. No flotation, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. Cool by the boat, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. Ice, yeah, this water got me drowning. I'm drowning. No flotation, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. No flotation, I'm from a place where they pull up on you with a going bang bang bang. No one warned you, ain't no time for no bang bang bang. You sleeping on that stretcher like lady. I'm saying hey, trying to live day by day. None of these neighbors say nothing if you see a and them is coming. They dumping, they kicking.
It's been a pretty bumpy ride, but
so I hope I'm welcome to the booth, not persona non grata.
no, it's good. As long as the Wi-Fi works.
So it's super confusing and doesn't seem to have any rhyme or reason, but this morning everything looks clear.
Yeah, it looks great on Discord now.
What's really weird about it is literally nothing has changed between yesterday and today.
Gotta love Xfinity. Or is this Comcast? That's the boy.
I think Xfinity is part of Comcast.
Okay.
Comcast, I believe, rebranded as Xfinity because Comcast had such terrible customer service and reputation. But now Xfinity has the same issues.
Yeah.
But a quick word about what's going on. Given the issues we'd had recently, I was interested in trying to pre-play the games and then upload them to YouTube. So if the stream died on my side, we had Jordan PXP who had volunteered to run the OBS stream from his computer. What I didn't count on is that it's going to take over 2 hours to upload every video.
Oh.
So it's literally not possible to run 2 hour games and then run 2 hour uploads and get on any kind of schedule.
Yeah.
And because I accidentally oversaved the first one, I actually know the results of the first game here.
Oh.
I'm not going to spoil it, and I recuse myself from the fantasy contest. But how are you feeling about the real-life Toronto Blue Jays?
Well, I mean, I've been a little bit disappointed so far. The hitting has not really panned out. They are last in Major League Baseball in runs per game, so that's very disappointing. But I've been encouraged by the pitching. The pitching has been strong. It's a lot better than a lot of people anticipated. So that's been at least one encouraging part. But again, the hitting, last in runs per game, on base percentage. I think we're second last. OPS, I think we're third last. It's pretty dismal stats from the hitting side of things.
That said, a bright spot it would seem to be Teoscar Hernandez. I was looking over his stats recently, and he's hitting the ball pretty hard.
Yeah, he led the majors in home runs at one point. Of course, he's been surpassed because the Blue Jays had, I think it was 4 days off when they were playing the Phillies, but he's been doing really well. He's one of the two players on the Blue Jays right now, Lourdes Gurriel Jr. and Teoscar Hernandez, who have an OPS over 700. Every other player is way below that, but those two players so far have been pretty good. Kevin Biggio, another guy, is not normally a good bat in the lineup, but he's hitting better this season than he was last season, so that's encouraging as well.
And you mentioned pitching, and in the BOT BAL timeline, of course, Hyun-Jin Ryu, I believe, is still undefeated. Is that correct?
It looks like he has 3 losses on the screen,
Maybe turned around a bit lately, but still pitching exceptionally well. But in real life, off to a bit of a slower start, although last game picked it up.
Yeah, he was really good in BOT BAL, and then I think he dislocated his shoulder a few weeks back, so he's been on the injured list. But in the real life, as you mentioned, he got off to a little bit of a bumpy start, and then his first 2 outings, not great. I think he went 4.1 innings in one of them, 4.2 in the other, and gave up a handful of runs in both of them. So not great on his side of things. His velocity was down a little bit, but then in his most recent outing, he was really, really good. He went 5 scoreless, if I remember correctly. So yeah, hopefully that's a sign of things to come for the Blue Jays. His velocity was back up, but I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, the strikeouts in particular seemed to return a bit last game.
And then speaking of strikeouts, the Blue Jays were playing Ryan Weber and the Boston Red Sox last night, which is really funny because Ryan Weber had faced 38 batters in his last 2 games. He had been absolutely horrible, hadn't struck out a single one of those 38 batters. And then the Blue Jays, of course, coming into the game with their offensive woes, facing Ryan Weber, they struck out 3 times, only managed to get 2 runs off of him. So that was disappointing. And if anyone can make a bad pitcher look good, it's the Blue Jays offense right now. Zach Greinke is going to be starting today for the Houston Astros. You can see him on the screen. 2 shutouts this season, a little bit of a cold streak lately, 4.05 ERA on the year, but still a pretty good season for him. And you can see strikeouts is 6th in the American League with 147.
Yeah, unexpectedly having to become a bit of the ace of the Houston pitching staff following Justin Verlander being out for the first part of the season in both BOT BAL and in real life. Verlander on the shelf.
Yeah, and the Astros have had to pay for it. They're not a horrible record right now, a lot better than the Blue Jays. They're 62-53, which is good for second in the AL West, but they're 6.5 back of the Oakland Athletics, which have kind of run away with the division to a certain extent, as much as you can when second place team is only 6.5 back. But looks like Oakland's going to win the division. They have a pretty good shot of doing that because, as you mentioned, the Astros missing out on Justin Verlander. They've had some really good offensive pieces. A lot of guys at the top of the lineup are hitting over 300. Yordan Alvarez hitting 348, but you mentioned Zach Greinke has had to become the ace, hasn't been as good as he has been in previous seasons.
Yeah, and real life Astros, unfortunately, Yordan Alvarez has been very late to report to camp, has been still looks like 1 or 2 weeks away perhaps. So real life Astros kind of suffering a bit there, but that's been one of the only bright spots for the BOT BAL Astros.
Mm-hmm. And the real life Astros are, 1 game under 500, I think?
Yeah, actually fairly interesting to see just how similarly the parallels between the BOT BAL season and then the real life darker timeline season. But yeah, it looks like the AL West in real life also a bit of a grab bag, and kind of up for grabs, just like in the bot ball universe, where that looks like it's going to be one of the more competitive divisions as we head into the the playoff stretch here. Several teams now out of contention, but in most divisions, there's at least a couple of teams fighting.
Yeah, the AL East looks to be probably one of the divisions where it's a little bit running away with it. The Yankees up 4.5 games over the Tampa Bay Rays. Of course, things can change, but the Yankees looking really good this season. They have 70 wins already, and I think the AL Central is a very exciting division. The Twins with 74 wins, the Cleveland Indians with 72. They're only 1.5 back, so that's really exciting. It used to be a three-way race, of course, with the White Sox, but they've kind of fallen out of contention lately. And then going over to the NL side of things, the Nationals and Braves fighting it out for the top spot in the East. And then Central is kind of the Cubs kind of running away with it. They're 5 games up on the Reds. And then in the West, it's another tight matchup. The Diamondbacks 3 games back of the Dodgers. So a few good tight playoff races as we head down the line and get closer to October.
Yeah, and one of the exciting things about bot ball is where we control the programming, and as we kind of refocus our efforts, we're going to be focusing a lot more on showing a lot of these pennant races, not pennant races, but playoff races as we head towards the postseason. And just looking at things briefly, it looks like the first game is still a mechanical issue with the roof, so still processing, not yet ready to get underway, so we might be delayed just a couple more minutes here.
Yeah, of course, the Rogers Center, built in 1989 or opened in 1988-89, and has not aged well. One of the, I'd say, less beautiful parks in Major League Baseball. And I mean, it was built at the wrong time. It was built when multi-purpose stadiums were kind of the goal for baseball teams. And then, just a few years later, the Orioles come around. They have Camden Yards at Oriole Park, and that just changes the whole dynamic. And then you have some more beautiful single-purpose domed stadiums. And what we're going to see here today, Minute Maid Park is one of them. And the Rogers Center kind of left behind, the last of its era before the new era in ballparks came open. So, yeah, roof problems, not out of the ordinary for the Rogers Center.
One of the things I've not gotten the privilege of visiting Rogers Center. I've gotten to visit maybe half dozen to a dozen stadiums. It's definitely on the list. And what I've suggested to some people within the bot ball community is that we have our first real-life meetup at the baseball ballpark of whichever team ends up winning the bot ball World Series.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun. I don't think it's going to be Toronto, so you can't check that one off your list.
Well, you never know. You never know.
Yeah, 12.5 games back, a little bit more than, or a little bit less than 2 months left. Anything's possible.
It will be a steep uphill climb. I grant you that.
But Rogers Center, it's not a great stadium, but when the dome is open, it's very nice to be in. You can't really see any of the outside city, and that's, I'd say, I think the biggest attraction, along with the artificial turf. But besides that, it's not bad with the dome open. With the dome closed, it's a whole other story. It's a whole different ballpark. It's very depressing. It's dark. It's loud, dingy. Yeah.
I can imagine Toronto being one of the better places to be in the summertime if it's similar to Seattle, where there's certain months of the year where it's not great, but in summer it probably gets fairly temperate.
Yeah, in the summer it's really nice. I guess the problem for baseball is that some of the earlier months in April, there's some nights that are going to be really cold, so that's when you want the domed stadium. But at the same time, it's beautiful in the summer. It's not too hot. It's not cold at all. It's just perfect. And Toronto, of course, I'm going to say this, but it's a beautiful city and it's a really nice city. So, yeah, it's really nice in the summertime. I imagine similar to Seattle. I've never actually been to Seattle, though.
Well, if we're going by our winners of the World Series, is this location of our first bot ball meetup, then there's certainly no chance that you'll be coming to Seattle anytime soon.
Yeah, looking like Chicago, Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., that is, Oakland, Minnesota, Cleveland, New York, some of the leading contenders right now.
So, on the subject of Toronto, obviously, due to, in real life, the unfortunate issues for Ken Giles has turned the bullpen closer situation to a bit of a committee. But I have to admit, I've been very impressed seeing what Jordan Romano has done in his short amount of work.
Yeah, Romano has been fantastic. He's a flamethrower. He throws upwards of 98, 99 out of the bullpen. And, he had some struggles last season, but this season he's been lights out. I think he's thrown about 4.5 or 5 innings out of the bullpen for the Blue Jays. Hasn't given up a run yet. Has really looked like he's been on his game entirely for the entirety of all of his outings that he's made so far. So he's been really impressive, and he's filled a big role in the Blue Jays bullpen. I mean, Anthony Bass has largely taken over the closing duties, but Jordan Romano is pretty much the setup guy right now. He's been pitching so well that he's earned himself a spot where a lot of people are questioning, what his role would be coming into this season. So he's been really impressive. Another guy that has been impressive out of the bullpen is Ryan Barucki. He came up in the Blue Jays organization as a starter, was injured parts of last year and the year before, so hasn't really got his feet under him, but there's no room in the rotation right now for him, so the Blue Jays sent him off to the bullpen, and he's been lights out there as well. He made an appearance against the Braves a couple nights ago where he was just dazzling against them. He threw a bunch of good pitches, and the Braves hitters look silly against him. So he's another guy that's been good out of the Blue Jays bullpen. And again, the bullpen, the rotation, by and large, have been good. Bullpen had some struggles earlier this year when they were still kind of figuring out the roles of each of the guys. But besides that, those two parts of the team have been very good. It's really the lineup and the offense that are really, really struggling so far.
And then Nate Pearson also getting the early call-up. It's been great to watch him pitching. I think 10 innings so far, strikeout per inning. Looking pretty sharp on the mound.
Yeah, we haven't really seen his full velocity. I think the highest he touched is 99. I don't know if that's just nerves, if that's just, the fact that he only throws, 103, 104 when he's only throwing like 1 or 2 innings, in whether it's the Arizona Fall League, whether it's spring training. But yeah, he's been pretty good. He had some rough times and rough innings in his last outing against Atlanta. He went 5 innings, gave up 3 runs, I think. But he got roughed up a little bit. But if the worst that this guy is going to do is give up 3 runs in 5 innings, you've got a good pitcher. And he did look frustrated with himself on the mound. I don't know if that's just because he's especially emotive guy, or if that's because he's younger, he hasn't experienced this kind of struggles in the majors. Of course, only 2 major league starts, but it's been exciting to see him come up, and can't wait to see his next start, and hoping it's more like his first one where he went 5 innings and didn't give up a run.
Yeah, and earned runs are kind of wacky and unpredictable, but if 3 earned runs in 5 innings puts him just 1 inning away from a quality start. So had he gone just a little bit longer, it wouldn't have been that terrible of an outing. Just Blue Jays unable to muster enough offense. And looking back at the stats on that, a whip of 1, that's fantastic. As long as you keep the walks and hits under control, good things will follow.
Yeah, I think he's only given up 2 hits, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if you were looking at the stats on that one, but he has walked a few more batters, and that's where the runs came. But yeah, he's been good, and it's been really nice to see him come up and kind of get his feet under him in the majors, even if it is a weird time to be coming into the majors. He only threw about 80 pitches in his last outing, which was disappointing because he threw 80 pitches in his first outing, so we thought he'd be a little bit more stretched out, come out for the 6th inning, get that quality start, as you mentioned. But he ultimately didn't. Quick hook from Charlie Montoya, which, is probably the right decision to keep his innings managed, keep his pitch count low, and keep him fresh and preserved for years to come.
Got it. As we're now about 12 minutes delayed from the already delayed start time, it still looks like YouTube is processing, and it's not clear. They're not giving any indication on when the processing is going to be complete. So I don't know how you'd like to play this. If you want to just keep waiting, or if you want to try and just load up an alternate save file and just play out the game it would not necessarily count towards the actual timeline stats, but when we went back in the sims, we can make sure that the results held.
Yeah, I don't know how long it's going to take to process. So maybe that's the best path.
Yeah, why don't I go ahead and do this, and then this may, so anything that happens here in this game may not actually end up getting into the official timeline. So if there's any particularly bad injuries, for example, the good news is that they will recover much quicker in this. But then after this is done, we'll load up and then we'll go through the actual results. So this will just be kind of a scrimmage game that won't necessarily count, if that makes sense.
Yep.
Because I don't want to get too far behind schedule in the event that this takes another 2 or 3 hours. I've never really done this before.
Yeah, I've only uploaded a few videos to YouTube, and they were all like 5 minutes. So I don't know how long processing is going to take for an hour and a half.
So I'll just skip through all this, which is last night's save. And we'll go ahead and
Inside the show with Justin
do an even more fake ball game than typical, just so we can have something underway here. So thank you for your flexibility. I apologize for the continued janitorial issues. It seems like this is just going to be a bit of a week from HE double hockey stick.
Well, no worries about that, and I mean, it's out of our control, so we're just excited to be able to watch baseball in some form and keep the fun going.
Okay, well, I will bow out and give you your call. Any uniform requests before I go?
Let's go with the blue, the powder blue.
Powder blue. He's here.
Yeah, there we go.
Astros will choose their home whites. Good luck, sir.
All right, well, thank you for that, and to everyone just joining us again, this is the Blue Jays and Houston Astros. We're running a little bit behind schedule, but the game will get underway nonetheless as soon as the first pitch is thrown. The Blue Jays, 59 and 58, they're third in the AL East, 12.5 back of the leading New York Yankees. The Houston Astros looking for a late bid to get into the postseason and the wild card race. They're 6.5 back at 62 and 53 of the AL West leading Oakland Athletics. And here we are at Minute Maid Park. The Blue Jays trying to rebound from a disappointing loss last night. They were up 9-2 in the 8th inning and blew it, and ended up losing 10-9 to bullpen, making some mistakes there in the late innings. The start today for the Houston Astros goes to Zach Greinke on 2020, 4.05 ERA. This will be his 25th start of the year. A little bit of a disappointing season for him. Not as good as some of his peak seasons from years past, but he'll be looking to lower his ERA today. Greinke with the first pitch to leadoff hitter Bo Bichette misses upstairs, 1-0. Houston Astros, as I mentioned, second in the AL West, trying to make a late push for the top of the AL West, hoping the Oakland Athletics get a little bit of a cold streak and hoping they can push their way up in the wild card race, although wild card competition is tough to come by. The wild card race right now led by the Cleveland baseball team, which is 11 wins up on the Houston Astros, so probably easier for the Astros to win the AL West rather than the wild card, but nonetheless, they'll be trying to win today. Greinke with the 2-1 pitch. Swung on, lifted into shallow right field, and the right fielder is there. Tucker makes the catch, 1 down.
Batting second, the first baseman.
Well, the defensive alignment today for the Toronto Blue Jays is how it's looked very often. But first, let's take a look at the Houston Astros. Right field, as I mentioned, Kyle Tucker. Center field is going to be George Springer. And in left field, it's Michael Brantley. The infield, third base, Alex Bregman. Second base, Jose Altuve. Shortstop, Carlos Correa. And then bouncing around back to first, it's going to be Yuli Gurriel, the brother of the Blue Jays, Lourdes Gurriel Jr. Behind the plate, it's Wilson Ramos for the Houston Astros, and, of course, Zach Greinke getting the start on the mound. The 0-1 pitch to Guerrero. Misses downstairs, 1-1. It's a balmy 84 degrees here in Houston, a little bit of wind heading out to center field, but besides that, it's a clear, calm, and cool day. 1-1 pitch, shot foul. Guerrero had a good day yesterday, a double and a home run for 2 runs scored himself, an RBI scored on that home run, so a really good day for him. Trying to continue it today, heat up his .262 batting average. Swung on and missed, the first strikeout of the day for Zach Greinke. He'll do that a lot.
That is third.
So we take a look at this pitch. Guerrero just swinging over that off-speed pitch, bottom part of the zone. Travis Shaw will step in. 22 home runs this season, most of them coming in the later part of this year after he heated up in June. Both of these teams offensive, coming up of very good days yesterday. That one taken inside, close call, given to Greinke, now 1-2. Swung on, hit to the second baseman, now on to first, and that's the third out of the inning. So Greinke sends the Blue Jays down 1-2-3. You're watching ML BOS Blue Jays at Houston. Well, it's Anthony Kay on the mound for the Blue Jays today. 4-8 record on the season through 4 starts. 6.48 ERA over his 50 innings of work. Started with the bullpen earlier this season. Wasn't pitching too well in the bullpen. Blue Jays thought they would try their luck with him in the rotation, and then he's not pitching too well out of the rotation, as I mentioned. That's 6.48 ERA. Trying to turn things around today. He's going to have a tough job to do against the active Houston lineup. As I mentioned, Jose Altuve batting .309. He had 3 hits in yesterday's game, including a double. Takes the first pitch outside, 1-0. In total, the Astros had 14 hits yesterday. The Blue Jays had 13. Blue Jays had a remarkable 4 home runs and 2 doubles. The Astros got all of their 10 runs, not on a single home run. This one is driven into deep right field. On the run, Hernandez makes a catch.
The left fielder, Michael Brantley.
Brings up Michael Brantley. He's had himself a good start to the season. .291 average, 3 hits yesterday to go along with 3 RBI. Not as hot as some of the other guys at this top of the Houston lineup. As I mentioned, you have Jose Altuve batting .309. You have Alex Bregman batting .330. You have Yordan Alvarez batting .348. So 3 guys with a higher than 300 batting average, and Astros will be, of course, wanting it to continue today.
Ball, that's outside.
Anthony K with 3-1 pitch. Swung on, sent into deep left field, or excuse me, shallow left field on the ground. Our video camera here.
Batting third.
Blurred up a little bit on that one. Brantley doing a good job sticking with that pitch, shooting it in between the infielders. Brings up Alex Bregman now.
Nope, that's inside.
Bregman, one of those three guys with the higher than 300 batting average, 227. He had a hit yesterday along with a walk, and he sends this one onto Bichette. Bichette onto Biggio. Biggio to Guerrero at first, and they get the double play and escape the inning. Blue Jays coming up next.
Leading off for the Blue Jays, the right fielder, Teoscar Hernandez.
That 6-4-3 double play from the Toronto Blue Jays certainly saved them a run. Getting lucky on that ground ball from Alex Bregman. As I was saying, Silver Slugger last year for Alex Bregman. 330 batting average this season. Certainly hasn't cooled off. Had a hit in yesterday's game along with a walk. So very good season for him and a very formidable batter in the box. So Blue Jays lucky to get out of that. Anthony K has seen some struggles before, but got the batters and faced a minimum in that inning.
I got to count 1 and 2.
Teoscar Hernandez with a little bit of an ugly swing over that one. Another big swing and a big miss from Teoscar Hernandez for the first out of the inning. Second strikeout of the day for Zach Greinke. Well, for those of you just tuning in, this is the first game of the day for ML Bop Ball, where we've got a full slate of games today. Coming up next, the Cleveland baseball team and the Chicago White Sox. Then 3:45 Nationals, Orioles. 5:30 Cubs and Brewers. 7:15 is going to be a good mashup. It is the Mets and the Dodgers. And then wrapping things off today, we have two games, 9 o'clock, 10:45. The Boston Red Sox, Tampa Bay Rays, and the Giants and the Phillies will close things out for the day. So great slate of games coming up. If you're just joining us, this is the Blue Jays and the Astros facing off, top of the second. This one swung on, popped into shallow center. Shortstop Correa goes out and grabs it.
Number 44.
I'm your play-by-play guy, Mark Colley, calling this one solo today, hoping for some good Blue Jay luck. Last time I called a game, the Blue Jays won 1-0. We'll see what happens here. Hopefully they escape with a win if their offense can keep it going after yesterday's game, and the bullpen and pitching can hold the volatile Astros down. Rowdy Tellez had a home run yesterday, drove in 2 with that blast. Also had 2 strikeouts. He's hitting .233 on the season.
Ball 2.
Tellez's 2 strikeouts last night were a sign of something bigger for him this year. He has struck out a lot. You can probably tell that from his .233 average, but I don't think it's that big of a concern for the Blue Jays. With Tellez, he's a power hitter. You know what you're getting with him, and you know what you're looking for. It is home runs, it is big hits where it matters, and 3-2 ball taken low. Whoa, called a strike by our home plate umpire. Zach Greinke walks off the mound as Rowdy Tellez has some choice words with Pat Martinez, our home plate umpire, and looks like the ball was low, but we'll see whether Martinez is there all day or whether that was a choice call from our home plate umpire. Nonetheless, Yordan Alvarez is going to be up. He is the hottest hitter on the Astros and perhaps the hottest hitter in all of baseball. Swings, pops this one up into center field. Grishik is under it, makes the catch. 1 down.
Batting fifth, the shortstop, Carlos Correa.
Carlos Correa made the back-pedaling fly ball catch in the last half inning, so he'll be up here as the number 5 batter in this Houston lineup.
Inside, ball 1.
Taken inside, 1-0. Correa, a lifelong Astro. This is his 5th season in the majors. Two-0 pitch from K. Not called a strike. Could have gotten in there at the top of the zone, but K hasn't had all of his control there today, so not getting the call from Martinez behind the plate. That one is in there for a strike. Correa was taking all the way. It's now 3-1. Correa takes that one, so it's a 5-pitch walk to the number 2 batter in this inning. And now the Astros, with a runner on first, are going to send Yuli Gurriel up to the plate. 271 batting average, is currently on a 9-game hitting streak. Houston Astros, as I mentioned earlier, hitting very well as of late, looking to make that final push, overtake the Oakland Athletics with a unlikely comeback here in the last 2 months of the season.
Ball 1. No, inside.
Two-0 pitch misses inside. Now 3-0. So started off Correa 3-0. Now starting off Gurriel 3-0. We'll see what happens here, but K not totally having his control under him, and this is a problem we've seen with him in all of his starts. He's made 4 starts. This is his 5th. 6.48 ERA has not been great in his time on the mound. He wasn't great in the bullpen. Blue Jays trying him out in the rotation now, and you have to think this could be one of his final starts. If this start experiment does not work, if he continues to struggle to find the zone, especially against a volatile offense like the Astros, this could be it for K. 3-1 pitch, popped up. Grishik trending towards left field, makes the catch on the run, and that's the 2nd out.
Batting 7th, the center fielder, Joe Greinke.
I'd like to take a moment to remind everyone we're doing this stream to raise money for Meals on Wheels. Vulnerable seniors are at the greatest risk amid COVID-19, and Meals on Wheels operates in virtually every community in America to address senior hunger and isolation. Local Meals on Wheels programs are on the front lines every day.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
Ball taken low. Focused on doing all they can to keep older Americans safe and nourished in communities across the country. So help continue their efforts by donating at the link below and help the individuals most affected by COVID-19. One-two pitch from K, slapped down the right field side. Gurriel Jr. makes a nice catch on the fly, and that ends the inning. The Blue Jays Astros still tied after 2. We head to the 3rd.
Leading off for the Blue Jays, the catcher, number 9.
Danny Jansen is the leadoff batter in the 7th spot of today's game. He's been hitting well this season, as you can see from the graphic on the screen. Career high in home runs. Pretty good numbers to start off the year. The best of his major league career after he made his debut in 2018. Became a regular catcher in 2019 at the majors with the Blue Jays, splitting time with Reese McGuire, and he's doing the same this year. Platooning with Reese McGuire. Didn't play in yesterday's game because McGuire got the start against the right-hander. The left-hander. Today against Zach Greinke, Jansen gets a start. This one blasted deep into right field. On the warning track is Tucker. Makes a catch for the first long out of the inning.
Randall Griffith.
We know Jansen has some power, and he gave it a ride there, but not quite enough for the catcher. Strike called. Looked like it could have been upstairs, but Grishik takes it. Now 0-1. Grishik pops this one up on the infield. First baseman Gurriel camps under it, makes the catch, 2 down.
The second baseman, Kevin Biggio.
Take a look at the pitch sequence for Zach Greinke. He throws that one upstairs. Similar placement to the first pitch. And even though that may have been a pitch that Grishik would normally sit on, he sat on the first one. It was called a strike. Finds himself defensive on the second pitch, swings at it, and can't do much with that fastball on the inside. Gavin Biggio facing a similar pitch, fastball inside and up. Doesn't swing at it, gets a call to ball. Biggio, of course, has a very good eye at the plate. That's what he's known for in the majors. And I do apologize, having some technical issues.
The bat, number 11, shortstop, Bo Bichette.
And now that we're apologize for that again, just a little bit of hitch on our side, but Biggio on second base now with what I can only assume was a double. Sets up the top of the lineup. Bichette leads things off, but he strikes out to end the inning, so Greinke strands a double. And as we head to the bottom of the 3rd, I'd like to bring up a little piece of Blue Jay trivia as we do this solo cast. Got lots of time to talk by myself, lots of time to fill, so I feel it's only appropriate to bring in a piece of Blue Jay trivia. And on this day in 1989, long time ago, 1989, K lands that first pitch in there for a strike. In his MLB debut, Toronto pitcher Maru Gazzo pitched 8 scoreless innings against the Texas Rangers. The Blue Jays got the win in that game. It got them over 500 for the first time since opening day. So they were only at one game under 500 on August 8th in 1989, and they went on to win the pennant last year. This one is bounced into right field. Hernandez with a nice throw in will hold the batter. Wilson Ramos at first. Leadoff single for the Astros here in the third. Kyle Tucker, number 9 batter. First pitch strike. So Mauro Gazzo went on to pitch with Cleveland. He only stayed with the Blue Jays for 1 year, pitched about 30 innings, 1989. As I mentioned, went on to pitch with Cleveland, the Mets, retired after 1994, of course, a strike-shortened season. And then, after he retired, started a career in coaching, currently a pitching coach for the Long Island Ducks of the Independent League. This one is grounded. Guerrero with a quick toss over to first, and it's not in time. Cole Tucker is over there with what scored a base hit. Guerrero looked like he had a tough time getting up after stopping that ball in the infield. And just like that, now there are 2 runners on. And what could have been avoidable, this one popped out to Grishik. Grishik on the run makes the catch, and the runner advancing to third. The throw's offline, and he's in there safe. Grishik a little bit to the right-hand side, too far up the foul line with that one. And now the Astros with a runner on first and a runner on third. 1 out for Anthony Kay. The double play is set up. Ground ball, the infield would do it. Chopped foul by Brantley. Only 1 out here. The Astros trying to get to Anthony Kay and get a runner home. 90 feet away is the first run of the ball game. This one misses upstairs. Kay not getting the call on the edges, despite Zach Greinke getting some of the calls on the edges of the zone. One misses downstairs, 2-2. Going back to that piece of trivia, imagine a team only reaching 500 or above 500 on August 8th. Like we saw the Blue Jays way back in 2015. They were around 500 at the trade deadline. But then they made a bunch of trades. Like that's why they were better after the trade deadline. But you look back at the 1989 Blue Jays, I imagine they made some trades. But at 500, above 500 for the first time, this one grounded up the middle. Biggio onto first. It's a double play for the Toronto Blue Jays. They're second of the game. It gets them out of the inning just as it did in the first. And we head to the fourth. Still no score. Houston and Toronto. As I continue what I was saying, get to August 8th, 1 game under 500. Somehow managed to run the table, get to the postseason as the leaders in the AL East. Not even as a wildcard team, because if I'm not mistaken, wildcard didn't exist at that point in time. It's pretty impressive, especially against some of the teams like Yankees, Red Sox in the AL East. This one is sky deep to center field, right field, it's off the wall. Tucker will throw the ball in. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. with a stand-up double to lead off the fourth. And that's a 10-game hitting streak for Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who continues to hit the cover off the ball. Just missed a home run. Perhaps we can see the review, and we won't. But as I imagine, only a few feet from getting over the wall. Very impressive show of power from Guerrero, who continues to hit very well.
That's ball 2.
Travis Shaw, another guy who is hitting very well as of late. 3 hits in yesterday's game. He scored himself once. 284 batting average on the year. 0 for 1 in today's ball game. 2-1 pitch from Zach Greinke misses inside. Now 3-1. Oscar Hernandez is on deck. Greinke with a fastball, grounded up the middle, and it gets through. Guerrero will hold at third as the throw comes in from the center fielder, George Springer. That one just got through, just out of the reach of the second baseman, Jose Altuve. And now the Blue Jays, just like the Astros, a runner on third, a runner on first, except for Toronto. It's with 0 outs, not 1 out. So even if you ground into a double play, it's going to be a different conversation. First off, it's a different conversation and a different calculus of where the infielder throws. You know, do you throw home, you get Guerrero? Does Guerrero stay at second if Hernandez hits, or excuse me, stay at third if Hernandez hits a ball on the infield? Because it's not going to be a force out. What's the calculus there? I have to imagine Guerrero is a slower hitter, or excuse me, slower runner, is going to stay at third. And then, of course, Travis Shaw is going to have to move up. But he'll be out at second, I would imagine. Hernandez then would be out at first. But it doesn't matter. Hernandez strikes out, sets up an inning-ending potential double play as he looks back. And we look back at the Houston Astros, how they're doing on the road. The road being the minor leagues. The Express just lost yesterday. Well, the Hooks won against the Rough Riders. That was Hernandez's second strikeout of the day. And for all the power that you get from Hernandez, he's going to strike out a lot. Lourdes Gurriel Jr., one of the better hitters in this Blue Jay lineup. Number 5 shifted down the lineup, but recently moved up one spot. Brady Tellez used to be 5th. Gurriel used to be 6th. Carly Montoyo swapped them recently. Not looking good here. 0-2 count from Greinke. Swung on, fouled back. The 0-2 pitch. Taken downstairs for a ball. See Greinke throwing back-to-back 85-mile-an-hour changeups. It's only one small part of his arsenal. Doesn't usually throw them back-to-back, but here we are. Do apologize, a glitch on our side for the internet. Looks like it was a double play. Another one to get out of the inning. And it's still 0-0 as we head to the bottom of the 4th.
Leading up for the Astros, the third baseman, Alex Bregman.
So leading things off for the Astros this inning, Alex Bregman, he's 0 for 1. He grounded into a double play in the first. We now have 3 double plays today, 2 on the side of the Houston Astros, 1 from the Toronto Blue Jays, as we just saw in the last half inning.
That's in, ball 2.
Well, we've got lots of great fans here on the Bop Ball Network, and you can join us if you head to mlbopball.com. You can join our Discord. You can sign up to call games. You can just, hang out with fellow baseball fans, fellow fans of your team, whether it be the Blue Jays, the Astros, any other of the 30 teams. It's a great community to be a part of. Anthony Kay gets a swinging foul. Now 3-1. And for everyone watching right now, I'm interested. Where are you from? Because I imagine some are Blue Jay fans and some are Astro fans as Bregman takes a walk.
The designated hitter.
But I imagine a lot of you guys watching are also just watching every game today. We have a lot of Bop Ball fans who, until their teams are playing in the evening or whatever start time it is, 4 o'clock, are going to be watching Bop Ball to start their day off. This one caught on the line by Guerrero, on to second and on to first. It's in time. Another double play for the Toronto Blue Jays. That's their 3rd turn of the day. And just like that, there's none on 2 out. Wow. Anthony K getting very lucky today. Lots of help from the defense. But like I said, just send in the Twitch chat where you are. I'm interested if you're a Blue Jay fan, Astro fan, or if you're just watching all the games. J-Bot saying, usually have ball on in the background, but being in San Diego, try to catch Padres on here when I can. Well, I apologize for not broadcasting many Padre games because we don't have a lot of Padre broadcasters. This one, nice play from Shaw at third. Gets the work done, and the Blue Jays escape the inning. Another smooth defensive inning from the Toronto Blue Jays. Still 0-0 pitching matchup as we head into the fifth. As I was mentioning, not many San Diego Padre games because we don't have a lot of Padre broadcasters. That's generally how it turns out. You know, we have few fans who like a lot of teams. You know, we broadcast pretty much every Arizona Diamondbacks games because we have enough broadcasters who are interested in the Diamondbacks. Broadcast pretty much every
Leading off for the Blue Jays,
Mariners game because we have
44.
one man, Brother Beard, who is very interested in the Astros. A lot of Twins games with Beardy, Buehler, but some teams get it left out to dry, and San Diego Padres are one of them. But again, thank you for tuning in, and it's fun to see who's watching at what time, and you know, who are actually fans of the teams playing and who are just interested in watching any form of baseball, whether it be real or not, whether it be your favorite team or not. This one popped up from Tellez deep into center field. Center fielder going back on the run. George Springer makes the catch just shy of the 409 sign in center field, where Tal's Hill would have been a few years ago. EB pointing out that we have a lot of Diamondback games, we have a lot of Dodgers games, so those teams play the Padres a lot. But yeah, I have to say the teams that we see the most, probably the Diamondbacks. We see the Blue Jays quite a lot as well. You have myself, who does the scheduling, who don't tell anyone preferentially treats the Blue Jays because I like seeing them on ball. And we have EB, who calls a game probably 4 to 5 times a week. So the Blue Jays get a lot of love here. Diamondbacks, Mariners, Twins, a lot of teams get a lot of love. A lot of teams left out to dry. But as always, you can join our community, mlbotball.com. There's a link to join our Discord where you can call games from, sign up to call games. So if you're ever lacking your team, if you want a fix of baseball for your team, then go ahead, sign up to call a game. Swing and a miss from Jansen. The throw down the first is in line for the second out of the inning.
The center fielder, Randall Griffith.
Sixth strikeout of the day for Zach Greinke, having a good day on the mound after the Blue Jays scored 9 runs in yesterday's matchup. 9 runs, 13 hits, and they somehow managed to lose after being up 9-2 in the 8th inning. Gave up 8 runs to the Houston Astros, who came back in the 8th to win it all. They ended up winning a squeaker 10-9. The Blue Jays trying to avoid that fate today, trying to score a run here in the 5th. One-two count to Grisham. Swung on and missed. That will end the inning with the 7th strikeout of the day for Zach Greinke. His age is not doing him any disservice. We head to the bottom of the 5th, and I mentioned Zach Greinke's age. He is 30 36 years old, made his major league debut in 2004. One of the longest tenured pitchers in baseball right now. And his age is not slowing him down at all. Like I said, last time he threw less than 200 innings in a single season was back in 2016. 2017, 2018, 2019, and now he's on pace to do it in 2020, throwing 200 innings in a season, and now at the age of 36, he's keeping it going. Very impressive from him, and his velocity has taken a little bit of a dip over the past few years. It's dropped about, I'd say, 1 mile an hour off his fastball, according to Baseball Savant. But besides that, he's still going strong. 6 straight Gold Glove awards, 3 straight All-Star berths. Age is not affecting him at all, although his ERA isn't at the best this season. 4.05, 10-9 record for the Astros, but has kind of had to take over as the ace of this team. He wasn't supposed to be. Justin Verlander was at the start of the season, but has since gone down with an injury. Greinke has had to step up, and the Astros like the way he's pitching right now. They certainly want him to keep pitching like that. The Astros trying to make, as I've mentioned, a late push for the AL West. Don't really have a shot in the wild card because they'd have to go up against the Cleveland baseball team, which is very formidable with their record. I think they have 71 or 72 wins on the season, 72 as I look now. So they've got to win the AL West if they want to make the postseason. This one skied into left field, is grounded into left field for a leadoff single. If they want to make the postseason, the Astros will have to win the AL West. And that comes down to whether they can beat the Oakland Athletics. They are 6.5 back in the West as Corbett is making some questionable dance moves over on the dugout roof. Not sure why that is programmed into the game. But Astros got to beat the Athletics if they want to take over the AL West. That's their only shot. They got less than 2 months to do it. 6.5 back, as I said. They're hitting well enough to do it. It's just a question of the pitching. Gave up 9 runs yesterday off of 6 off of the starter, 3 out of the bullpen. This one sent into right field. Gurriel will hold at second.
Now back, the catcher,
EB pointing out that Greinke is one of the few pitchers who have been around long enough to have faced both Vlad Guerrero Sr., and Vlad Guerrero Jr. Vlad Sr. was 5 for 14 against Greinke with 2 home runs. Well, we haven't seen the same sort of success from Jr., although he did hit a double earlier today off of Greinke, but that's very interesting. Another pitcher, as we saw in the real world a few days ago, or I guess about a week ago now, Max Scherzer is another guy, faced Senior, faced Junior, and Greinke, Scherzer,
Outside, that's a ball.
maybe even Verlander, some of the few pitchers who have been around long enough to perform that feat. I don't know if EB can figure out whether Verlander is another one of those guys. I don't know if I'm off the money there, although he is a little bit younger than Greinke and Scherzer. So I'm not sure if he's in the same club. I'd be interested in finding out what other pitchers are in the club. I assume Bartolo Colon faced Vlad Sr., of course, not in baseball now. He was in baseball last year, so maybe he faced Vlad Jr., although I don't think the Blue Jays ever saw Colon. Be interested in seeing what other pitchers are on that list. Anthony Kay with a 3-2 count to Wilson Ramos. 1 for 1 today.
Yep, I got him.
The pitch. Inside and hit it. Ramos will take the free pass down to first, and that's going to load the bases for the Astros here in the 5th. Okay, the left-hander just getting a little bit too much on that pitch, holding it a little bit too long, trying to do too much, perhaps trying to throw a little bit faster with the bases with 2 guys on, but just kind of pulled it and ended up hitting Ramos. So he's in a jam here. The Blue Jays have escaped a few jams already today with some opportune double plays. We'll see if they can do the same here. Taken. Looks like it could have been outside, but called a strike, 1-1. Big swing at that fastball, 94. Up in the zone. Tough to hit a pitch like that, but also tough to lay off. PB pointing out that Brett Anderson is the first pitcher in MLB history to pitch to both senior and junior Vladimir Guerrero. Wow, that's not a guy I would expect. If I'm thinking of the right Brett Anderson, he pitched to the Blue Jays at one point, right? But was not any good for the Blue Jays, I don't think. Wow, would not expect that, but it's interesting nonetheless. The Blue Jays on to Biggio on to first. They get the double play, but the run will come across for the Houston Astros. Yuli Gurriel crossing the plate if you're scoring at home. And it's now a 1-0 ball game, but the Blue Jays 2 outs now. 1 out away of escaping bases loaded, none out jam. And Anthony Kay has the ball the whole way. That was the 4th double play turn today by the Blue Jays. It's going to be another run home on this double from Jose Altuve, and it's going to warrant a visit from Pete Walker. Kay struggling with his control. Looked like he had it under himself for a few innings there, but has not had a 1-2-3 inning at all today. Best inning was probably the 2nd, gave up a walk, nothing else. Had to rely on the double play in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th now. 3 straight innings with a double play turned by the Blue Jays. That's 4 for the Astros, grounded into double plays. Blue Jays have hit into 1 themselves, 5 so far in today's game. Lots and lots of runners stranded. 1-0 pitch. Taken upstairs. He drops it. But Altuve gets back in. So runner on second, 2 out. 2-1 count now. EB saying that Brett Anderson pitched for the Blue Jays in 2017 and played with the Athletics last year, and that's when he faced Vlad Jr. So Zach Greinke, Max Scherzer, Brett Anderson, of all pitchers. Anyone else? I'm trying to think of pitchers who have been in the majors long enough to perform such a feat. This one skied into center field. Grishik running back on the run, makes the catch, and that'll end the inning. The Astros score 2, but Anthony Kay happy with himself as they escape that bases loaded, none out jam. And now the Blue Jays trying to claw their way back in the last 4 innings of work.
Leading off for Toronto, the second baseman, Cavan
Biggio is going to be the number 9 hitter, trying to turn things over, get off to a good start for the top of the lineup. He had a double earlier today. This one skied into right field. Nothing doing for that. Popped out. 1 down.
The batter, number 11, shortstop, Buehler.
Brings up the top of the lineup now. Buehler takes an inside first pitch strike. EB confirming that Vlad Sr. did play against Verlander. He was 9 for 23 in his career against Verlander. And boy, it seems like Vlad Sr. hits all these old pitchers well. You know, Scherzer, Verlander, Greinke. Does well against all these guys. This one popped out. Shortstop is going to be under. Correa makes the catch, 2 down.
The first baseman.
But Vlad Jr. has not yet had a hit off of Verlander. Verlander no-hitting the Blue Jays last year. So Verlander no-hit the Blue Jays last year. 2018, James Paxton, then of the Seattle Mariners, no-hit the Blue Jays. Surprised they haven't been no-hit this year yet. This one, a swinging bunt. Ramos will field it. And the throw takes him off the base. Gurriel had to come off the base to make the catch and avoid it going into right field. So Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is on. We'll see if they score that an air or an infield single. But the throw had to take Gurriel off the base. Gurriel couldn't stretch out far enough to keep his left foot on the bag. So now the Blue Jays, something cooking here. EB saying that there was another A's reliever last year that faced both senior and junior Guerreros. Fernando Rodney is his guess. That seems like an appropriate guess. He's been around for ages and ages. So we didn't get the official scoring word on that one. I'm going to call that an error on Wilson Ramos behind the plate. Travis Shaw now with a runner on. He's 1 for 2 today. He had a single back in the 4th. Swings and misses at that one, and that's going to end the inning. Astros 2, Blue Jays nothing. We head to the bottom of the 5th. 6th, excuse me.
Leading up for the Astros, the third baseman, Alex Greinke.
Anthony Kay had only 73 pitches, coming out for another inning of work. So he's made a lot of mistakes today, but has also gotten incredibly lucky with 4 double plays turned by the Blue Jays defense. And that's helped contribute to a low pitch count. EB joking, he did the game yesterday, or was supposed to do the game yesterday. I don't think they ended up calling it because of some technical issues that we had. This one sent deep into left center field, and it's a home run. Alex Bregman with a solo shot here in the bottom of the 6th. And the Astros tacking on to their lead as the train keeps on going out in left field. It's a home run for the Houston Astros, and now they're up 3-0. That's going to be it for Anthony Kay. So he goes 5 innings plus One
Now
batter
pitching
in the
for
6th. Going to
Number
bring in
30.
Ryan Dull.
Ryan
Dull had an off day
Dull.
yesterday. Didn't get work in that scary late innings against the Astros, but will come into this game looking to tamp down the Astros, keep the Blue Jays with a shot of winning it in the late innings.
Alvarez.
Dull with the 0-1 pitch, swung over top of, now 0-2. Alvarez is 0 for 2 today, which is shocking to see from a guy who was hitting .347 on the season to enter today, and strikes out again. Now he's 0 for 3.
Number 1, shortstop, Carlos Correa.
Brings up the next hitter, Carlos Correa. Made a few good plays at shortstop today, keep the Blue Jays off the board. And Anthony K, as I mentioned, 3 earned runs, 5 innings pitched, plus 1 batter in the 6th. His start should have been a lot worse.
2 balls, no strike.
Or maybe not should have, but could have. But as we see Wilmer Fon and Justin Miller, excuse me, warming in the Blue Jays bullpen. The Blue Jays defense helped out Anthony K a lot. K got into a lot of jams. This one grounded to Bichette, over to Guerrero for the second out.
The first baseman,
He got into a lot of jams, but the defense redeemed it. He got a lot of ground balls, and the defense turned 4 double plays in just 5 innings, including in 3 straight innings, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. I'm sure if there was 4 outs in an inning, they would have turned 2 in 1 inning. I don't know how much of that is the defense, how much of that is Anthony K pitching guys on the ground, getting them to roll over on balls, but lots and lots of ground balls, lots and lots of double plays, and it certainly kept the Blue Jays in this game. If it wasn't for those double plays, it could be a 6-0, 8-0 ball game. But Anthony K getting incredibly lucky. It managed to keep his pitch count, keep him into the game into the 5th and the 6th, although he did give up a home run. So Blue Jays getting lucky with the placement of balls. This one's on the ground. Shaw with a strong throw over to first to end the inning. So the Blue Jays now heading to the 7th. Got to get something cooking here as Alex Bregman tacks on another run for Houston. I'll take this moment in the 7th inning to remind everyone we are doing all of these broadcasts to raise money for Meals on Wheels. Vulnerable seniors are at the greatest risk amid COVID-19, and Meals on Wheels operates in virtually every community in America to address senior hunger and isolation. Local Meals on Wheels programs are on the front lines every day, focused on doing all they can to keep older Americans safe and nourished in communities across the country. Help continue their efforts by donating at the link below or putting !donate into the chat.
That's ball 2. The count is 2-1.
Teoscar Hernandez with a 2-1 count. Held hitless today.
Ball, that's kicked out.
Hernandez pinch ran in yesterday's game. He didn't get the start, and he never actually had an at-bat. This one sent down the left field side deep, but caught
Next for the Blue Jays,
by the left fielder, Michael Brantley.
Lourdes Gurriel.
Ball stayed up just a little bit too long, and the Astros shifting a little bit. Perfect placement for Brantley. Brings up Gurriel Jr. Now, he had a good day yesterday. Probably one of the best days for the Blue Jay hitters, with exception of Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Gurriel had 2 runs scored himself. He hit a home run. He walked, 2 RBI, and just to throw in there to get every stat on the list, he had a strikeout. Now he's batting .241 in the season. Great day for him. One of 4 home runs hit by the Blue Jays yesterday. Hasn't been able to do anything against Greinke today. None of the Blue Jays have been able to do anything against Greinke today. As we take a look at his pitch count, he's only hit 15 twice. And 15 is a good goal for the inning. It's probably about average. If you hit 15 pitches every inning, you're going to pitch into the 7th, then you'll be yanked, but it's probably going to be a quality start. Greinke has been a lot better than that. He is right now shutting out the Blue Jays on 3 hits, I believe, if I've counted correctly. 1, 2. 2 hits plus perhaps a third if you count the air in the 6th as a hit. Or excuse me, 3/maybe 4. So Greinke is having a really good day as he continues his good streak with a 9th strikeout of the day against
number 44.
Lourdes Gurriel Jr. As I mentioned, 36 years old. Age is not a problem for him. He has not slowed down at all. His ERA this season, yes, it isn't the best, but he's still pitching incredibly today. 4.05 ERA this season, 10-9 record. On pace to throw 200 innings for the 4th consecutive season.
1 ball, 1 strike.
6 straight Gold Gloves. 3 straight All-Star berths. Fantastic season. Fantastic career for Zach Greinke.
1 ball.
The 1-1 pitch.
2 strikes.
Swung on and missed by Rowdy Tellez. Now 1-2. See that 4-seam fastball up around 91
Ball knocked outside.
for Zach Greinke. That's a little bit lower than what he's normally going to hover around for the 4-seam fastball. Excuse me, it's higher. His average 4-seam fastball velocity is around 87. So he doesn't use speed to overpower you, but he has a ton of pitches to work with. Throws a 4-seamer about 42% of the time. This one grounded up the middle. The second baseman has a throw. It's in the dirt, but picked by Gurriel. What a defensive play by the middle infield. And the first baseman for the Astros. Blue Jays still off the board. 3 hits today and 1 error. Charge to the Astros. Astros leading 3-0. And they have another chance to tack on some insurance runs here. Seventh inning now. Blue Jays have 6 at-bats or 6 outs to work with before
That's a ball.
the game is over for them. Ryan Dahl coming out for another inning of work after getting 3 outs last inning and very quick outs at that. He only took 9 pitches to do it. Got a strikeout and 2 ground balls on the infield.
Hey!
We're running a little bit late today, but scheduled at 2 p.m., probably going to be more like 2:15 or 2:30 is the next game on our docket. We have Cleveland and the Chicago White Sox facing off. George Springer strikes out.
Now batting, catcher.
Don't want to miss that one. It should be a good matchup. One of many games on the Bop Ball Network. We have 5 more after that one. Washington and Baltimore at 3:45. Chicago and Milwaukee at 5:30. 7:15 is going to be the Mets and the Dodgers. 9 o'clock, Boston and the Tampa Bay Rays. 10:45, San Francisco Giants and Philadelphia Phillies. So lots of game on the network today, so stick around to watch those. Just play Bop Ball in the background or take a part of our chat. your choice, and
I got a ball, 1 strike.
should be some good games, some good guys calling those games later today, so be sure to stick around for those. The Blue Jays hoping to stick around against the Houston Astros and be a stick in the mud in the later innings, trying to get some more runs and trying to keep the Astros off the board. Wilson Ramos is 1 for 1 today. He got hit by a pitch his last time up. Of course, that didn't count as an official at bat, and then back in the third, he had a single. Has not been retired today. Ryan Dull trying to do that now. Swing and a miss from Ramos, and he is sent packing.
Number 30, Kyle.
When Ryan Dull is mowing down these Astro hitters, he was good enough and quick enough in the bottom of the 6th to get trusted with another inning, and he is not betraying that trust. Fantastic outing out of the bullpen, and exactly what the Blue Jays needed. Anthony Kay, a little bit of a rough start, but the bullpen, after blowing yesterday's game, giving up 8 runs in yesterday's game, is holding the Astros down in this game, at least so far. Dell with his 20th pitch of the game. Popped up. Going to be Gurriel, who shading over into center, makes the catch, and that's going to end the inning. So Ryan Dull, 2 complete innings of work. Now the Blue Jays try and get a chance to score as the innings count down.
Leading off for Toronto, the catcher, number 9.
Danny Jansen leading things off. Doesn't have a hit yet today. Zach Greinke, working efficiently and working quickly, is back out, starts Jansen off with a strike. 93 pitches on the day now with his 94th, swing and miss. The Astros, 3 relievers yesterday. Looks like they're only going to have to depend on 1, maybe even 0, depending how quickly Greinke works and how much of a leash he has on him. A called strike. Jansen went around on that one, and it's another strikeout for Zach Greinke, his 10th of the day, if I'm not mistaken. What a start for Greinke.
Ball, that's upstairs.
34,956 in attendance today for the Houston Astros.
1-1.
Fans looking to hold on in these late innings in this tight ball game and pull out with the win today. Greinke nearing 100 pitches. Inside 4-seamer gets the nasty swing of Randall Grichuk. And now back-to-back strikeouts, 11 strikeouts on the day for Zach Greinke. Scoreless ball game, only 3 hits allowed, working in the 8th inning. And he's worked efficiently enough that he could come out in the 9th inning. We'll see what happens in the 9th. We'll see what Astros manager Dusty Baker does with Greinke. We don't have anyone warming in the Astros bullpen right now, so of course Greinke, working about as well as anyone, is going to stick through this inning. But the 9th is another story, and we'll see what happens. Greinke has retired the last 6 Blue Jay hitters in order. And that streak is only broken up by an error in the 6th inning charged to the catcher. If you ignore that error, because it should have been an out, then you can say that Greinke has retired 3, 6, 9, and 11, 13 consecutive Blue Jay batters, dating back to the 4th inning. Of course, that's ignoring that error in the 6th. But what a start from Zach Greinke, and what a disappointment for the Blue Jays. They scored 9 yesterday, had 13 hits, the Astros. Most of those came against the Astros starter, Whitley. Some of them came against the one Astros reliever, Javier. But besides that, they've been shut down today, facing the prospect of a complete game shutout by Zack Greinke. They still have one more inning to work with, and Cavan Biggio is making Zack Greinke work for him. A 3-2 count now, 2 outs. Big swing from Biggio. It's trending towards the wall, and that's going to soar over the wall. A solo shot, a deep shot from Cavan Biggio, his 14th of the year. And now the Blue Jays are on the board. The first run of the ball game comes on a blast off the bat of Cavan Biggio. He didn't play yesterday. He gets a start today. And boy, oh boy, does he make it worth it from the 9th spot. Now Bo Bichette turning things over. Zack Greinke staying in the game. We still have no indication of anyone warming in the Houston bullpen. Although I have to imagine Dusty Baker is going to be calling down, getting someone working quickly, should things unravel.
Yep, that ball went out.
That's 2 games, 2 home runs for Cavan Biggio. EB pointing out that he homered the last time he played on Thursday. As I mentioned, didn't play yesterday against the Astros. Blue Jays got 4 home runs yesterday, but Biggio was not part of that. Blue Jays now 2 runs away from the Astros, and they've got 4 outs to work with, looking to pull off this comeback and get to Zack Greinke. Swinging and a foul back from Bichette. Two count.
3-2.
Misses outside, 3-2. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is on deck. He homered yesterday. Ground ball, just foul. Picked up by the ball boy. Guerrero homered yesterday. Joe Panik homered yesterday. Gurriel homered yesterday. And Tellez homered. This one is popped up. It's splitting the gap in center field, and it bounces off the wall. Bichette will stop at second with a stand-up double, and all of a sudden, things are starting to unravel for Zack Greinke. Boy, Bichette got all that one and almost got enough to hit it out. That's going to do it for Zack Greinke, and what a day it is for Greinke. 1 earned run on 1 mistake, and then, of course, that double. But before those hits, he had retired 13 straight if you ignore the air. Only 3 hits. 5 hits given up to the Blue Jays. 1 run. And it's going to be the closer for the Astros. Roberto Osuna coming in 35 games. 25 saves, only 1 blown save. An electric 1.3 ERA.
Ball 1. Count 1-0.
4-out save for Osuna. If he's successful, Guerrero has been hitting well. The double earlier today, the home run yesterday to go along with a double and a single.
Nope, inside, ball 2.
Osuna throwing heat out of the bullpen, as Blue Jay fans will be familiar with him. Of course, the former Blue Jay traded in 2018. This one grounded, and that's going to end the inning. So Blue Jays strand a runner on second, but they get the home run from Cavan Biggio. They now have 3 outs left to get 2 runs. But first, the Astros. And it's Justin Miller in to pitch for the Blue Jays. It's fantastic in 16 games, 1.83 ERA. Came into pitch yesterday in the last inning of the Blue Jays disappointing loss to the Houston Astros, but in today, again, looks like he'll be getting the 8th inning of work. We'll see whether the Blue Jays will need a pitcher for the 9th.
1-0.
The Astros now only a 2-run lead, trying to hold on to it, perhaps tack on some more runs. Jose Altuve back in the 5th as he sends this one into center field with a single. So I was saying, back in the 5th, he scored a run on an RBI double. That was the second run of the ballgame for Houston. They got a third on a home run in the 6th off the bat of the guy batting after this guy, Alex Bregman. But first, Michael Brantley. He popped out to center field back in the 5th.
He's going.
1-0 pitch from Miller. Inside swing, sent down. And errant throw from Danny Jansen. Good thing Biggio was covering there. He gets the throw. Altuve in with a stolen base. Altuve had a stolen base yesterday as well. This one is sent down the line. Caught on the run by Gurriel, thrown in.
The third baseman.
Gurriel, not the most familiar with left field, but has been solid defensively since moving there midway through last season. Now there's one out for Alex Bregman. As we flash back to what he did last time up, a home run. Made it 3-0 for the Astros.
Inside, ball 1.
Taken inside, 1-0. Miller with a very deceptive wind-up and delivery. Almost has his entire back to the batter. And then spins, turns, and throws the ball across the backside of his body, up and over, as you can watch it here. Deceptive, hard for a batter to pick up, especially a right-handed batter, as you know, you only see that ball for a tiny fraction of a second before it's in the strike zone. What's more is that Miller is standing on the right side of the rubber. Big swing and miss from Bregman. So because of that, the ball comes in even faster and even less time to pick it up for the hitter. 2-2 count. Swung on, grounded on the infield. Shaw is going to come in, makes the throw to first for the second out.
Up next for the Astros, the designated hitter, Rodon.
The Blue Jays looking for one final out. And I have one final piece of Blue Jay trivia for everyone watching. On this day, back in 2004, the first piece of On This Day trivia was from 1989. This one from 2004. At Yankee Stadium, less than an hour after the Blue Jays lost to the New York Yankees for their 5th consecutive defeat, the Blue Jays fired their manager, Carlos Tosca. And who replaced him? This one, slugged on by Alvarez. If it's fair, it's gone. And it is fair and very gone. A 2-run home run for the Houston Astros here in the bottom of the 8th. That may have blown it open. The Blue Jays looked like they had a shot at winning it. Looks like now they don't. Now it's 5-1 Astros. Justin Miller giving up 2 earned runs now. So we replay it. Big blast. Alvarez not totally sure if it's fair enough at first, but you can watch it soar just fair enough and just far enough to get over the walls. So now it's 5-1 Astros. Miller is going to stay in the game. See if he can get final out of this inning. So the Blue Jays got lucky earlier in this game with a lot of double plays. They had 4 turned against the Astros, but paying later now for all their mistakes. A home run in the 6th, home run in the 8th.
Oh, that's inside.
Astros beating up now on the Blue Jays. But as I was saying, this day, 2004, Blue Jays fire Carlos Tosca. And who replaces him? None other than the first base coach, John Gibbons. Of course, longtime Blue Jay manager. At that point in time, he was only the interim manager for the remainder of the season. Blue Jays kept him and still as manager until, I believe, 2008, 2009, somewhere around there, and then fired, let go. Blue Jays bring in John Farrell.
No, ball 4.
Farrell is, or defects to the Red Sox after the 2012 season, perhaps 2011 season, as Miller walks Correa, and now he's going to be facing Gurriel. After Farrell leaves, the Blue Jays install none other than John Gibbons, again, for a second stint as Blue Jay manager, and
Off the plate, ball 1.
he manages up until the 2018 season. Blue Jays bring in Charlie Montoya for the 2019 season. But Gibbons only put in as the interim manager,
Ball, that's out.
ends up being as the second longest tenured manager in Blue Jay history, I believe, right after Cito Gaston. Also second winningest Blue Jay manager in history. So a runner on first now after the walk. 2-0 count to Gurriel. Swung on, miss, 95 in there with the 4-seam fastball. And that is all I have for Blue Jay trivia.
Nope, upstairs.
So, only 2 pieces of trivia today. Nothing of note, really. Not to offend Astro fans, but nothing too exciting happened for the Astros on this day in history. But 2 exciting things for the Blue Jays. Big swing and a miss from Gurriel. 3-2 count now. Now, these fun facts, courtesy of nationalpastime.com. They have great itemized histories for each team on each day. They have little paragraphs of things that happened on this day. Blue Jay history, Astro history, Red Sox history, Padres history, what have it. They have it itemized by team, itemized by day. It's a very great website. You can check it out, nationalpastime.com. That's going to be it for Justin Miller after after Miller walks another batter. Wilmer Font coming in, 39 games, 47 innings. Hasn't been at his greatest, but has been serviceable out of the bullpen. 4.4 ERA. In a tough spot here, George Springer, top of the Astros lineup, bottom of the
Leading off for the Blue Jays, the third baseman, number 6, Travis Shaw.
Inside, ball 1. Wrong, huh? Oh, very wrong. 2-0. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Now batting, right fielder, Teoscar Hernandez.
Aye! On 2.
Now batting, the left fielder, Rodon.
Ball, that's out. Right, Tom, what are you looking at? Wait. He's out.
Fans, our final line score tonight. First for the victorious Astros, 5 runs on 9 hits, 1 error. They left 7 men on base. For the Blue Jays, 1 run, 5 hits, no errors. They left 5 men on base. Time of the ball game, 2 hours and 54 minutes. Thank you for joining us here tonight. And we remind you to please drive home safely.
I know that we got it, I might even guarantee
Yep, so as we see here, folks, Houston picking up the win over Toronto 5-1, and honestly, due to some technical issues, this one's still going to stand. The result's still going to stay the same, but the thrashing may or may not have gotten a little bit more worse in the other game that we ran today to test a couple things out here.
It could have gotten a lot worse. You're right about that.
Yes, definitely. But coming up next, we got the Cleveland Indians, facing the Chicago White Sox in that AL Central Thunderdome match that's coming up here.
Absolutely, and Mr. 3 of the White Sox have not really played all that great recently. What's it going to take for them to hold on to the second wild card spot?
Honestly, from the last game that I watched, they either put their offense together a little bit, and also they really need a strong starting from Rodon today, because Cleveland 1 through 9 bats are extremely deadly, so they need to keep those in check in addition to getting their own offense together.
Absolutely, and the Indians are pitching pretty well right now. Where do you see this team as far as the White Sox or even the Indians going here the rest of the way with 46 games left?
I can definitely see both teams making the wild card slots. I could maybe see Cleveland taking the division off of Minnesota, depending on how the Twins figure the rest of their season out, but I don't see that in Chicago unless they really figure out how to get that offense together.
Absolutely, and the other thing that's been going on with the White Sox is they've been plagued with a lot of errors. I know yesterday Dallas Keuchel was the victim of 4 errors, and you can't do that and expect to win ball games. Well, we have Mike Clevinger and Carlos Rodon, the starters this afternoon. The Indians and White Sox are next here on ML Ball. And welcome inside Guaranteed Great Field. Sorry, folks, a little fun time here in Chicago, Illinois, for this afternoon's matchup between the Cleveland Indians and the Chicago White Sox. Both of these teams would be in the playoffs if the season were to end today. The Indians, the first wild card, the White Sox, the second. Mr. 3, why don't you tell us a little bit about Carlos Rodon?
Yeah, again, making the second start of the year, 7.2 ERA over 5 innings, so he kind of got roughed up, but at the same time, that whip at 1.6, he's not going to really kill you with the walks. It's mainly you just got to try to limit the amount of runs that come across.
Leading off tonight for Cleveland.
So Francisco Lindor will lead things off here this afternoon for the Indians. The first pitch is at the knees for a strike, and we are underway. In that last outing, last Sunday versus the Indians, it was Carlos Rodon's first outing of the year, and it was not terrible, but it could have been better. He went 5 innings, giving up 4 runs on 5 hits. He did strike out by walking 3, but he was the victim of 4 errors. 1-1 the count to Francisco Lindor.
Yeah, and that you just can't win as a pitcher when your team gives up 4 errors on the day. It's next to impossible to pull anything out.
Absolutely, and these are normally known as the dog days of summer, but you can't pick this as time to play your worst baseball, and that's what the White Sox are doing right now.
Yeah, especially where they're in a tight division race here. That's the last thing you want right now, is to have your rough days now.
Well, this game starts out well for Carlos Rodon as he gets Francisco Lindor to swing at a pitch way inside, and Lindor is out number 1.
Yeah, great start there. And just to run through the defensive setup for the White Sox today, we have Jimenez out in left, Garcia in center, Mazzaro out in right, Yohan Moncada playing third today, Tim Anderson at short, Jonathan Scope at second, Jose Abreu, the legend, at first, Grandal behind the plate, and Carlos Rodon on the mound, and Encarnacion is going to do the DH duties today.
Jose Ramirez up now for the Indians. In his last 3 games, he's batting .300. 1-1 the count as we get a look at the home plate umpire.
Yep, umpire is going to be in great focus today, as this is a very key matchup. This series in general is very key for both teams, trying to push for that division title and the wild card seeding to get the home game.
Absolutely, and if you're Chicago, you want to keep pressure on Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay is only 2.5 back of that second wildcard spot that's currently owned by the White Sox. The next team back would be Houston, 6.5 back. Here's the next pitch, a swing and a drive to left field, and oncoming is the left field footer.
Eloy Jimenez.
Yarbrough Jimenez, and he makes the catch.
Yep, nice job fighting the sun off there. As that one, as he's playing out in the sun a little bit, as the it's going to be setting a little bit here at this later start today.
Well, that sun is not fun to contend with you if you are an outfielder too. Definitely why you'd want to be wearing sunglasses. 0-1 the count to Carlos Santana.
You know, and one of the more annoying things is the white towers. Sometimes the stands being built so high, there can be a point in the inning where you start off in the sun, then you go to the shade, and then by the end of the inning you're back in the sun again, just because of how it moves with the lighting and the roofs up top.
Definitely would be hard to take care of, to track a ball, especially in these major league ballparks. 1-2 the count to Carlos Santana. Santana leads the American League in walks with 66. The pitch checks his swing, but they're going to say he went around for strike 3, so it's a relatively harmless inning for Carlos Rodon. And go ahead.
That was a great stop by Rodon there. 3 out, 3 down, moving along, especially after the outing he had last time.
Well, you need a good start. Why don't you tell us a little bit about Mike Clevinger, Mr. 3?
Yeah, if you're looking for a guy to get a grade A start, Mike Clevinger is your guy. 10-4 on the year, 3.75 ERA, whip at 1.35, near 130 innings, so starting to get up there a little bit, but at this point in the season, he's fairly rested in. Once September hits, he's probably only get maybe another 3, 4, 5 starts in general. So he should be rested up and ready to go for the playoffs.
Absolutely, and with Clevinger's injury history, you definitely want to handle him with care. Want to know the count?
Yeah, and that's one of the things with September calls is that your main starting 5 pitchers, you can allow them to rest for, a week and a half, 2 weeks if you really need it. Because you do have the extra bullpen arms you can call up and maybe do an opener route, maybe bring up an extra 2 or 3 starters to take those extra slots.
Absolutely, and the Indians are a pitching-rich organization, too, as far as prospects go. 3-1 the count to Leury Garcia. In his last start, Mike Clevinger went 6 in the 3rd innings, giving up 1 run on 7 hits. He struck out 7 and walked 2. Swing and a miss for strike 2, so the count is full on Garcia.
Yep, and you really can't ask for much more out of your starting pitcher, especially nowadays where most starting pitchers is very difficult for them to go past 7 just because of how much they are managed now and the loads they have.
There's a base hit into center field, so the White Sox will get their leadoff hitter aboard.
Yep, and just trying to stir something up here as honestly the bats have been fairly quiet, so it's nice to see the leadoff guy get a hit here and try to get something going here. But Tim Anderson stepping in on deck. One of the real hot bats on the team, 342 average with 14 dingers to boot.
Yes, that's a lot. Definitely not the guy that you want to see at the plate early in the game with a runner on. Clevinger's going to have to be extremely careful in this situation. First pitch inside, ball 1.
Really plunks him on the elbow there, so got to be careful with that control.
There's a swing and a miss, 1-1 the count. One pitch. Up high, ball 2, 2-1. Gonna look at Indians manager Terry Francona.
Let's put it this way, that guy can make diamonds out of dirt, we'll call it. He seems to find these players that are just really obscure and somehow turn them into quality major league players and, frankly, stars in the league. Kind of what he did with the Red Sox back in 04.
Absolutely. That was a team that was like none other, that is for sure. They won themselves a championship. But it took the good leadership of Terry Francona as well.
Yeah, and again, it's being able to rally your team around one goal or one objective. That's the big key in these types of situations.
Absolutely. So here is a pop-up back to the mound. Carlos Santana comes over and makes the catch, and there's one on and one out here in the bottom half of the first.
Really, Clevinger? You were like 6 inches from him. You couldn't make the catch. You had to make Santana run all the way in to make that.
Absolutely.
I know you're a grade A starter and everything, but you don't have to be that lazy.
You absolutely don't. Well, here's a ground ball to Hernandez at second. He will pick it up and tag Tim Anderson out and then throw out the runner at first, and the first inning is done. So we've played one scoreless here in Chicago. Oscar Mercado will lead things off for the Indians here in the top half of the second, having a very solid season.
Yeah, solid season in just above 300, so definitely playing a bit more for contact, which honestly nowadays is a very rare thing to see. As you saw there, he's second on the team at a 302 average, so I believe we're relying a lot on the long ball this year.
Absolutely. Well, there's a base hit into center field to begin the second inning for the Indians. So the Indians start the second inning the same way the White Sox had started the bottom half of the first.
Yep, just a little slap shot up the middle, basically. Not a lot of power on it, but just found the hole there. And EB calling me out for making sure pitches don't catch pop-ups. I'm come from a place where if you tried that, you'd be on the next ship out in 3 seconds. Trust me, in boxing, you're supposed to field your position. Even if you're the pitcher and it's a pop-up right on the mound, you have to make the play. Don't just do it yourself.
Absolutely. It's how you help your team out. Well, here is a bouncing ball to third base. They'll go to second for one. Back to first, but Hernandez just beats it out, it looks like. And so there will be... No, they did not get the out at second.
I know. It was a little questionable, I think. Runner at first got a real good jump there, so I'm surprised they didn't try just taking the guaranteed one there, but sometimes you have to roll the dice, and this time it came up snake eyes.
Absolutely. So that is the type of things that are going to cost the White Sox come playoff time, potentially. Jordan Luke with the play.
Yes, and we're not playing craps here, because if we were playing craps, that'd be like 64-1, and you'd be a millionaire at this point.
Yes, you would be. 2-0 the count to Jordan Luke. Runners on first and second. The next pitch is fouled away, 2-1. There's a swing and a miss. Well, that's the previous sequence of events has to be frustrating for Carlos Rodon, but so far, this at-bat, it doesn't appear to have phased him.
And sometimes guys just pitch better when they're under this type of pressure, as that one's going to squeak through.
There's a ground ball to left field. That is going to score a run, and Hernandez will go to second. So the Indians take a 1-0 lead, an RBI for Jordan Luplow.
Yeah, and honestly, Rodon's going to get stuck with the quote-unquote earned run there, but that's not his fault whatsoever. His fielding kind of let him down there as far as trying to go for the double play.
Franmil Reyes fouls the first pitch off for strike one. Rodon checks the runner at second. Here's the next pitch. Down low, ball 1-1 to count. A double and 4 RBI for Franmil Reyes in his last 4 games. There's another wasted pitch, so the count goes to 1-2. Next pitch is a swing and a miss, strike 3. So Reyes is out number 1, and that's a huge swing. Third strikeout already for Carlos Rondon.
Yeah, he's pitching fairly well today. Only the one walk so far, and then the couple of singles there. So he's pitching fairly well. It's just his defense is being a little bit hit or miss right now. They need to try to shore that up if they want to make any type of playoff push.
Yes, they do, because that could definitely cost them. I did a game last night where that cost the Chicago Cubs. Errors open the door for you, for sure, if you make too many of them. Roberto Perez at the plate now, 1-0 the count to him. The next pitch is fouled down the third base side for strike 1. Perez swings and misses strike 2. That was not a good pitch to swing at, and Perez knows it.
I'm trying to figure out what he was swinging at, because he did a golf swing, but it was up at his shoulders. So I can't tell if that was just he was swinging no matter what, or did he see it late or something? It's just really weird.
You're used to facing righties, that ball comes out of your hand at a different angle, so maybe he was thrown, but still, not a great pitch to swing at. Gonna look at Delino DeShields Jr. Full count to Perez.
Ball 4, that's up.
The next pitch is up high, ball 4, and Rondon's not happy, and the bases are loaded with 1 out.
That definitely should have been strike 3. That looked like it caught the upper part of the zone there, but nonetheless, real tricky spot early on here for Rodon. See if he can fight out of it, as the 9-hitter is going to step in here, so he has a crack at it.
Absolutely, this is a little bit of a relief if you're Carlos Rondon. Definitely some adversity here in the top half of the second. The pitch is low, ball 1. Yesterday, DeShields was 0 for 2 with the 2 strikeouts. The next pitch, in there for strike 1, 1-1 the count. In there for strike 2, so 1-2 the count. The base is loaded. The pitch. There is a bouncing ball.
What the?
Tried it.
What the?
And, well, that didn't work out. It'll score a run. So the Indians are up 2-0, and here comes Rick Renteria to see what's going on.
Are my eyes deceive me, or did he dive to his left, somehow do a 180 in the air, break it back to his right, and then knock down the ball?
Yeah, that's what it looked like. What it looked like to me. And here is a pitch low in the dirt. So there's a comedy of errors on here in the second inning.
Yeah, EB coming up with a good point. Maybe the Sox were out partying last night. I don't think like the Phillies, though, but I think they might have been out at a bar last night having a few drinks. Or, excuse me,
there's a swing and a miss at another pitch that should never have been swung at. 25 pitches so far this inning for Rondon, and this inning has been nothing short of an adventure for sure.
Yeah, definitely, and I have to correct myself. It's Miami. They didn't party as hard as Miami did.
Well, I know Derek Jeter would disagree, but...
Yeah, saying they got in a coffee shop. I'm like, I'm going to call a straight bull on that.
Yeah, the point is they were doing things that they should not have been doing, and they deserve criticism for that. The next pitch, there is a ground ball past Jonathan Scope and into right field. This is going to score 2. It is a 4-0 lead, and the nightmare inning continues for Carlos Rondon and the White Sox.
And again, just a comedy of errors. He could have been out of it already if they took the 1 out there instead of trying to go for the double play. So it all kind of leading back to that as far as this inning falling apart. Pitching has been stellar, but really it all kind of started with that.
Well, the argument could be made to say Carlos Rondon never even had the opportunity to get in much of a rhythm with all these errors that have been made.
Yeah, mamma mia. I know they've had a few injuries this year, but this is a little bit ridiculous. This is borderline AAA baseball.
Yes, it is. Definitely not something that you expect to see at the major league level. Here is a fly ball, but foul down the first base side. 9 RBIs in his last 6 games for Jose Ramirez, so his hot streak continues.
If has a chance to tack on at least one here, maybe more depending on how much contact.
Ball 2 up high, 2-1 the count. Rodon checks the runner at first, and he'll get back safely, so we'll do it again at 2-1.
Down at 3-1.
Next pitch in the dirt, ball 2. Carlos Santana is on deck.
And it looks like White Sox might go to the pen early today. If he walks him here, this is going to get real nasty real fast.
Absolutely, and again, Carlos Santana, not one of those batters who want to see the plate if the bases are loaded.
There's a reason why he's in the number 3 hole. Real power hitter.
It puts together a lot of patient at-bats, too. Ramirez swings and misses for strike 2, so the count is full. Rodon really needs to get it out right here. The pitch is wasted away into the upper deck. We'll do it again at 3-2. Foul ball again, so Ramirez fighting off Rodon and really running those pitches up there. He's almost at the 50 pitch mark.
Yeah, and especially in the second inning, he's not setting himself up for a good day.
Ball 4.
There's a walk, so the bases once again loaded for the 3rd time this inning, and Rodon trying to keep himself composed, but
No,
you better...
it's gone. All hope of sanity and chaos is gone. You got the bases loaded, you give up a couple runs, and then you walk the bases loaded again here. It's honestly, at this point, you just got to hope you can get some type of minor miracle to get out of the inning.
Well, for sure, you're going to have the defense in the dugout for a quick chat between innings if you're Rodon and Rick Renneria, because this can't keep going on.
No, especially especially over the long term. You cannot have this type of defense throughout the year. That's one quick way to write yourself out of the playoffs.
Going to the count to Santana, taking down low for a ball, 1-2. One-two pitch. Santana fouls it down the first base line. Do it again at 1-2. One-two pitch. There's a line drive into center field. It'll fall for a base hit. Another run scores. 2 runs are in, and the Indians have a 6-0 lead.
And at this point, the bullpen should get warmed up with something. Give the long reliever a chance to make an actual start today.
Well, absolutely, this is going to have to turn into a bullpen game, and part of this is on Rick Renneria. He's just letting Carlos Rodon go out there and get hammered, and maybe they're going to make a switch here, maybe?
Yeah, no, he's cooked. It just has absolutely nothing.
But it's an unfortunate start this afternoon. Rodon doesn't even get a chance to get out of the second inning or get into much of a rhythm. So let's see who the White Sox bring in here. Looks like it's going to be Dylan Cease.
Yeah, I'm surprised that ball is staying in the park and he didn't just chuck it over the center field wall like what's his name did last year for
Trevor Bauer.
Yes, Trevor Bauer just chuck it over the center field, batter's eye. But Dylan Cease 6-5 record on the year, so he seems to be the long reliever that they go to every once in a while, and especially now, you need to get 4 or 5 innings out of your bullpen guy here just to try to keep pace and try to give yourself a chance.
Well, absolutely. Well, the Indians have batted around. Oscar Mercado led this inning off, which seems like it was about a half hour ago now. Here's a fly ball
True.
to center field, and Mercado is out number 2. Garcia putting the ball away.
Second baseman.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it has been at least a half hour, 45 minutes just to get this 2 outs basically here. But that's White Sox baseball for you sometimes. Sometimes they just come out and make minor miracle plays. Other times they look like the Bad News Bears and just absolutely soil the bed.
Cesar Hernandez 0 for 1 this afternoon. The pitch inside for ball 2. So Dylan Cease not doing too much better right now.
No, but again, he basically came in a near impossible situation, so he's just trying to manufacture something to give up no extra runs.
Here's a fly ball to right field. Coming over to make the catch is Nomar Mazara, and it's finally over. But the Indians scored 6 times here in the top of the second. We'll go to the bottom of the second. The score: the Indians 6, the White Sox nothing.
Leading off.
Edwin Encarnacion, the former Cleveland Indian, will lead things off for the White Sox. Bottom of the second, following an Indians explosion and a White Sox implosion in the top half of the inning.
That's a fairly accurate way to put it here, but just running through the Cleveland defense today, we have the Shields out in left, Oscar Mercado out in center, Nate Quinn out in right, and then starting from third base, Ramirez, Lindor, Hernandez, Santana hanging out at first, Perez behind the plate, and Clevinger doing his work on the mound today.
Next pitch is a strike. Looked like that could have been a little bit low, but they're going to call it a strike anyway. So 0-2 the count to Encarnacion. And goes back, and it's called a ball, so 1-2 the count.
Yeah, and honestly, I think most players don't mind an umpire who gives a little bit each way. It's just you want to be consistent with those calls.
Well, there's a Encarnacion tips his hat to Mike Clevinger, who just makes a filthy pitch, and he swings and misses at it for strike 3. And Encarnacion is out number 1. Encarnacion does that a lot, but it was a move of class right there, tipping his hat.
Yep, don't see that too much nowadays.
But there's a knock by Elroy Jimenez into right field.
Batting 6th, the third baseman, Yoan Moncada.
Brings up Yohan Moncada, who made an error back at third base that started the implosion for the White Sox the top half of the inning. And that mascot trying to do what he can to get the crowd back into it, but it's been a bummer so far.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if half the crowd already left, knowing that this game might be over.
First pitch to Moncada. Ball. 5 runs scored in his last 7 games.
Well, actually, a lot of people in the luxury box seats, I thought for sure 90% of those would already be gone. Since in general, it seems like a lot of those people aren't exactly the biggest fans of baseball.
Especially if the White Sox aren't playing good baseball, and that's not what they've done this afternoon.
No, they also might be trying to head home before it gets dark, because from what I've heard, the ballpark isn't exactly in the best part of town.
Same thing that I've heard. Probably not as bad as where I've heard the original Yankee Stadium is, but it's not in a good part of Chicago either. 1-2 the count. Good. Strike 3. So Clevinger strikes out 2 in a row.
Batting 7th, the
Yep.
first baseman.
Again, just a nice, real piece of pitching here. High and tight. Basically force the hitter to either really choke up on it or just try to take it and got him there.
Brings up Jose Abreu with 1 on and 2 out.
Ball 1, no strike.
Low and away, ball 1. 1-0 pitch. Strike just above the knees, 1-1 the count. 202 career home runs already in just 6 seasons for Jose Abreu. This guy definitely hits with a lot of power, though, P. 3.
Yeah, definitely a lot of power, and kind of that's what he's made his name for. Been bouncing around a little bit, but has found kind of a home out here on the south side of Chicago.
He's definitely loyal to this team and its fan base. The next pitch is fouled to the White Sox bullpen for strike 2, 2-2 the count. The next pitch, swinging a fly ball to right field. Jordan Luplow is coming over, and he will make the catch for out number 3. So we've played 2. The score, the Indians 6, the White Sox nothing.
That last pitch from Clevinger was just asking to be smacked over the wall there, so he got a little bit of a break there.
Well, he probably overmatched him on that pitch for sure. There's Heidi Watney, probably reminding us to donate to our charity of the week, Meals on Wheels. You can do that throughout the afternoon. Meals on Wheels is a terrific organization, so please make sure, if you're able to, you donate to them.
Oh, sorry.
I was just going to ask what you're expecting to see from the White Sox here the rest of the way.
Honestly, at this point, any expectation I had is out the window. Honestly, with the way that second inning went, I'd be surprised they even got close to tying this game again.
Dylan Cease starts Luplow out with a strike. There's Jason Wright.
Yeah, and this is one of the reasons why already considering a bullpen arm here in the third inning for Cease, who just came in to get out of that jam in the second. So it's going to be a really long day here for White Sox fans.
But hopefully their defense can get their heads back into this game, because they were not in them back in the top of the second.
No,
0-2 the count to Jordan Luplow.
No, honestly, I'm not expecting much more. Although that's a really good sign there on the 96-mile-an-hour heater.
Well, he definitely had Luplow out of sync on that one, given his reaction. But it would be nice if Cease can get the White Sox through at least a few more innings, so you don't have to rely on the bullpen too much.
Yeah, ideally, I want him to go to the 6th, through the 6th inning. That's going to be a real stretch, because that's 5 innings of pitching. Now, you're thinking 5 innings isn't a lot, but the thing is, he didn't start the game. He came in out of the bullpen. If anybody's ever showed up to the ballpark early, these pitchers are doing workouts 20 minutes, half hour before a game just to get warmed up for that start. So coming out of the pen where you only have maybe 10, 15 warm-up pitches, you have a lot less stamina and a lot less longevity in your arm than what you normally do if you're known as the starter.
The count is 1-2.
Absolutely, and it's hard when you have to warm up and then cool back down and warm back up again. That's not an easy thing to do, but you credit these bullpen guys for being able to do it.
Yeah, which is why I'm really surprised to have Jace Fry already up and warming up. He's, outside of really coming in with the bases loaded jam there, has done a fairly decent job as far as getting outs.
Yes, he has, and he's on the verge of maybe getting another one here. So there's a swing and a miss by Franmil Reyes, and there's 2 away already.
Yeah, but it seems like that 4-seamer is going to be his knockout pitch, and as much as a 4-seamer is a good pitch, if hitters start timing that up, it's going to be a really long day. So I guess they're trying to play chess down there in the White Sox dugout instead of trying to play checkers, as this game kind of seems to be going towards.
Well, whatever the case, for this inning at least, whatever they want to do is working. 0-1 the count to Roberto Perez. He fouls the next pitch off, 0-2. The next pitch swings and misses at a pitch in the dirt, strike 3, and that'll do it for the Indians in the third. We'll go to the bottom of the third. The score, Cleveland 6, Chicago nothing.
Leading off for the White
Yes,
Sox.
Monty Grandel, the former Los Angeles Dodger, will start things off for the White Sox here in the bottom half of the third against Mike Clevinger.
Inside, ball one.
Grandal takes inside ball one. 333 average his last 3 games, 4 for 12. The next pitch, inside again for ball 2. Two now the county, and Grandal wastes it for strike 1. Grandal signed a huge contract here before the season started to be the White Sox catcher. The next pitch up high, ball 3. Part of some big spending this season by the White Sox to try to get this team turned around.
Nope. Ball four.
Yeah, and to try and make the playoffs.
Clevinger puts Grandal on to start the inning.
The right fielder. No more.
Well, it was a good idea to start with, and really, mister, it's worked out for the most part because you're contending for the playoffs, and that's what you wanted to do.
Exactly, and I think they got here a little bit too early for what the management was playing, because it seemed like they had a team built for 2 or 3 years down the line they would be in this spot. But just some guys have really overperformed this year, and they're now in the hunt. And on deadline day, they had to try to make some moves to shore this up and make a playoff run.
Well, they certainly did that with the acquisition of Jonathan Scope. Getting him out of a rough situation in Detroit. 0-2 the count to Mazzara.
One ball.
The next pitch down and inside, ball 1, 1-2.
I got to count 2-2.
Mazzara taking for ball 2, so the count tied at 2-2. Mazzara, a former Texas Ranger. Homered yesterday. 2-2 pitch, fouls it down the first base side. Pitch, there's a swing and a bouncing ball back to the mound. Clevinger goes to Lindor for 1, back to first, and that is a double play. And there are 2 away here in the bottom half of the third.
Oh my lord, Clevinger actually made a defensive play after passing up on that easy pop-up. Comes out, fields his position a little bit. Tough stretch to get the ball. Flips it over the second to start the double play, so I guess that makes up for the pass up from earlier. And Evie, if you're paying attention, that's what I expect pitchers to do.
Absolutely. He kind of put his body at a little bit of risk, too. So Yarbrough Garcia will will be the next batter. There's a swing and a miss.
Ball.
1 pitch. Takes inside, ball 1, 1-1 the count.
Aye.
1-1 pitch. Up and away, but in there for strike 2, so 1-2. Nobody on, 2 outs here in the bottom half of the third. The pitch. Down low for a ball, the count goes to 2-2. Mike Clevinger is only at 42 pitches, so this has been a relatively easy start for him.
Yeah, he's coasting here. Has the chance to put up a quality start or maybe go 7-8 innings.
There's a ground ball into left field. It will be picked up by Delino DeShields. So, Yarbrough Garcia saves things here in the bottom of the third for the White Sox, and they're going to charge with an error.
That was... I'm not sure about that. That was a little, oh, never mind.
It's going to be on... Yeah, it's going to be on Ramirez.
Yeah, I was going to say that was a tough play because I thought that was a bit more of a stretch, but no, he just tried going fancy and botched it.
Yeah, you can't do that. You needed to keep your glove on the ground and let the ball come into it, and that's not what Ramirez did right there.
Yeah, and I'm surprised Tim Anderson didn't try sending that one to the moon. So that's a fastball right down the middle.
Well, there's 2 outs, but this is definitely the open door for the White Sox.
Yeah, they've had a couple open doors so far, but it seems like every time they have an open door, Clevinger's been able to slam it back shut.
1-1 the count to Tim Anderson. He's 0 for 1 this afternoon.
Ball, that's outside.
Clevinger missing outside for ball 2. There's the 2-1 pitch. In there for strike 2. 2-2.
Okay, come on. You have to be looking for those down the middle, especially a breaker like that. You have to at least take a crack at it, let alone tag it.
Absolutely, you can't leave that judgment in the home plate umpire's hands, especially when they're not consistent. Here's a swing and a miss, strike 3, and that'll do it for the White Sox in the 3rd. So we've played 3. The score, Cleveland 6, Chicago nothing. You're watching NYM LAD on Twitch.
I'm actually seriously starting to wonder whether the White Sox did join the Marlins at that party place the other day there, because they are coming out and just absolutely laying an egg today.
But that second inning had to have been pretty deflating for them. And when your morale gets down, you'll make a lot of mistakes, and that's what they've done so far.
Yeah, mistake after mistake after mistake. It's been a real rough day for them.
Here's the first pitch to Delino DeShields Jr. He sends it into left field for a base hit, so Elroy Jimenez brings the ball back in.
Up next for Cleveland.
So there'll be a runner on to start the inning.
Yep, and this is kind of the back end of a four-seamer specialist here out of the bullpen, is that they can start tagging him up fairly easy if they know what's coming.
Cease checks the runner at first. He's back safely. Brings up Francisco Lindor, who's 1 for 2 this afternoon. The next pitch is outside for a ball. 1-0 the count. 2-run RBI back in that disastrous second inning for Francisco Lindor. It feels like it should be the 6th inning, though.
Oh, it feels like it should be the 9th at this point, but nonetheless, time is a fickle thing.
Now, there's a ground ball to first base, and they will get a double play out of it. So
Up next for Cleveland.
they're on the White Sox on their way to another quick inning. There's the stat line on Carlos Rodon. Inning in a third, 5 runs, 6 errors, 6 walks, only 2 strikeouts. Might wonder why you even showed up at the ballpark this afternoon.
Exactly. I'm looking to catch a flight out of here and get to my next game tomorrow. I'm not sure about you.
I am too. But I won't be going too far. I'll just be going a little further north to Milwaukee.
Yes, I believe I have the long haul down to Houston tomorrow, if I remember correctly. Garrett could somehow whack me upside the head with memory. That'd be great.
There's a ground ball back to the mound, and they will get Ramirez at first. So it's a 1-2-3 inning for the Indians. We'll go to the bottom of the 4th. 6-0 is your score here on NYM LAD.
Yep, and it is the long flight down to Houston, so I'll hopefully have plenty of time to figure out my trash can logic.
Well, you'll have plenty of time for sure. Here's Jonathan Scope. He's 0 for 1 with a ground out so far this afternoon. 0 for 5 in the series, so this is very unlike Jonathan Scope.
Yeah, definitely. And tying his shoe with the guard on okay. It's a little weird there, but hey, baseball players have superstitions. Anything to try to break out of a slump, I guess.
I guess so.
Ball inside.
The next pitch, check the swing. Ball 1. 1-1 the count. The next pitch. Clevinger misses for ball 2, 2-1. Out. There's a swing and a miss, strike 2, 2-2. Well, we were talking about guaranteed right field earlier. P-Mr. 3, did you know that when it opened back in 1991, The only other baseball-only stadium was Kauffman Stadium, where the Royals play in Kansas City.
Really? I thought Baltimore might have beat them to the punch then.
That's what I would have thought. It wasn't too long after or before Camden Yards had opened. I do know that. They opened around the same time. There's a foul ball. Count is full.
Yeah, because I know a lot...
Go ahead.
Sorry. I was going to say, I know a lot of people who tout Camden as kind of the revitalization of the baseball-specific stadium.
Yes, it is, and that's the one thing that's irked a lot of White Sox fans about guaranteed great fielders. Here's a bouncer back to the mound. Clevinger will field it and throw scoop out for out number 1. But that's been one of the things that's really irked White Sox fans about this place, is that it doesn't really have the retro look that a place like Camden Yards or Progressive Field or some other places has, and it's been through quite a bit of renovations since its first opened back in 1991.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if people have ever been down to Camden Yards, but they got really lucky with their location, because I'd say it's maybe a 5-minute walk to the waterfront down there in Baltimore, and just the location they had, it was an absolute perfect spot for a stadium.
Well, that's what the White Sox fans were looking for when this place opened, for sure. 0-2 the count to Edwin Encarnacion. He struck out his last time up. The pitch is another strikeout, so Encarnacion just can't get Mike Clevinger figured out. Now he's going to argue with the home plate umpire.
Yeah, sometimes they'll argue even though it is a clear strike 3, because depending on how the previous pitches were called, it could have made him rush the swing a little bit there.
Nope, that's the ball.
So that brings up Elroy Jimenez. He's singled back in the second.
That's in, ball 2.
Next pitch is up and in, ball 2.
Ball, that's out.
Clevinger missing again for ball 3. Johan Mankata is on deck. Three and 0 the count. Next pitch is in there for a strike.
Finally, Clevinger's been so dominant all today, and then to see him throw 3 straight balls, very uncharacteristic.
Yes, it is. 3-1 pitch. He just misses outside of the zone for ball 4, so Jimenez walks with 2 outs, and that's going to bring up Johan Mankata.
The third baseman,
Yeah, for Moncada again, Clevinger leaving the door open a little bit, see if he can slam it back shut again.
Well, hopefully, if you're Terry Francona, he is able to do that. 1 on, 2 out here in the bottom half of the 4th.
Nope, that's inside.
Next pitch is low and away, ball 1. Mankata swings and fouls it back for strike 1, count even at 1-1.
Ball 2.
The next pitch.
Ooh.
I'm not sure. I think that could have been a strike. Clevinger clearly thinks it was a strike, but they called it a ball and 2-1 the count. That's about all you can do is smile and get on to the next pitch.
Exactly, that's one you just gotta shake off there.
Here's the pitch. It is up high, ball 3, so 3-1. Clevinger's got to settle back down and just try and fire balls in that strike zone as best as he possibly can. Mankata fouls it away, so the count goes full at 3-2. Pitcher's a swing and a miss, strike 3. And that does it for the White Sox in the 4th, so we will head to the 5th. The score, the Indians 6, the White Sox nothing.
Leading off
Carlos
for the Indians,
Santana getting ready to
the
lead
first
things off
baseman,
for the Indians.
Carlos.
Top half of the 5th inning. All the Indians runs this afternoon came in the top half of the 2nd, an inning that was filled with errors by the White Sox.
Yeah, and looks like the game's kind of finally settled back to what we would call a normal game at this point. As Cease has been able to come in and kind of stabilize the offense and defense here.
Now, that's certainly one of the jobs of a long reliever. White Sox just got to find a way to get their bats going, and if they can, who knows what will happen, because the Indians, since that 2nd inning, have not fared well at the plate. The next pitch, strike called, 1-2 the count. One-two pitch. There is a ground ball into left field. Over to get it is Elroy Jimenez, and Santana starts the inning off with a single.
The center fielder, number 35.
Yep, and a little shimmy there to try to get the team going.
Well, Santana kind of likes to do that. Different things to get the team going. That brings up Oscar Mercado, who has singled and scored this afternoon. The pitch, there's a bouncing ball back up the middle, and they cannot field it. That is going to be an error there by Tim Anderson. And again, the White Sox just are making a lot of fundamentally bad decisions.
In my attempts to forget the past couple innings here, I've been flipping around on the interwebs and just watching stats from IRL last night. Humberto Maeda, Miami Marlins pitcher, has never pitched above high A. Comes into the game last night for Miami and strikes out 6 straight against the Mets.
Outside, that's a ball.
So in case that's a major league pitcher for you, that might be a kid you want to pick up.
Absolutely. He can certainly keep hitters at bay.
Ball, that's in.
Count goes to 3-0 on Cesar Hernandez, who leads the American League in hits with 139. This has been a great season for him so far. Drake called it the 3-1.
Yeah, just who would have picked the Marlins to be 7-1 at this point in the year? I know they had their extended break, we'll call it, but you would think they would be like 5-6 because they basically had to pull up all their AAA guys.
Absolutely. Maybe they're playing above their head.
We got 3 and 2.
No, they're playing out of their minds right now. Forget about anywhere close to the bye. They're playing up in the freaking moon.
Ball 4. Take the base.
Well, there's a walk. Well, that's a confidence booster, too, and a good tone setter for the rest of the season if the Marlins can maintain that.
Jordan.
So if you're a Marlins fan, that's exactly what you're hoping for.
Let's sit him down right here.
Jordan Luplow at the plate here, top of the 5th, with the bases loaded.
Hey.
The pitch is in there for a strike. The Indians have loaded the bases several times this afternoon.
Yep, and just another case of let's see if they can pull some magic out of the hat.
Well, that's what you're hoping from the White Sox defense if you're a White Sox fan or Rick Renneria.
That's
The
outside.
next pitch, low and away, ball 1.
All right, ball 2.
Cease misses up high, 2-1 the count.
Ball,
2-1 pitch.
that's outside.
Misses on the corner. I don't know what was wrong with that one, and neither does Dylan Cease.
Honestly, at this point, it doesn't really matter. You just have to try to get out no matter what.
21 pitch. There's a swing and a fly ball to deep right center field. Coming over is Leori Garcia. He will make the catch. A
That's
run
play.
will score from third. They're going to try a play at the third, but he is safe. And the Indians have a 7-0 lead here in the top half of the 5th.
Reyes.
So that's an
Yep.
RBI fly out for sacrifice fly for Jordan Luplo. Nice awareness there on the part of Leori Garcia to try to get the runner at third, though, Mr. 3.
Yeah, definitely a nice heads-up play to at least try to get something out of it, but no dice. And in case people are keeping track IRL, Yasmani Grandal just smacked a single as Cleveland and Chicago are still scoreless in today's game. Bottom of the third inning here.
Third inning?
Third inning, yes. Bottom third. Runners on first and second, 2 out.
There is a fly ball into right field over, or left field over is Elroy Jimenez. The runner at third as well as the runner at first will stop. And there's 2 away, so Dylan Cease, after loading the bases, has settled in here, and he's an out away from getting out of this.
Yep, and that's exactly what you want here. Being able to get out of the jam with minimal damage. 1 run's not going to kill you, although in this game it might as well be over. So 1 run did kill you.
First pitch is a strike to Roberto Perez, who has 4 singles in his he had a single, 1 for 4 his last game. The next pitch misses. Ball 1, 1-1 the count. The next pitch there is a high fly ball to left field. Back going is Jimenez, and he will put it away for out number 3. But the Indians do get a run on the sacrifice fly by Jordan Luplo, and we'll go to the bottom of the 5th. The score, Cleveland 7, Chicago nothing. Welcome back to Guaranteed Rate Field. And, Mister, what are you expecting to see this inning out of the White Sox offensively?
At least 2 runs if they want to make any type of an attempt at a comeback, because Clevinger's just been so solid. He's up around 60, 70 pitches. So this is the time where you have to attack, because his stuff is starting to fall off a little bit. As most pitchers in between 60 and 80, this stuff really starts getting a bit hit or miss.
Well, that's true. Plus, the White Sox have been through seeing him a couple of times now, with him wearing down. Now could very well be a good time to try and get some runs on the board and see what happens, but you got to do it. Jose Abreu's going to lead things off. Good guy to try to get some things started with.
Exactly. Even just a really solid smack to the outfield wall, because really the White Sox, the only times they've gotten on base are due to Clevinger walks. Hasn't been too much hitting.
0-1 the count to Abreu. The pitch, there's a swing and a foul ball into the upper deck, 0-2 the count. Well, Clevinger has just really overmatched these White Sox hitters today, too, and that's what he did a lot last Sunday back in Cleveland when he saw him, as there's a swing and another foul ball.
One ball, 2 strikes to count.
Abreu gets out of the way of the next pitch, 1-2 the count. One-two offering is low and inside for ball 2, so Abreu making Clevinger throw quite a few pitches here. The next pitch, there's a swing and a fly ball to right field. Going back is Jordan Luplo looking up, and he will make a great catch as he bangs into the right field fence.
Ouch.
Abreu is out number 1. And Mike Clevinger, I'm sure, was holding his breath right there.
Yes, that one nearly got out of here. Someone might want to check on Naquin out there and make sure he didn't, make sure his nose isn't broken or something, because he hit that wall hard.
Yes, he did. And I don't know how he's still standing after that. So that brings up Yasmani Grandal.
At the ball.
First pitch is up and out of the zone, I guess. 1-0 the count.
Yeah, umpire definitely been a little bit hit or miss on those high pitches so far, so I'd say try burying them down in the zone to get the consistent calls.
1-1.
A swing and a miss for strike 1. One pitch Taking at the knees for strike 2, and Garcia has some words for the home plate, or Grandal has some words for the home plate umpire. 1-2 the pitch. Outside ball 2.
Yep, and again, that's probably just more, can you get a bit more consistent because really those high balls have been 50-50 all day, so you have to really kind of pick and choose there.
Let's go, White Sox! Helpful!
Grandal takes the next. Go ahead.
I was going to say, as we see on the left there, the AL Central, Chicago 5.5 back of the division lead. So at this point, they're probably more playing for the wild card spot than they actually are of the division, especially with the play today.
No, absolutely. With Tampa playing later tonight, you have to worry about that. And of course, there's a swing and a miss, or foul ball, excuse me. You have to be nervous about whether they'll win. They won 1-0 against Boston yesterday. Full count. There's a bouncing ball back to the mound. Clevinger fields it, throws across for out number 2.
Okay, so Clevinger can actually field his position then. Okay, nice to see that. Again, backhanded this time. Just a little flip over the first, though. So Clevinger doing his job so far, and we see here Cueto up in the Cleveland bullpen getting warmed up here. This might be Clevinger's last inning at 85 pitches.
Absolutely, he has thrown a lot of pitches so far this afternoon, though he's pitched well. First pitch to Nomar Mazara, just above the knees for strike 1. Next pitch, Clevinger misses for ball 1, 1-1. There you see the aforementioned Adam Flutko loosening up in the Indians bullpen. But the hope would be Clevinger can finish out this inning. 1-1 offering. There's a foul ball. The count goes to 1-2.
Oh, easily, because then at that point you really only need 2 bullpen arms, especially if they can both go 2 innings of work.
Absolutely, there's a swing and a miss, I guess, strike 3. So Clevinger strikes out the side to get the out here in the 5th. I'm sorry, folks. 7-0 your score. We're headed to the 6th.
Leading off for Cleveland.
Delino to Shields will lead things off.
Delino to Shields.
Cease fires it in there for a strike. Cease has been on since the 2nd inning, so this is a quality relief performance out of him.
Oh, yeah, great A quality. And if you have the management here, you can't be mad with this because he's basically coming and giving you that bridge that you need to your actual bullpen now.
But here's a pop-up to center field. Here comes Leori Garcia, and he makes the catch for out number 1.
Now batting.
Yep, and in the IRL game, Hanley Ramirez just smashed his bat on the ground after a little pop-up. They're in the top of the 4th, still 0-0. Runner on first, though, for Cleveland.
Well, we'll see if they can take advantage of that because the Indians in real life do not do a great job taking advantage of runners in scoring position or runners on base at all. As here's a smash to left field by Lindor, and it'll go to the wall and off the wall. Lindor will go safely stand up into second base, and so there'll be a runner in scoring position and 1 out.
And that's just a great job hand against the shift, and hopefully Lindor in real life could do the same thing because he's up at bat right now with that runner on first.
For a moment there, I thought that ball might be gone. That ball hit high off the top of that wall, just under the yellow line.
Yeah, that definitely had a chance to get out if the weather conditions are right, but again, just with it being towards the evening here, ball didn't fly as far as it normally would.
0-1 the count to Jose Ramirez. The next pitch is a ground ball back up to the middle and into center field. Lindor's going to come around and try and score, and he is in safely. Ramirez stops at first, and it's an 8-0 lead.
Yep, at this point, you might just want to sub out Cease because it's about the time you would normally think about subbing out a starting pitcher anyways.
Absolutely. And Ramirez just fires that ball over the middle. Nice way to get out of it by Dylan Cease. Brings up Carlos Santana, who takes the first pitch up high for a ball. The throw to first, Ramirez is back safely.
Ooh. Yeah, nearly overthrew Abreu at first, so that could have been real dangerous.
Absolutely. As you said, that ball almost sailed over his head. The next pitch in there for strike one might have been a nice pitch to swing at if you were Santana.
Yeah, definitely. But again, with the pickoff attempt there, you have to think he's going to be really rattled right now. As we're seeing here, 50 pitches on the day already for him coming out of the bullpen. He's got to be either cooked or just about.
Absolutely. Well, he's had to carry quite the load this afternoon for the White Sox. The next pitch is inside ball three. As we take a look at Oscar Mercado. Three 3-1 pitch, and there's a line drive over the head of Tim Anderson. This is going to go to the wall. Ramirez will head for third. Santana's going to stand up for second for a double, so that's the second double of the inning, and now there are two runners in scoring position and only one out.
Yeah, nearly got the ball there in the hop attempt there, but just a little bit too short. Maybe if he had Aaron Judge size, he might have that.
You might, but that was an awful big gap there in left center field. That brings up Oscar Mercado. Well, I'll tell you one thing. This has been somewhat of a day off for Nomar Mazara and Greinke, because most of the balls the Indians have hit have been into left field.
Yeah, definitely. And sometimes you just get those days where you're the right fielder and you just kind of sit there and do nothing.
That is not what Elroy Jimenez and Leori Garcia have been doing, though, this afternoon. They've gotten quite the workout. One in the pitch, Mercado. There's a swing and a fly ball to right field. Going back is Nomar Mazara. He'll make the catch for out number two. A run is in, and it's 9-0.
Yep, just went from bad to worse for Chicago, but Francisco Lindor, IRL, just smacked a double up against the wall. They're taking a look at it, though, because it was a very close play at second. And I thought for sure he was gunned, but they're going to take a look at it, because his hand did get in there.
Interestingly. So did any runs score then, did you say?
No, runners on second and third now with one out here. And Carlos Santana up at the plate as Jace Fry's going to step in to try to just get through the motions here, get through the 6th, 7th, maybe the 8th if he's really pitching well.
They'll have to deal with Cesar Hernandez, and here's a fly ball to center field. Over is Leori Garcia, and he will make the catch for out number 3. But the Indians tack on 2, and will go to the bottom of the 6th with the score: the Indians 9 and the White Sox nothing.
And the Indians in real life tacking on 1 on a pass ball here. So Indians taking a 1-0 lead here in the top of the 4th, IRL versus the White Sox. So it's a very rare time when you can pull this off.
Well, if you're the Indians, yes, it absolutely is. I remember when I looked at the schedule that I couldn't believe that these two teams were meeting both in ball and in real life. But if you're the Indians in real life, you'll take away a run any way you can get it, because they have had some big-time struggles at the plate.
Yep, and Lindor's also moved up to third on that play, so a chance for the IRL Indians to put another one on the board here. But they put on plenty here in ball as it's 9-0 in the bottom of the 6th here, and Chicago just had absolutely nothing today.
No, they haven't. They've been bad on defense and even worse on offense. Only 2 hits so far this afternoon for the ball White Sox. Mike Clevinger has been in command, and he's up 0-2 on Leori Garcia. Go ahead.
And just a fun note for the IRL Indians. They only have 1 hit so far in the game, and they've already scored a run. So Tim Anderson out there on the mound for the White Sox IRL throwing a lot of walks today.
Interesting. Well, there's a base hit to start things. Tim Anderson entering play today. He has 137 hits. That's the lead for the White Sox. Edwin Encarnacion is second. That brings up Tim Anderson.
And IRL, another pass ball, another run for the Indians, so it's 2-0 now.
So it sounds like the Bopal White Sox.
Fairly similar to the IRL White Sox right now, just pulling out the clown moves right now.
First pitch to Tim Anderson is up high for a ball.
Yep. And that wild pitch was also ball 4, so now there's a runner on first for Cleveland. Still only one hit in the game for them, for the record.
Well, that definitely sounds like clown ball than IRL.
Yes, IRL. Kind of clown ball here, too, as Indians have put up 9 against the Sox.
Well, here's a little rally, though, as Anderson's going to single to right to start for the bottom half of the 6th. There'll be a runner on first and a runner on second. And I think Mr. 3, the Clevinger's starting to wear down. This might be the time to really think about going to the bullpen here if you're Harry Francona.
94 pitches. Yeah, I would have had him out before the last batter, and that's why, because anything like that can happen.
Absolutely. The White Sox are going to be right back in this thing here. A 3-run home run by Jonathan Scope, and it's a 9-3 ball game with only 1 out, I believe.
Yep.
So,
and still 6 to get, but they're at least on the road now.
So that's exactly a bomb that should get a starting pitcher out.
If he doesn't come out, I will go down there and kick Terry Francona out of the dugout and do it myself.
I mean, that's just an absolute bomb right there by Jonathan Scope.
Thank you.
Yes, Terry, thank you that Mr. 3 doesn't have to come down there. But
Yes.
nonetheless, it's a great outing by Clevinger.
Yeah, it could have been a great one if he had been taken out a pitch earlier, but nonetheless, that's the risk you run sometimes.
Now pitching for the Indians.
So that's going to bring in Adam Plutko.
Adam.
26
Plutko.
games so far this season. He has a 6-1 record, 3.21 ERA. Terrific against left-handed hitters, 191.
Yep. And in IRL, Cleveland White Sox, Ramil Reyes just blasted a 2-run homer to center. It is now 4-0 Cleveland in the top of the 4th. So they're top of the 4th. It's kind of like our top of the 2nd here, where Cleveland's just piling it on right now.
Well, again, that shows what errors do. There's a check swing by Encarnacion, 1-1 the count. Encarnacion was an all-star this year. The next pitch. Are they going to let him have the bid? They are. They're going to say he fouled it off his hand, I guess. But
I'm going to say no swing, although he did pretty much turn forward there. That's definitely a 50-50 call.
Absolutely. Maybe a little bit of a gift, but it gives the White Sox a runner here with none out. Elroy Jimenez at the plate. So not what you were hoping for if you're Adam Plutko.
Yeah, I know. Really rough start there, especially when it's only your 3rd pitch of the game.
Here's the pitch. This is a fly ball towards the Indians' dugout. Here comes Carlos Santana. He makes the catch for out number 1.
Now batting, third baseman, Yohan Moncada.
Brings up Yohan Moncada, who has struck out twice this afternoon. It has been a hard afternoon for Moncada with the 2 strikeouts and also an error that opened the door for a huge 2nd inning from the Indians.
Yeah, definitely. Sorry.
It's strike 1.
And excuse me, I mispronounced it. It's Drew Anderson on the mound for the White Sox IRL. I believe I originally attributed it to Tim Anderson, who leads the team in hits in ball, so I apologize for that, folks.
No problem. You're allowed to slip up every once in a while, I suppose, Mr. 3.
I guess. I'd like to keep a clean sheet, but that's few and far between nowadays.
Well, there is an inning-ending ground ball double play from Yohan Moncada, but Jonathan Scope gets the White Sox on the board, and after 6 to the score, the Indians 9, the White Sox 3.
Leading off for the Indians, the right fielder, number 8.
Brings up Jordan Luplow. Luplow had a sacrifice fly his last time up. He also made a spectacular catch earlier in the game.
Okay, the similarities between this game and the IRL game are really weird because Luplow's up at bat right now. And IRL for the Indians right now. So this is getting a little bit too fourth wall breaking right now.
But they're just playing along with each other, that's all.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm expecting the Cleveland IRL to start blowing this game open very soon.
Could very well happen. It seems like the door's been left open for them.
Yeah, definitely. Still the one out and the runner on first IRL, so they definitely have a chance to tack on a couple more.
Well, we see Kelvin Herrera and Evan Marshall are both up in the White Sox bullpen. We would assume we'll see one of them here in the next couple of innings. Fry's next pitch, swing and a miss, strike 2. The count goes to 2-2. Next pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, and so Luplow is out, number 1 here in the top half of the 7th. Great pitch by Fry to get Luplow to chase.
Yep, and Fry is definitely one of the more consistent arms out of the bullpen for the White Sox. So I'm not expecting Cleveland to get too many more runs here. Maybe only a random homer or 2, and that's about it.
So you certainly don't need any more scoring if you're the Indians. The pitch is up high, ball 1. But of course, that would be
I'm sorry, continue.
That would be dependent upon what the Indians' bullpen does, because sometimes they're known to implode.
Yeah, definitely.
There's a fly ball to left center field. It'll get down and get to the wall. Reyes will stop at second. That's a double with 1 out. Well,
Yeah,
go ahead.
Sorry. I was going to say, I apologize for breaking in so much with the IRL updates, but Cleveland just taking them to town as Luplow blasts one over the wall for a 2-run homer. It is now 6-0 Cleveland at the top of the 4th. So very similar to ours.
Very much so. Almost a carbon copy.
Oh, that's out.
The pitch is a ball to Roberto Perez. But as I was starting to say in Bot Ball last night, the Astros scored 8 runs in the bottom of the 8th off of the Blue Jays, and they ended up winning 10-9. So anything can happen.
Yeah, and apparently they're the little drubbing they gave them today, 5-1 on stream here, but I believe due to some technical glitches and backroom errors and everything, I believe we have a stat line of 18-5 as the official final, barring confirmation from someone else.
I believe so. That is a complete shellacking.
Yes, I will have to double check with our production team as far as that total later on.
2-2 out to Roberto Perez. Fouls it off. Well, speaking of that Houston team, 2 weeks ago today, they were sitting pretty in the standings. They were only 3 games back of the Oakland Athletics in the AL West, but they had played pretty poorly, and I know they're 7.5 back now, as it stands now, and 6.5 back of the second wild card. So maybe if you're Houston, you're hoping that this series against Toronto can get some good things started again.
And right now is the last time you want to start falling apart, especially as an offense.
Now
There's a walk to Roberto Perez, so there's runners on first and second for Delino DeShields with 1 out. Fry checks the runners, and the pitch is up high for a ball. One-0 pitch. There's a ground ball to third base, fielded and thrown to second. Back to first. They're going to say DeShields is safe. The White Sox get the out at first, but Moncada with a nice throw. I'm not sure what happened.
That's it. Again, this is just a White Sox brain cramp. You had an easy step on third for the out. You got the guy out second and plenty of time, so take the freebie at third while you're at it and get two and get out of the inning.
0-1's the count.
Mamma mia. I don't know what the heck is going on with the White Sox defensively, but they need to get their heads out of their backsides.
They absolutely do. Just a lot of lapses on the part of the White Sox this afternoon. This evening, the 0-1 pitch to Lindor, down low, ball 1-1 the count. The next pitch is a fly ball, foul over the first base side, excuse me, and Jose Abreu takes care of it. So we'll go to the bottom of the seventh. It's stretch time in Chicago with the Indians up 9-3. Jose Abreu will lead things off here for the White Sox in the bottom of the seventh. Hunter Wood is up and throwing for the Indians.
Again, that's probably more in case Pucko here gets in a real jam, but I expect Pucko to go seventh here.
First pitch to Abreu, who is a ball. Yoshia Hirano joining Hunter Wood in the bullpen. He was just acquired at the deadline from Seattle.
Yes, Yoshihisa Hirano. I've been rolled on that by Brother Beard being the former Mariner there. Recently got picked trade over to Cleveland in the deadline day, but he's a really nice arm out of that bullpen for him.
Absolutely. Well, there is a single by Jose Abreu to lead things off here in the bottom of the seventh. Of course, he made the play that ended the top half, so he makes the final out for the top half and gets on the first or bottom half. Can't get any better than that.
No, and it's a good way to try to turn your season around. Make a nice play to end the inning and then come up right next guy and smack a single.
Here's Yasmani Grandal. 1-0 the count. The next pitch.
Ball, that pitch is out.
Outside for ball 2.
Let's go, White Sox.
2-0 the count to Grandal. The next pitch, swing and a miss, strike 1.
Goes four-seamer by him high.
LCC!
2-1 pitch. There's a swing and a foul ball. Perez will charge after it for some reason, but he won't get too far.
Maybe thought he had a play on it, but then quickly realizing he had absolutely no chance at it.
Had to have been what happened. The 2-2 pitch is outside, and the count is full at 3-2. Full count pitch. Cueto misses, and he puts Grandal on, so there'll be runners on first and second. So not a great start at all for Cueto. He's in a little bit of trouble here, Mr. 3.
Yeah, a lot of trouble right now. Mazar can smack one over the wall here. By George, they've pretty much come back and made this a game. I would apologize to every White Sox fan in the chat. All 2 of you, I think, right now.
Well, here's the first pitch to Mazzara. He swings and misses strike 1. He was definitely swinging for the fences on that one.
And why not at this point? You really got nothing to lose with no outs. If anything, you hit a long fly ball and advance the runners 90 feet.
Now taking at the knees, but it's a strike, 0-2 the count. Nobody out here in the bottom half of the seventh. The pitch. Up high. But it's in there for strike 3, and Mazzara is out number 1.
And that's and that's what you don't want to do is get struck out on a thing like that. You at least want to try and make some type of contact to move the runners up a little bit.
Unfortunately, that's not what happened, so there's 1 away for Leury Garcia. First pitch is inside for a ball.
Let's go, wait for the pitch.
1-0 pitch, swing and a bouncing ball past Hernandez, or no, he gets it for out number 2.
Yeah, that one on the fly there. Nice backhand to grab it, though. Really nice paying attention there. And Chicago, once again, squandering a grade A opportunity here. Tim Anderson, one of the last shots to do something with it.
Anderson 1 for 3 this afternoon. The pitch, there's a swing and a fly ball to left center field. Back going is DeShields and Mercado. It's off the wall. A run will score. It's 9-4 Chicago, and more importantly than that, there's runners on second and third. So an RBI double for Tim Anderson coming through in a clutch situation.
Oh, that's a grade A clutch situation, and that might be something to spark them here with runners on second and third. Just another wall crasher like that brings 2 more home and makes this a 9-6 game. So we could be in for a very interesting finish here if this continues on.
Absolutely. Nick Whitgren is now up and throwing for the Indians and their bullpen as Jonathan Scope comes to plate. Scope, a dangerous hitter. He homered his last time up. The pitch swing and a miss, strike 1-1-1. He's trying to pull the White Sox within 2 with that swing. One and one the count.
Nope. That's inside.
Scope taking for ball 2. Here's the 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 2. Would be a huge out right here if Cueto can get it.
Yeah, definitely cut this rally off short.
There's a swing and a miss, strike 3, so that'll do it, but the White Sox do score a run on a Tim Anderson double, and after 7 innings of play, it's the Indians 9, the White Sox 4. You are watching ML Botball on Twitch TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
Kelvin Herrera into the game for the White Sox. What do you have on MP, Mr. 3?
Again, decent arm out of the bullpen. 4-1 record on the year, 2.86 ERA. Again, at this point, you're just looking to hold the line here, not give up any more. You've been able to tag a couple runs together, a couple hits. Just hold the line at 9, because that's a number you can get in an inning or 2. Any more, and it's really tricky beyond that.
Well, here's the first pitch to Jose Ramirez. It's in there for a strike, 0-1 the count. The next pitch is in there for a strike, so Ramirez down to the count at 0-2.
The count is 1-2.
The next pitch to Ramirez, swing and a foul ball. We'll do it again at 1-2. One-two offering, down low, ball 2-2 the count. The next pitch, there's a swing and a ground ball into left field. Over to cut the ball off is Elroy Jimenez, and Jose Ramirez is going to lead things off with a single here in the top half of the 8th. But while we are between batters, I'll take this time to do a Today in History. Today in Cleveland Indians history, David Bell, who is currently the manager of the Cincinnati Reds, went 4 for 4 for the Cleveland Indians with an RBI and a 6-3 win versus the Tampa Bay. At the time, they were known as the Devil Rays. That came back on August 8th, 1998. The next pitch to Santana, swing and a miss, strike 2. Santana swings and misses for strike 3, and that's out number 1. Well, Mr. 3, did you have a Today in History you wanted to talk about as far as the White Sox go?
Yep, today and probably going forward for any other game that I'm doing for the White Sox, going to be celebrating the 05 World Series team, as this year is the 15th anniversary of that. And today's game, they lost, unfortunately, to the New York Yankees 3-2, where the Yankees, oddly enough, only got 4 hits and 3 runs, so they were able to be very efficient, where the White Sox on that day got 9 hits, but were only able to push 2 across. So again, just a rough day for them today, but we all know how it ended up at the end of the year with them getting another win and breaking that, I believe it was an 86-year curse also.
88 years, I believe, yes. Yes, that was a special franchise and a lot of great players on that team with Paul Konerko, and I believe Jamie Navarro was part of that staff. The next pitch, swing and a miss. They will get Ramirez at second base, so that is 2 away. Ramirez not with a great lead at all. AJ Hinch was part of that championship team as well. Or AJ Krasinski. The next pitch is lined into center field for a base hit. That was Oscar Mercado, so there's a runner on and 2 away.
The batter, number 7, second baseman, Cesar Hernandez.
Brings up Cesar Hernandez. There's a ball in the dirt, stopped by Yasmani Grandal. But my big thing I remember about that World Series, I don't know if you remember or not, P. Mister, was the walk-off home run Scott Pasednik hit in Game 2 of that series off of Brad Lidge.
Yep, and honestly, that kind of sparked him the rest of the way. And honestly, just that whole thing, especially the year after the Red Sox break their 86-year drought, it's nice to see those two get broken up, especially because the White Sox won. It wasn't really off a bad trade or anything. It was their own players sabotaging themselves. And if people want to learn more, you look up the Black Sox scandal for that.
Inside, ball 2.
Absolutely, that would be some great history to do. I know Shotus Joe Jackson got banned from baseball over that.
3 balls.
Yeah, he got banned from baseball. I believe a couple other players essentially got lifetime bans, like 20, 30 years suspensions. And back then, the commissioner was not joking around when it came to stuff like that, unlike a certain one we have right now.
Absolutely not. We would not have put up with it. There is an excellent movie on that subject, I believe, called 8 Men Out. It's kind of a classic movie if anyone wants to check that one out. The next pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. That does it for the Indians in the top half of the 8th. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. The score, the Indians 9, the White Sox 4. Edwin Encarnacion leads things off in the bottom half of the 8th for the White Sox.
Edwin Encarnacion.
The first pitch, there's a swing and a foul ball for strike 1. If you have tuned in expecting to see the Orioles and Nationals, that game will come your way soon. We have some business to take care of, though, here at Guaranteed Rate Field, as the Indians are on top of the White Sox 9-4. J.D. Gregory along with P. Mr. 3. Hoping you're having a great Saturday afternoon so far. The next pitch, another foul off. We'll do it again at 0-2.
Yep, and before the last inning, I would have said to sim the rest of it, but White Sox putting up 3-1 in the past 2 innings, so they've made this a very interesting game here. So I apologize for all those Baltimore fans. All happy you, I guess. But we're going to let this one play out.
Absolutely. We're going to, as Rob Manfred would say, we're not going to quit at all, and it won't be too much longer anyway, I don't think.
Oh, yeah, no, especially if the situation that's going on IRL continues to balloon and blossom out of the way.
What is the situation with that anyway?
Another Cardinals player is tested positive, so therefore their game tonight is canceled, or postponed, and probably a few others, as we learned from Miami. It can get out of hand quickly, because I believe that's number 8 or number 9 from the Cardinals that's gotten tested positive.
That is just really unfortunate, and it's more unfortunate what's going on. I'd hate to see them have to shut this game down, but I don't know. This has not been handled well by Major League Baseball, and there's going to have to be some kind of action taken, I'm afraid. There is a swing and a miss, strike 3, so Yarbrough Jimenez goes down for out number 2.
Now batting, third baseman.
Again, just a nice real pitch, high and tight. Batter can't do much with it, but yeah, why aren't surprised they didn't enforce some type of mini bubble in these cities where teams stay at this hotel and they go to the park at this time? Something along those lines, rather than just letting the guys kind of go free once they get in town.
Nope.
Well, I mean, we've definitely seen models that do work. The NHL and the NBA's models have done spectacularly well. The UFC has a model that, even though it's not a bubble, that does well. There was no reason for Major League Baseball to botch this, and they've done it. Here's a ground ball, picked up by Hernandez and throws to first for the out. What an athletic play by Hernandez, and the 8th inning is over. So we'll go to the top of the 9th, 9-4 Cleveland.
Yeah, definitely. You mentioned the NBA and UFC. The NHL also kind of doing what I wish MLB would do. Is that you have 2 different bubbles, one for the American League and the National League. So that way Douglas thing of pitchers who can rake can be a thing out in the National League bubble, and you just kind of play it off that.
Well, absolutely, and the other great thing about the NBA and the NHL is they're all keeping those teams in one place and isolated. And with the UFC, they're not allowing fighters to stay in the octagon after fights are over for interviews. They're having them go back to the interview room while the broadcasters interview them from their broadcast tables. So, again, there's things that you can do to make sports work, and MLB just has not done them.
Yeah, no, they basically done everything seemingly backwards, more or less, and it's kind of showing with the couple breakouts we have so far. Hopefully it doesn't get much worse, but it's starting to get towards the point where people are going to seriously consider canceling it.
Absolutely. Well, there's a strikeout by Jordan Luplow. The more interesting thing's going to be seeing how college football and the NFL handle it, because all eyes are going to be on them, obviously, now.
Oh, yeah, once baseball and the NBA wrap up, yeah, all eyes are going to be on football. And honestly, you're kind of seeing a similar thing there with several college players getting tested positive right before training camp. So it's starting to falter already for them.
Well, that's a thing that only time will tell.
Exactly.
For right now, Franmil Reyes is in the batter's box. He's down 0-1. The next pitch, swing and a miss, 0-2 the count.
Yeah, just on the college football front, I believe Louisville had a 20 positive case cluster. I think Clemson had somewhere around 30 or 40, something stupid like that. So just college football is not looking too good either. But again, it's a lot more difficult to control 100 teams rather than 30.
Absolutely, and I know that college football has discussed moving their season to spring. That might be something that they want to revisit and maybe go with.
I believe they've already done that for Division III and Division II college football, which I know there's a lot less media pressure on that, but honestly, D1 football in the spring might be a good idea.
Absolutely. There is a swing and a miss for strike 3, but especially for people that would like to see springtime football work, because recent efforts for that has failed. And I think college football played in the springtime could be the one remedy to that.
Yeah, either that or I believe The Rock just recently, Dwayne The Rock Johnson, purchased the XFL. So he might be trying to revitalize that, because the XFL, it didn't really collapse and fail on its own. It was going fairly strong. It's just COVID hit at the exact perfect time.
Absolutely, that was unfortunate. Yeah, I think that Fox and ESPN had something really great going. I really enjoyed watching the XFL this time around. It was a lot more resembling of football than it was last time.
Considering the closest team to me in that league, I believe, is Washington, D.C., it was definitely good fun, you know, especially as a Boston person, because, trust me, trying to go to Pats games, forget about it unless you want to drop $5,000.
The count is 2-1.
That is a lot of money.
But I got lucky because I'm a season ticket holder with there's another team that plays in Gillette. I'll get to that after.
Here's the fly ball to right field. Back going is Mazzara, and it's going to be a ground rule double. The ball just hops over and gets over the fence. So Roberto Perez keeping things alive for the Indians here in the top half of the ninth with 2 out.
Into one of the Shields up at bat. But yeah, I'm a season ticket holder with the soccer team that plays in Gillette, and occasionally we get special ticket deals to Pats games, and one of them was the playoff game where they lost to Tennessee. So that was a nightmare in of itself.
Absolutely was. We'll go to the bottom of the ninth. Cleveland up 9-4. Jose Abreu leads things up out for the White Sox, bottom half of the ninth. A single his last time up. Adam Plutko's still on the hill for the Indians. The pitch is in there for strike 1. Winning the count. In there for strike 2. 0-2 to Jose Abreu, excuse me. I'm thinking of Bobby Abreu, the former Philadelphia Philly and Los Angeles Angel.
Right.
0-2 pitch. Up high, ball 1-2. Again, we do have the Orioles and Nationals coming up here in just a little bit, but we're finishing this one out from Chicago with the Indians up 9-4. J.D. Gregory along with P. Mr. 3. The next pitch is a
stay fair.
Field.
Yes, sir.
Is gone. A 9-5 game.
Holy crud! Heads up in the kid zone down the left field line.
432 feet. That is definitely a pounding. And a great way to start the bottom half of the ninth inning for the White Sox.
Well, you might want to check the structural supports down that line there, because that one could easily crack a column down there.
It very well could have. He is so strong, and here he really gives the ball a ride, and he does the Carlton Fisk thing.
Yeah, pretty much one hops a concourse out there. No one was sitting in the seats, which honestly, I'm surprised that this many fans still sticking around.
Me too, but they just got a thrill right there as Rio's Giovanni Grandal, who has walked twice this afternoon, comes to the plate. 1 for 5 for the series. The next pitch in there for strike 2, 0-2 the count. The next pitch, swing and a foul back, 0-2. Want to welcome in to both Agati24 and Tim Moore. How are you guys?
1 ball, 2 strikes.
The next pitch, up high, ball 1-2 the count.
Oh boy.
Ball, that's outside.
Pucko missing again, 2-2.
Yep, 2-2 is my Grandal, but just a heads up, JD. Apparently, our technical sides are saying stuff might be going down soon, so just a forewarning long term here.
Okay, well, we'll try and keep an eye out for that. The next pitch, there's a swing and a fly ball to right field. Back going are both Mercado and Luplo, and another great catch by Oscar Mercado this time. So the White Sox are determined they're going to injure one of those 2 outfielders. My goodness.
Can we teach the Cleveland outfielders not to run head first into the fence? As there goes the screen. Oh, there it is.
The wind and the next pitch to Nomar Mazara up high for a ball, 0-1 the count.
Oh, tech gods, please allow this to go for 5 more minutes. That way we can finish our game.
I know, this has been very irritating over the last day or so. One up, bottom of the ninth. The pitch, chopper foul for strike 2.
Irritating is an understatement if you talk to some of the tech guys who pay a bit more attention to that is. They all have wanted to throw a flaming hot boot at Xfinity.
Well, they're definitely not doing the job that they ought to be taking care of this. The next pitch, missing away, 2-2 the count.
I definitely understand they had the storm rip up the East Coast, so they might be in a little trouble there, but it's starting to get a little ridiculous.
Yes, it is. They've got to try and figure out something better than that, and I believe Nomar Mazzara knows about the difficulties we're having because he just threw his bat after that strikeout right there.
Yeah, and a little bit of Houdini magic as it seemed to push it an extra 5 feet in a matter of a half second there. But Luis Garcia stepping in, trying to get the last crack at it here.
Putt go missing. 1-0 the count.
It's just an IRL game, heads up. It's the bottom of the 5th heading into, and it's still 6-0 Cleveland. So
1-1.
looks like your Indians, JD, you're going to pick up a win today, barring anything weird.
Well, that'll be a good win for them to have. Really needing to pick up ground on Minnesota. I think that's probably going to be the best track to the playoffs, even though there's that extra playoff team this year.
That's ball 3.
Extra team? What more? Like 6?
Oh, 6, yeah. Well,
Yeah. Let's put it this way. For all those that don't know, it's top 8 out of each league instead of top 5, I think it normally is.
Not shortstop. 10.
well Garcia's going to find his way on base here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th. I'd like to see the playoffs stay that way. Maybe shorten the regular season in IRL just because I think baseball playoffs are maybe the best playoffs that there are.
So what you're saying is scratch basically the entire month of September and the September playoffs and just start the playoffs then at 16?
That's what I'd like to see happen, yes.
I could definitely see that working. The problem is that guys that are on the Major League roster might get burnt out too much because I feel like a lot of teams use that September time as time to rest your big AAA starters.
Absolutely. And the players are definitely not used to that. Next pitch is fouled off. So 0-2 the count to Anderson. The White Sox down to their last strike. I guess my key point is Major League Baseball needs something to keep fans interested, and a lot of them have drifted away. Some of them because they're still mad about the strike of '94, but some of them just the sport's not interesting anymore to them.
Yeah, no, and especially the recent struggles between the Players Association and the commissioner really have basically put the game's future in high jeopardy, I would say.
Absolutely. The next pitch, there's a swing and a fly ball to right field. Oncoming is Luplo, and it looks like it dropped.
Yes, again, the technical bug is starting to get us up here in the booth. Maybe I can smack the monitor a couple times and maybe it'll work. I don't know. But yeah, that one gets down, and we're going to see Brad Hand stepping in to try to clean this one up.
Well, hopefully he does have 35 saves this year. There's been times where he has been a nightmare, but he is 3rd in the American League in saves. And if you're Terry Francona, you would think that 1 out is not too much to ask to try to get Brad Hand. But here comes Jonathan Scope, and Scope has homered already once this evening. First pitch to Scope, and misses a high ball 1. .1-0 pitch.
Outside.
Yeah, I'm not sure what was wrong with that, but he missed. 2-0 now the count.
And definitely not happy with that call, but just looking for the 1 out here.
Two pitch misses high ball 3. Edwin Encarnacion on deck. He has not fared well, but it would be just the luck of the Indians and Brad Hand for him to come up and tie this game with a grand slam.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, it's gonna make that point. If he walks him here, tying run comes up to the plate for the White Sox, which I thought I'd never say in this game whatsoever.
Nor did I, not after the way things looked in the second inning. So 3-1 the count to Jonathan Scope. The pitch, there is a swing and a ground ball to right field. That's gonna.
Oh boy!
So the runners hold,
And the tying run coming up to the plate.
the bases are loaded for Edwin Encarnacion. This game is not over.
I know he just got the really nice, I believe it's a 95 or a 96 overall signature card, but he has the chance here to make something really special here, and to basically make me eat my desk.
Well, he's definitely due after the afternoon he's had. 0 for 3. Struck out his last time out. He's struck out a few times this afternoon. He does not have any hits this series, so if you're Encarnacion, there's no better time to get one than now. The pitch. Foul ball. What were you getting ready to say?
Even just a hit here, a long one off the wall, that scores 2 or 3. That'll give you a better chance, especially the day you had. You just want to try to get something going.
Hand fires it in there for strike 2, so again, White Sox down to their last out. Whether Hand will actually get it or not is a different story. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. That's going to do it. There you see the fist pump from Brad Hand. And the Indians come away 9-5 winners. What a job today from Mike Clevinger.
Yeah, Clevinger able to keep the Chicago bats at hand, but Cleveland bullpen nearly gave them the game back to Chicago, tagging 2 extra runs off the 3-run homer that sent Clevinger to the bench. Absolutely, and you have to wonder, if you're the White Sox, how this game would have turned out had that just completely adventure of a top of the second inning not have happened. Oh, that hits holes on both sides. 24 hits in the game today, so if you're an offensive, if you like offense, today was the game for you. Absolutely, it had everything that you wanted in it. There is our player of the game, Francisco Lindor, going 2 for 5, 2 hits and 2 RBIs. Let's go ahead and take a look at the highlights because there's plenty of them. Here is the half hour. It seems like that. Buehler grounded to left for an RBI single. That got things going, but this top of the second that we're going to see just a completely disastrous top of the second. There's the error that got it started by Yohan Moncada. Yeah, there's a Superman jump there, seemingly floating midair for a second. Again, this is a well-coded game, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely. I don't think he had any idea what he was opening up. And then here comes Francisco Lindor with a ground ball single. That scored 2. Then Carlos Santana followed that with a single to center field. That scored 2. And the route was on. Yep, for pretty much most of the game up until the 6th here when Cleveland was able to tag on a couple more. There was a sacrifice fly by Oscar Mercado. That's the final run the Indians scored today. But the White Sox tried to make things interesting. Yeah, for some reason, we'll see it in the next highlight, I would think. The bats decided to wake up in the bottom of the 6th on. It was weird, as we're going to see Jonathan Scope with a 3-run shot out to left center. Yeah, that kind of started some offense for the White Sox. 415 feet. Tim Anderson with an RBI double in the 7th. Then you had Bobby Abreu, who lit things off the bottom half of the 9th inning with this huge home run. I know Team Mr. 3 was excited about that one. Oh, yeah, that's absolute no doubter down the line there.
Then we got Brad Hand, who came on with the bases loaded and got that big out when Encarnacion, and that's how it ends. For the Indians, 9 runs, 14 hits and an error, 5 runs on 10 hits and 1 error. There was more than that for the White Sox, but it says 1 error. Mike Clevinger won it. Carlos Rondon lost it. The save goes to Brad Hand, and we're going to go ahead and say it was about 2 hours and 55, or about an hour and 55 minutes game time.
Yeah, give or take, yeah.
Yep. Hey, Mr. 3, do you have any final thoughts?
Offensive explosion. Chicago needs to figure out something defensively because that was just atrocious. They practically handed Cleveland the win in the 6th inning. Because again, outside of that second inning, they actually won the game in general 5-3. So it's just 1 inning cost you the entire game, and that's what's going to be if you're looking for playoff baseball.
Absolutely, and these errors cannot continue. It's something that's going to have to be addressed by Rick Renteria as this season goes on. Well, P. Mr. 3, I know you will be back tomorrow at 7 for the Astros and Blue Jays. I'll be back at 3:30 tomorrow with Hines AS for the Cubs and Brewers. Tim Moore and AGotti24, do we have any idea of what's going on here?
Indeed, we do, as the Washington Nationals get ready to take on the Baltimore Orioles. Now, I do want to say one thing about your guys' game there between the Indians and the White Sox. You know, I started to get a little bit of feeling. I called the Blue Jays-Astros game the other day, and the Astros are actually up 6-0, and they ended up blowing the game and losing in extras, which the Blue Jays ended up scoring 8 unanswered runs. I thought the White Sox there had a big opportunity and chance to maybe take away a win and sneak something away after starting down 9-0.
Yeah, they definitely pulled a little magic out of the hat today, putting up the 5 runs, but that's kind of been the White Sox in general this year, is really getting the chances, but just not converting half the time.
Well, that's going to do... Go ahead.
Apologies, go up.
Well, I was just going to say that's going to do it for us. The final score for the White Sox and Indians, the Indians 9, the White Sox 5. We'll send it to Tim Moore and AGotti24.
Thank you so much. As we welcome to Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. We're here in Baltimore. The Orioles 40-75. While the Washington Nationals continuing their dominant year, 69-47. However, a game and a half ahead of the hot Atlanta Braves. More at AGotti24. The Keegan Akin taking them out, a 5-10 record, 3.97 ERA, 19 starts, an average 1.53 whip. You see that walk total, Gotti, not necessarily promising, even though he has had 113 strikeouts.
Yeah, Akin, a younger guy, just about 25 years old, a second-round pick back in 2016, having a little bit of trouble with his command so far this year.
And the first pitch, he hits Trey Turner to open up the ball game. You mentioned struggling to command. Well, he hit him right on the knee on a check swing. Turner's on first to lead off this ball game already. Here comes Adam Eaton as the trying to sit back and relax is the young Akin. Here's Adam Eaton. Trey Turner, obviously, we know, a big threat to steal. Eaton, however, he's a big threat to bunt. Every Nationals game I've called this year, Adam Eaton has at least tried to bunt for a base hit at least 2 to 3 times. The first pitch, runner goes to throw to second, not in time. Trey Turner at the stolen base. Apologies.
As you were saying, Adam Eaton, a lot of bunt for hits. His last game against the Marlins on Thursday, bunt for a hit. That was his 1,000th career hit. He's finally got past that milestone, and I gotta say, that's probably out of his head. And he struggled a tiny bit in the games before that, but now he's really able to pick back up.
One popped up. That's going to fall down for a base hit. So a Hook single.
Batting third.
Adam Eaton
The
and
left
runners
fielder,
on the
22.
corners with nothing
Juan
away.
Soto.
They'll set it up for Juan Soto. Soto's had to battle with some injury issues this year, Agati. But they're glad to have him back in the lineup. You see that stat line, 286, 24 home runs, 67 RBIs, very promising. That one hit on the ground foul. The count 0-1.
Yeah, Juan Soto, the childish Bambino, just 21 years old, but he's already one of the best players in baseball, all MLB all-second team last year.
And obviously, Soto, he's the future of this team. The pitch, and high in the air center field. Moving back in, trying to make the catch, leaping. No, it bounces on the ground. One run will score. Eaton on his way to third. It's an RBI double for Juan Soto. And I'll tell you what, Austin Hayes, I thought he had it, but he was just out of his reach.
Yeah, and Adam Eaton definitely would have scored there if Hayes wasn't that close to making the catch. As we saw there, he really hadn't started running until the ball hit the wall. If Hayes was, not that fast, not able to get that close, Eaton would have easily scored, and Soto maybe even could have gotten a triple.
Oh, got it. Before the top of the broadcast, we were talking about this game can go two ways. It can be a showdown all the way to the end, or it could be a blowout. And early on, the Nationals, they're looking to break open this game as the 0-1 is inside 1-1. Kendrick at the plate. I apologize for the lineup issue. Obviously, he's not facing a right-handed pitcher. Howie Kendrick, a cleanup guy. Kendrick, a 3-0-2 pitch. Is a strike 1 and 2. Kendrick, yeah, that average has fallen down a little bit, 3-0-2, but he hits for contact very well. It's 1 inside now, 2-2.
Yeah, he hits for contact, but he also has that power when it's needed. Of course, hit that huge go-ahead home run in Game 7 of the World Series last year, which put the Nationals ahead and made them the World Series champions.
I know I say this time and time again. When you look at second basemen that are so good defensively, and then they have a good bat to complement it, arguably the most valuable player on your team, as that one's inside 3-2. It'll be a full count, no outs, runners on second and third. A base is open. Ryan Zimmerman sits on deck.
And the Nationals have always had a second baseman too, at least for a while, that has been able to hit for contact like Kendrick. Before him, it was Daniel Murphy, and it's really been a key piece in the way that the Nationals have built their team.
It's always good to have a good contact hitting second baseman, as that one misses upstairs, ball 4. The bases are loaded, and I'm surprised right now you're not coming out to talk to Akin. Bill hasn't been able to get out through now 4 hitters, and the Nationals are one swing away from breaking open this game here in the top half of the first inning. Ryan Zimmerman steps in.
Yeah, Zimmerman hitting 261, 18 home runs. That's pretty productive for Mr. National now that he's up at 35 years old. He had some pretty bad years in the mid-2010s. But he's started to kick back up in the 260s average, which is a lot better than he's been in the past.
Ian Zimmerman, he loves left-handed pitching more than anything else. Here's the 0-1. It's downstairs 1-1. Right now, it's just not working for Akin. He has the fastball somewhat effective, but the slider and the changeup have not been well. 1-1. One hit high in the air center field. This time Hayes will make the catch. Tagging and on his way home will be Eaton. Be a sacrifice fly, and the Nationals have a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, this is the way that a lot of these rivalry games have gone in the past. Of course, the Battle of the Beltways, these teams just 40 miles apart, although a lot of the local natives here in the Baltimore, Washington area don't like to call it the Battle of the Beltway because it's actually a parkway in between. But, there's a lot more of a friendly rivalry. It's not very, I guess, rough. There's never that many hit-by pitches, but, we obviously saw one today. It wasn't intentional. But it's really been one-sided these past couple years. But the fans love it. Of course, you can see super packed here today at Camden Yards.
Indeed is the pitch. This is upstairs. 1-1. One thing about this lefty hitting lineup that is for the Washington Nationals, they are so dangerous as this one's popped up. Rushman behind the plate makes the catch for the second out. But for the Nationals right here, this is a dangerous lineup. And it's funny because Adam Eaton and Juan Soto are both lefties. They just hit against left-handed pitching so well for contact. It doesn't really matter. You could stack up the righties, like, for example, Starlin Castro, who steps in, hit left-handed pitching well. It's a big reason why this Washington Nationals team is just so successful, especially against National League pitching. It just continue to be consistent, especially when they see the southpaws as the 1-0. This one hit high in the air, right center field. This one is going to fall in the gap. That's going to roll against the wall. Hayes makes the play. It'll be Starlin Castro bringing home yet another run. An RBI double. LA holding at third is Howie Kendrick. And just like that, it's a 3-0 lead for the Washington Nationals.
Castro has just been so productive this year. Picked up by the Nationals back in the offseason. But in his past 4 games, he's had 2 RBIs. And those are in a lot of pinch hitting opportunities. He hasn't started that much. He only starts against left-handers, but he's that top pinch hitting bat off against right-handers. But he's really been productive. He's hitting over 270 this year, and then a really nice RBI double there. Able to extend this inning.
And Castro's picked it back up. At one point, he was in the 240 mark. Here is, I believe, the DH of Asdrubal Cabrera. 1-1. You go? Yes, he did. 1-2. Another opportunity to bring home a run here, however, for Cabrera. He's at a 230 mark. He's on second and third, 2 away. 1-2. Oh, strike 3. Change up right there gets Cabrera looking to end the inning. The Nationals plate 3. 3 runs, 3 hits, and 2 left. Head to the bottom of the first inning. It'll be Iglesias, Santander, and Nunez to lead off for the Orioles. You're watching Major League Pop on Twitch.tv. Steven Strasburg on the mound. 3 record, 3.87 ERA. And when you look at Steven Strasburg, all you think is dominance. And he doesn't have that 100-plus mile-an-hour fastball that he had before the Tommy John surgery when he was younger. I'll tell you what, this man is dominant, and he really would be the ace of this team. A man named Max Scherzer not been on the roster.
Yeah, this year he had an injury. He's been a little bit slower than he was in the playoff run last year, where he was, of course, World Series MVP. His whip is a lot higher than he likes to be, over 140, and that ERA is in the high 3s, but he's going to try and bounce back, after that injury that he had in July. But if he can be as good as he's supposed to be, like you said, he is an ace, even though he's not this team's.
High ball right field. That one's going to be caught by David Eaton for the first out. I do want to say this, too. When you think about the year Steven Strasburg drafted, and you have to remember how good he was. I mean, he was drafted in 2009. He doing his stuff with San Diego State, which everyone thought he was the future pitcher of baseball. Now, I will say this. He was very hyped up. Everyone thought, he was the next big deal. And Strasburg is a very good pitcher. He is still that big deal. He necessarily didn't live up, I guess you could say, to those quote-unquote expectations prior to his injury. He's made himself such a useful pitcher that everyone thought when he got drafted, the Washington Nationals would be that struggling team for years where Strasburg would never win a ring, yet he'd be the face of them. He turns around and reinvents himself. It's a bunch of useful players around him that have that desire to win. All of a sudden, the man that everyone thought was never going to win a World Series in his career is a World Series champion.
Yeah, he really reinvented himself last year. Got first team All-MLB and a beautiful curveball there for the strikeout, his first on the game. But led the NL in wins last year, World Series MVP, of course, and he really reinvented himself. He's had a lot of injuries in his career, but he's only 32 years old. You know, Max Scherzer, he's really getting up there, but he's shown that you can still be up there in age as a pitcher. And, you know, also Justin Verlander has shown this and still produce. He's trying, I'd say he's right now just below Hall of Fame status, but he's trying to get himself into the Hall. And if he's pitching the way that he did last year, this year, a bit down from last year, but he still has time to improve, of course, still in early August.
Indeed, the pitch, this one hit on the ground, but it's going to get fouled. The count 0-2 to Renato Nunez. But the way you look at it, too, for Strasburg, and I know this sounds weird, but I would say the start of his career comparably, that one's fouled off again, is, believe it or not, very comparable to Justin Verlander's. I know they're two different styles of pitchers, but when you look at it in the big picture, success towards the later portions as that one swung on and missed, yet Nunez out on strikes. Strasburg creates a 1-2-3 inning in the bottom half of the first inning. Nationals still lead 3-0 as we head to the top of the second. We're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. I do want to say this again, going back on the Strasburg topic. I mean, he came up in 2010. He's won 112 games, 58 losses, and only one time in his career, back in 2013, had he went below 500 in a season. And that year, started 30 games, and he had a 3 ERA. Strasburg has been consistent, even when times have been terrible. He's turned around, and he's still been that guy, day in, day out, that the Nationals can go to. When it comes to the end of his career, he may be that 20-win starter, and still the guy that every team desires to go to every single 5 days out there on the bump.
Yeah, you know, Strasburg's been one of my favorite pitchers to watch in the MLB. The way that he really reinvented himself from that 100-mile-an-hour hurler to really focusing on his curveball, which is just deadly now, and that changeup too. He's become one of the best breaking ball pitchers in this league after coming into the league as a hurler, 100-mile-an-hour fastball guy.
And I'll tell you what, when you've never had a worse season than a 3.74 ERA, but to be fair, he had 22 appearances in that year in 2018. That's impressive. 2-2, that one hit on the ground, foul. We'll try it yet again. By the way, this is Victor Robles, the speedy center fielder. He also has the capability to bunt, but he hadn't tried. The 2-2, upstairs 3-2.
Robles really good so far this year. The one thing he needed to do is improve offensively, hitting 275. Defensively, he's already one of, if not the best defensive center fielders. Led the MLB in outfield assists last year from the center field position.
This one hit the right. That's going to fall down for a base hit, so a leadoff single. I wouldn't be surprised if he steals a bag too, just like the man that's coming up for the Nationals, the last time of Trey Turner. Led off the game, hit literally to open up the game. First strike 0-1. This is where I think we're going to see the steal if it happens.
It's a good time for him.
Turner at a 3.23. The throw to first, not in time. I'll tell you what, this 1-4 in the Nationals lineup, effectively slide step, runner not going, count 1-1.
I think even with losing Anthony Rendon, this Nationals team is just as good, if not more, if not better than last year, just because of how straight up well-rounded they've become. You know, Turner's improved, Eden's improved, Robles has improved, and of course you still have Juan Soto, who's kind of taken over that number 1 spot that Rendon had last year.
Indeed, is the 1-2. This one hit the left center field. That's going to fall in the gap. Hayes runs the play. On his way to second is Turner. Holding at third is Robles. And I'm not sure what happened there. Robles held up, but that ball was easily as in the gap. Like, that ball had no chance of getting caught. should have came home to score, but instead it'll be runners on second and third as mentioned with none away.
I don't know what Victor was thinking there. I mean, that ball easily in the gap. No one had a chance to get it, but he waited till it dropped to keep going.
And that one's fouled off, it seems. Here's Adam Eaton, by the way. Is 1 for 1 as he had a single his last time up. That one misses downstairs. 1-1. Pitch. There's a strike. 1-2. Tell you what, Igati, Akin's been in trouble a bunch early on. It's the pitch. One hit on the ground. It's going to be fielded on a line, so there's one away.
Surprised Ruiz was able to catch that. That looked very low, but a nice play there at first for Rio Ruiz.
I thought that was played on a hop, but that was not the case. I'll tell you what, a good piece there by Eaton. Unfortunately, nothing happens for the Nationals as now Juan Soto steps in. The first pitch outside 1-0. Soto as well 1 for 1. And he has a great opportunity to bring home a runner or two. He also hits very well with runners in scoring position in his young career. One's called for a strike. Good changeup that time, 1-1.
Yeah, a hit out of the infield is most likely going to score Turner, so that's really all he needs.
After simple ground balls, he grounds right there. Throw to first easily in time, but a run will score. The Nationals up 4-0. The good job there, by the way, the shortstop of Iglesias. Keep the runner held at second.
Yeah, nice play just to make sure Turner doesn't advance, and a nice throw over to first.
Indeed, and Robles, of course, the one that came across for the Nationals. Here's Howie Kendrick. Walked back in the first, ended up loading up the bases. Come home to score, however.
He's good.
First pitch. As runner goes. How about this? Trey Turner steals third.
Not even close there. Although, kind of a risky decision there. I don't know if I would risk it. You know, you never want to get that third out of the inning at third base. Obviously paid off, but how much more worth it is it? You're going to score on a base hit anyways.
There we go. There's a base hit in the left center field. This one's going to roll against the wall. Kendrick rounding. Turner scores with ease. It's an RBI double with 2 away, and now the Nationals up 5-0.
And of course, he scores there, but that's going to make me question it even more. You know, he was able to get in there, but he would have scored anyways at second, and to me, it's not worth it to try and steal third there and maybe get the out. Obviously, ended up paying off. So.
Obviously, it did. Trey Turner 2 for 2 with stolen bases, and that is going to do it for Akin. So just like that, Baltimore already going to the bullpen, down 5-0 here in the bottom of the second inning. 1 2/3 innings for Akin. Of course, all of his runs allowed earned. He got slapped around in this early going. They're going to head to the long reliever, and you see him coming in now with Ty Blake. I'll tell you what, he's had somewhat of a solid year, 55 games, 5-2 record, 4.25, kind of right around average for a long reliever. But again, it's that walks total that's concerning. 35 walks compared to 59 strikeouts for the southpaw.
Yeah, a lot higher than he would want it to be. And he was last year really struggled, ended up being designated assignment on September 16th after being claimed off the waivers, but passed through those waivers, and now he's pitching here for the Orioles against Ryan Zimmerman.
It is pitch hit on the ground. Fielding is Iglesias over to first, off balance, and the inning. So the Nationals plate 2 more. 2 runs on 3 hits and 1 left. Get to the bottom half of the second inning. Watch Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv.
Leading off for the Orioles, the designated hitter,
More Gotti 24 as Dwight Smith Jr. steps in. Nationals an early 5-0 lead. But I will say this, Gotti, me, this is no surprise. We just watched a game before this, which the Cleveland Indians played in 9 runs. And almost the game to the Chicago White Sox, which the final score is 9-5. However, got out of a bases-loaded jam as Brad Hand with 2 away.
Yeah, just the other day, back on Wednesday, the Nationals were up. But in the bottom of the 9th inning against the Marlins, then Sean Doolittle got out of a bases-loaded jam to win. So, he's not complete. These Nats have had that experience before of going up in a game. That time they were only up 1-0, so a single run would have won the game for the Marlins. But Doolittle ended up being able to get out of it.
Indeed, as 1-2's inside, 2-2. Smith the 241. More of a middle of the lineup guy against those right-handed pitchers. Pitch. Breaking ball fouled off. Try it again. I'll tell you what, Strasburg, and again, this is why I think I mentioned this last inning, Gotti, the comparison specifically with Justin Verlander is that one's fouled off. Because of that 12-6 curve, it is just so Verlander-like. And the mix of the pitches, it is very, very similar. The only difference is the velocities. 2-2 on the ground. This is going to be bobbled and now fired to first for the first out. That was a near moment there for Howie Kendrick. How about that?
I guess I could say there is one other difference in that, and that's that Strasburg's able to produce in the playoffs. That's the one thing that Verlander hasn't been able to do in his career. Always ends up bobbling it when he has that big opportunity.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say that because looking at both of these guys have 1 World Series apiece now.
Verlander's had a lot more chances, I'd say, at least, than Strasburg has. Strasburg won it in his first chance.
It's true. Well, I would say his first chance.
Well, first spot in the
World
World Series.
Playoffs, yes.
Well, of course, that first playoff appearance for the Nationals back in 2012, Strasburg was out because he had Tommy John the year before, and they didn't want to risk it. But obviously ended up paying off, and, you saw what happened with Matt Harvey, and after that whole debacle where he wasn't good enough after coming back from Tommy John, you could say it was worth it.
Strasburg called strike 3. Great changeup there. His 3rd strikeout here in the bottom half of the 2nd inning. There is 2 away as he'll now face DJ Stewart. But, you mentioned Justin Verlander in that regard. It's interesting because if you look at this postseason record, it's a 14-11. Overall, he has a 3.4 ERA. Of course, he has a MVP to his credit in the ALCS, as well as that World Series ring. And later in his career, he's been successful since his collapse in 2014, which he had a 5.40 ERA in the ALDS. He's turned around and he's won every game except for 2. Even those games that he lost weren't slap-arounds, to say the least. He's been somewhat successful since the year 2017. Which called for a strike 1-1.
Yeah, but you ended up were those 2 losses. If I think correctly, those were probably both to the Nationals back last year. He really struggled it. Well, he didn't really struggle that much. Yeah, he lost Game 2 and Game 6. Didn't really struggle though. Gave up a couple first inning runs, but it was really the bullpens that messed him up there and kind of gave him that loss. It didn't even give the Astros a chance to come back and win.
As that one misses upstairs now, 3-1. Of course, it's the World Series. Going 0-2 in the World Series is a little tough. But, again, you gotta get the wins when you can get them. 3-1. Called for strike 3-2. And obviously for Strasburg, you thought this year, not just him, but as well as a bunch of the other players on this team, would have a little bit of a down year. That's what typically happens after you win a World Series. been the case for Washington, who's looking for their 70th win on the year. Payoff pitch. Stairs ball 4. It'll be a 2-out walk. The first base runner on the game for Baltimore. And here is Austin Hayes, the center fielder.
Yeah, Hayes had that big mistake in center, which allowed Washington to score a couple runs. He's going to try and redeem himself this year. He's had a pretty productive year offensively for him, hitting .265.
Hayes is up the bat a little bit better than where he's been. 27 pitches to this point for Strasburg and bottom half of the second inning. First pitch. Good breaking ball there for a strike 0-1. Curveball is nasty. 0-1. I'm off 0-2. Let's see if he goes back to that breaking ball, although I may think he's going to try to stay up the fastball here and blow it by Hayes. Pitch. Goes to the breaking ball and ends the inning. 4th strikeout for Steven Strasburg. After issuing a walk, retires him. Runs, no hits, 1 left. Head to the top half of the 3rd inning. Nationals already played it 5 through 2. They tack on more. We'll see. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. Welcome you into the top half of the 3rd inning. Patty Watney reminding you to donate to Meals on Wheels. Meals on Wheels, one of our many charities in which Major League Baseball is affiliated with. And of course, Meals on Wheels, one of the first when I came here to Major League Baseball was the big charities that we were involved with in terms of in the massive outbreak of COVID-19. Meals on Wheels donates especially to the elderly that are in need of meals, and there, I mean, have many organizations in which they're involved with around the entirety of the United States, including my area that I currently live in. And if you have interest in donating, we'll have a link in the Twitch chat down below. Any amount is generous, and having an impact on anyone's life, the least we all can do. 0-1. Swung on this 0-2 as Kurt Suzuki steps in. Grounded out his last time up, Igati. And the way I look at it for Suzuki, really found a way to be an average offensive catcher. It's really gone under the radar, but he's been pretty consistent, and that's a big reason why a lot of teams like him. That one's fouled off.
Yeah, he's kind of split up the catching duties the last couple, or this year and last year with Yan Gomes. But he's basically started every game other than Patrick Corbin. He struggles a bit defensively, and he just can never keep up with that Corbin slider. So whenever Corbin's pitching for the Nats, it's always Yan Gomes. But if it's not, it's Scherzer, Strasburg, he can do enough defensively to not hurt the team.
This one popped up. Catcher rather Rushman to make the catch for the first down. Almost said Suzuki. It's not the case, but Suzuki pops up to Rushman, catcher to catcher. Here's one away. See, the ERA is the highest. The Baltimore Orioles, a terrible year. 4.86, and it can't get any worse than that. Obviously, 32nd of all teams in the league. But you kind of expected this. This is a team still rebuilding. Doesn't necessarily have the pieces on the pitching staff yet. They're starting to slowly figure it out offensively, as this one's ripped to left field, diving but not able to make the play as Santander. So it'll be a 1-out single for Starlin Castro. Another base runner aboard for Washington.
Yeah, the O's, the third worst team in Major League Baseball right now, second worst over in the AL, and you can see a tiny bit of a future with Adley Rutschman, but there's just not enough to even have a glimpse of hope for a while at this point.
Indeed, obviously a lot of young, I guess you could say, nostalgia-type players being brought up here on Pop Ball. The teams that don't really have much of a chance, Rutschman being one of them. Realistically, Real life, he wouldn't be called up maybe another 2 or 3 years, but here in Bot Ball, why not? As that one's hit on the ground, that's going to be missed and thrown to first. Iglesias get the out. I'll tell you what, that should have been an error. That was whiffed upon by Nunez, but Iglesias just absolutely saved him.
Yeah, great play there by Iglesias. Just completely bailed out Nunez. And if that was any other player other than the old Ryan Zimmerman, that could have reached. Or sorry, Asdrubal Cabrera. That probably could have reached. Zimmerman's even faster than Cabrera.
He is, as Victor Robles steps in. They're facing an 0-1 count. Pitch. Field it and fire to first from Alberto to end the inning. So the Nationals finally don't get a run on the board. However, they do have a hit. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 left. It's the bottom half of the 3rd inning. It's moving quickly here in Camden Yards. Watch Major League Ball on Twitch.tv.
Leading off.
Of course, we are in the Beltway Series, as Agati mentioned earlier on in this ball game. Now, apologies.
There's a lot more history in this series than the casual fan realizes. You know, there was a lot of stuff. The Orioles did not want the Nats coming to DC because it tore away half their fan base. And then also, they have the same TV deal, but it's owned by the Orioles, and they kind of scam the Nationals a little bit. There's a whole lawsuit that's been going on for a lot of years. So it's more of a front office rivalry than an on-the-field rivalry, but still a fun one to watch, you know. Always a lot of away fans. I'm actually a Nationals fan myself. I've been to a decent amount of games at Camden Yards when the Nats have been playing. You know, it's one of my favorite ballparks to go to.
Well, they also, as you mentioned, they call it the Beltway Series. Well, right now, the Nationals, they're belting away with this 5-0 lead. Of course, you mentioned the TV deal. It's its own unique, I guess you could say, case in the history of Major League Baseball. But regardless, both of these teams, I mean, right now, I will say this for people that are fans of the Baltimore Orioles, there's big reason why there's a lot more fan of the Washington Nationals now, and that's simply because, no offense, but one team's good, one team is going through a rebuild. And you're going to have fans that sway back and forth. It's just kind of how it happens. Just like how, for example, you look in Florida, Marlins, when they were relevant, they had fans, and now they don't. Just what happens when you go through a rebuilding process. And sure, some teams that are big markets, the Yankees, the Dodgers, and so many other big teams, are going to keep those fans in the ballpark. All the time will it be the case. Be a 3-1 here from Strasburg. We called for a strike 3-2, you were saying?
It's been interesting to see the past couple years how many people have either become from O's to Nats fans or just from non-baseball at all to Nats fans. They've really got the community to become bigger fans of baseball. Because back in 2017, I had friends who were saying, "Oh, I hate baseball," and then last year they won the World Series. They were going crazy. It's been fun to see how much they've revitalized that baseball community that used to be there back in the early 1900s.
Up next for the Orioles.
Yeah, Strasburg's going to deal a walk to Rushman. Oh, it heads back to the top of the lineup as Jose Iglesias will step in. Iglesias has definitely been one and maybe the only bright spot for Baltimore consistently this year. He is an incredible piece in regards to where he was back when he played with Detroit. I don't think anyone expected really that he would find the bat to hit consistently for average. But he's finally starting to get it back again. As we know, he's arguably one of the better defensive shortstops in all of baseball. 1-0 pitch. Upstairs 2-0.
Yeah, and the thing that Iglesias is probably the best at is making contact with pitches. You know, he led the MLB in contact of pitches outside the strike zone last year. So it's something that he can do. if really needed. But, you know, you don't want him to swing at those pitches. But if he does, he's got a nice case of making contact at it.
All right, there, that one, a pitch out of the zone, and he chased, and they said he went around on the check swing, so the count 2-1. ACS is apologies.
A bit surprised that the home plate umpire called that a swing right away. I thought they were going to send that over to first base.
I will say that it is a tough call when you have to make those decisions, because sometimes the umpires think they have it, but who knows? I mean, there could be things that change down the road, obviously, in terms of rules and check swings and such. Baseball's evolving quickly. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Iglesias. Hit hard to center field, back to make the catch. He'll be the center fielder of Robles for the second out of the inning.
You know, of course, there's been the past couple years that big campaign for robot umps. Of course, here we do have robot umps, but they still make mistakes every once in a while. Somehow. Well, I believe it's a setting that you can turn on and off of how often you want the umpires to make mistakes. So yeah, I guess if the MLB really wants a team to lose, they can just maybe turn that setting up a little bit on their real robot umps, but...
I'll tell you right now, in real life, players definitely do not want to deal with that, because it's bad enough they have to deal with Angel Hernandez.
Oh, yeah.
Let alone that. But this one hit the right field. Eaton will sit under it and make the catch to end the inning. Baltimore did get a runner on, but it was via the second walk from Steven Strasburg. Runs, no hits. One left on. We're through 3 here in Camden Yards as we head to the top half of the 4th inning. You're watching Major League Baseball. Twitch.tv.
The shortstop, Trey Turner.
Trey Turner stepping in for the 3rd time. Actually, correction, should be the 3rd time today.
Yeah, he was hit by a pitch back in the 1st inning. It doesn't show up on that.
He got plunked. Open up the game first pitch. He lays down a beauty. It just lands foul, so they're going to try it again. Try there, however. It's a 1-1. Downstairs, 2-1. I wonder, could he try it here again? Maybe he got it.
Yes, we'll see. If he does, and he can get a nice butt down. He's one of the fastest guys, but he just goes for a swing there, but that one goes foul.
That one, that time, was just out in front. Here's the 2-2 pitch. This one hit the center field. Moving over, but not able to make the catch is Kay, the center fielder. So there is one away, or rather, none away, and a runner on first, rather. And I'll tell you what, Hayes tried to get there. Just couldn't.
He's had a rough day out there in center field today.
I wouldn't say it's just rough. It's been busy. Every ball's been hit his way. He's had to run the balls in a gap, and we're only in the 4th inning. Gets exhausting after a while, that I can tell you. No matter how fit you are as a Major League Baseball player, you have to run pitch after pitch into the gap. It gets a little tiring after a while. Of course, right now, the Nationals, they have a 5-0 lead. They didn't score last inning, but they've had a hit every single inning against the 2 lefties that have pitched for the Orioles to this point. Just a 1-0 to Eaton. One hit on the ground, fielded, fired to second. Can they get the double play? They can. Well, a great job there by Rio Ruiz. Make the play and then fire it over to second. That'll go 3-6-3. Ruiz, Iglesias, Ruiz. Here's 2 left.
Rarely see Turner get caught up in a double play, but he did there.
Hit the throw. That was the thing. That ball was hit hard enough where they had the chance. Even Eaton, who he's not necessarily the fastest, but as we know, he has the capability to lay down bunt single after bunt single. He's not obviously the easiest to get out, but that shows how hard that ball was hit. There's Juan Soto. One launched foul on the count 1-1.
Eden, of course, gets a lot of those bunt hits, and I think bunting is the one thing in baseball that everyone thinks is so easy, but it's probably one of the hardest things to do.
I will go in two directions, actually, Gotti. I think bunting is easy in the regard of hitting the ball, hit the bat. But it is not easy in locating direction in which you want a bunt to go. I think that's where the misconception is, because I really do think in playing baseball myself, bunting's not really the issue. Obviously, anyone can bunt. It's just a matter of how you put the ball in play where. The best guys that can do it, for example, Trey Turner and Adam Eaton, who are arguably the best at it all Major League Baseball, they can locate pinpoint spots every single time against multiple types of pitchers. They don't do it just on fastballs. They do it on breaking balls, changeups. They're so successful at it, it makes them dominant, and that's why their averages are above the 300 mark. Pitch, that one hit on the ground into the shift. To be fielded and fired to first by Alberto to end the inning. So it was a leadoff single, and essentially the Nationals got retired in order. No runs hit, no one left. After the fourth inning, Baltimore still trailing 5-0. You're watching Major League Pop on Twitch.tv.
For the Orioles, the third baseman.
Here is Renato Nunez, the 3-hitter, struck out his last time up. I will say this, Steven Strasburg has been dealing out there through the first 3. He has walked 2. He has struck it out a bunch.
Strasburg here in the 4th inning has got something going on that we don't want to talk about.
That's the reason why I mentioned it in particular. The count 1-1 as that one's fouled off. I mean, it's still a very long way to go for the thing that we cannot discuss about. We shall see. 1-1 pitch. Swing. You're going to miss 1-2. And this is where you start to feel that curveball is about to come into play here for Strasburg. There you go. Yes, he did. Come on the 2-seam fastball. Strike 3. 1 away. It was the 51st pitch from Strasburg, and if I'm not mistaken, his 6th strikeout on the ballgame.
Yeah, it is so hard to hit that huge break. He didn't realize that one was breaking until the very last second and just couldn't hold up.
That's a nasty dipping 2-seam. Not a pitch we see too often. We usually see it break in on the right-handed hitter's hands. You definitely don't see it drop like that too often. Strasburg down in the count 2-0 here to Dwight Smith Jr. Smith, again, that cleanup hitter, likes right-handed pitching. I believe they may have a shift on him as well. Have to see. 2-0. This is upstairs 3-0.
Yeah, Strasburg really starting to struggle a bit with his control right here. He's had 2 walks already today. He doesn't want to give up another one right here.
Well, he's got to find the strike zone. There's a strike. 3-1. Obviously, you mentioned he has 2. Don't want to walk your 3rd. But that's been his only blemish, obviously, walking a couple hitters and losing the counts. It happens from time to time, even with the best of the best. Right now, he is still locked in. Pitch. On the ground foul, the count moves to full.
It is so hard to get the barrel of the bat on that 2-seamer when it moves like that.
His 2-seamer is nasty right now. The pitch. Just upstairs. Just missed indeed. And it'll be a 1-out walk as Smith happily trots his way over to first.
Risky take there for Smith.
I think he knew that pitch was close. He thought he was going to get rung up.
But you never walk back to the dugout. You always take a step towards first base.
Either that or you, you could say, sit in the box and act like it's a ball. But, some umpires definitely don't get fooled by that. It's the first pitch to Ruiz is a strike. He's 0 for 1. Strasburg continues to relocate the strike zone as that one's hit high in the air right field. This one's going to carry foul. Making the catch in foul territory is Adam Eaton for the second out. I'll tell you what, I knew that ball was going to land in foul territory. I thought that was going to be out of the reach of Adam Eaton. He strided his way in to make that catch in the corner.
Yeah, he almost got really unlucky there too. It's right where it kind of turns. It's a weird how it's like a corner in the middle and then it turns back to a lot of foul territory. So it could have barely hit that corner wall, where if it was a couple feet further, he would have made the catch. A couple feet closer, he would have been able to, but luckily it didn't hit that corner. It's an odd dimension here in one of the best ballparks in baseball.
Indeed, it is the unique odd dimension here. Camden, the count 0-2. You think about how many interesting plays happen because of that corner in particular. It is remarkable. This is the beauty of this field, is that one swung on and missed. Strike 3. So even Strasburg is dealing his 7th strikeout of the ball game. Already through 4. Watch a Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv as Howie Kendrick now will lead it off the top half of the 5th.
Howie Kendrick.
I've up the Nationals lead. Apologies.
You were saying the beauty of this ballpark. It's probably my favorite to go to. I've been to my fair share of games here. A couple in a suite. My uncle used to have a big restaurant in the warehouse, but it got moved. Now it's right behind home plate called Atman's Deli, and it's a staple of Baltimore. Been around for over 100 years. They have one in both M&T Bank, which is right across the parking lot from Oriole Park, and they have one here at Camden Yards.
Indeed, as the 1-1. This one hit on the ground, foul on the count 1-2. Kendrick down the count the last time he had the opportunity down the count. He found a way for a base knock to the left center field. It ultimately rolled against the wall, and he ended up trotting in the second with a double.
Another interesting thing about this ballpark is how low the press box is. We're here, a lot of us in the press box have to have gloves just in case a ball comes in, because there's no windows at all, and it's below the second deck there. It's like right in the middle, and every once in a while a foul ball comes up and is close to hitting the computer.
I can personally say this, as this one's hit on the ground, foul. Personally say this, I can count multiple times as a Yankees fan listening to John Sterling on the radio. I swear at least once or twice a year he gets a foul ball in the guest announcing session as Kendrick, strikes out for the first out. But the announcers, especially at home, gotta give it at least 3, maybe 4 balls a year landed in your booth. That may be even a too low of a number.
Yeah, then it's the opposite over at Nationals Park, just 40 miles away. It feels like you're in space up there. It's on top of the top deck, and it's 2 levels. And when you're at the very top, it feels like you can't even completely tell what's going on. It's one of the hardest parks to read where the ball is going when you're up there.
This ball hit the left field. Running is Smith, but that ball's going to go over the fence. Solo home run, Ryan Zimmerman. 19th on the year, and the Nationals bats continue to belt away, no pun intended there, as Ryan Zimmerman makes it a 6-0 lead for the Washington Nationals.
Yeah, you don't see balls that are under 100-mile-an-hour exit velocity go out that often, but he got every single bit of that barrel on the ball, and it's able to just get out of that park.
Indeed, as Kurt Suzuki now steps in. All for a strike, 0-1. He's popped out twice. Again, it's a 6-0 lead for the downstairs, 1-1. You have to remember, it's good technically a 1-0 game. The Nationals' first 2 innings been dominant with the bats, but they've slapped around these lefties left and right. And they haven't slowed down. They've got a base runner on every single inning. Or rather, not just a base runner. They've had a hit every single inning to this point. Now, obviously, we're in the fifth, but that's still remarkable as that one misses down 3-1.
Yeah, an all-star year this year for Kurt Suzuki, who's at bat. As we were talking about earlier, he is a big threat offensively, one of the more underrated players in this league.
Definitely underrated. Go back to his time with Oakland, as that one's called for a strike. The count is full. And he was something special, especially when he was on the Twins, for offensive production, as that one's hit down the left field line. That's going to roll all the way to the wall. Suzuki on his way to second. Throw nowhere near in time. It's going to be a one-out double. And the extra base hit barrage continues for this Nationals team.
Yeah, Suzuki, really nice job. Get everything on that ball. Almost overslid the base there.
Indeed, and now here is Starlin Castro. First pitch to him is called for a strike 0-1. Castro has singled and doubled. Doubled in first inning and singled his last time up. It's a triple and a homer for the cycle. This one hit down the right field line. This is going to roll into the corner. This is going to be more extra bases. Suzuki rounds third. He's on his way home and will score. It's another double for Starlin Castro, this time an RBI double. It's a 7-0 lead for the Washington Nationals.
Things starting to look kind of similar to the last game when the Indians came out to a 9-0 lead. The Nats hoping that the same thing isn't going to happen to them.
Right now, the Nationals are rolling. And on the defensive aspect, they haven't allowed a hit yet. Also pretty impressive. Obviously, they're only through 4 innings, but that regard, you've got an all-around ball game to this point. Now you just have to seal the deal. It'll be an 0-1 count to Cabrera, who is one, and I believe the only one of the starting lineup that's still yet to get a hit early on. Fouled off, and the count 1-2.
Cabrera had an interesting season last year, played 93 games for Texas, ended up getting dropped, signed with the Nationals, and hit 323 in 146 plate appearances. When he was in Texas, he hit 235, but really got productive with the Nats. This series fell off once again, though, hitting below 230.
He's going to have to re-find himself, and I guess you could say, I mean, it's not exact, but this is the quote-unquote replacement over there, as that one misses downstairs 3-2. And that regard, I'm talking about Anthony Rendon to be his replacement. Obviously, you know, they have Starlin Castro as well, which really is truly the replacement. You can make the argument Cabrera was the replacement acquisition they made.
Well, there's a lot of ways that they really could have gone this season. Of course, in ball, they ended up trading for Colin Moran, the third baseman who's been starting against right-handed pitchers.
That one's going to fall down for a base hit, rounding and scoring Starlin Castro, and Cabrera has an RBI single, and now every National could have a hit in this one.
And I'll continue there after this pitching change. Wade LeBlanc coming in. 1-3 record this year, an ERA almost at 6, and another guy with that strikeout to walk ratio not even close to where he wants to be. Really struggling against left-handed bats, something that the Nationals have a lot of coming up after Robles and Turner. But I'll go back to those replacements of Anthony Rendon. They also, of course, have Carter Kieboom, who's their top prospect, and he can play some third base. They've really been trying to transition him there. He'll probably start at the hot corner next year because his bat is really good. It's just that glove that hasn't completely transitioned to that third base position yet.
Indeed, it necessarily hasn't transitioned yet. The pitch on the ground foul, 0-2. But yeah, you know, these players will find there's still time to develop. And the difference from, for example, Washington all the way to Baltimore is Washington, you don't really want to test it right now. You right now you're playing for a World Series yet again. Obviously, we're not in the postseason, but they're right now leading the division, looking for their 70th win on the year, and they're having a great year. CO2 misses upstairs 1-2. You don't want to mess with success, I guess you could say, Agati. But if you're Baltimore, just trying to find a little bit of momentum, a little bit of success somewhere, that starts with developing your future pieces that could lead to success.
Even if it's not team wins for Baltimore, you want those individual wins.
Oh my goodness. The Robles can't believe it, but that one's going to be a 3-6-3 double play for the second time today. Ruiz, Iglesias, Ruiz. Ultimately, just like that, another inning gone. So we had the bottom half of the 5th inning. 2 more runs added onto the board for the Washington Nationals. 8-7-0. So you're watching Major League Ball on Twitch.tv as we've headed into the halfway mark in this one. And the Baltimore Orioles still looking for their first hit on the ball game. Strasburg's walked 3. That's been his only blemish to this point. He's also, if I'm not mistaken, struck out 7.
For the Orioles, the center fielder, Austin.
Face Austin Hayes here to lead off the inning. First pitch is downstairs 1-0. It's 63 pitches. In the bottom of the 5th, that one misses downstairs another time, 2-0. Pitch. This one hit down the left field line. It's going to be a base hit. The no-hitter is gone. Not that he really would have gotten it anyways, to be honest.
There's the broadcaster's jinx.
Indeed, but it's the first base hit of the ball game, and that one was hanging away fastball and a bit out in front of it, but regardless, it was a base knock. And here is Sarah Alberto.
And the Orioles fans, starting to get on their feet. Got a base hit. They saw what happened just about an hour ago, and they have a glimmer of hope.
Typically by now, the typical Baltimore Orioles fan probably already left the ballpark.
Yep, bit surprising.
Simply because of the fact it's a blowout game and there hasn't been much to look forward to. But a little bit of glimmer of hope here on the show is that one's lined foul. Count 1-1.
I guess you could say it was because of that Strasburg no-hitter going on. They maybe wanted to see a chance of that, but now that that's gone, I guess we'll see how many fans decide to stay around.
He's fouled off 1-2 indeed, and there is a good mix in the park. You see a good bunch of orange and white shirts, which resemble the Baltimore Orioles. A good little share of red as well for the Natties fan. One's fouled off 1-2.
Some blue too, which I'm assuming is Nationals. They have some merch that's in that blue. Of course, they wore those blues all postseason long last year. The lucky blue script jerseys.
This is upstairs 2-2. Only thing MLB The Show hasn't had accurately is they haven't from time to time popped up, the good old Marlins man. So, close to a multiple amount of games. This one hit down the left field line. That's going to fall down for a base hit. So overall, the Orioles have had a tough day. But this is a very good inning. Back-to-back knocks. All of a sudden, Baltimore threatening.
A big broadcaster's jinx here. No-hitter to 2 hits in a row.
Let's see now if they can bring home a run. As Rushman will step up to the dish. 252. He walked his last time up. One misses upstairs 1-0. Strasburg now at 72 pitches. And he's still dealing very well. But his pitch count's somewhat a little high as that one's upstairs again, 2-0.
Yeah, Rutschman last 3 games, 3 RBIs. That's exactly what you want to see from him. He's in a very similar situation as Carter Kieboom for the Nationals. And if Kieboom was on the Orioles, he would be starting 100% right now. But, you know, the Orioles, they have nothing to lose by having him except maybe an extra year because of the MLB rules.
A fly ball center field. This one's going to be fielded by Robles to throw to third just a little wide. And the runner will move over of Hayes.
The batter, number 11.
Third. So there'll be runners on the corners and 1 away.
Iglesias.
That shall move it back to the top half of the lineup as Jose Iglesias will step in. He's flown out twice. A fly out here would bring home the first run for Baltimore. First pitch. It's outside 1-0. He's downstairs as well, 2-0. Iglesias looking very composed. That one's for a strike, 2-1. And he's very good at putting the ball in play. Get a ground ball here because it'll be a double play. Pitch. Pops up high in the air center field. This is going to be shallow center. Robles makes the catch. The runner tags to throw to home. Easily in time.
Why are you running?
Indeed, why are you running? I'll tell you what, Robles, we mentioned arguably the best defensive outfielder in terms of assists. That one looked easy. We head to the top half of the 6th. It's Washington 8, Baltimore nothing. And after that, you deserve to score nothing. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. The first pitch is a strike. They're Harvey up in the bullpen, but I'll tell you what, I can't believe they tagged there.
Yeah, there was a shallow center field against a guy who can throw from center field over 100 miles an hour.
Anthony Hayes is not slow by any means, but that is a decision that makes anyone look slow, as that one's called for an out, or rather grounded for an out. I mean, literally, you could have probably had Trey Turner at third, and he still would have been thrown out at least 20 feet.
He was out by a mile.
Decision. That is a terrible decision.
Adam Eden now up against Wade LeBlanc. LeBlanc really struggled so far this season against left-handed hitters, giving up a average batting average of over 320.
Well, that one falls for a base hit, so make it maybe a 330 now, something like that. It's going to bump up higher and higher as you see batting average leaders in the National League now up to a 325. Not going to get to David Peralta. I don't really think he'll get to Slayer either. Obviously, Slayer is right there to 327, but the man's cooled down just a tiny bit, despite the fact that he's been mashing home run after home run. First pitch to Soto's outside, 1-0. But you would think, though, Agati, if a lefty pitching to a lefty, he'd be able to get him out. But if he allows a hit here to Soto, it proves that those struggles continue. It's outside again, 2-0.
Soto does his signature Soto shuffle. He's one of the most fun players to watch in this whole entire league.
Energetic, and he is a good baseball player as that one's held off. The count 2-1. Nationals looking to make it perhaps a double-digit lead. They dominated here in this one. Pitch. Side 3-1. Now, it's about this time for Baltimore. If you go down double digits, this is where you usually like to pitch the position player. And swung and missed 3-2. Although technically, right now in Major League Baseball, that is illegal.
Yeah, but this is bot ball, so you know, maybe we can see it.
We shall see the pitch on the ground. Ruiz is going to have another one over to second. Throw to first, not in time. Rio Ruiz He's got an assist on that one. His third one of the day, and there's 2 away as it moves over to Howie Kendrick.
That was a bit risky with Eden on first. I bet about 2 years ago Eden would have been safe there at second, but he's kind of slowed down, starting to get up there in age.
As this one hit on the ground, Iglesias Fields fires to second to end the inning. Yet again, the Washington Nationals get yet another run on bases. They've dominated in this one. They right now have 8 runs on 13 hits compared to no runs on 2 hits for Baltimore. We head to the bottom half of the 6th inning. You're watching Major League Pop Ball on Twitch.tv. And Tander steps in. He is 0 for 2. He struck it out thrown out in this one as he'll face Steven Strasburg for the 3rd time.
Interested to see how far Strasburg can go today. Of course, got a shutout so far. Only 78 pitches starting here at the bottom of the 6th inning. So he's hoping to go 2 or 3 more innings.
Well, I would like to say the magic number for him would only have to be if you can get 7 quality innings over to your bullpen, a long reliever, whoever you want to go to. I think it'll be just fine for Washington.
Especially up by 8.
He fouled off 0-2. I mean, you could try to extend Strasburg, try to expand his pitches and innings, but knowing him in his injury history, as we mentioned on top of the broadcast, don't really want to do that because you're playing with the risk down the road of him especially being overutilized as that one misses 1 and 2. Right now he's at 81, so I can only really see him going 1 more after this. One's hit on the ground. Here is Turner over to first in the shift for the first down.
Yeah, if this was a lot closer of a game, I'd expect him to, go up to like 100 to 110, but up by 8, there's no reason to risk it.
Another thing as well, where I'm interested to see if it comes down the road for Washington, I'd be surprised if they start pinch hitting a couple guys as well, because this is a big lead. Not to say that Baltimore won't come back, because based upon the last 2 games I've called, listen, it's anyone's ball game until the game reaches its final out. Overall, the momentum's still been in Washington's favor, and you want to try to limit as much as you can, keep these guys healthy, especially in the bigger picture aspect of things. Because you look at a game and a half ahead of Atlanta right now. You get to your next Atlanta series, you want to try make it at least 3 games and put all the cards on the tables. That one swung on a miss 2 and 2.
And they've got the Padres coming up next week also, so playing well against Atlanta, playing well in the division. Outside the division, they don't have that hard of a schedule as we head down towards the most important parts of the year.
Strasburg, that time, his 7th strikeout as he gets Nunez looking. It's a fastball right down the pipe. Don't really know what Nunez was looking at. There's 2 away.
Yeah, but next week, their next series, the Nationals have the Athletics. So before the Padres, they've got a tough series. But after that, it's not going to be that rough for them to really have a good year.
Right now, the Nationals cruising, regardless of being on a game and a half above a very good team in the NL East of Atlanta Braves. Overall, they've, again, had a very good year. On the AL side, going to a better year than the Twins, 74 and 42. But anyone in that AL Central would be competing for not just the number 1 spot in terms of best record, but also battling for that division. It's over strike 3 and 1.
I think when we talk about also the NL East is so good. You could argue it's not the best division in baseball. You could argue it's the AL Central with the Twins, Indians, and White Sox. But if you have a team like the Phillies at 500, it just shows how many games they've lost in division to the Nationals, to the Braves, to the Mets, and to the Marlins.
That's true, and obviously it's been an underwhelming year for the Mets. It's been a right around expected year for the Marlins. And the Phillies, there was a little bit more expectations, but not, I guess you could say, too much. They're right around where they were planned to be. First pitch is a strike to release 0-1.
You could say the Marlins are better than you would think. Only 10 games under 500, which is, for them, I'd say pretty impressive considering the team that they have.
Is that one's fouled off 0-2? No, it is, and they have a lot of young players that they traded for. Of course, they traded away Jonathan VR and a couple of big players in the trade, for example, Nuesi, and so many others. I mean, this is a team that could be a threat in the NL East in the future, just like the Orioles can be, once they get everything together. But on the Baltimore side right now, you got to put together a couple of runs. 1-2 on the ground. Be fielded and fired to Strasburg at first by Zimmerman to end the inning. Very unorthodox there because Zimmerman tried to tag it and couldn't get it. Ultimately, that will end the inning. It'll be Zimmerman to lead it off. Suzuki and Castro. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. Two-thirds of the way through this one. Zimmerman 1 for 2, homered his last time up to the left field seats. And yet again, he faces the lefty of LeBlanc. Fouled off 0-1. I mean, one thing that's hurt Baltimore in this game, and I know you can't avoid it every game in Gotti, but you've thrown 3 lefties against a left-handed pitching lineup. And needless to say, Washington hasn't been able to make any changes, mix around for righties to come in, because Baltimore's just thrown the southpaws back to back to back.
It's almost like you're trying to lose if you're the Orioles, which you don't lose on purpose, but maybe there's a slight thought of you want to get that draft pick, but also you don't want to lose your job if you're the Orioles manager.
It is a swing and a miss for strike 3. Zimmerman couldn't catch up to that 88-mile-an-hour two-seam fastball from LeBlanc. Here's Kurt Suzuki, doubled his last time up and scored a run. Call for a strike 0-1. And will say, though, despite this being an 8-0 game, it's moved somewhat a solid pace to relief pitching. Now, the Washington Nationals have been bashing left and right. A good job. This one also bashed out the left field. Making the catch, however, in left. Be Santander for the second out.
Yeah, for a second I thought that one could have been gone. Santander just kind of slowed down, but I think it was because he ran too fast at first and realized that he needed to readjust.
Now there's away in the inning. Here is Starlin Castro, and some days he's starlight, star bright as he is today, and sometimes he, yes, you could say, is not a star tonight, as that one's hit on the ground, and it's going to be a 1-2-3 inning for the first time today. Nationals finally don't get a runner on as LeBlanc works a 1-2-3 inning. We head to the bottom half of the 7th. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. And going back to the Starlin Castro reference, it's simply because of, especially when he was with the Yankees, but also prior with the Cubbies, some days where Castro turn it up and he was unstoppable. Turn around the next day and he'd go 0-for-4 with 4 strikeouts. Some days he has it, some days he doesn't. But one thing about Castro, regardless, is that he's been an average hitter his entire career. And he's turned out to be one heck of a baseball player.
I mean, yeah, he was coming in. He was the first guy born in the 2000s to play in the MLB. Sorry, born in the 90s to play in the MLB. And he's had a bit of a disappointing career, but he's been a very good role player his whole career. Coming in, we were kind of expecting him to be a career-long all-star, but since then he's settled into a everyday role with the potential for like what he's done today to really be able to burst out and be a huge impact player.
Is that one hit in the air to Soto for the first out. So Steven Strasburg in this inning, he will deal what is to be his 100th pitch of the ball game.
I'd have guessed this is going to be his last inning. I don't see Davey Martinez putting him back out there above 100 pitches.
First pitch misses upstairs 1-0. Well, I think the other thing, too, is that if he allows back-to-back runners on, it could also spell the end of the game for him. Overall, he is healing.
I have not seen anyone warming up in that Nationals bullpen, though.
Hit on the ground. Kendrick over to first for second out. And indeed, I don't see anyone warming up, but I don't think you'll see anyone warm up until a runner gets on. This has to be the last inning for Strasburg. I don't see him coming back out on 100 pitches. If he was throwing a no-hitter, understandably so. But here in a two-hitter, not really worth him trying to go for a shutout. He'll be throwing 130-plus pitches.
Up by 8, too. It's just not worth it, even how on fire he is.
High ball. This one's going to be easily fielded to end the inning as Castro just walking away. 1, 2, 3, go the Orioles in bottom half of the 7th. We head to the top half of the 8th. It'll be Cabrera, Robles, Turner. You're watching Usually Bump on Twitch.tv.
I think Strasburg's trying to make a case for him to stay in there. A one-pitch at-bat to end the 7th.
Indeed, and now it is Asdrubal Cabrera who steps in to face the block. This is outside 1-0. Tell you what, good attendance day in Baltimore. 29,240 fans in attendance. It's not good, though, when you have your team getting bashed around, to say the least. Good attendance day.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it's only around, with no traffic, 30 minutes between the two cities, so probably got a lot of Nationals fans coming out. It's a nice Sunday. Wait, hold on. Saturday, I apologize. Losing track of days here, but it's a nice Saturday. It's a nice Saturday night. Beautiful day for baseball in early August.
It is, and obviously for the Nationals, it's a beautiful day. If you're an Orioles fan, continue to live in agony. Really, if you're an Oriole, you've lived in agony. Of course, just didn't say an Oriole, but an Oriole fan. Oriole fans have lived in agony since that extra inning loss in the wild card game in which they hadn't pitched Zach Britton. Still waiting for him to come out this day. Unfortunately, that's when the turn for the worse came for the Baltimore Orioles.
You know, both of these teams were almost identical in the early 2000s, from the 2000s to the mid 2010s. These teams were almost identical. Struggled throughout the 2000s and then really turned things up in 2012. Both teams made the playoffs, and that's for the first time in Nationals history. The Orioles for the first time in a long time. But after around 2015, that extra inning loss to the Blue Jays, the Orioles sold off everyone. You know, no more Adam Jones, Nelson Cruz, Mark Trumbo. All of those guys who were really stars for them were all gone, while the Nationals went the exact opposite way and won a World Series.
And it's been a back and forth. Obviously, the one thing, too, is that looking for the Nationals made a manager change. They were effective, and the Orioles have a manager change every other year. Of course, from that point, you also have to remember, too, they had Buck Showalter, who is a very good manager. They had him for so long that it was Buck's team and what Buck wanted. Now when you turn around and you need success, fortunately there wasn't much minor leaguers in the system, as that one's grounded out to end the inning for another 1-2-3 inning here in the top half of the 8th. Through 7.5 here in Baltimore, into the bottom 8th inning, it'll be Rushman, Iglesias, and Santander. You're watching Usually Bump on Twitch.tv.
Leading off for the Orioles,
Strasburg staying in.
I'm very surprised by it, but hey, shutout's a shutout, I guess. I want him to go 8 strong. He's only at 102. You can give him that at least. Are keeping him in as he'll face the 9-hitter of Rush. His first pitch popped up again. I mean, how many pop-ups are they going to have today? This one's going to be fielded by the first baseman, Zimmerman, for the first down. I don't mean to make it like that, but it's, I mean, they do have their 2 hits, but if they're not striking out, almost like you're popping up behind Strasburg.
And a lot of them are on these first pitches. That's 2 in a row first pitch pop-outs for Strasburg. He's really trying to stay in. You know, if he can do this 2 more times, maybe he can get a complete game.
Well, he's going to try, I guess you could say, for the 3-pitch inning. Well, I guess you could say. Have to throw one right down the pipe to Iglesias, however, who likes the first pitch swing. Iglesias 0 for 3 on the day. First pitch swing, left field. It's going to be fielded on the run by Soto for the second out.
3rd straight first pitch out. You know, he had an immaculate inning last year, and I don't know what's more impressive, an immaculate inning or getting 3 pitches, 3 outs in 1 inning. Let's see if he can do it here against Santander.
I would say it's the immaculate inning. Not many people in baseball have ever been able to say. In fact, less people in baseball have been able to say they've had an immaculate inning compared to a perfect game. One call for a strike, so it won't be a 3-pitch inning. But the immaculate inning is definitely harder, and not many people can say they do it once or twice for that matter.
Yeah, but I mean, I wonder what one's more rare. I mean, honestly, it's probably the immaculate inning considering how rare it is. And, you know, 3-pitch, 3-out inning is not as impressive. It's more just the batters not being that smart. Swinging at bad pitches, not getting good contact most of the time.
0-2 on the ground. I'm going to try it again. Let's put it like this. There's been 80 immaculate innings in baseball as early as 2015. So think about that. As that one called strike 3 gets Santander looking in the inning. Well, Steven Strasburg may try to go for the complete game shutout. We'll see. The pitch count low to, I believe that was 6 in that inning.
Leading off for the
It'll be Adam Eaton to lead it off the top half of the 9th. And I swear, if Adam Eaton bunts here, I'm going to go crazy.
Let's see if he does.
Oh. 1 ball, no strike.
Adam Eaton has not bunted yet today, which is the reason why I mentioned that. It's an 8-0 game. There would be no reason for him to try to do so. You never know. Never know, Gotti, what Adam Eaton has under his sleeve.
If he does, I bet you he'll get thrown at tomorrow.
See, this one launched to right field. The consecutive 1, 2, 3 innings are gone as this one bounces off the wall. On his way to second on the dive is Adam Eaton, and he has a leadoff double. Nearly thrown out, but he got there in time.
1.
Yeah, nice play there to get there, you know. Like I've said this a couple times recently, but his speed's starting to dwindle as he's getting up there in age, but he's still fast enough. Got in there safely.
Eaton flying down the base paths. If I'm not mistaken, it's his 3rd hit of the ball game. Continues the productivity. Here comes another lefty of Juan Soto. In fact, I just thought about it as well, Gotti, as Soto launches one foul. Last hit allowed by LeBlanc is also, if I'm not mistaken, a leadoff single for Adam Eaton. Instead, he's basically retired everyone else. Oh,
yeah, he had those 2, 1, 2, 3 innings.
This is LeBlanc's 4th inning of work, if I'm not mistaken. So he's dealing well to left-handed hitters, which he only has to face twice. 0-2, hit high in the air to left field. Moving over and making the catch is Santander for the first out. Now hold the runner on second, of course, because that was a little bit shallow. So Santander worked his way back to the position. And now here's Howie Kendrick.
Howie getting up there in age, still producing though.
Howie always due for a bomb. 21 home runs this year, 79 RBIs. He is something special.
And
Missed outside 1-0. We thank you for watching here, Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. Watching the Nationals and the Orioles. This one hit high in the air left field. And Tander again's going to make the catch. This is going to force Eaton to hold yet another time. There will be 2 away. And LeBlanc, again, he can't get Adam Eaton out. He's got everyone else out. He continues his rhythm with 2 away.
If I go back to Howie Kendrick, he's one of the guys that I was happiest for back when the Nationals won the World Series last year. Now, drafted in 2002. He was drafted more than 2 years before I was born and didn't win a World Series until last year.
Adam Eaton is just so special. And you think about it, too. What's scary about Adam Eaton, hey, Gotti, you know, obviously I know you're a Nationals fan, but you know how many All-Star games Adam Eaton has made despite being very consistent in his career?
He might have made, was this year his first in Bop Ball?
Oh, correction. Counting Bop Ball, we'll count Bop Ball. How many All-Star games do you think he's made? As this one's hit on the ground, and he fielded and fired to first to end the inning. So Eaton leads off the inning with the double and gets straight at second. He'll run the 1 hit and 1 left. We head to the bottom of the 9th. Baltimore trying to prevent getting shut out here. Watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. But going back to Kendrick. He didn't make the All-Star game this year, so that is 1. How many other times has he made the All-Star game is my question.
Oh, I don't know if he's made it any other times. I mean, he's been productive, but I don't. Maybe once before that. So maybe 2 career All-Star games, including Bop Ball.
Yes, indeed, 2 career All-Star games. You have to go all the way back when he was in LA.
The Dodgers.
Angels.
Oh,
Back when he was with the Angels in the year of 2011. And what was ironic about that year in 2011 was that year he was actually batting his second to career low in batting average at that point. And in terms of power statistics, wasn't up par. He had 63 RBIs come to the end of the year. He did have 18 home runs, which I will say was a career high for him. Well, no longer is in terms of Bop Ball because he's in 20 mark now. At that time, it was a career high for him. But overall, his production was relatively much lower from the 3 years prior. And yet, he finally found himself his first All-Star bid. And he had better years since then and still wasn't an All-Star.
Now, just want to point this out. Strasburg, that was his 112th pitch still in this game. Davey Martinez, I said Strasburg's probably saying he's fine, and Martinez believes him here.
Well, I don't see a single soul up in the bullpen.
I think I saw Hudson warming up. I think they showed, while we were talking about Kendrick, I think they showed 2 guys warming up there. It might have been Hudson and Elias, but...
Well, at this point, if you have him going to the 9th, you might as well just sit them down. Even if he loses the shutout, let him finish the ballgame. This one launched to center field. Oh, this is going to be trouble. Back at the wall, warning track. It's going to be over the fence. Home run. White Smith Jr. The Orioles break the shutout and get on the board. And you know what? I think now's the time to take him out, Gotti.
I think so, too. You know, first pitch home run there to Smith Jr. It's interesting because they're still up by 7, but also, you know, there's no point anymore. There's no more complete game. You don't have a no-hitter. You don't have a perfect game. You don't have anything. So why keep him in? It's just risking an injury. And there's Martinez gonna take Strasburg out. An amazing game by him, though.
Yep, he's going to go to the lefty. And that's going to do it all for Steven Strasburg. But the Orioles fans surprisingly giving him a round of applause. I don't know if you saw that. As he heads back to the dugout. Fantastic performance regardless for Strasburg as here comes Elias, the left-hander, Good ERA, by the way, 1.91, but 8 1/3 innings for Strasburg. One heck of a performance. Torrey doesn't get the complete game shutout, but I didn't think he was going to make it past the 7th inning, and he did. He put together a very good ball game.
Yeah, and Elias now coming in, that batting average against right-handers under 200. His record 0-3, but of course, record doesn't really matter that much when you look at the whole scheme of things. A super low ERA, and he has had a really, really productive season coming out of the bullpen this year for the Nationals. A place where they really struggled last year, but since then, they've done pretty good. Now, obviously picked up Will Harris in the offseason to help them out. Will Harris, of course, one of the main reasons that they were able to win the World Series, giving up a big home run in Game 7, though.
I was going to say this, but I think it's made Elias so special, is that he's had such a quick, compact motion that it's very hard, especially with his quick, compact motion, that it hides the ball against righties. But he's so effective at pounding the corners as, there we go, strike 3 for the second out. He pounded that baby right on by. And you see Strasburg's final stat totals here. 8 1/3 innings, 3 hits, 1 run earned, of course, the solo home run. He did walk 4, but 8 strikeouts, 113. They couldn't fit that one on the graphic, unfortunately. 113 pitches for Steven Strasburg, and he did one heck of a job today. He's going to get the win, pending no 8-run miracle here. Overall, again, an excellent day and a big victory to come here for the Nationals.
You know, we've seen a lot of things happen in ball, but I don't know if we've seen a 7-run comeback with 1 out.
On the ground against the shift, Turner fields, and the ball game is over. 70th win on the year, the Washington Nationals. Gabe Martinez, I'll tell you what, he is happy as can be as they've expanded the divisional lead to 2 for the moment over the Atlanta Braves as they have dominated Baltimore Orioles in the Beltway Series here tonight.
Yeah, one heck of a game from Strasburg, a super explosive offense in the early innings, and then able to keep that going the rest of the way. A great team win for the Nationals, and something that they're going to try and build on as they play the Orioles, of course, tomorrow, the second game of this 2-game series.
And again, final stat line, 8 runs, 14 hits compared to 1 run on 3 hits, and the only run coming in the bottom of the 9th. Strasburg picks up his 9th win on the year. Akin gets the loss, allowed 6 hits, made it an inning and 2/3, and allowed 5 runs. And overall, we'll take a look at the highlights here as this is how the top of the first inning led off. An RBI double to center field from Juan Soto. It would be his only hit of the game. But once the Nationals went up here, they never looked back.
We'll be in these highlights for the top of the first for a good 10 minutes.
See the Starlin Castro. He lines one to right center field. This one fell down for a double. This would be one of 2 on the day for Starlin Castro. Again, that one brought home a run. They make it a 3-0 lead. And again in the top, actually this one in the top half of the second, Howie Kendrick doubled to left center field. This made it 5-0. A run as well came prior in the game. And then we should see the next highlight, which should be Ryan Zimmerman. Indeed it is Ryan Zimmerman. His solo shot in the top of the 5th. Believe it or not, the only home run for the Nationals in this game. Overall, that gave them a 6-0 lead, and of course the lead only got bigger. And Starlin Castro again, another RBI double, this one down the right field line against the wall. It made it 7-0, and one more run would come on the board yet again for Washington. And this one was the first hit of the ball game, first for Baltimore. Strasburg had a no-hitter through 4 innings. Fortunately, couldn't get it farther than that, but that was 2 hits he allowed back-to-back in that inning. And here's the line out that really should have been the first run for Baltimore. Ultimately, it resulted in the ugliest double play you may have ever seen.
Yeah, not great job there. You know, Robles has that amazing arm, able to showcase it there.
And then Strasburg here, healing and getting his 9th strikeout looking Bottom of the 8th inning. He turns around the bottom of the 9th. The only run of the ball game for Baltimore is Dwight Smith Jr. launched one to center field, sending the Baltimore fans home happy to an extent. Obviously not happy that they lost.
I don't know how happy.
Giving them the one run needed to prevent a shutout. Then, of course, in this one right here, after Elias comes in, Turner Fields fires to first. The ball game's over. Of course, Washington winning the final score 8-1. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that, Gotti.
Yeah, Strasburg just one hell of a game. 8.1 innings pitched, 3 hits, 8 strikeouts. You're not going to get better than that.
It's a good win for Washington against an easy ball club. On the opposite side, and I've called a lot of Yankees games in recent weeks, and my one critique on the Yankees, which I know we're talking AL, NL, in particular the Yankees, for example, against the Orioles, have struggled this year. Struggled in particular beating bad ball clubs. Well, the Nationals, they've had no problem dominating bad ball clubs. As you could see in the Beltway Series, of course, a rivalry game, picking up an 8-1 victory. That's what you have to do against struggling teams.
Yeah, exactly, especially if you want to get that top place in the division. But honestly, for the Nats, I feel like they're fine with the wild card. They've had one wild card in their history, and they were able to make a World Series win out of it.
And of course, again, it's critical for the Nationals, especially after last year. The expectations were none. No one expected them to come out of nowhere and be successful. Yet they found a way to turn around, win a World Series, and necessarily be the team that is now arguably, again, a favorite to win again this year. But before we wrap things up, Gotti, I want to get your final thoughts on this one.
Great game for the Nationals, winning 8-1. Something they really needed after losing to the last place Marlins in their last game. They're going to look to keep up this momentum again tomorrow, as, you know, they really want to pad that lead against the Braves in the NL East.
Indeed, and of course the Nationals, again, their 70th win on the year. The final score in this one, 8-1, the Nationals picking up a huge victory. And it seems like we have Hines here in the broadcast booth. Hines, how are you doing here tonight?
I'm doing pretty well. It's been a pretty slow day, but, you know, that's summer for you. I guess it's August, so it's slowly fading away.
Well, you're going to have a game coming up with the dominant NL Central team of the Chicago Cubs, facing a struggling Milwaukee Brewers team. And before we wrap things up, I do want to ask you, how much of a surprise has it been, considering the fact the Brewers have struggled this year? I don't think that was expected by many ball clubs.
I mean, I'd agree with that. I think that I didn't necessarily think going in that they were going to be the favorite to win the division, just because of the losses of guys like Grandal and the fact that they were still trying to find their starting pitching, and didn't do too many moves, but certainly not be this far under 500 and be completely out of the race. I thought they'd be a good wild card team like the Cardinals. I mean, the Reds and the Cubs were all going to be, neck and neck.
Indeed, I will have to agree. But again, the final score of the Washington-Baltimore game, 8-1. I've been Tim Moore alongside Gotti24, saying so long as you've been watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. Hines, will hand it over to you here in Miller Park as you are watching the Chicago Cubs take on the Milwaukee Brewers. Hines, take it away.
Well, thank you, Tim and Gotti, and we take you out to the Central Time Zone now from the East to, my opinion, the best of the time zones, as we have Zach Brown gonna be on the mound here for the Milwaukee Brewers here in Miller Park. First opened back in 2000, and I'm sure if the late Cubs broadcaster Harry Carey was here, he would not be as into it as he would be elsewhere, because of course he is both a Cubs fan and a Bud man. So Brewers and Miller beer, not his cup of tea, or beer for that matter. As first pitch here at 4:52 Central Time is a ball from Zach Brown.
First pitch. 6-10.
Chris Bryant at the plate leading off for the Cubs, as he has pretty much all season barring a couple injuries. 71 degrees, wind blowing in from right. It's a nice day here in the state of Wisconsin.
That's the ball.
It's 2-1 now here on Chris Bryant. He hit a leadoff homer yesterday, accounting for one of only 2 runs that the Cubs would wind up scoring. That came off of the ace of this Brewers staff, Brandon Woodruff. 2-2 pitch here, and swung on and missed. So today's afternoon game starts off with a strikeout for the young Zach Brown.
The first baseman, number 44, Anthony.
Zach Brown, 6'1", age 25, out of Seymour, Indiana. Was originally drafted, Zach Brown, by the Chicago Cubs back in 2013 out of high school. Instead, opted to go to the University of Kentucky before then getting drafted by this Brewers ball club. As that one is hit down the line hard by Rizzo. It's 0-2 here on him early in the game. That one is another foul ball.
Well, that's out.
See our home plate umpire, Gary Simmons, Patrick Johnson, Larry Bullard, and James Kingsley, home through third. That one from Brown in the dirt with the fastball, 2-2. He does like that fastball. Does Brown also has a curveball, changeup, and the occasional two-seam fastball. He works off of it. That one is called strike 3. Back-to-back Ks to start this game for Zach Brown. He's found his footing very quickly. However, I think Anthony Rizzo, as that reaction suggests, not all too pleased. Looked to be a bit on the inside part of the plate, and normally Rizzo will get that call with how close to the dish he stands, but on this occasion he's called out on strikes, and Javier Baez will step to the plate now, looking to get the first ball hit into fair play. That one is up and in. Well, look out there, Javi. It's 2-0. He has 24 homers on the year, which is second only behind Kyle Schwarber, who's been far and away the Cubs' best power hitter, though we've also seen a breakout year from Chris Bryant back to that MVP form. However, the MVP race is still wide open here in the National League, and we'll see one of the other candidates being Christian Yelich coming up to bat in the bottom of this first inning. 3-1 here on Baez. Kyle Schwarber stands on deck for the Cubs. Brown's delivery is swung on and missed from Javi, and he certainly would want that one back. That's a fastball right in his nitro zone. Would love to have hit that one a good 450 feet. Payoff pitch there, fouled back. Yesterday's game, the first of a 3-game set here in Milwaukee, Cubs Brewers, ended 3-2 in favor of the Brew Crew, as that one is grounded up the middle for a base knock from Javier Baez. So the first hit of the day goes the way of Chicago, and the Cubs shortstop just slicing that one up the middle for a base hit. Kyle Schwarber, the aforementioned Cubs home run leader with 33 homers, puts him third in the National League, only behind Christian Yelich and, of course, Jorge Soler. Of those homers, most of which came with the Kansas City Royals in the American League. That one's in there for a strike. He has 3 homers and 6 RBIs in his last 9 games. That is a very good tally for him. And going back to yesterday's game, it was 3-2 in favor of the Brewers. Woodruff gave up the homer to Bryant to lead off the game, and a bases-loaded walk, as that one is ripped down the line. That's going to find a fan in the right field stands for a foul ball. However, Jeff Samardzija of the Cubs yesterday in the 4th inning ended up giving up 3 runs on a walk to pinch hitter Ryan Braun and a base hit. I believe that was Lorenzo Cain who hit that. And after that, the offense just completely stagnated on both ends as that is swung on and missed. Strike 3 for Kyle Schwarber. So Brown, with a single in there, does strike out the side. So a statement of intent from him. We head to the bottom of the first. It's 0-0. The big John Lester on the mound for the Chicago Cubs. 6'4", 36-year-old out of Tacoma, Washington. 10-7 his record, and see the ERA there, just a tick under 350. Been one of the aces of this staff, only outdone by Kyle Hendricks and Jose Quintana, who have had some Cy Young caliber years, as this Cubs team is showing why they are the best in the National League, best in the NL Central, as you can see in that graphic, and only second to the Minnesota Twins, and currently half a game actually behind the Cleveland Indians with the record. So they are doing very well on the season, of course. Actually, excuse me, that's a full game with the win today for the Indians, putting them ahead. As that's hit high, that is deep, that is carrying, but carrying just foul from Lorenzo Cain. Thought he might have gotten the first run of the ball game, but instead it's just going to be 1-2. Two is in the dirt, so 3-2 count here for Lester against Lorenzo Cain. Avi Garcia stands on deck. Payoff pitch is slapped the other way, and that is going to be foul. So we'll do it again here at 3-2. Cain and the Brewers looking to make John Lester work. That was the key to breaking Samardzija yesterday, and that's going to be the key against all these Cubs pitchers, no matter what team you are and who you're facing. It's always about working good at bats. In will step Avi Garcia, playing right field this afternoon. That ball in the dirt is stopped well by Wilson Contreras. The 1-0 delivery from Lester is a curveball that just misses. Looked like it might have dropped in the zone, but no call there from the umpire. So we've seen a little bit of questionable calls, though most of them on the 50-50 variety. 2-0 delivery from John Lester is skied shallow right field. That looks like it's going to get foul. Can Hayward get there? He does. What a running play from Jay Hay. Take a look at the defensive alignment for the Chicago Cubs. We've seen Jason Hayward out there in right field displaying his range. Almora and Schwarber cross that outfield. Bryant, Baez, Happ, and Rizzo from third to first. And it'll be Wilson Contreras catching John Lester. Taking over for the current manager, David Ross, as John Lester's personal catcher since the retirement of David Ross back in 2016. The 1-0 delivery to Keston Hura, the second baseman for the Brewers, is inside ball 2. Hura in his sophomore year here as a Brewer, and had a pretty great campaign, to say the least, last year, and has continued it at least against the Cubs this year, and certainly of late has averaged much better than it was even a week and a half ago. It was like about 250 when these teams last played over the last weekend, and since then it's improved vastly. Another check over at first. John Lester, usually not a guy to throw to first very often, but we've seen him overcome his dislike to try to get Kane there, and he's going to lose Keston Hura now. So a very un-John Lester-like start. 2 walks in the first 3 batters, and that'll bring up Christian Yelich. Yelich, like Schwarber and Bryan, in the top 10 in many stats, as you see, tied for 5th in RBIs in the National League, also up there in slugging percentage, doubles, and, as we mentioned earlier, homers. And he hits that one the other way. Schwarber chasing in towards the corner, and that's going to take a weird carom off the wall, and that's going to be a very strange long single.
Third baseman,
Yelich, you can see, just sliced that one down the line. Schwarber thought he might have had a chance there. Instead, he opts to play it off the wall, somehow reading the spin. So, credit to Kyle Schwarber there, showing some of his defensive prowess. But that'll bring up Jed Jerko with the bases loaded and 1 out. First pitch here from John Lester in a big spot is a strike, apparently, with that fastball inside. So we've seen a very wide, but also a very short strike zone here today. It looks like that'll be the case. It's gone both ways so far. Jerko was 0 for 1 as a pinch hitter yesterday. Today getting the start with the lefty on the mound at third base instead of Brock Holt. Craig Counsell has some good platoon options for him. He's got Ryan Braun, who's actually still sitting on the bench for most games, been mainly a pinch hitter for him, but Holt and Jerko have been platooning. Meanwhile, the catcher Manny Pena and Omar Narvaez, who's had a very good time against the Cubs this season, is actually on the bench against the lefties. The 2-2 pitch there is swung on and missed. Big strikeout there from John Lester, his first on the day, and that was very crucial. Went inside, and just no way that Jerko could do anything with that pitch, no matter how hard he tried. And that'll bring up Eric Sogard.
0-1.
22 pitches in all so far from John Lester through 2/3 of this first inning. So even if the Brewers are unable to capitalize on this situation, this will certainly drive up Lester's pitch count, and he'll need to be effective if he wants to get deep into this ball game. Oh, 0-2 here on Eric Sogard. Bases loaded, 2 outs, no runs home yet in this ball game. And that is fouled away on the high fastball, coming in at 91. That's about what you're going to see from Big John out there. Lester delivers that one. Got a little too much plate, but that's fouled away again. So 3 straight foul balls from Eric Sogard, still 0-2. The 26th pitch of the inning from John Lester is just a little bit outside of the zone with the fastball. We'll see if he goes with something else after throwing a fair dosage of fastballs here. That one is high and tight for a ball, and you gotta think that John Lester's gotta just go right at Sogard here. Can't afford to be walking in runs like we saw both pitchers do yesterday. That one is chopped foul. Two outs. Bases loaded here in the first, and we'll go full. Runners will be moving. You'll have to be careful there at third base. Will Lorenzo Kane to avoid any ball sliced down the line, but they'll all be moving, and a gapper could score 3. That one is ripped down the line. He straightens that out. That's danger for the Cubs, but it's gonna go foul, so we'll do it again. 3-2. 2 outs, base is loaded here in the first, and fouled away. What an at-bat for Eric Sogard. I talked with J.D. Gregory in the booth yesterday during that game about how Eric Sogard, such a player, plays the game hard and plays the game well, but he knows when to take his walks too, as he will walk and a run will score. 3 walks in the inning from John Lester, 32 pitches, and he still has not gotten out of the first. And he'll be facing now a guy in some poor form, Justin Smoke. In his last 4 games, 2 for 14 only, and still looking to try to get past the 1,000 mark. He reached it on Sunday, and since then has not played every single game and has not been able to move that ticker up by 1. As EB has pointed out in the chat, he has not been smoking the ball, in fact, though he's going to be looking to change that. You could even say that there is some trouble brewing here in Milwaukee. The 1-1 delivery is in there for a strike. Base is loaded. 2 outs. Already 1 run in via the walk. To think that 6 runs have scored so far in this series in the 1 game and this so far, and 2 more will score here. That's to center. Almora will get it in, and there is no way they have a chance at Christian Yelich over there. So 2-run single, 3 runs across the plate. That's only the 2nd hit allowed, and that one, EB, if you're listening, was smoked. The Cubs yesterday had 8 batters, I believe, come to the plate in the first inning, going through the pitcher's spot to end their first, with the pitcher batting 8th. Today, the Brewers' turn to show their attacking prowess in the first inning, as they've scored 3, and their 8-hitter is up and right to John Lester, tosses over to first, and John Lester can finally take a break. He's not all too pleased. 3 runs have scored on only 2 hits and 3 walks. It's 3-0 Brewers after 1.
Leading off for the Cubs, the catcher.
So after that poor start, it's going to be Wilson Contreras looking to try to get something going for the Cubs after giving up those 3 in the bottom half of the first. Wilson was 1 for 3 yesterday with a base hit. He's been one of the most consistent players on this Cubs offense, even when the Cubs had a little bit of a mini slump, for what you could call it, for a team that's sitting on 73 and 44. It's hard to call anything like that a slump. But during a little bit of a slowdown around the All-Star break, he was one of the few consistent hitters in this team, and he's stuck around and putting up very good numbers. Zach Brown delivers the 1-2, and that fastball is fouled back. Zach Brown at pitch number 29 so far, so we have not seen either pitcher be all too efficient so far. However, Zach Brown currently finds himself in a bit of an advantage in the pitch count. As that one is skied. Deep left field. Watch out, Bernie Brewer. That one's headed for your slide. For 398 feet from Wilson Contreras, his 17th of the year. That one was smoked. And he knew it right away. A little clap there afterwards. We can see that one hooking towards the foul pole off of those boxes out there. Missed the slide by, maybe a good 40 feet to one direction. However, probably would have hit it if he had the distance, didn't have the right angle. However, 1 run on the board for the Cubs.
I got 1 ball, 1 strike.
Cubs need to really get their offense going. They've had some troubles getting the offense really off the ground, and when they do, their pitching staff is unable to reciprocate the good result, as that one is fouled away on a pitch right down Broadway. Yesterday, the Cubs lost 3-2, and then they only took 1 out of 4 at home against the Atlanta Braves, as that one is a little nubber down to third, overrun by Jed Jerko. That's going to be an E5, and Hayward will reach first.
Batting 7, the second baseman, Ian Happ.
So a homer and a little bit of a fortune going their way, and now Ian Happ, still nobody out, comes to the plate. And that is a little check swing pop fly, and Jerko this time will make the catch. So the Cubs get a little nubber to get on base, and another one that's there for an out, as we see John Lester coming to the plate in a bunt situation. John Lester does indeed square, and he pops it up. Brown will make the catch. John Lester, usually a good bunter. However, that one was not. And as Albert Almora comes to the plate, going back to my earlier points, Cubs only took 1 of 3 from the Braves, that one is ripped, and that one's going to go off of Brown. We'll see if he's okay, and the throw from Jerko is not going to be in time, so that's going to be an infield single from Albert Almora. And that's got to hurt. First pitch to Brian is inside, and as I try to restart my thought for the 3rd time, we'll see if anything happens in the middle. Anyway, the Cubs only took 1 of 3 against the Braves, who are only a game and a half back in the NL East coming into today. We'll see what the Nationals result and a later Braves result will do to the standings. That's fouled away by Bryant, and in that, the Cubs pitching was not too great, but their offense struggling at home, which has been something you don't see very often. They're not putting up the same offensive numbers we saw early in the year when they were scoring 10-plus runs for fun, as that's going to be a force out from Chris Bryant here in the 2nd inning. But Wilson Contreras puts the Cubs on the board big time. A moonshot to left, it's 3-1.
Leading off for the Brewers, The pitcher.
So Zach Brown, the pitcher, is going to lead off the inning. He's 2 for 11 on the season. Watches one there for a strike. Swung on and missed there. Quickly 0-2, and that will help John Lester's pitch count after a 38 pitch first. John Lester pitched against those Braves, as I brought up. Pitched in a loss, that 6-3 loss at home against the Braves. I believe that was game 2 of that series. Gave up, I believe, all 6 of those runs. Not a good outing from him whatsoever. He's had some of his struggles over the season despite putting up some phenomenal numbers. As he's now 3-2 against the pitcher, and at this point you gotta hope he can just groove a fastball in there, and if Brown gets a hit off you, you credit that to him rather than walking him. And that is going to go down to Bryant. Over to Rizzo, and that's going to be out number 1.
The center fielder, number 6, Lorenzo.
It's a nice day here in Milwaukee. Cloudy, 71 degrees. What more could you ask for to have on a day of baseball? Cubs against the Brewers. It's always some good fun out here in Milwaukee, and both fans always turn out in full force, as that one is lofted to Jason Hayward. Makes the catch in right field. So 2 away quickly, and that's just what the doctor ordered for John Lester.
Right fielder, Avisail Garcia.
Avisail Garcia stepping in, the former White Sox, signed in the off-season, and I think he's going to be a good addition to this team. Solid guy out there in right field to sort of solidify what is a very good outfield in Kane, Garcia, and Yelich. We've seen how good Kane has been this year, despite being 34, and Yelich is, well, Yelich is Christian Yelich. He's still putting up MVP caliber numbers, just like he has the past 2 years. The 2-1 pitch here from Lester is breaking ball, and Happ over to first, and just like that, John Lester has a nice 1-2-3 inning. We head to the bottom of the second inning, 3-1 Milwaukee. I am not, in fact, Matt Vescursion, Mark DeRosa, or Dan Plesac. They are off gallivanting the universe, doing something. I'm sure Matty V is screaming Santa Maria somewhere, and DeRosa is recounting his baseball days. And maybe watching his former team here, the Cubs. Same with Dan Plesac. He played for both of these teams, in fact. So, sort of the perfect matchup for those two guys to be calling. But hey, you're stuck with me. I'm sorry. Rizzo lines that one to second, and that's going to be a quick out.
The batter, the shortstop.
Get a look at the NL Central standings. Talked with Tim Moore before this game. You can see the Brewers underperforming to a significant degree, 49 and 66. Tied with the Cardinals, equally struggling this year, but the story has been the Cubs pulling away. I think the Reds performing to exactly where you expect them to be. You expected all four teams to be around that, you know, maybe at this point in the season, maybe mid-60s in the wins. Just, you know, all four fighting against each other for both wild cards and also fighting for that division. And of course, only 3 at best case could make it, and now the Cardinals have fallen off, the Brewers have fallen off, and it's a 2-horse race. It's 1-1 here on Javier Baez. That one is in the dirt. It's 2-1. Javier Baez, of course, a free swinger. Everyone, I think, knows that. And he is free swinging on that pitch. It's 2-2. Pitch from Brown. That's hit towards the middle. Great play by Hura. Can they get him at first? Nice play from Hura.
Now batting, the left fielder.
Trying to throw across his body there, and just look at this. He does have even some time to set himself. Instead, throws across his body, and we'll have Kyle Schwarber up with 2 outs. Big hack and a miss. 95 there from Zach Brown. Not going to see that too often from him. He sits more along the 92, 93 range, but he can ramp it up there when he needs to. Strike 2 on his 51st pitch. John Lester through 2 has also reached the half-century mark, so it's not going to be a tale of longevity, I don't think, for either of these pitchers, but maybe a battle of the bullpens. We've seen the Brewers bullpen not be very good this year and performing well so far against the Cubs, and vice versa for the Cubs as Schwarber strikes out. Number 4 for Brown, and that ends the inning. Head to the bottom of the third. It is 3-1. Heidi Watney here reminding us to donate to Meals on Wheels, our charity for the week. All the money goes to Meals on Wheels. None of it goes to me. None of it goes to our janitor commissioner Garrett. None of it goes to anybody here. It all goes to a good cause. So put !donate for the link in the Twitch chat.
Leading off for the Brewers, the second
As
baseman,
Keston Hura will lead off the third inning here. He's been killing the Cubs this season. Was left rather quiet, only 1 for 3, and that'll tell you how he's been doing if it's only 1 for 3. And you can see hitting above 500, 11 for, I believe that was 25, 24 in his last so many games. That's very impressive, and we've seen him on form at Wrigley Field. Had 2 homers on his birthday. He's just a great player.
Nope, that's inside.
It's 1-2 here on Keston, and he got an elevated fastball and elevated it himself, but can't steer that one fair. That one will loop inside. 2-2 here on Hura. And now we find a 3-2 count. Hura hit his first career walk-off home run here in Miller Park, of course, against the Chicago Cubs last year in his rookie year, and that is going to be a little bit of a jam shot over to first. Ian Happ tosses it across, and that'll be out number 1 here in the bottom of the third inning.
the left fielder, number 22.
Second basemen have been busy and have had several plays to make, as had Keston Hura, who just grounded out. And we see Christian Yelich at the plate hitting over 300. Not that that's been a surprise of late with how Christian Yelich plays. Won the batting title last year and was the first to lead the National League in batting average and slugging in back-to-back years since Rogers Hornsby. And to show you how good those players back in 20s and 30s were, Hornsby didn't just do it back-to-back years, he did it 6 straight years, excuse me, from 1920 to 1925. That is dominance of a complete another variety. Yelich not on pace to do it a third straight year, not even breaking the top 10 is in batting average. As we see Jed Jerko on deck, it's a 3-1 count to Christian Yelich. The 3-1 pitch is a cutter fouled back, so we have a full count. It's been a theme of the day, full counts, especially coming from John Lester. And that one right down the heart of the plate and fouled away. Contreras wants it up, and he gets it up. But that's fouled back yet again. So another well-worked AB here from the Brewers, this time courtesy of their MVP. That one is chopped over the head of Lester, and Javi on the other side of the second base bag tosses it over to first. That's out number 2, and we'll bring up Jed Jerko. Jerko hit his first career home run against the Chicago Cubs way back, I believe, in 2013 off of Scott Feldman. I believe Scott Feldman forgot how long he was with the Cubs. He didn't last all too long, but he was part of the Cubs rebuilding phase along with yesterday's starter Jeff Samardzija, who left at just the wrong time. Interestingly enough, Scott Feldman only retired back in 2017. He was actually in the Reds major league team, went 7-7 in his final season. That is ripped down the line. Is that going to stay fair? No, it won't. We've seen the wind coming in from right field. That's been blowing things out. Foul down that left field line.
3 balls, 2 strikes.
Feldman was a Cub for half of a season in 2013. So when I say he had a short stint, I really mean he had a short stint. Came over to the Cubs, though, from Baltimore in that big deal. Or went to Baltimore, excuse me, from the Cubs in that big deal which sent Jake Arrieta and Pedro Strop to the north side of Chicago and arguably helped them win the World Series. As that is called strike 3. We've seen that called all day long. Jerko is a strikeout victim, number 2 from Lester. It's still 3-1 after 3. Back here in Miller Park in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, I'm Heinz A.S. here, joining you for this division rivalry. Maybe not as fierce as Cubs-Cardinals, but certainly an affair to behold as we see David Ross chatting with his bench coach. We can see the birthday boy of the day, Anthony Rizzo, in the background. Happy birthday to Anthony. He's 31 today. Will not be able to play in real life as the Cubs game is being postponed for this weekend series. However, maybe it's time for his bot ball self to break out. He's 0 for 2 so far, and won't see him for a little while as Wilson Contreras leads it off as that one's up and in.
That's ball 3.
3-0 here on Wilson Contreras. Maybe a smart decision here from Zach Brown after that big home run Wilson hit. Just after I was giving him all the praise in the world for being such a great consistent hitter, he proves it yet again. The 3-1 delivery is in there for a strike. So full count here on Wilson Contreras. I sound like a broken record with that, and it's only the 4th inning. Pena wants it up, and he got it up, and that is hit high. That is deep left field. Yelich on the track makes the catch. I thought we might have had a 2-homer game. Could have been huge. As we get a Road to the Show report, the Missions lost to the Isotopes, and the Biloxi Shuckers, the AA affiliate of the Milwaukee Brewers, defeated the Jumbo Shrimp. And had a talk with Eddie McCarthy a couple of days ago about how much we love minor league team names. I mean, Jumbo Shrimp, Sod Poodles. I mean, Albuquerque Isotopes is very good in its own right. Maybe less crazy, but it's certainly one of those great names. I'm blanking on some others, but you know, that's one of the best things about minor league games, besides seeing some of the game's next young stars, is being able to get all these wacky names
the second baseman,
and just watch a nice ball game, as that's going to be grounded over to second by Hayward for out number 2, bringing up the second baseman Ian Happ. Changeup got part of the zone there. Happ was hitless in yesterday's affair. He's been on a bit of a cold streak along with Jason Hayward. Those two not necessarily getting the production they had earlier in the season, and that's certainly contributed to the sort of slower pace of this Cubs team, maybe dropping a few more games than they would have earlier in the season. And with the emergence of Nico Horner on this Cubs team, he's currently on the bench, and guys like David Bodie, Cubs still have Cameron Maben, Victor Caratini. It's very possible we see maybe Nico Horner get a start at second base, as that's an ugly check swing. Ian Happ set down on strikes. That's number 5 from Zach Brown. They're loving it here in Milwaukee. It's 3-1. We head bottom 4.
Leading off for the Brewers, the shortstop, Eric.
Leading off the bottom of the 4th against John Lester is nerd power himself, Eric Sogard. Love the nickname, love the glasses, and I think all the teams he go to, their fans love Eric Sogard. He's not gonna light up with the home runs or even with the batting average or even with the defense. He just goes out there, plays baseball the way it's meant to be played, and puts it all out on the field, as that's going to be popped just outside the infield dirt and caught by Javier Baez. We have one out here, and that'll bring up Justin Smoke.
Justin Smoke.
First pitch here to Justin Smoke is sky deep center field. Almora at the track. Comes in a little bit from the wall, and he will make the grab. That one was looking dangerous off the bat, and we know Smoke has the power. But instead it's just a harmless fly out. So it'll be the catcher and the 8th-hole hitter, Manny Pena, at the plate. And he's spent 6 years in the major leagues with Kansas City and mainly Milwaukee. Did come to Milwaukee from the Detroit Tigers in the deal which sent Francisco Rodriguez, K-Rod, from the Brewers to the Tigers 2015. Had spent some time in the minor leagues as well, though, with the Mariners and the Rangers in between stints. And he skies that one amongst the fans down that left field line. We'll have 1 and 2 here. The pitcher, Zach Brown, stands on deck. And that one is well blocked by Contreras. It's 2 and 2. John Lester, 80 pitches so far through 3 2/3. Not the best, as that is going to get down the line. That is going to be into the right field corner. Hayward has a good arm. Will they test it? They will. He chucks that one into second base and well wide of the mark at second. So Manny Pena in there with a double. He shot that one down the line, and the Brewers now have their first extra base hit. And now it'll be up to the pitcher, Zach Brown, to try to get something out of it and at least turn the lineup over as he watches a curveball catching the corner. It's 0-1. That one misses. That's been something we've seen called as we get a look at a pair of righties, Adbert Alzolay and Alec Mills, warming up for the Cubs. Alec Mills would be unlikely to see coming in this game. David Ross left him out there for 3 innings after Samardzija only went 5. He finished out the game and only allowed 1 hit and 1 walk through that 3-inning span, so he did very well. However, despite being a converted starter, I wouldn't expect him to come out of the bullpen for more than an inning today, as that is in there, 2 and 2. John Lester looking to get out of the 4th here. Not something you say very often. Normally he's cooking pretty well through 4. Trying to get 5, sometimes 6, even further. But today it's looking like it's going to be a rather truncated outing as he's just walked the pitcher, Zach Brown.
Now batting, center fielder.
4 walks from John Lester. And that brings up Lorenzo Cain, and that is the biggest danger of walking the pitcher against this Brewers team. 1 through 4 has been outstanding. Cain, Avi Garcia, whose stats might not show it, but he's good against lefties. Keston Hiura has been great. And of course, you cannot overlook Christian Yelich.
Nope, upstairs.
1-1 here on Lorenzo Cain. That one is low, 2-1. Fastball from John Lester that time, only 89. Not getting that velocity and zip behind the fastball anymore. Might only be seeing him go 4, and that is not good at all if you're David Ross, as that one is pounced on by Cain, and that one yet again just barely wide. That had home run distance, but just not the home run angle, as that one is ripped down the line yet again. And John Lester has got to see that Lorenzo Cain is way early on his fastball. The pitch is in the dirt. We'll have bases loaded. Well, not bases loaded, full count, excuse me. Doesn't want to walk the bases loaded, and both runners will be on the move. Pitch to low, Cain is grounded. That's going to get up the middle. Javier Baez with the stop, throws to first, gets him. What a display of range from Javi. We are through 4. Nothing doing from the Brewers here. It's still 3-1 though.
Your attention, please. Pinch hitting for Chicago.
And that is indeed going to be it for John Lester. It's going to be Cameron Maben who's going to be pinch hitting. Maybe David Ross thinking he wants to save guys like Bodie, Caratini, or Horner for later in the game. Of course, saving Billy Hamilton almost exclusively as a pinch runner.
2 balls, no strikes.
Cubs acquired Maben at the bot ball deadline from the Tigers. Just looking to have a backup outfielder, sort of to replace Steven Souza Jr., who is hitting below the Mendoza line and not really producing to the levels that the Cubs had hoped he might, coming out of that big knee injury he suffered a couple years ago. And finally a strike in there from Zach Brown. He's not looking like he's going to get too much further, though. He is only at 70 pitches. That's much improved upon compared to how we started out the outing. And that is going to be hit foul. Can Smoke get there? No, he can't. So we'll have a full count. Nobody out. Top of the Albert Almora, excuse me, stands on deck. And that is fouled away on the changeup. Brown looking for strikeout number 6.
Nope. Ball 4.
Doesn't get Maben chasing there. So he will walk. And that's exactly what the Cubs want, and that is how most rallies start. Leadoff walks are killer in the game, and it's up to the Cubs, Almora, in the top of the order to capitalize.
1-0.
Almora 1 for 3 in yesterday's affair. Not many hits in that game as a whole. The Cubs only had 5, 2 of which coming from the man on deck, Chris Bryant. That one misses again, so he fell behind Maben 3-0. Did a good job to come back to 3-2, but now he's behind Almora 2-0. Brown needs to find a sense of urgency. And Almora got a pitch to hit. He's hit that one hard down the line. That's going to go foul. It's going to be 2-1. That was a hanging curveball. Yet again ripped down the line from Almora. We've seen a lot of batters early on pitches, and they've been fouling them back on both sides down their respective lines. That's going to be outside 3-2, and there he is. The Cubs MVP, Chris Bryant. So far, he's winning the battle of the MVPs in this series, as that's chopped, and that's a double play ball. 5-4 to 3, double play.
Now batting, the third baseman, Chris Bryant.
And JD and I talked about this on yesterday's broadcast. The Cubs' situational hitting has got to improve. You cannot be winning ball. You cannot, survive in the postseason. I mean, let alone in the regular season, if you cannot have good situational baseball. And double plays have been the big killer for the Cubs. They've been grounding into them left, right, and center, especially of late. So something David Ross will want to look into. And now Zach Brown on the back of the double play is now 0-2 on Chris Bryant.
The count is 1-2.
Tried to go in the dirt. No biting there from Chris Bryant. And he rips that one down the left field line. Two things that have been common in this game. 3-2 counts and rips to pull down the line foul, as that's nubbed over to Jerko. He tosses it over to Smoke, and that will end the inning. So walk does not come back to bite Brown. He's through 5. It's 3-1.
Your attention, please. Now,
so it will be Adbert Alzolay
73. Adbert
for the Cubs coming out of the pen. You can see 27 innings pitched. He's 2-0. an ERA of 4. He's been put in some sticky situations since coming out of the bullpen from David Ross, mainly as an inning eater, just trying to get some games over with. So unfair to judge him really by his performance. He's had a couple of magnificent starts, filling in for Tyler Chatwood, who has since departed in that Samardzija deal, and with the acquisition of the starter, he's been relegated to the pen, but maybe trying to acclimate himself to the majors and make a run for that starting spot next year. As he's now 1-2 on Garcia, and he's going to have a tough task to start off his outing.
Two balls, 2 strikes.
2-2 here on Garcia. That one is fouled away. Garcia 0 for 2 so far. Ground out and a fly out, and he fouls that one. Alzolay made his debut last year around this time. Did spend some time both in the bullpen and in the rotation as he misses up near the eyeballs there. 3-2, Keston Hura on deck. Alzolay went 1-1 in 4 games that he pitched in, as he's lost Garcia for a walk to start off the 5th. Not a good sign to start. And that'll bring up Hura. Brandon Morrow and Rowan Wick warming up in the pen. Alzolay pitched 12 in the 3rd innings. As I mentioned, 1-1. The ERA above 7, but he did have one very bad outing and a few solid outings. That Scorch Rizzo gets it. And did they get 2? They got 2. What a play. They don't give him 3 gold gloves for nothing, folks. Happy birthday, Anthony Rizzo. Rule that 3 unassisted line drive double play. And now Yelich, rather than having 1 on or even 2 on had that ball gone by Rizzo, instead now bases empty and 2 away. That delivery is in there for a strike. Yelich being a little more passive. And that is popped up. Chris Bryant coming from the near shortstop position with a basket catch. That ends the frame. So a walk does not hurt the Cubs at all. And we're going to head to the top of the 6th inning. It's still 3-1.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Brewers.
So Zach Brown got his 5 innings in, and it's going to be Eric Lauer, the lefty, coming in. Probably a smart move from Craig Counsell. Rizzo, Baez, and Schwarber, pair of lefties in that part of the lineup.
Number 44, Anthony Rizzo.
Sure, a bunch of cheers erupting from the left-hand side of the stadium, where most of the Cubs fans sit behind the visitors' dugout. Cubs fans travel in full force and bring their voices with them. Brent Suter and Devin Williams up in the pen.
No pressure off the plate. Ball 2.
Lauer has been both a starter and now found himself in the relief role, more of a long relief role for Craig Counsell and the Brewers since coming over from the Padres, and he now has a 3-0 count, and that'll have Javier Baez on deck. And 3-1. David Ross, not a big fan of that call, but gonna hope that Rizzo can continue to work this at bat well. Maybe draw a walk to lead off the inning. They were unable to capitalize off of one last time, and swings and misses there. The 3-2 pitch is a broken bat, and that is going to be caught off the shoestrings by the pitcher, Lauer. Don't let them tell you pitchers aren't athletic, folks. Anybody who tells you that is flat out lying.
Count 1-0.
So Baez will come up 1 away here in the 6th, and we've not seen much offense since the 2nd inning. A couple guys getting on here and there, but no runs coming across. I'm sure the fans here in Milwaukee want a little more excitement. 2-1 to Javi. And that was the pitch Javi wanted. He was looking high fastball, instead got a curveball drop, and it'll be 2-2. Called strike 3. Lauer gets his first strikeout, and that's another strikeout for the Cubs. They've just not been seeing the ball too well and have not really adapted to this expanded zone from the umpire. I could see that argument. However, they've been calling it on the Brewers as well, so they can't expect that's going to be different for them, as that is going to be cut off well by Yelich. Schwarber still digging for 2. Is he going to get there? The relay is not in time.
Now batting, catcher, Wilson Contreras.
A hustle double, as our cameraman must have got his hands on some beer. There we are. Headlong dive from Schwarber, beating the shift. And a great time now for Willie to show his power once again as he fouls that one back. Wilson has been better against left-handed pitching. We'll see if it comes back to bite Craig Counsell here.
Ball, that's out.
It's 1-1 here on Wilson Contreras, and you gotta feel like this is a big chance for the Cubs. No matter how poorly the stats look on the late inning guys for the Brewers, like Knebel and Hader, they're still top quality arms. So you'd rather try to get in here in the middle innings and really fight your way back, because that's going to loop into right field. Is that going to get down? It will, in front of Garcia, and Schwarber is heading home. He slides in safely, and Contreras heads to second on the throw. Rule that, I believe, a single, and they will give him second base on the throw. The Cubs have brought themselves within 1. And that'll bring up Hayward. You don't need a homer in that case, I guess. You could just drop one in there, and Schwarber showing his hustle today. He's really earned himself some oxygen after that. A hustle double and hustling home on that. And you know the saying goes, a bloop and a blast. Well, we've seen a bloop. Can we see a blast? Not on this occasion. That's down the line. Jerko throws over to first. But that'll get some runs across, or a run to be more specific. The Cubs now pull within 1. It's 3-2 as we head to the bottom of the 6th here in Milwaukee. So the man who completed the last inning on the ground out, Jed Jerko, he will lead it off. He was 0 for 3 0 for 3 so far in this series. 0 for 2 today and 0 for 1 as a pinch hitter yesterday. And he rips Alzolai's fastball down the third baseline foul. Jerko was an all-around player back in high school. Played both basketball, football, along with baseball. And since then, he's filled out a little more and has proven that he can be a good power bat for different teams. He's played for the Padres for a long while before taking a trip to LA, and now here, now here with the Brewers after time with the Cardinals. Alzolai delivers a 2-2. That is a pitch over the heart of the plate. That's down the line. That's going to be fair. Hayward looking to get a better throw this time than he did last occasion, and that is almost the exact same spot. So another double down the line. Opposite field has been good to the Brewers. Jerko hustling out of the box, not the speediest guy by any means, but puts himself in a good position. It's going to be Sogard followed by Smoke, two guys who in different styles are very good situational hitters. One in Sogard's a very good situational ball player, just getting the ball out of the infield, and of course Justin Smoke can hit the ball out of the ballpark. That misses for a ball. You could probably hear some jeering from the Cubs dugout, because that was what they called out Javier Baez on almost to a T. It's the same pitch. (2-0) on Eric Sogard. The Cubs bullpen has been warming up for a while, pretty much ever since he's gotten into the game. And that's going to be a nice play there by Rizzo. Alzolai covering. Good pitcher fielding position, PFP as they call it in the business, and that will move the runner over to third but get the first out. So here's Justin Smoke with Pena on deck. You could see a potential intentional walk, though it looks like David Ross is going to let Alzolai go at it. That one is fouled away. Justin Smoke, a pretty good story. He really wasn't looking like he was going to get drafted or anything, really, because he only ended up getting scouted because people were looking at former Orioles catcher Matt Wieters. Scouts were out looking at him, and they found Justin Smoke, his teammate, and said, wow, not only do we have a great catcher here in Wieters, but look who we found. We found ourselves a power first baseman. It's 1-2 on Justin Smoke. Swung on and missed. Good changeup from Alzolai. And that'll be his first strikeout coming out of the pen. See, way out in front was Smoke. Cubs looking to get out of the inning with no harm done. And Pena flies that one high. Back is Schwarber to the track, to the wall, and he jumps and it's out of here. Bernie Brewer celebrates out there. And a two-run shot from Manny Pena, his 7th on the season. Not a good pitch from Alzolai, and Schwarber looked like he might have a beat on, and this ball just carried, and despite his best efforts, it goes over the wall. Would have loved to see a home run robbery. We don't see those too often, and when it does happen, it always seems it's Beardy Buddha calling the Twins, and it's always Max Kepler. That's nothing against Max Kepler, the Twins, or Beardy Buddha. They are all amazing. But, come on, share some to the rest of us. Let's less fortunate ones here. So the pinch hitter for Lauer, Omar Narvaez. So we've seen one catcher homer, and now their catcher has been on the bench today, looking to prove that he can hit as well from the catcher position. Grounded. That's going to go to Ian Happ, excuse me, over to first. 2-run score in the inning on 2 hits, no errors, and no one left on. Don't know if it's going to be Brewtober because Brewers on the season not too well, but they can celebrate for now. 5-2.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Brewers, number 38,
Devin Williams, the new pitcher here as we come back here in the top of the 7th inning.
Leading off for the Cubs.
Couple more arms warming up for the Brewers. Pair of lefties, Claudio and Hader. Most likely someone who Council's going to go to once the top of the order comes around and we see the lefties of Rizzo, Schwarber, and then Hayward. But for now, it's going to be Ian Happ. Devin Williams has given up only 2 homers this season in his, well, I say only, in his 10 or so innings, both of which came against the Cubs in a fateful 7th inning last weekend, giving up a solo shot to Jason Hayward and a 3-run shot, I believe, to Javier Baez, which ended up opening the Cubs' lead in that ball game. I believe it was game 1 of the series. And Ian Happ goes out of the zone and swings and misses for the first out.
Now batting, the pitcher, Adberg Alzolay.
Not really the most effective of pitches there from Devin Williams. Sort of a slider, that backdoor slider that didn't do what it was supposed to, but it didn't do anything wrong in the sense that it didn't hang over the heart of the plate. We'll see Victor Caratini now, the switch hitting catcher, pinch hit. We've seen both starting catchers go yard today, Pena and Contreras accounting for both RBIs for the Cubs. However, Narvaez, the backup catcher for the Brewers, couldn't get anything done, and Caratini now looking to continue the catcher trend and maybe find himself on the board. Chopped slowly, and Williams quickly off the mound, and that'll be out number 2.
Number 5, Albert Almora.
So with that, Albert Almora comes up with quickly 2 outs here in the top of the 7th inning. Really not been the best of games outside of Wilson Contreras and a nice double from Kyle Schwarber. But other than that, the Cubs only a couple of hits as that's into center field, and Kane makes the grab. Stretch time here in Milwaukee. Get up, take a break. We'll come back in the bottom of the 7th, 5-2.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for Chicago, number 15, Brandon.
It'll be Brandon Morrow coming in for the Cubs. 11 2/3 innings, 4 wins, and has held both sides of the plate to very low batting averages.
The center fielder, Lorenzo.
Sort of surprised he didn't come in a little earlier. They have a great 1-2 punch 8th and 9th inning time if, you know, they have the lead, being Kimbrel and Winkler, and really you'd want Morrow to be that, you know, stopper in what was at that point a 1-run game last inning, and then things boiled over a little bit. 2 runs come across thanks to a Manny Pena 2-run homer, and now the lead is much more sturdy from the Brewers, as that's going to be foul. Is Hayward going to get there? He does, as he crashes into the side wall.
Now batting, the right fielder.
We've seen some great range from Kyle Schwarber on this game. Or not Kyle Schwarber, excuse me. Jason Hayward out there in right field. That one misses, and we see Tepera and Rowan Wick warming up in the pen for the Cubs. That one is swung on and missed. The Cubs have had some fight left in them in a lot of their games. We did not, however, see it yesterday, but we've seen them have some late comebacks. Seen them come back in that big blowout against the Braves, which they lost, but ended up scoring, you know, 5 runs later on in the game, showing some fight even though they were ruled out of it. Came back with runs in the 8th and the 9th to tie the Brewers back on Sunday. Walked it off in the 10th. The game they lost against the Brewers on Saturday, gave up 3 in the top of the 7th inning, but they came back with 4 and did give up 1 in the 9th. But it's that fight late on in games that really matters. It's just going to be a question of which Cubs offense do we get late in today's affair, as that is a strikeout for Brandon Morrow.
The second baseman.
And now he will face Keston Hura. 2 outs, bottom 7 in a 5-2 Brewers lead.
0-1.
That one, a looping curveball in there from Morrow. Sorry, a slider. Up and in there to Hura. Not normally a textbook pitch. The high and tight slider. However, that one, it works and does not get him to chase. It's 1-2. We'll likely be seeing Josh Hader in the bottom or top of the 8th inning. Him and Corey Knebel make the 1-2 punch that is Craig Kimbrel's late inning relief. Both of whom spent some time in the closer role and have since been relegated a couple times from that role due to poor performance. We'll see if the Cubs can capitalize as a pair of Ks from Morrow in 1 inning of work. It's still 5-2 Brewers.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Brewers, number 58.
Well, it's going to be Alex Claudio for the Brewers coming in, the lefty, with a bit of a funky delivery out there. Righties had the highest batting average against him than any other qualified reliever at 359. And he's going to be facing 2 of them for sure in Bryant and Baez. That slider's in there. He really was a lefty specialist for a long while, and that's shown by the career 200 average lefties have against him compared to righties hitting 300.
Ball match outside.
Attendance here, a little over 31,000. As day turns into evening here in Milwaukee. Misses there. It's 2-1. I'm sort of surprised that the lefty came in here against with Bryant, Rizzo, and Baez coming up.
Down to 3-1.
And questions will be raised even further should he walk the leadoff man Bryant. He is dangerous, but he can't tie the game up right now. Swung on and missed, and we really have seen a lack of discipline from the Cubs a little bit, which is odd to say because they've been one of the most patient teams in baseball, limiting the strikeouts and upping the walks, and today it's been the pure opposite.
Number 44, Anthony.
We see John Lester 3 runs on 3 hits. For Brown, one run on 3 hits, and the walks is the biggest difference there. 4 for John Lester, and then only the 1 for Zach Brown. It's not been the birthday to remember for Anthony Rizzo. 0 for 3. Pop out, a ground out, and a strikeout. Looking to maybe just get himself in the hit column at least, and that can maybe start a bit of a rally here. He is 2 for 6 against Alex Claudio. Small sample size, but he's gotten a couple of knocks. That is to the only man on that side of the infield, Jed Jerko, and he tosses it across. 4 outs remain for the Cubs this evening, as Jed Jerko looked like he was almost running off. And I don't know why he would be, but just looking to receive the ball. Anyway, it'll be Javi. 1 for 3 with a single. He has, I believe, the only single of the game for the Cubs. Actually, I believe Wilson Contreras has 1, though he did get to second on that play, so hasn't done more than most. Claudio delivers that slider, or changeup, catches the zone. It's 2-1, and Javi's found himself in a lot of hitters' counts today. Hasn't been able to do too much. Did get the single, but could use something a little more here to help the Cubs get back on track, because that's going to be grounded. Will it get through? It will, past Eric Sogard. 2-hit day for Javi, and that will bring up Kyle Schwarber.
The left fielder, Kyle Schwarber.
Thought Sogard might be able to get there if he just bent down, really. If he used that hinge at the waist, might be able to get there, but instead lets it go by, and Kyle Schwarber has a chance to make pay here. He does have 1 hit, that being a double, along with 2 strikeouts, and that double did come against the lefty in Lauer. So if the matchups historically have anything to do with it, Schwarber is at a disadvantage, though today's matchups he's done pretty well. That man, David Ross, trying to figure out what he can do. His team is down 3, and they've shown fight. As I've mentioned, this team does not say die. They have not really given up on any games. They just need to capitalize and find opportunities. That is a half swing, but a full swing in the eyes of the umpire. Cubs will have 3 outs remaining, but until then, they have to hold Yelich, Jerko, and Sogard in the bottom half. So as we start the bottom of the 8th inning with Brandon Morrow out for a 2nd inning of work, it's time for one of my favorite things to do, and that is this date in baseball history. Really only one notable thing for either team on this date, and it comes for the Cubs on 8/8/88, a date by design. And that was the first night game at Wrigley. The lights were turned on for what would be the first game Played there as Yelich. He's looking to hit the lights out there. That is way gone. Bernie Brewer makes his way down the slide in left field. And Christian Yelich gives one extra run to the cushion. And Yelich was sitting on that. I think that is fair to say. Was looking fastball up, got fastball up, and that hit the second deck, and that is it for Brandon Morrow.
Number 50.
So the trend of me being unable to finish my This Date in Baseball history before something happens continues. This time, thanks to Christian Yelich. And as Jerko comes up and takes a strike from the Canadian Rowan Wick. First night game at Wrigley on 8/8/88. Rick Sutcliffe, the starter for the Cubs, their ace, 1984 Cy Young Award winner.
1-1.
And he gave up a homer in the first inning to Phil Bradley, but in the bottom half, number 23, Ryan Sandberg with a 2-run shot, and the Cubs would take a 3-1 lead. But in the bottom of the fourth inning, the game got called off due to rain. So the perfect day for the Cubs, the first night game with Rick Sutcliffe, your ace, and Ryan Sandberg getting a homer, comes to an end prematurely, and they would have to redo the game the next day since it didn't meet the 5-inning quota to be classified as a full game. They would have to play the next day, 8/9/88, and if you want to know what happened then, stick around. Tomorrow's broadcast, Cubs and Brewers, will be tomorrow at 2 Eastern, 1 Central. I'll be on the call with JD back in the booth with me. And I will reveal that in tomorrow's This Date Baseball history as we see a K of Jed Jerko. Six to 2 your score in favor of the Milwaukee Brewers here. It's been a lackluster week, to say the least, for Cubs fans so far. Ended last week with a promising but also mildly concerning weekend series win against these Brewers at Wrigley. They would then go on to play the Braves for 4 at home, and they lost that series pretty badly. And despite that one game they won to finish off the series and come back and avoid a 4-game sweep, was not the best on either the pitching or the hitting end, to be fair. And now they are on pace. If they cannot score 4 runs at least in the 9th, they're on pace to lose a second straight series. We have not seen that often at all from this Cubs team. And this comes with a big series against the Reds coming up midweek, followed then by a series against the Jays out at Rogers Center. A series that most would argue the Cubs should be winning, but they should be winning this series by the numbers. But numbers don't play baseball, as that's blooped to center, and now Mora makes the catch. That's out number 2.
The first baseman, number 12, Justin Moat.
And EB are one of our resident diehard Jays fans in the Twitch chat, saying that the Cubs should be beating the Jays undoubtedly. And I say that, and I agree with that as someone who also thought that the Cubs should be beating the Brewers. At least taking 2 of 3. So we'll see how that goes. EB, you and I will be calling that a couple games of that Jays series. That'll be Friday, Saturday, and counting on the schedule, maybe Sunday. We will see if that one's on Bop Ball. We only do a week scheduling at a time, thanks to another diehard Jays fan, Mark, who does a great job with the scheduling and does a lot of work to do that. I know I do not have that ability to be able to use, well, I can barely use spreadsheets, let alone do schedules. 0-2 here on Justin Smoke. Finds himself in an 0-2 count. 2 outs, bottom 8.
The count is 1-2.
One, 2 is low from Rowan Wick. It's going to be 1-2 to Justin Smoke. Manny Pena will stand as one of the heroes of this game for the Brewers. Will stand on deck. Had that homer back in the 6th inning that made it a 5-2 lead instead of 3-2. And that one at 99. A little bit extra on that one from Rowan Wick. The payoff pitch. Outside, ball 4. Wick not too pleased, but that pitch was not near the zone. So Manny Pena, 2 hits on the day, a double, and the big 2-run homer. So all in all, so far, the 2 starting catchers amount for 4 hits, 2 homers, and 4 RBIs. Contreras and Pena each with a homer apiece. A solo shot from Contreras, and along with an RBI single, accounting for his 2 hits and 2 RBIs, and Pena had a double and a 2-run homer. Puts that one in there for a strike. 1-2 on Manny Pena. Breaks out the curveball, and Smoke's not going to be going anywhere. He's, as his scouting report said, knock-kneed. Not a very fast guy, and there we get the strikeout to end the frame. A solo shot, though, from Christian Yelich. Accounts for another insurance run for the Brewers. We head to the 9th. 6-2. And we'll be seeing a double switch here. A little interesting idea from Craig Counsell is you got to be assuming that your pitcher's not going to have to hit. If you actually get a good outing from your reliever coming in, and that reliever is Brent Suter.
Now playing first base and batting 9.
3 lefties in relief coming in for Craig Counsell as we get a look at this big shot from Wilson Contreras. The highlight of the Cubs afternoon is that one twirls its way past the foul pole and off of the suites out there and left. As he watches one outside for a ball. It's David Phelps warming up in the Brewers' pen should something go wrong. Suter, a former starter, that's ripped into left field for a base hit. Contreras, a 3-hit day. Catchers are have now 5 hits between them.
Right fielder, Jason Hayward.
Willie trying to start a rally, and it'll be Hayward, Happ, and then the pitcher's spot, the next 3 to hit. That one's a ball to Jason Hayward. He's not had a great outing or a great series. 0 for 6 is only RBI, coming via a bases loaded walk. That one misses. Suter not known to walk many guys. He works quickly, and that is going to be into the gap in left center. That one's going to get down. Contreras is digging towards home. The relay is not going to happen. RBI double from Jason Hayward.
The second baseman, Ian Happ.
Cubs wanted situational baseball. They've got some here. Still down 3, but there is life. Just as there is life in the Brewers bullpen in their closer, Corey Knebel. Oh, 0-1 here on Ian Happ, hitting from the other side of the plate, I believe, for the first time. Struck out twice, however. He's not had the best afternoon. And he finds himself in 2-strike count, looking to avoid the hat trick. And there it is. Ian Happ looking uncomfortable at the plate, looking, well, let's just say he's not looking like a baseball player right now.
Your attention, please.
And that'll be it, actually, for Suter. He faced his 3 batters, and it's going to be off to the closer, Corey Knebel. And he's going to be facing a pinch hitter, and it's the kid, Nico Horner. 5 for 15 since getting called up. That is a 3.33 batting average, has a homer, a double, and 5 RBIs. A bright kid here in Chicago, and he's going to be facing 99 from Corey Knebel. The 0-1 pitch to the young Nico Horner is outside 1-1. Corey Knebel, a Brewer on multiple accounts, not only with the Milwaukee Brewers, but he does do his own home brewing, something he takes after his father. He likes to brew his own beer, so it's only fitting he has spent his time here in Milwaukee. Has not gone into actually selling any. It's all for kept within the family. However, you never know. A post-baseball career as a brewer, I mean, being a Brewers player, that's one way to market your beer. I mean, I'm just saying, it's a nice career choice for Corey Knebel once baseball ends for him. As 2-2 on Horner, that's 3-2. Knebel's control has been a question mark all year, as he's blown 6 saves. This will qualify as a save, coming in a 3-run deficit, a 3-1 lead, and he gets Horner to strike out on the curve.
The center fielder, number 5, Albert Almora.
So at this point, it all hinges on Albert Almora Jr.
Nope, that's the ball.
He has a hit on the afternoon. It was a single back in the 2nd inning. Made the 2nd inning look like it would be a big threat after that leadoff homer from Contreras and an error following, but nothing else came of it.
You got 2 balls, 1 strike.
2-1, and if they can bring up the tying run, who would be Chris Bryant, we could be seeing some fireworks here in Milwaukee, and not of the variety Brewers fans would like to see, as that's up the middle, base hit. Are they going to send the runner? They will. The throw from Kane to the plate. He is safe. Never say die. Knebel had to hold on to his hat there. The throw up the line, and that will score Jason Hayward. Two outs, 6-4. Corey Knebel against Chris Bryant. Power closer, power hitter in a 2-run ball game. Two runs have scored already in the inning for the Cubs. RBI double from Hayward, who then scored just now on Almora's base hit. One and one. That one's up and in. 98 from Corey Knebel. And now it's 2-1, a hitter's count, a fastball count to a fastball hitter. That one swung on and missed down the middle. Brewers fans on their feet, Cubs fans alike. The 2-2 is swung on and missed. The Cubs put up a fight in the ninth. But they fall here to the Milwaukee Brewers for the second straight afternoon. It'll be Zach Brown getting the victory. An exciting affair today. 6 runs on 6 hits, 1 error for the Brewers. 4 runs, 9 hits, no errors for the Cubs. It's been an eventful one here. John Lester will take the loss. Still trying to bring back his season a little bit. And this is how it all started. It's a killer for any pitcher, and that is a walk. And then followed up by a Justin Smoke single. And this game got out of hand early for the Cubs. It's been the case this whole week where they've really struggled early in games on the pitching end, but their offense showed some life with a Wilson Contreras homer. Made it 3-1. And then that man again, Wilson. A little blooper. They all count the same in the scorebook. And that would score Kyle Schwarber from second. And then the Brewers struck back with some insurance. And they wound up needing it. This wound up being the go-ahead run now, as Pena homered just over the wall in left field. And then in the 8th, Yelich doing what Yelich does, launching one into the Milwaukee night for a solo shot. And the Cubs didn't lie down. They got a rope there from Jason Hayward, scored a run after a leadoff hit from who else but Wilson Contreras. And then Albert Almora off of Corey Knebel down to their last out. That would score another run. Made it 6-4, and just when things got interesting, it was Knebel coming back. Cubs all 3 outs in the 9th recorded via the K. Again, Zach Brown, your victorious pitcher. John Lester with the loss as we get a look at the box score. Corey Knebel with save number 10. Looking a lot better than that 6 in the blown save mark he's got, but little steps is all it takes. We see a lot of pitchers for the Brewers. But we've got the last 7:15 start as the Crawl now says, and we're joined, well, I am joined, I guess, in the booth with EB and Cookie for Mets Dodgers. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing pretty good, Heinz. How about yourself?
Well, you know what? I'm happy to see the Cubs put something together towards the end. I wished it could have been better, but for your sake, maybe it's a good thing.
They still got plenty of wins to work with, so this one hopefully won't hurt them too much.
Well, it looks like you guys are going to have an interesting game. I don't actually know the pitching matchup for this game. Who's going for each team?
deGrom and Buehler, so it's going to be an ace-off.
Well, that's going to be great. Well, it looks like your game's already getting started because we're behind schedule. But I'll be back tomorrow for the finale of this series. Cubs looking to salvage and avoid the sweep. I'll be on the call with JD. But for now, Brewers beat the Cubs 6-4. EB, Cookie, take it away, guys.
All right, thank you, Heinz. Have a nice night. As first place Los Angeles Dodgers come to play the Mets, as Vince Scully once said, it's time for Dodger baseball. And EB from Toronto, my favorite Torontoian, in the booth.
How you doing, Cookie? Welcome back to the booth. We haven't heard your voice in a while.
Yeah, I called some of those broadcaster league games earlier this week, but I've been taking a step back, taking a breather, reassessing everything as I try and clear my mental state, get back ready for school, and try and call these games in a better way. Man, we got so many regulars kind of out of it right now. We got Duggo's departed for a while. PK and the Jinx are done, and Walker Buehler's getting an easy one-pitch lineup. So, I mean, some things are normal like that, but other things like those broadcasters, we got guys like Beardy out next week. It's tough times, CB.
Yeah, it is. But we're here, so we're going to try to fill the times with the guys that we have and who are available. Like you and I, for example. Talked about this great game we have here with the Mets and the Dodgers. Buehler, this is the second straight start of his I'm going to call, so I'm excited about that. And, of course, deGrom is the Cy Young winner, so always good to see him.
Yeah, a lot of deGrom love. I got to say, for as much as people love Jacob, I don't.
Well, I hope Big Fun isn't listening, but you can tell me why you don't like him, because I'm kind of curious now.
I mean, he's a really good pitcher, there's no doubt about it. But I mean, just as a Tigers guy and a Dodgers guy, I prefer to talk Kershaw or Scherzer or Verlander when we're talking best pitchers in the league. I don't want to hear about Jacob deGrom. As good as he might be, as easy two-pitch pop-outs, Rosario McNeil both go down quick. 3 pitches, 2 outs for Walker Buehler. But yeah, I guess that's really it. I mean, deGrom is an amazing pitcher, but he's I like my guys more than him, so I don't like when people start giving deGrom love.
Well, fair enough. I can see that. I did the game that Buehler started on Monday. It was against the Padres. He went 6 innings and just gave up 1 run. The Dodgers won 2-1, so that was a nice game for the Dodgers. And they come in today with a nice 69 wins, but we want to see 70, of course.
Worst case, things stay nice for tomorrow. Ground ball back up the middle, booted by Muncy, but he recovers in time to make the throw to Jock Peterson to get out of the inning. So 1, 2, 3 go to the Mets, and didn't take very many pitches either as we head to the bottom of the first inning in LA. Jacob deGrom comes to the mound for the Mets.
See a lot of strikeouts, 185 and 151 in the third innings, 25th start. ERA is a little bit higher than what we're used to him from his Cy Young years, but still very good. So the Dodgers are going to be in tough today.
That's a very deep Dodgers lineup, especially 1 through 5. Betts, Muncy, Soler, Bellinger, and Turner. Rookie of the Year candidate Gavin Lux is down at the bottom half, along with Jock Peterson and Will Smith, who always seems to mash the ball when he makes contact.
See Mookie there. It showed the graphic. He's not very happy at Dodger Stadium. He's only 234, I think it said. So he needs to pick it up here. As I said the last time I did a game, and there was somebody with very poor home splits. You have to play 81 games at home, so you got to figure it out.
That's definitely the truth. A guy like Betts, obviously Yarbrough hasn't signed a 12-year extension to stay with the Dodgers, but and that would really backfire for the real-life Dodgers if he's hitting like that in Dodger Stadium, and now he's stuck with them for the next 12 years.
Yeah, I think he'll be okay. He's good wherever he hits, really. And last time you and I did a game was actually the Blue Jays and Red Sox, and I was talking about how I was worried that the Red Sox will bring Mookie back after this year, so that's not happening now. So I'm pretty happy not to see him in the East.
Yeah, not in the East, but not in the AL. So as a Tiger fan, I'm happy to not see him in the American League, especially if he were to sign with someone like the White Sox. Ooh, that could have been nasty. Just like that slider was to get the K.
93-mile-an-hour slider from deGrom. He picks out the K. This first batter fixed.
Kind of talked about it, EB, that 183 strikeouts, 150 innings. This is a starter. We talk about how he's elite. It's because of those strikeout numbers. He gets 10, 11 per 9. That is a exceptional statistic right there to be that good at getting the strikeouts. And very important against the lineup as potent as this one.
Probably will not be a lot of hits at this game, so anybody gets on base, Dodgers will have to figure out how to bring him home.
Definitely expecting a pitcher's duel here. Of course, it feels like every time I've said that, it's turned out to be a blowout. So,
so who knows what to expect here.
Jerry Hillsdale, the home plate umpire. I'll see what his strike zone looks like. I haven't had any major beef with it so far.
Well, right down the middle, we called it a strike, so looking good so far.
Took the words right out of my mouth, EB.
I've seen pitches down the middle not called strikes by some of these umpires, so you never know.
Hanging curve once he wants that one back. So next month is batting now, and well, when I was last calling games, it was Dodgers and Snakes last week. And that was a big series to determine kind of who would be ahead in the NL West. Dodgers took 3 of 4. They were up 1.5 games. They're now up by 3 as of today, as we'll see a pop out for out number 2. To the catcher, Contreras, not Wilson Contreras.
It's his brother. Of course, we saw Wilson in the game we just did. Yeah, I had the final game of that Dodgers-Snakes series with Duggo, and the Dodgers picked up the win in Game 4. Then I got their next one, which was against the Padres. Let's get another pick out. They won 2 of 3 against the Padres, and then they won the first 2 games of this series. So they're on a roll right now.
That's exactly what this team needs to do, EB. They've had ups, they've had downs, but now you're getting into August, September. It's time. You got to build up that cushion, feel comfortable in the division so you can really start getting geared up for the postseason here in the back half of September instead of worrying about, are we going to be beating the Diamondbacks to get that first place spot?
Absolutely. There's another big Diamondback series coming up next weekend. And then after that, the Dodgers go to Chicago to see those Cubs who we just saw. So they're going to play some good teams coming up.
The big tests and potential postseason opponents, talking about the Cubs and the Diamondbacks. Ripped foul by Conforto, 1-1.
2-1.
2-1 on the curve way inside.
See, Conforto not really doing well average-wise, but he does have 27 home runs on the year, so he's a dangerous left-handed bat.
count 2-2.
There's a nice pitch. Of course, talking about these real MLB counterparts, Dodgers have been looking amazing this year, EB. I think they were one of the favorites, along with the Yankees, to win the World Series this year, and both those teams have been off to scorching hot starts.
Yeah, Dodgers looking very good. The end of their game last night, they defeated the Giants. So who wants it? Looks like Bellinger.
Bellinger makes a play deep in the gap. Nice play out number one. Get Mr. Cueto brings up. And this is a guy I was also going to mention, Yoenis Cespedes, who not the best in really any department playing here in bat ball, but in the real major leagues, he kind of went missing from his hotel one day, and the team had no idea where he went.
Yeah, it's one of those Mets stories, right? Someone disappears, someone is it's got an injury, and we don't know what it is. Yeah, he didn't show up to the game last week, and then it turned out after the game that he had opted out, and he just decided to leave the hotel and not tell anyone he was opting out. They might have an extra base hit, he will.
Rips that one in the gap. That's going to be the production the Mets have missed from Yoenis' injuries over the years, and now he's opted out. But here in bat ball, we'll see his 17th double of the season, and it's a beautiful one. A little bit more on that pitch or in that swing. Easily could have been a home run. A nice line drive.
My first ball game that I ever did was a Mets-Dodgers game at Citi Field, and that day Cespedes was, I think, around 100. He wasn't even near 200. So now he's at 230 coming into today. So he's made some improvements over the last 3 months.
Definitely got to think how little he's played the last 2-3 seasons now. It's going to take some time for him to get back in game shape, and it looks like he's finally coming around to be maybe a little bit closer to the hitter the Mets thought the day when they signed him to that big extension. He looks at short, handles a sharp liner from Cano for number 2.
Yeah, he missed so much time with injuries that not really surprising to see that once he came back, he was struggling to hit major league pitching. It's taken him a while. He's going to be a free agent after the year, so he has to finish off on a good note if he wants to make some money.
Money. Give me the dough. That's what I said today, because I'm cookie and I like dough because it's unintentional pun until I thought about it.
Not bad at all.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Brandon Nimmo there, 235 overall. Again, double digits in home runs, 15.
And we see a lot of guys, especially in the back end of those rotations, lineups, that can really hit exceptionally, especially in terms of power the last few years with this kind of a new launch angle revolution that's been going on. Ground ball to second. It's grabbed by Muncy. Not 1, 2, 3, but a runner is left on in the form of a Cespedes double. We're heading to the bottom of the second. Clevinger, Turner, Peterson in the rough up to DeGrom on an bat ball.
Real life Mets have a 2-1 lead on the Marlins, and I see your boy JD Martinez made an out in his first bat. Red Sox and Blue Jays. So I'm happy about that. I know you're not too happy about that, but that's what it is. I'm keeping an eye on everything. This game, the real world, bit of everything.
Feel free to keep those real world updates coming, EB, especially for these Mets and for your Blue Jays, and for my JD Martinez too. What do you mean a small dribbler? Weak dribbler, and Cody Bellinger's safe at first base on that. That was just luck right there.
I think maybe Contreras misread or didn't take Cody's speed into account. He's a pretty fast guy, but some people don't really realize that he can run.
Cody really is a 5-tool player. Has that speed to go with the power, the average, and the elite fielding ability as well. Justin Turner, man, looking at those numbers, looks like he started to heat back up a bit. Was kind of struggling after coming back from injury.
Yeah, he really has turned it up recently. Of course, he's a former Met. They kind of let him go, and he latched on with the Dodgers, and he's found a lot of success here in LA.
Consistently been in the heart of that order. A really great player for the Dodgers.
Mets have a couple of those who got away, and Turner is one of them.
Of course, it's hard to count it as getting away. It feels like anybody who signs with the Dodgers just happens to break out and be this amazing player. Saw it with Max Muncy as well.
Yeah, that's true. I was talking about Muncy the other day. He was kind of what the cynical fans like to talk the trash heap, right? He was just kind of discarded by the A's, and Dodgers picked him up. We saw him in spring training and thought, oh, that's a guy who's, he's just going to be in AAA all year. Then he comes up and does what he did.
Now, Muncy bats second for these Dodgers. Plays anywhere on the infield other than short. Gives him a lot of versatility. Mainly stuck at first base this year, but playing some second here in the later months with Jorge Soler in the fold.
Pull down. 3-2.
Yeah, the Dodgers are very good at picking up guys like Turner and Muncy, and in addition, they're always drafting and developing well.
Deep fly ball off the bat of Justin Turner on the full count pitch, and then will be handled for out number one by Conforto. And yeah, EB, talk about those good drafts. Guy on the mound for them today, Walker Buehler, amazing draft pick. Their second, or I guess their shortstop now, Gavin Lux. Their catcher, Will Smith. Both, can't remember if they were both draft picks or if either of them came over in a trade, but amazing development on both those guys. Looking great.
Yeah, Dodgers have done an excellent job, even though they're in the postseason every year and they don't obviously have high draft picks because of it. They're still finding these guys and really developing them well.
Keep going if you want. Cody Bellinger, Corey Seager, a couple Rookie of the Year guys right there. So DeGrom will get a swing and a miss. A strikeout of Jock Peterson for his second strikeout of the day and the second out of the inning in the second half of the second inning. So it's to be the second base runner for Dodgers.
Ball.
See some Mets fans in the crowd today. Here and there.
Don't see those every day.
Yeah. See the orange shirts there.
Yeah, what few. We're out in LA. Check on the runner. Maybe back in time. So maybe they're thinking about Cody's speed now, EB.
Yeah, now they're noticing it after he beat out that infield hit. Trying to keep him close. Of course, with 2 outs, he'll be running on contact, if anything, anyway.
One and two. Lux, a versatile middle infielder, Dodgers' top prospect going into this season, and he'll strike out to end the second inning. So both teams get a runner on the form of a hit in the second, but neither team capitalizes. We head now to the third. Still knotted at 0. Heidi Watney checks in. Her charity is still Meals on Wheels. They give money to people. They don't give money, they give food to people who need it. So donate to Meals on Wheels. Use exclamation point donate. Support those elders who need that food brought to them. You all know the spiel if you're listening, because odds are you're not new.
Saw some nice pitching stats there for the Dodgers, so Buehler's going to try to keep that going. Here is the rookie, William Contreras. His brother had a nice game just in the Cubs-Brewers game. We saw the Cubs lost, but nevertheless, nice day for Wilson, and William is going to try to follow in his brother's footsteps.
Very similar names. Play the same position. It's, not every day you see that, Evie. We see a lot of, brothers play in the major leagues, but it's not usual their names are so similar and they're at the same position on the field, I feel.
Yeah, it is very rare, and they also look alike very much. So it might be easy to confuse them if they stood side by side.
Think about the Moran brothers. One's a pitcher, one's a position player. The Romine brothers, Andrew and Austin, names are kind of similar, but Austin the catcher, Romine the utility man, plays basically everywhere but catcher. But Wilson with 2 L's and Willie Young, also 2 L's. Both catchers, and both probably struck out once today.
The pitcher, Cueto.
Walker Buehler's first K comes to William.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you what if Wilson struck out. I know he had some hits, but William is going to strike out, facing big league pitching here from Buehler. Here's Jacob deGrom, who throws right-handed but bats left-handed.
0-1's the count.
Yeah, that was just like me, EB, back in my day when I was the bench guy on the JV squad. I threw righty. I threw lefty sometimes too. And then I usually batted lefty. Well, I did bat righty sometimes too. I was kind of your textbook amphibious guy.
I never did anything, and they tried to teach me how to swing a bat. Father of a friend. I was maybe 9, 10 years old, and he gave up after about 2 seconds. I did a lot of that, what Jacob deGrom just did.
Gives Walker his second strikeout. Yeah, I gotta say, I didn't make contact with the ball very much. Had a lot of swings that looked like that, but those were the days. And I just wish I still had a throwing buddy so I could really. It was kind of funny. You see a deep fly ball, but that'll run the inning. So there it gets there to Ty Rosario. 2 pitches, 2 outs for Rosario. But no, EB, when I was throwing, I always threw harder with my left hand, with less control. And then I always had better contact batting from the left side, with better power batting from the right side. So it was very interesting. I was a wild flamethrower and a contact hitter with my left sides, and I was I wouldn't call it a power hitter, but a power hitter and kind of a more finessey kind of guy from my right side. So it had a bit of everything there.
Yeah, it's very interesting. So, Will Smith had not very interesting at bat.
Doesn't get much less interesting than a strikeout with a swing looking like that. You're about
3 pitches too. So, good morning, good afternoon, good night.
Likes to say good morning, good afternoon, and good night. Try and do it to Walker Buehler here. Checks his swing, but it's a called strike in the bottom part of the zone for strike 1.
Buehler is 2 for 43 this year, and one of those hits is a double.
2 for 43. Good for not even a buck. It's 47 cents, the batting average. Should make that batting average illegal with the national coin shortage in America. Just to give him some hits till he gets up to $1.
So Jacob deGrom got 2 strikeouts. So yeah, we're going to see Walker Buehler striking out guys. And I think it's the same one on William Contreras going down. Not sure I thought it was appropriate to show that, but okay.
Especially when deGrom was on the mound and we just saw Buehler go down on strikes. But Our production crew, they like to have some fun back there. Maybe they're cracking open a cold one here to enjoy their Saturday night, stuck in the trailer, editing film for all wonderful viewers, all 12 of you. Thank you for tuning in. Mookie Betts has the 1-1 count to Jacob, where deGrom has. Wait. I don't know if I had it right or wrong. deGrom has the 1-1 count to Mookie Betts with a 2-1. That pitch wasn't even close.
Mookie went down on strikes, but he did actually see some pitches his first time up.
And that just got worse, man. William didn't even try to catch that one. It was so far out of zone. 3-1. Danger of a walk here with 2 outs. Last thing you want to do is let the middle at runners on base, even if there is 2 away. Fouls went off. 3-2 pitch. On the ground. Swing and foul down the third base line.
So this is a better at bat. At least it's not 3 pitches and goodbye.
Morning, good afternoon, good night. Key. It's more of a good morning. Did you sleep well? Have some coffee. Good afternoon. Want to go for a jog? And then you finish it off to get to bed. Good night, Mookie. deGrom gets the K and a long at bat wins the battle. We're heading to the 4th inning, still knotted at 0 and only 1 hit apiece. 2, 3, 4 for the Mets, but Neal, Alonso, and Cueto. Forzo really ripped some his last time. McNeil went down on 2 pitches in his first at-bat. We'll see if he tries to stay a bit more patient here. Buehler's averaging 9.67 pitches an inning. He was at 29.3.
Pitch comes lower than deGrom so far. Gonna try to keep that up and stay here as long as he can.
Ooh, indeed. Almost snagged in midair by Lux, but it just tips off the end of his glove. It'd be an infield single. I would have to think from McNeil.
Yeah. We'll see the Rookie of the Year for last year, Pete Alonso.
Ooh.
And his many home runs. What was it, 54, whatever it was?
Yeah. Matt Vasgersian had to change up his commentary a bit in the show this year because Cody Bellinger's no longer the National League rookie home run record holder. Now Pete Alonso had a heck of a rookie season. Got a lot of love, and I don't like it when Mets get love like that. Just like deGrom, it's nobody really likes Pete Alonso when they can have Gavin Lux or Cody Bellinger. Same thing with Vlad Guerrero, and I'm sorry, EB.
You know what? I gotta tell you, Vlad didn't really earn any of that stuff, so I'm sort of with you on that.
Sounds like he's the best thing since sliced bread. That's the best thing since sliced bread. And sliced bread still win. This Buehler's going to get a strike.
Now batting.
Meanwhile, the Red Sox get on the board, so I'm not too happy about that. Chase Anderson in his Blue Jays debut. If he pitches like the Ball Chase Anderson, then I'm not going to like him too much.
We have an update on JD Martinez. Has he done anything in the game yet?
No, he made it now his first time up, but PK's favorite catcher, Christian Vasquez, singled in a run just now.
So bottom bar of the order. We'll have to see what happens when they flip around. JD's, I gotta think he's in the 3 here.
He is, yeah.
A lot less competition with Mookie Betts out of town. Swinging a drive. deep in left field, and Jorge Soler is going to run out of room. It's a 2-run bomb for Cueto. He was hitting some lasers his first at bat. Finally gets one fair this time, and with Alonso on base, it's a 2-0 lead.
28th home run. Let's see what let's went the other way, and thought Soler might have a shot. Then the more he went back, I figured I saw that no. So Dodgers are going to play from behind, see if they can come back. They've beaten the Mets in all 5 games they've played so far this year.
Nope. Ball 1.
The law of averages, which isn't real, would say the Mets are good.
Well, if it isn't real, I hope it stays that way. Meaning the Dodgers will come back.
So everyone, for those who don't know what the law of averages is, it basically is the assumption, since, let's say, every time the Dodgers and Mets play, there's a 80% chance that the Dodgers will win, and there's a 20% chance that the Mets will win, for example. That would mean you'd think every 5 times they play, Dodgers won only 4 times, the Mets would win 1. So if, say, the Dodgers had won their first 4 games and playing game number 5, you'd say, oh, well, the Mets are probably going to win because they're due. That's not how it works. Every game's independent, so every game they play, the Dodgers still have that 80% chance to win, regardless of if they've won none or won 50 games.
All right.
So there's your statistic lessons for the day, folks. Hopefully it didn't bore you like that. Simply, that is why you don't trust the law of averages, because it isn't real. It's all dependent. Just like Robinson Cano, now independent from the Seattle Mariners, and he went from one cursed franchise to another.
Yeah, and maybe some of it his own curses that he brought with him from Seattle back to New York. Of course, he started his career with the Yankees. Just 237 this year. Does have 17 home runs.
Yeah, batting down in the order. I think when the trade was made, Cano was generally viewed as more of a throw-in to get the name of that closer.
Edwin Diaz.
Edwin Diaz, there we go. To get Diaz to be a Met. So, Brody to Wagner, something like that. They tried to get this team going. And of course, Conforto got the team going here today with that 2-run bomb. As we head now bottom of the 4th, DeGrom's looking sharp, and Dodgers can put together a response. Their 2, 3, 4 hitters coming up as well. Muncy looks kind of purple.
I guess maybe he's scared to face DeGrom. I don't know.
You saw that too, right?
Yeah. I'm seeing it now, even as he's.
Count 1-0.
And now I can't see anything.
The stream has ended, so.
It's still going on Twitch, but we're not seeing anything.
Oh, yes. How about that? So.
2-0.
Alright, folks. That's something.
Yeah, that's very interesting. It's not something I've seen before. The stream down like that. I haven't seen purple players, that's for sure.
Yeah, Muncie's still looking purple.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's Twitch or Discord. He's looking purple.
Nope, unfair.
So all 6 of our viewers, we're kind of going to go on a bit of a delay on the commentary from what you're seeing.
See if we can find a janitor somewhere.
And if you can get on the janitor EP, I'll take a look at Muncie. Done a nice job working this count. Snap back even, at least on my feed. You guys might have seen the end of the at-bat here. Pitch on the way for me right now, and it's going to be foul. So the purple Max Muncie will continue his fight. So Jorge Soler's on deck. So they're one of 2 big trades, him and Andrew Heaney. Really giving this Dodgers team a lot more punch. You see Soler up now after the Muncie strikeout, and with his purple face, you gotta think we might not see him come back out. Top half. Probably need to get a trainer on that, I think, EB.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he's, I don't know, was he holding his breath or something while he was up there batting? I don't know.
Maybe, I don't know. Jorge Soler.
No strike.
Nice job. The count has a here's count right now.
Inside, ball 1.
Obviously, Bellinger, the reigning MVP, will be up next. If, and I prefer to think when Soler reaches. So, Brown starting back a little bit. I really have no idea how this commentary is lining up. That's why I'm staying vague, folks. Soler does end up with the walk.
The center fielder, number 35.
Bellinger's
Cody
batting for you guys right now.
Bellinger.
I think we're back, are we? I'm not sure.
No.
No, not yet. Okay. So we're only on Twitch still. I'm not on Discord, but I hope my call will go answered and somebody will take the blinds off for us.
First time, EB, I think I've ever seen this happen.
Yeah, it hasn't happened to me before. I had a game where it was just really lagging and slow all night, but not like we saw a picture, just didn't move a lot. But this is this is just odd.
It really is. You talk about pictures moving. I think about Harry Potter. I was with my mom. She played me this video of Cookie Monster pretending to be Harry Potter trying to get the goblet of cookies. Deep drive, but that is on the track, going to be caught for out number 2 in the inning. Cueto, a nice job to grab that one. I thought Bellinger might have tied this game up, but unfortunately, he can't match Cueto's power in the fourth here today. It's going to come Justin Turner to get things to keep rolling here in the 4th inning. Lots of these Dodgers have really struggled off deGrom in their career, and that's really not a surprise because it's Jacob deGrom. But this ball is ripped right to Yoenis Cespedes. Get us out of the 4th inning. 1, 2, 3. And we're heading to a 5th. Wait, it wasn't 1, 2, 3 because we had a runner on base. But I don't care because I'm key and I say what I want to say, regardless of what happens. Because they fire me, I get fired.
Leading off for the Mets.
But we'll move on. Brandon Nimmo will come into bat.
If they fire you, you should ask for severance pay.
I'll take severance time. With PK and the Jinx gone and Doug on an indefinite leave, I'm like one of the oldest people of the project.
Elder statesmen is what we call them.
Trying to think who's been around as long as me, and it's me, Garrett, Empress.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Not sure if Big Fund was around that long ago. I know you weren't.
No, definitely was not. I came around maybe end of April, beginning of May, something like that.
No special, no TARDIS. There are a couple of the more active GMs nowadays. That's ripped followed by Nimmo. This game's going to take a bit of a back seat, folks, because the commentary won't line up and it'll be painful. So we're almost going to go in podcast mode with talking about in general how the game's going until we get our picture back up and going. Oh, Donnie was around back there. Good friend Don. He hasn't been on many calls lately.
Right.
Same thing with Beardy Buddha, Brother Beard, and Mark Cowley.
Next to the bat,
OG kind of guys. A lot of them are
Contreras.
really getting preoccupied with other stuff this coming week as well. That ball got past Mookie Betts.
One of those, he tries to catch over his head, it never works. And they still try it.
William Contreras. Trying to live up to his brother's name. Now, Evie, if I was the Cubs general manager, that's Theo Epstein.
Yeah, Theo Epstein.
Almost pronounced it right. I would go after, I'd try and trade for William Contreras. I'd want to be able to confuse my opposing manager as much as possible and then say, oh, W. Contreras is out to
And they're both catchers, too. That's like, who are you going to start today? Which W. Contreras are you going to start today?
Both start with Will, too. W-I-L-L. The
Yeah.
difference is and Sun. Sun, yeah, that's really the difference. Brown second,
Now batting,
something, pitcher first, out number one. Hey, we got a
Right. We're just about to think, I think, even. Almost. Yeah, that was a very interesting experience to call the delay.
We're back. One count to Jacob deGrom,
That's ball two.
one of the better hitting pitchers.
It's 12 for 46, well, 47 now.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Quickly chase to that cutter. Well, actually, that wasn't chasing, just a swing and miss. It's at 2-2, and now he's going to rip one right to Jock Peterson for out number 2.
The batter, number 1. Shortstop, Ahmed.
Jock playing some nice first base. I know they tried it last year, didn't really work out, but Ball Jock has done a nice job at first.
So Ahmed Rosario, shortstop, getting his third at-bat of the day here. Third pitch of his day on the way. He finally takes one.
In the Boston-Toronto game, Rowdy Tellez was picked off and caught stealing second base. I don't even know how that happens.
Off the plate, ball 1.
1-1.
Count is 1 and 2.
Yeah, my neighbors came over and told us they were going to be having a party tonight. So not to be alarmed. But they said they'd have a DJ. I'm just hearing a bass drum. I'm not hearing a DJ, so I'm kind of curious what their definition of DJ is. As we will see Rosario go down to end things here in the 5th. Oh, the top of the 5th at least. Bottom half of the 5th coming up. Dodgers still down by 2. Looking to respond on Jacob deGrom. Heidi Watney flexed as to how deGrom is this good. That's about Gavin Lux and prospects he has of being Rookie of the Year.
Next month, he still looks purple there at the dugout.
Oh my god. There has to be something wrong. I don't know how that's caused. Is he becoming a vampire, maybe?
Maybe he's telling Dave Roberts, please don't send me back out there to face the ground. Please, please.
Well, He would be 6th up this inning, so he'd have some base runners if he does come.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing him up this inning.
Peterson, Luck, Smith, 7, 8, 9. Now, David Price warming in the pen, so it looks like Walker Buehler's day could be done. We see his spot come up.
I'd rather not see David Price in the game, but that's just me.
You see David Price in the game is over.
Of course, ball long relievers are the bane of my existence, as I always like to point out.
Still think we got to move David Price to be a setup man.
We won't see him. That's a good idea, actually.
Well, it's a 1-2 count to Jock Peterson. Jock, of course, playing first base after the Soler trade. Really testing his limit. We got to keep that bat in the front. He shows why with that base hit.
Oh yeah, especially against right-handed pitching. He's going to be in the lineup. Even though the last game I did against the Diamondbacks, he hit a home run against a left-handed pitcher.
Yeah, he does have pretty tough splits, but it's not like he's, he can't hit lefties at all. He can. It's just not nearly as great. He can be considered an above-average player, maybe even a borderline star when you see those right-handed pitchers. But against the lefties, it's get a bit tougher.
Yeah, he will hit the odd one out against the lefty, but we're looking at stats, and the vast majority of his home runs have come off righties, and I have no idea what Lux was.
It was probably fear. He saw Muncie's reaction to facing deGrom, and he's getting in his head thinking, man, this guy's got to be really tough.
So he might be playing golf there, if that's it.
Never have gone golf. I've been wanting to go mini golf. It's been a while since I've done mini golf. It isn't exactly good for going out and doing things.
1-1.
Smith's got the 1-1 count. 1 away, 1 on here, and inning 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 +
2 balls, 1 strike.
It's a good thing we have one guy in the booth who can do math.
Nope, outside.
It's lucky, I suppose. You could say 1 × 5. You'd like, but that doesn't have as many ones, and that's really, I like going for those ones. It's going to be a walk to Will Smith. That puts 2 runners on, and we will see. I'd have to see Corey Seager coming to pinch hit now for Walker Buehler.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Pinch hitting for the Dodgers.
So Buehler's day is done pretty quickly today.
5 innings allows 2 runs, but with a couple on and just 1 away, they want to capitalize here off a tough. So like deGrom, Corey Seager could be playing every day. He's a really great hitter. On the left side, coming to face the righty, gives him a good shot to get on the board.
But as you can see, not hitting for average at all this year. So somebody had to go to the bench with Soler being acquired, and that guy is Seager.
Seager was having a better year. It would have been Lux, or would have been Peterson potentially as well. We could have gone. Seager's really done a great job to play in his limited playing time since he's still there deal. But he said somebody has to go. Chase the 3 pitch for a strike. The good news is, if you're the Dodgers, if anybody goes down, you can shift the defense accordingly and get Seager's bat in play.
Yeah, you have a guy on the bench ready to go who would be a starter for most other teams.
So, Kim, along with Chris Taylor, really give his team depth they need for a long outfield injury. Peterson shifts back. Seager comes in on the infield. Ditto to do Taylor. Second injury. The injury on the infield, you don't got to worry about shifting Peterson. Brown gets the K for the second out of the beginning, so Seager can shift as it work out. We'll see how much not having Buehler out there for sixth place instead will hurt this team. But first, let's focus on the good. Actually, hasn't been really good today. 2 strikeouts for Mookie Betts here with 2 on, 2 out. Remember, 2 + 2 + 2 to the power of 0. I figured that was better than saying +1.
Oh, that's very interesting. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Mookie,
rips it to third. Neal makes the throw. Jam avoided. deGrom. They're heading to the 6th inning, 2-0 New York. That's lead on ML Ball. Again, they're heart of the 2-3 So Cueto coming up against David Price.
So you see David Price not having a very good year, which is why I was signed when he came on. Started in the rotation, went terribly for it, so he's relegated to the bullpen as a long man, and he will have to be the long man today and eat up some innings with Buehler only going 5.
Yep, this one will go back. So, yeah, Price was awful. He came over in the Mookie Betts trade. He was kind of to lower that prospect cost. And, I mean, I gotta say, if you're the Dodgers, you think it works out for you because the fact that you have, well, for the real-life Dodgers, it works out because now you've managed to negotiate Mookie Betts, and you got him for the next 12 years and pair him with Bellinger. Have one of the best outfields in all of baseball, if not the best. Price covers the bag. Number 1. But yeah, in Ball, Price was just awful. It felt like his ERA was, I mean, obviously it's sitting between 4 and 5, but in a lot of his starts, he was giving up a run per inning. It just wasn't sustainable. So the rookie Dustin May came up and may have ended up staying up and pushed Julio Arias to the bench with Andrew Heaney in the fridge, but I honestly haven't looked.
Yeah, we'll see. I would maybe say Arias, Alex Wood are guys who might be on the bubble to go into the pen or back AAA if they don't pick it up soon.
Price has been in the pen, and he hasn't been as awful as he could be out there.
I found that when you brought him in with runners on base, it was not a good plan. Maybe starting an inning fresh is a better idea for him.
Well, he is a guy. Oh my gosh!
He lost his bat. Oh.
Heads up. Yeah, I think that would be easy because he's a starter. He's more used to coming in with the bases empty, used to having a bit more time to stretch out, not have to come in and automatically be thinking about the runner.
Yeah, he's done that. He did have some bullpen time early in his career in Tampa Bay, but mostly as a starter. So he's just used to coming out to the mound and starting an inning fresh, nobody on base. And I thought that early on, at least, in the games I saw, Dave Roberts would bring him in with runners on when the starter got into trouble, and then Price would just make it worse by allowing all those runners to score.
He hasn't been... Oh, I might have jinxed him almost on that swing. Maybe I'll not say what I was going to say that. That Conforto won't straighten that one out on the next swing. Pitch number 11 from Price. He has Conforto down 0-2. His 2-run bomb. He's the only run-scoring offense of the day for either side.
Yeah, gotta get him out and put up as many zeros as you can, if you can.
0-2 coming on the way.
Ball one.
The neighbor's music, it's no longer a bass drum. I think I hear the music from the DJ booth. It's not English, so I'm kind of wondering what language it is. There.
Ball that side.
2. All right, 2-2. Kind of the cool thing about America, I guess, is the fact that it's kind of that melting pot of all the different cultures. So our neighbors are, at least in my neighborhood, it's a very diverse communities. Lots of different cultures and backgrounds.
Yeah, same with Canada. And here in this game, Conforto was down 0-2, but now he's got a good at bat here against Price.
Always got to bring us back to reality, EB.
Yeah, I don't know, because I'm kind of nervous. The longer this at bat goes, the more nervous I get.
Well, we'll see. 2-2, 2 out. Comes a full count, 3-2. Walk to Conforto might not be the worst thing because that means Yoenis Cespedes comes up.
3-2 and inning 3 times 2.
Inside, ball 4.
And it's a walk, so maybe the best possible outcome after seeing that many pitches. David Price, Conforto reaches after his home run the last time. Cespedes started his day with a absolutely ripped double, and another one of those here would extend the Mets' lead.
Think about our friend's special effects and mention that Cespedes is a former Tiger. Price as well, actually, so there we go.
They were former Tigers at the same time. Cespedes and Price, both on that 2015 squad that just completely underperformed after the Tigers were swept by the Orioles in 2014 ALDS.
Ball that's off the plate.
Max Scherzer departed via free agency. So, obviously after that free agent departure of Scherzer, the team just wasn't able to get any traction. And, well, both Price and Cespedes were shipped out at the deadline that year. Price to the Blue Jays, and Cespedes to the Mets, where he re-signed. And Jock Peterson made a grab there, and a job to work out of trouble by Price.
So it's still 2-0 as Mr. Purple. Well, he looks okay now. I guess he took some medication and his face is back to normal. I actually have an interesting fact for you. I was going to bring it up in the top of 6, but I forgot. Historical fact. Today in Mets history, on August 8, 2014, Bartolo Colon, Big Sexy, joins Juan Marichal and Pedro Martinez in becoming the third hurler from the Dominican Republic to win 200 Major League games. The 40-year-old right-hander accomplishes the feat when he goes 8 innings, giving up 6 hits and 1 run in the Mets' victory over the Phillies, as Muncy is going to put the Dodgers on the board.
EB, I don't think it gets much better than that. We got fun facts about Big Sexy Bartolo Colon, and we got the Dodgers on the board. Max Muncy, absolute bomb. Apo Taco. 1-run ball game. Bartolo Colon wins a lot of games through 8 innings for the Mets on day, not very many years ago. His first career home run also came playing for the Mets.
Yeah. I was looking at the piece of paper I had that written down, and then I'm looking at the screen, and Muncy goes boom. So I think he took some Pepto-Bismol for whatever it was that he had, and came back out and home run.
I like to think it might have been something dislodged. Maybe the trainer just had to kind of burp him like a baby or something.
Do the Heimlich? I don't know.
Whatever it was, it worked out, and he came back and did great. So Jorge Soler's got a tough act to follow.
Ball inside.
In the count to get a pitch he might like to repeat the outcome of the last at-bat, 2-0.
The Dodgers won. I'll save that for later. It's not as interesting as Big Sexy, but it's still a pretty fun fact. So yeah, this day in history is Big Sexy, the third pitcher for the Dominican Republic to win over 200 Major League games.
Very many pitchers, even not from the Dominican, can say they've won 200 big league games. So props to Big Sexy. Man, what are the longest years for a pitcher? Or he's to their doubles.
Yeah, it's too bad that he's not signed by any Major League team this year. He's the Mexican League.
Gotta think his big league playing days might be just about done. Isn't getting signed this year. It's hard to make a comeback in your 40s after kind of taking a year off from the league. I mean, you're going to take a chance.
David Price doesn't even have 200 wins in his career. He's 150, so he needs 50 more.
And those 50 wins are looking tougher and tougher.
Yeah, he had 150 before this season, so in Ball he has had a few, so it's a little bit more than 150 now, but yeah, it's hard the accomplishment to reach 200 wins.
Price has, I believe, 2 more years on his contract after this year, and the way he's been playing the last few years, it's hard to see him signing much more than maybe a big deal with an invite to Major League spring training or a 1-year prove-it deal after it's done that could signal the last contract of his career.
Don't forget also that pitchers don't often stay long enough in games anymore to even pick up victories because managers are always worried about them staying in the lineup a third time and all that, so they may not even last the 5 innings they need to get a win.
Yeah, that's the really sad thing. I like seeing pitchers really work it is, hey, there's a double for, that's Cody Bellinger.
Yeah, they're tied.
So they're tied and a runner on second, but still nobody out. We're going to see a visit from the pitching coach to try and settle down deGrom, approaching 100 pitches.
It was a cruise control for the most part. He got that jam last inning, got out of it, but this inning, 3 extra base hits in a row. We see Edwin Diaz, the aforementioned Edwin Diaz, and Paul Sewell, I think, up in the bullpen.
Now we gotta fear those extra innings, EP.
Yeah, that's not on my to-do list today, so we better. Somebody better win this in regulation.
Well, there's a blooper in there, and they're going to send the runner. Cody Bellinger's chugging home the throw, not in time. The Dodgers take a 3-2 lead here in the 6th inning.
Once again, Cody showing off that speed. I think it's 74 in MLB The Show. And scoring pretty easily. Travis looks like he was just catching that throw, when Cody's hand touched the home plate. So that's going to do it. Luis Rojas is going to make a pitching change.
Out with the old, in with the new. deGrom's day is done. Looked impeccable through 5. And now here in the 6th inning, double, home run, double, single. Now he's in line for the loss as Chaston Shreve comes in to pitch.
Shreve, you see there, a 7.62 ERA in 13 innings. He's been back and forth between AAA and the majors, former Yankee, and with the Cardinals as well. Now with the Mets, he's going to have to pitch at least 1 inning. We'll see how long they let him go.
Bottom of the 6th inning, 6, 7, 8 now for the Dodgers to face Shreve as they, like I said, still nobody out. Now runner on first for insurance runs. Keila, Baez, and Jansen to close this one out. Hopefully, please, whoever up above you believe in, folks, tell them not to keep Price in 7th.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen that too in baseball. Long reliever comes in, you're down, you're tied, you take a slim lead, and they keep him out there. You know the best way to avoid that is, right?
we got to get him up to bat.
Exactly. Gotta keep getting men on base, and Spot will come up and have to pinch hit for him.
Well, it's 6, 7, 8 with nobody away, so only one more is going to have to reach if we don't see someone hit into a double play to get Price's spot in the order up, and then we just got to hope they don't decide that he can hit.
And how about Jock? Oh, wow, that was a terrible misplay. I was going to say, Jock got another base hit off the lefty, and then I thought Conforto would catch that, and he didn't catch it.
Not sure if that'll be ruled a base hit or an error. I mean, it was an absolute rope, but it was right to him. And just nice job to block it, I suppose, keep it in front of you. It's good fundamental baseball, but more so than keeping it in front of you with a pitch that hard hitting right at you, you got to be catching those as well.
Yeah, I think it is a base hit. I didn't see any error graphic, and it looked like it got down, so...
Base hit it is. Gavin Lux, lefty on lefty action. 2 strikeouts for Lux today. Happy to see deGrom out of the game here.
I think the entire Dodgers lineup is, even though he was starting to get hit around here.
Tripped. Well, that's not what we needed. 5-4-3, a double play. Jack Peterson no, Justin Turner will stand at third base now with 2 away. Smith coming up, and we may not see Price's spot come up now, EB.
Unless Will Smith gets a nice knock here to drive in the run.
Ball 1, no strike.
We'll take ball 1. You see Smith batting under 200 with runners in scoring position. That's not far up from his actual average, though, so it is what it is. But he'll rip one high and deep. And that's going to be, I thought it was going to be gone. But he bounces one hop up against the wall, and it's an RBI double for Will Smith. Not only does it give the Dodgers an insurance run, but it gets Price out of the game, and that is something to be celebrated more so than anything else.
Yeah, Price gave us the inning. He could even win this game if the Dodgers hang on. Have a nice night. See you tomorrow. And we're going to get Kike Hernandez.
Now batting for the Dodgers. Number 14, Kike Hernandez. There's the PA announcer, folks. 179, not many home runs. Struggled when he got extensive playing time with Turner out, and he'll fly out to left. Cespedes gets there at the end of the inning. Not before the Dodgers strike 4 runs. We're heading now to the 7th, and boy, oh boy, what a treat we got here. Shark Shavery joined us in the booth.
Well, howdy, fellas. That was quite the inning right there.
How's it going?
Oh, not too bad. Enjoying air conditioning in my apartment. Although, it doesn't work in my car, and I drove like an hour 15 in very hot weather, so that sucked, but it makes this all the sweeter.
Shark, it's Cookie. Do you remember who I am?
Whom? Pizza? I remember.
That's
is going to come in here for the Dodgers.
Blair. Roughed up the last time I saw him. Really not the case here. Start by facing the lefty Cano.
Yeah, he's got 2 lefties and a righty to face, so hopefully he can get those lefties out, and then the righty is William Contreras, who's a youngster, so hopefully he can get him out too. It's good to see you again, Shark, in the booth. Hope your hands are feeling better as well.
More or less. Have to still be careful, but it's kind of imposing good posture, since that's kind of what messed it up in the first place, and it's not fun to play with it, so can't slouch anymore, but I should have been doing it this entire time, so learning experience.
Yeah, I hear you. I do a lot of typing, so, I have to think about my posture too, and, placement of the wrist. Otherwise, I get the same thing.
Yeah, it's really nice to see you back, Shark. For those who didn't know, Shark's had a lot of things going on, both in his apartment and with his wrist, so it's really nice.
Home stretch here. Got a good brace for my wrist and my elbow. Got work being done on my apartment still, but much further along. I had to keep my computer covered up when there's drywall getting put in, but on the final steps of that finally.
So pop-ups, Turner handles route number 1. Nice job by Colbert to induce the weak contact. So, you know, I suppose Shark, with the Dodgers now up by 3 in the division, you can't be super duper happy, but
one might say that.
Yeah, but you know, he's still coming in here to play stretch for us, so that's a nice thing. I mean, we're always happy to get the stretch from Shark, no matter who's playing.
It's been a bit too long since I've been able to do stuff, so got done with things for the day and turned it on, and it was top of the 6th, and I was like, oh, I need to go get my computer uncovered right now, and then it was really long, and the rush was for nothing.
Now, did you see what the real Tigers did today in Pittsburgh?
I was too busy. I haven't even seen the results yet.
Well, Derek Holland, I think he gave up 4 home runs in like 11 span of 11 pitches or something like that.
Yep.
What?
Yeah,
first 5 batters for Detroit all reached 4 of a home run. Goodrum, Guerrero, Crone, and Candelario. The scope single mixed in. Tigers, I believe 11-5 was the final. Win it, and they go up to 7-5 on the season.
If you had told me they would be above 500 at this point, the pessimist in me would have said, no way. And if you would have told me they would have just had a derby, I would have been like, also no way. So I'm going to have to go find the highlights after I get to stretch it down and see how this game plays out here, because that sounds amazing.
Yeah, that was a good game for the Tigers. Yeah, they're off to a pretty good start. They're better than the Blue Jays, so that's all I can say about that. Yeah, Derek Holland, his nickname is Dutch Oven, but he was more like the gas can today in that first inning.
Count Blair induces the ground out. Lux handles it and throws in time for out number 2. Yeah, the real-life Tigers are currently in line for that 8th seed in the AL playoffs. So that's something.
Fingers crossed. Gonna stay cautiously optimistic, but it has been good to see the Tigers performing, you know, as good as I would hope, but not as good as I expected. Or better than I expected, I should say.
Yeah, this is the crazy thing about the short season. If someone goes on a run like this, then they're in.
A lot more.
Yeah. If you play bad like the Blue Jays have, you're in trouble.
Hot start comes out of that much more important, not only for the results of the whole season, but also for your confidence. As boy, it's stretch time.
Yeah.
Please join us for the
All right, here we go, boys.
Center field and batting now, number 16, Jason Marucci.
My heart shark. So full. We got MP, we got Special, we got Shark, we got EV, we got Dodgers winning. We got the most beautiful stretch I've heard since Shark's been around. Last. It doesn't get much better than this, folks.
Well, other than the Dodgers coming up, I do agree with that, but it's been a fun game, so I just love to see good baseball.
Now batting, second baseman, Matt.
So they did a double switch here. I picked it up, and Jake Marisnik is going to bat ninth and play center field, and Edwin Diaz is going to be on the mound. He's going to get a nice kick out there.
Bets out. Once he's home run, that was just last inning, started that 4-run rally to get the Dodgers up on top. DeGrom out of the game.
Inside ball.
It certainly is a thing of beauty, and I need to finally eat some food for the day, so I will let you two get back to it. I will see both of you later. Have a great rest of your call.
Thank you very much, Shark.
Sure. As always, enjoy that food. I hope it's not pizza. Maybe make yourself some cookies for dessert. Yeah, that's what.
I did not have pizza today, I can tell you that.
Good job, EP. There we go. It is not pizza, he says. Oh, but you wish. No, you don't wish it was, Shark. Don't lose those brownie points or cookie points.
Cookie points, yeah, of course. Top points.
Who needs brownie points?
Special effects says it should be pizza. You know, I got a respect for my good friend Cookie. If he doesn't like pizza, I'm not going to talk about pizza.
See, that's why you are my favorite, not only broadcaster, but also Canadian in general.
See, we Canadians are so nice. Most of the time.
It's gotta be nice, you know what I'm saying, eh?
Hey, yeah, of course. So that was on our walk, and Jorge Soler, I got my Mets facts. So oh no, I did my Mets facts. I need the Dodgers. This day in history. Let's see. August 8th, 2000. I'm going to probably mess up the name, but that's okay. Darren Dreifort hits 2 home runs and gets the win in the Dodgers' 7-5 victory over the Cubs. The starting pitcher hurled 6 2/3 innings, went deep in the bottom of the 4th and bottom of the 5th.
One ball, one strike.
He's a guy who can go deep, but he swings and misses.
That's what you like to hear.
Pitchers hitting home runs. A little bit better than pitchers striking out with 3 pitches like we saw this game.
That's why I think a lot of people don't mind seeing DH welcomed to both leagues, because, yeah, it's cool to see your pitchers hit, but, you know, we're still going to get a sprinkling of that when you see your DH moved to a defensive position from time to time. It'll happen sometimes over the course of the season.
I think the Royals had that the other day, and then I think the Cubs did it too in the game against the Royals. They put their DH at first because they were losing by a lot, so pitcher spot had to come up, and then I saw they sent another pitcher to hit in the pitcher spot.
Strikeout by Soler. He has his first.
99 on that fastball from Edwin Diaz, who was part of that Cueto trade. Terrible year last year. A little bit better this year. I noticed when he doesn't face the Phillies, he does pretty well.
So, Hope lies in Cody Bellinger. The double that knocked. No, that wasn't the one that knocked. That was Turner that knocked the deGrom out of the game, but he tied it up with the doubles last time. Looking more of the same here. Runner on first. It is Muncy though, so double might not be quite enough to make him score. If I could not stutter.
I got the count. 1 and 2.
Through it.
Don't worry about the stuttering. You're in good company. I see that in the real Blue Jays Red Sox game, former Blue Jay Kevin Pillar is up to bat.
I got the count. 2 and 2.
Love me some Kevin Pillar, man. That defense he played. Beautiful.
It's a beautiful hit there, going the other way.
Yep. Don't do too much. Take it, hit it, work it. No shift on against Cody with the runner on first. And I mean, he would have hit it against the shift even if it was. So that's what it is. Justin Turner, he's the one who knocked deGrom out of the game with his single to score Cody, who's been aggressive on the base paths today.
Till the last inning, the Dodgers looked miserable at the plate. They had nothing going for them. Striking out a ton. They left some men on base, and then all of a sudden, deGrom started getting knocked around.
That's That's what makes this team so special to me, EB, is because they have the guys. They have so many guys. It's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of when the lightning sparks. And it does. It is a lightning show. Severe thunderstorm warning. These guys are off. And, well, Turner just bounces out to end the 7th.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Sharp stretch, not quite enough. Give this team some more insurance runs, but Pedro Baez will pitch the 8th to ensure the future.
Baez going to face Jake Marisnik, who just came into the game with that double switch. He's now in center field.
He's saying I heard JT trim his beard because his wife asked him.
Oh yeah? Yeah, I saw him in real life. He had quite the beard. Not as much as the beard he has here at Buffalo. Real Dodgers game. Going to start, I think, in about 10 minutes. So we could potentially finish this game and then go watch the real Dodgers, or we could stick around and melt Buffalo, or we could do both. Yeah.
Man, I don't. Some girls are just crazy about. They need to tell you what to do with their facial hair, man. My ex-girlfriend was always about that. She was like, shave the beard.
Now batting the shortstop,
Yeah.
Ahmed Rosario.
Okay.
As we see Baez record a strikeout, start his day. Here is Ahmed Rosario, 0 for 3. Saw 2 pitches the first 2 times up and then struck out his last time.
It's been an unspectacular day.
For Mr. Rosario, yeah, I would say.
Well, yeah, for Mr. Rosario, that's what I meant. Now that you say it like that, I suppose my day on a whole has been rather unspectacular. To the fruit market, meat market, and the grocery store. Almost forgot I had this game until AB right at game time said, well, the Cubs are in the 8th inning. I'm like, oh, well, it's a good thing they're in the 8th inning and not done, because I wouldn't have been
Yeah, Rosario's bad day continues. He's now 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts.
2 strikeouts and 2 one-pitch flyouts.
Jeff McNeil, 1 for 3. Yeah, I told Cookie the game was in the 8th inning, and then Cubs actually made quite interesting at the top of the 9th, so we had a few more minutes than anticipated, but it's good that, I got your attention. As we see the attendance, 50,538.
So we'll have to see how things go here. Mets are down to the last 4 outs. Obviously, the Dodgers won't have to play the bottom of the 9th. Should they protect this 2-run lead, maybe pad for a little bit in the bottom of the 8th.
The count is 2-1.
Looks like we'll have the Red Sox and Rays next. Thoughts about maybe swapping some games, but I'm not sure. We'll have a game. It will be either the Red Sox and the Rays or the Giants and Phillies. But there will be a ball game after this one, that's for sure. So stick around.
That's exactly where I was going, EB, is I saw some chatter as to how special was it going to be able to make the Jays, not the Jays game, the Sox-Rays game, and so we might just push up the Rays game, have an early night, but special's back, so I haven't obviously been in the Discord, not sure if we have a final plan, but there will be at least one more game tonight, folks.
There definitely will be something to entertain you for the rest of the night, that's for sure. We got our schedule for next week today, so I know I'm going to be on Monday doing an interleague game between the A's and the Nats. Possible World Series preview.
Hey, that is true.
That's the EB time slot at 1:45 p.m. Eastern. I will be joined by J-Man93, so that's good. But yeah, we'll have an interesting game on Monday. And I'm not sure when you're on next, Cookie, but I'm sure you got Tigers or Dodgers or something coming up this week.
I got a Tigers solo call in the brand new 7 o'clock time slot.
With the Tigers playing this week, I didn't check.
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I didn't fill out the schedule for him. I just told Mark to schedule me for 2 games.
1-1.
So I got a Tigers game in the 7 o'clock slot Tuesday, solo. I got I believe it's Dodgers and Giants with special on Wednesday in that 7 o'clock slot.
I know Giants are going to play the Dodgers, and as I mentioned, the Dodgers will play the Diamondbacks next weekend. So I'll look it up and see who the Tigers are playing because I'm kind of curious now.
Just a couple games for me. I'll be back to normal the week after, but I really wanted the whole week off, but I figured I'd at least schedule myself in a couple. I know they're short some guys. I am expecting company sometime next week, so I may have to make contingency plans on if I am not able to call either of those games. Hopefully I can narrow down the day as soon as possible. A couple cookie calls on the slate right now, and we'll see a strikeout by Baez. 3 strikeouts for Baez here.
Your attention, please.
Work a nice clean time. Paul Sewald.
Sewald, yeah. Paul Sewald. And just to give you that matchup, it's the Tigers and Orioles. So it's like the battle of the number 1 draft pick.
That's what it would have been last year. This year it's the Royals, though. I mean, I did some looking in Mop Ball. Tigers are currently in line for the 4th overall draft pick. The Royals, Orioles, and Pittsburgh Pirates.
Yeah, I saw the Tigers have some games against the Pirates coming up as well, so
they have a chance to lose some ground or gain some ground.
depending on how you look at it, yeah. So the Tigers right now are in Texas, 4-game series, and then they come home, they play the Orioles, then Texas again. So that's like the entire season series of Texas over these 2 weekends.
Tigers did shed Cameron Maben, Jonathan Scope, Ivan Nova, Zach Godley, and Austin Romine. And Alex Wilson as well at the trade deadline. So a lot of their valuable pieces are gone. They could very easily fall off a cliff and get that number 1 pick in these last few weeks to join Casey Mize and Spencer Torkelson in the top of that farm system. Those two currently the number 7 and number 8 guys in all of baseball. Really giving this Tigers team a good look for the future. And well, in the real MLB, that future might be here sooner than we think, with Cone and Scope and a younger-looking Cabrera powering an offense that any number of pitching riches they can choose from to get through this year.
No, we're obviously in a Mets-Dodgers game, but I'm looking forward to seeing some of these new Tigers in the ball world that were called up to replace all those trades. So that should be interesting. And we'll do that game against Baltimore.
And you'll see ground ball. It's Rosario. It's Pete Alonso looking like a polar bear, not a human right there with hands like that.
How are they going to score that? Oh, it's a hitting streak, so there we go. That's I was wondering, error or hitting or hit, and then they put up the hitting streak, so there we go.
Okay, I can't say I agree with that, but, for Gavin Lux, extend that hit streak.
I guess they figured that he wasn't going to get him regardless.
So Will Smith, 1-2. His double.
0-1.
Thank goodness, got priced out of the game. Ooh, there's my laptop. I need to remember to take that out to my other house. It's not a house, it's an apartment. I wish I owned one house at age 20. I keep forgetting to take that out to my apartment for school, so I'm putting it by my pile of stuff for when I leave to go back to that apartment, whenever I feel like doing it.
I'm thinking that maybe the official score felt bad for Rosario because he went 0 for 4 Struck out twice. Could have given him an error there, and he said, "Nah, just feel bad for him." Could have maybe even given Pete Alonso an error. Think about it. But no, he just said, "You know what? I'll be nice to those guys, and I'll give Gavin Lux the hit so he can continue the streak."
Yeah, Lux will be happy to have that streak going, and Smith will go down. I would have thought it would have been an error on Alonso. Looked like that throw from Rosario was pretty low on points. Just kind of fell out of the glove of Pete. CT3, Chris Taylor. Off to a red hot start. Really MLB. Been pretty good off the bench here for the Dodgers. Better than Kate Hernandez at least. 244, 7 homers. Rips it. That's a double. That should be a run. Just now getting there. Runner going around third. They're sending him home. There's going to be a throw. It is going to be not in time. Kevin Lux scores. Chris Taylor has an RBI double. Dodgers now lead 5-2.
Love that insurance run. That's for sure. We'll have a 3-run lead and top of the order coming up, so they could even add on and take the save situation away. Although I'm sure Kenley Jansen wants to pick up a save.
They know Kenley Jensen's going to be warming out there, but they might be getting someone else up now. With Mookie Betts, Taylor's speed, even a single should be enough to get this out of save territory. Dodgers are now 1 game away, if they hold on here tonight, from getting a season sweep of their series against the Mets.
Yeah, first game that I called in Balpa was the first game that these two teams played. Dodgers won that one. They won every game since.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
So they've owned the Mets this year. The Mets obviously not playing too well. They're 4th in the NL East, 54-62. 15 games behind the Nationals. Actually, it's probably gone up because the Nationals won before our game today.
The Diamondbacks lost tonight. Should the Dodgers hold on, we'll get them up by 4 in the division. That would be their greatest lead in well over a month, maybe even 2 months.
Yeah, we'll see how the Diamondbacks do against Pittsburgh. Obviously, an easy opponent, but you never know. Pittsburgh can win games too.
You don't play them on paper. Yeah. Full count. Mookie Betts pops it up. Not as popped up as I thought it'd be, but still going to be easy for Marisnik. Out there entering the game in center, and pitcher Chris Taylor, the graphic.
the guys in the truck, they went to the alcohol bar before they closed it down, right? In the 7th inning. Here's Kenley.
Maybe they were editing Muncy to look purple.
That could be it. I mean, I think the alcohol had its effect.
They're like, oh, you know what would be funny? We should make Max Muncy's face purple. If you work for a truck somewhere doing Major League broadcasts, I know you guys don't sound like that. That's just our truck, because, boy, they've been something today. Kenley Jansen will...
Yeah, Kenley Jansen. Conforto is the offense for the Mets today, but he's 0 for 6 against Jansen.
And 2 strikeouts, too. So Jansen 3 runs to work with for the save, an ERA under 2 on the year. He's had some heart problems in the past. Really good this year. Spelled, so it makes it 0-2.
We're seeing lineups for Detroit and Texas for some reason on the screen here.
The special's going to call Akin. Maybe he'll stick around and give him color for a few innings if no one else speaks up.
Yeah, that would make sense as a Tigers guy.
See Isaac Paredes, Jake Rogers in that lineup. The Tigers, not the Dodgers.
Yeah, we had game 1 of that series on Thursday. It did not go well for Detroit, so I know he was on the call. He was happy about that, obviously, because he's a Texas guy. But if we do this game instead of Boston and Tampa Bay, I'm sure maybe you guys will bring some good mojo to the Tigers.
to see. Jensen works that cutter inside 2-0. Behind the Yoenis Cespedes. Next game changed to Detroit at Texas at Special's request. I also saw a blurb about Ken Griffey Jr. hitting a warehouse roof.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, I see it now.
So I don't know what that was about. Side panel mystery operator. But that does remind me the Broadcaster League is going strong. Kinda, except for the fact Douglas kind of disappeared off the face of the earth. I'm away from my PlayStation all week. No games being aired for that Broadcaster League next week, but the week after we'll probably get some more of those to you as we continue the battle to see who will win in our 33-game season. Top 12 make the playoffs.
Now help me out here, Cookie, because I have to admit I'm not really up to speed as Cespedes is up to speed on that. And he strikes out. You can watch these games, right? If we don't air them, you can watch them on Discord or something. I have to admit, I'm sort of not really in tune with what's going on in that section.
The sidebar is confused, apparently, says the sidebar. Yeah, Jansen's down to his last out. It's Robbie Cano's over 3, but...
1-0.
Yeah, EB, we got... those games aren't aired for the most part. The streamers can stream them when Buffalo is not on air, though none of them have done it yet. But we are airing some of them. The vast majority aren't, though. If you are interested in following the league, you can join some of the chat channels for that in the Discord by going to the favorite teams category, reacting to get the role. You can kind of peek in on the chat and participate yourself, talk some smack with your favorite broadcasters playing. And we do have a couple voice channels in there that you can theoretically join and talk to the guys while they're playing. You won't see the video more often than not, but you can kind of tune in. A lot of fun. I found we're trying to air some of those, give you a breath of fresh content. I know at least all the guys participating and really enjoying it. I don't know so much about the guys who are watching. I know I've at least really enjoyed it, and I can tell a lot of the other guys playing with it. They found it rewarding as well to kind of work on playing the show with a lot of people they've met in this amazing community family we've grown. As that cutter drops in, it's a full count to Robinson Cano, and the Dodgers fans, for some reason, haven't left to beat traffic, get to their feet, cheer them on as we try and close the game. Swinging drive, deep bats. Game.
What a nice day for the Dodgers. They were able to rally against Jacob deGrom, score 5 runs, and pick up this win, and pick up another game over Arizona, which is always good. See David Price, winning pitcher, and giving him a high five.
Big winning. Oh, the standings aren't up to date apparently because Special hasn't been around. Well, they could be up by 1. I just go off the side.
So the Dodgers will improve to 70 and 49. Mets will go down to 54 and 63. You see deGrom taking the loss. Jansen saved number 35, and now he gets the player of the game for his 1-2-3 top of the 9th. A couple of strikeouts and that long fly ball to end the game.
TV, do you want to run us through the highlights?
Let's do it. In the 4th inning, Michael Conforto hit that 2-run opposite field home run against Walker Buehler, giving the Mets a 2-0 lead. For a while, it looked like Jacob deGrom was going to dominate. There it is, bottom of the 5th inning. The Dodgers had some runners on. He struck out Gavin Lux. That nasty curveball. Then, bottom of the 6th, Max Muncy, whose face was no longer purple, hit a solo home run, 390 feet, another opposite field home run from a player in this game, putting the Dodgers on the board, and that's when things began to fall apart for Mr. deGrom. Cy Young Award winner gave up this RBI double to Cody Bellinger that tied the game at 2.
Beautiful. It's part of the game right here. It's got me tearing up.
Justin Turner went to right field. another opposite field hit. Well, there's a lot of that in this game. That gave the Dodgers the 3-2 lead. That was the end for deGrom. Will Smith facing Shreve hit the RBI double to make it 4-2.
Trace out.
Indeed, big inning for the Dodgers there in the 6th inning. Then they added on with the Chris Taylor pinch hit double to make it 5-2 off the reliever Paul Sewald. And then Kenley Jansen went to work in the top of the 9th. He strikes out Conforto.
Very, very important to see Turner make that throw.
Yeah, that's a key part of the game here. Then Cespedes goes down on the slider. Usually, Jansen mostly cutters, but he went with the slider there. Another throw by Turner. The arm still working well. It's very important. And then Robinson Cano, what do you know? A fly ball to Mookie Betts to put an end to this one. The Dodgers winning their 6th straight against the Mets this year. They're going to look for the season series sweep in tomorrow's ball game. There we go. David Price, your winner. Jacob deGrom, the loss, and Kenley Jansen with the save. There's the box score. 5 innings plus for deGrom, and then 5 innings for Buehler. He did okay, right? Not special. Cookie.
I see how it is. I'm special, man.
You're a very special cookie, that's for sure. I still have to do some work tonight, and I'm already sounding like I should be in bed. So yeah, but I mean, Buehler did okay, right? 5 innings, not terrible. 2 runs, kept the team in the game.
Runs and taking him out of the game. I mean, I guess that particular pinch hit didn't work out, but hey, Price managed to get through the 6th and get the win, get closer to that 200 mark. Well, special effects, speaking of the devil, is in the booth.
Howdy, howdy.
You must be happy we saw a Dodgers win.
Yep, I'm happy to see a Dodgers win, and I'm hoping we can complete the back-to-back excitement with the Tigers win here, as we had a little bit of a last-minute programming switch. I don't know if you guys saw the drama going on, but I was out of town, and we were, kind of getting delayed on our way back, so I didn't know if I was going to make it in time for my game. But Garrett so graciously decided to allow me to switch this one to the Tigers game, so I could only do about half the prep work, because I already know pretty much all the Tigers stuff.
Cool. So we're going to go to Globe Life Field, I think it's called now. Well,
I always forget which one it is.
Right in front of my face, it says Globe Life Field.
Well, because it used to be Globe Life Park, so it's very confusing which one is which.
All right. So, Cookie, are you staying off for a bit?
Yeah, special. If you'll have me, I'll stick around a little bit. Call the start of this game with you.
Oh, of course. I would love to have you in the booth with me.
So I will sign off, and guys, enjoy this game. Good luck to the Tigers, and I will see you in the chat and the next time I'm on air. Enjoy.
Thanks, EB. Pleasure. I'm just on color now, especially you gotta do the talking.
All right, well, thank you, EB, for finishing out that Dodgers-Mets game, and like he said, we're at Globe Life Field here in Arlington, Texas, as it looks like CJ Crone is trying to get his team pumped up as the Tigers look to get back into this 4-game series. Lost the first 2 against the Rangers, but they're going to have somewhat of an easier task. Albert Abreu, the rookie, on the mound for the Rangers. Just the 1 start this year, 2.84 ERA with a 1.11 whip. So not much to go off of, but still looking solid for starting a Rangers uniform.
Yeah, I gotta assume this is a guy that was probably called up as a result of the Kluber trade.
Leading off tonight for Detroit.
Yes, that is correct. Corey Kluber went over to, or no, that was actually the Mike Minor trade that brought back Albert Abreu's first pitch to our leadoff man, Dawa Lugo's going to be called strike on the low inside corner. But yeah, if you guys missed it here in the Bop-Ball world, we had some pretty big trades on deadline day. 2 of them coming from these Texas Rangers. Mike Minor is now a New York Yankee, and Corey Kluber is going in the Peach State in Atlanta, Georgia. That one bounces in the dirt, 1 ball, 1 strike. Got 71 degrees out here in Arlington, so bit chilly for, you know, the dog days of summer, but the roof is still closed nonetheless. So we got a tapper over to third, picked up by the third baseman, fires it onto first, and they will get Dawel Lugo, who's no speedster but no slouch either for out number 1.
Harold Castro.
Yeah, we'll have to see. This Tigers lineup is, well, something else now special. Maven, Romine, Scope, all gone. I believe Goodrum's down with an injury now, too, so we're seeing a lot of rookies up here. A lot of guys who've been regulated to the bench in the everyday lineup now getting their shot to prove it or lose it for a lot of these guys, with the Tigers trying to get back to contention soon.
Pitch is skied out into right field. Coming over and in is Joey Gallo to make the grab. 2 down here quickly in the first inning. And yeah, like you mentioned, some of the lesser moves, but still big for Tigers fans. Saw Austin Romine, Cameron Maben, and Jonathan Scope all leave town. And so lots of those pieces in return are, at the very least in the minor league system, only one guy actually got called up. That would be Luis Gonzalez out in left field and batting 8th today.
Yeah, Gonzalez looks really, really good. The Tigers are happy to have gotten him.
At the ball.
I
That
mean,
one's just a bit inside 1-0.
aside from that, to see Lugo, to see Paredes, to see Rogers, who've all been down in AAA, finally come up, get their time to shine here in the majors. The future's arriving.
Swinging a ground ball to second. Ruben Odor has it, flips it onto first, and the inning is over. Albert Abreu, it's a nice 1-2-3 inning in his second start as a Ranger. Head to the bottom of the first here in Arlington. Scoreless, you're watching ML Botball on Twitch. So from one rookie to an ace on the other side of the diamond, Matthew Boyd getting his 23rd start on the season, looking for just win number 2 for a hapless Tigers team.
1-11 record, 4.24 ERA. Tigers, well, ace in quotes maybe. He's showing he has ace-like stuff at times, but I mean, really hasn't had the defense to pick him up. Not really pitching super exceptional this year, and the young stable of arms on its way up. Eyes Manning, Scoop. You got to think Boyd's days of being the ace could be limited.
Very well could be. As in steps Drew Waters, going to take for ball 1. He is, as you mentioned, one of the pieces back in that Atlanta trade, sending over Corey Kluber. Drew Waters, as well as Johan Camargo, and I'm forgetting the last piece in that trade, forgive me. It's all in our league trade announcements.
Really exciting to see all these young guys for Texas, a team that really, it's been a team that struggled since Houston kind of surged into relevance back in, that would have been like, what, 2016, 17?
Yeah, 2016, I believe, was the last year that they made the playoffs. 2016, 2017 was when Houston really started to take over the division. And so you've seen the Rangers and the Angels both kind of falling out of favor. That one's pulled foul, 2-2 still.
Of course, the Astros weren't clean in doing it. That's a story for a broadcast.
The 2-2 is swung on and missed. A little bit of a drop. The throw onto first. It's going to get him. And confusing play to say the least, but it is a strikeout for Matthew Boyd, and in steps Elvis Andrews.
Look at those numbers. 300 with Pop. Sad not to see him with Adrian Beltre on the left side of that infield. They were always fun to watch, but Andrews is still around.
One of the few remaining pieces, if not the only piece left from that 2010-2011 World Series contention window. That one's strike 2 on the high inside corner. And Boyd is in the running for back-to-back Ks to start out the inning.
That's what you like to see if you're Boyd. Like we said, this Texas team isn't exceptional, so this is a chance to try and get win number 2.
Swinging a fly ball into left field. Luis Gonzalez, not the one you're thinking of. will make the catch for out number 2.
Batting third, the right fielder, Joey.
It's weird seeing Tigers teams, so many names in different places on this defense. Can you set the defense for a special? I'm actually not 100% sure what I did.
Of course I can. I could, if I can pull that up, is that one misses blown away 1-0. But from left field to right field, we've got Luis Gonzalez, Daz Cameron, and Victor Reyes around the horn. Got third baseman Isaac Paredes, shortstop Harold Castro, second baseman Dawel Lugo, and first baseman CJ Crone. Behind the dish is Jake Rogers. On the mound is Matthew Boyd, and the designated hitter for him is going to be Miguel Cabrera. One is ripped foul. So 1 ball and 2 strikes here.
So that would mean Jacoby Jones and Christian Stewart are both still on the bench or in AAA then, yes?
That would be correct, as there's a swing and a miss, strike 3, and we can fill you in on some of those roster moves after our little break. But 2 strikeouts for Matthew Boyd, and he sets down the Rangers 1-2-3. Head to the second here in Arlington, scoreless. So 4, 5, and 6 coming up for the Tigers, led off by Miguel Cabrera, who's actually had a bit of a hot stretch of late. You know, the numbers don't quite look like it, but not too long ago, he was hitting a little over the Mendoza line with just 2 or 3 home runs. First pitch is popped up behind the dish. Catcher is going to go out and make the catch for out number 1. Tim Fedorowicz is the man in the mask tonight.
Boy, that stat line looks a lot like his stat line in 12 games now in the actual MLB season. So good to see him heating up not only in bat ball, but getting back to form in real life as well.
Second pitch of the inning is sent foul, but playable for Todd Frazier. He's going to make the catch for out number 2. So in steps Isaac Paredes, some guy that I'm really, looking forward to seeing with the real-life Tigers, hopefully very soon. And he's proven himself in the bat ball world, 391 average so far.
Of course, it just takes a curve, makes us silly special. That was about to gush too. Paredes, man, this is one of the, maybe the number 3 guy I think in this Tigers system in terms of hitting prospects behind first rounders Spencer Torkelson and Riley Green, but Paredes is really something special with that. Still not 100% sure where his defense will be. I gotta think it'll be at third, but you could try and make a case for him at second as well.
Yeah, second base, one of the easier defensive positions, even if you're not the most technically sound at it. But, you could definitely slide him in there, although I think Tigers might be looking to promote a guy named Willie Castro to fill that spot moving forward. That one's fell back 2 balls and 2 strikes now to number 19. 2-2 pitch, fouled away, and we'll do it again.
And he's got a bright future.
So Albert Abreu winds and delivers, fouled away, still 2-2, and the rookies will duel it out once more.
If you're Albert Abreu, you gotta be. This is gonna be a bit of an easier task facing this Tigers team.
Brady's trying to make it as hard as he can, fouls yet another one off. Count stays even at 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out here in inning number 2. Cookie, what does that mean?
Deuce is wild.
Deuce is wild is another foul ball by Paredes. He just does not want this at-bat to end, and I can't blame him.
3 balls, 2 strikes.
Good take outside. Count fills up at 3-2. We got Jake Rogers waiting on deck, former Astros prospect. The 3-2 pitch is sent foul, and once again, we're going to do it once more. 10 pitches in this at-bat alone. Three-two swing and a miss. Had a pitch high and tight, but he went through that slider. So Abreu throws a lot of pitches, but gets 3 straight outs, including the strikeout to end it. Head to the bottom of the second inning here in Arlington. Scoreless, you're watching ML Boffle on Twitch.
It's a mental map. There's 5 rookies in the Tigers lineup for the rookie. First Brady's in his job to battle. Then we got Victor Reyes and Harold Castro, not exactly veterans as well. Really outside Cabrera and Pro. A lot of unproven bats. For El Gray, you got to take advantage of this. Use it as something to build your momentum to settle into a big league role. Meanwhile, you're the Tigers with all this inexperience. Take advantage of that unexperienced pitcher. When you got your ace on the mound, try and pick up a win. Those wins are harder to come by since you traded away a lot of that veteran stability.
Yep, Tigers are expecting a lot slower of a back half to the season past the trade deadline after trading away their biggest names, which were on expiring deals. So it's what tanking teams really need to do. Is that one's ripped foul, still 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Willie Calhoun.
And special, it's a trend we've seen with Detroit the last few years. They've been...
This one's sent out to right center, Cookie going back onto the track at the wall, and it's off the wall for extra bases. Willie Calhoun's going to check in at second base. The leadoff stand-up double.
Beautiful swing. I thought that was going out. It just fell a few feet short. But hey, now you pass Joey Gallo for sole possession of leading the team in doubles. And anytime you lead Joey Gallo in a category, something right.
Unless you're leading it in strikeouts, in which case he's been known to accrue quite a few of those. But the Todd father, Todd Frazier, going to try and at least move the man over. As you got a man at second, nobody out. Try and get him to third with less than 2 out to get that sacrifice fly into play. Good old fundamental baseball.
Former home run derby champion Todd Frazier.
Won in 2015 in front of his hometown Cincinnati Reds. And I think it's the only instance I've ever heard of a buzzer beater home run to win the home run. I want to say he was ticking down to like 2 seconds left when he hit his home run that pushed him past whoever he was facing in the final to end up with the victory.
Yeah, that was the first home run derby I'd ever watched. And it was really cool to see Todd Frazier win it in front of the home team and in dramatic fashion too, like you said, special. It's only been, I think that was the first year they had that new format with kind of the timer versus the set number of outs. So,
and even then they've kind of messed with it a little bit. I think the most recent version kind of debuted in 2017-2018. That one misses low, 2 balls and 2 strikes. But I think they've found something that they really like here with the All-Star break. You know, get 8 guys in, do it bracket style, and then you get 4 minutes plus the possibility for bonus time. Boyd is struggling to locate the strike zone after going up 0-2. Now 3-2 with Rougned Odor waiting on deck.
Gotta buckle down for Boyd.
3-2 pitch is going to miss. Ball 4, so Todd Frazier draws a walk. And there's 2 on here now with nobody out. Going to bring up Rougned Odor, left-handed second baseman for the Texas Rangers.
Yeah, and Rougned Odor is known for his Jose Bautista brawl to most non-Rangers fans, but he was a big reason Ian Kinsler was traded for Prince Fielder to the Tigers all those years ago. He needed a stop for Odor to play. They shipped out for aging Ian Kinsler, aging in quotes. Got Prince Fielder to play first and be their DH, and I'd say that's a deal the Tigers are happy they made.
This one's flied out into right center field. Coming over is the center field Cameron. He's going to make the catch. Tagging and holding at second is Willie Calhoun. Yeah, Tigers really got the good end of the stick on that one, I think, with Ian Kinsler providing some solid defense and offense for the right side of that Tigers infield. And, you know, Prince Fielder, he was hurt or out of the league for most of the rest of his time in Texas, just retiring a couple of years ago because of his injury. That one misses low, 1-0. And also, quick thank you to Mike Koski for pointing out that the final in the home run derby, the finalist was Jock Peterson versus Todd Frazier.
Well, I just want to shout out Rich Rock too really quick, my wonderful uncle tuning in. Luckily I'm still on the call because Rich, you missed the Dodgers beating the Mets. Yeah, an interesting lineup for the Tigers. I think the reason Lugo was leading off, we just needed a quick substitution one night. We haven't really buckled down to rearrange it, but I'm really not sure there is a good way to try and arrange it with how many rookies we got. You don't know who's ready to hit where yet.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting lineup to say the least for the Tigers. That one misses outside 3-1. Tim Fedorovich is on deck. Only other guy that you could maybe say would be a better spot at second base would be Tigers acquired Gray Kessinger from the Astros in a deal sending over Alex Wilson. That one's sent over to short. Throw to second one, really to first, in time for the double play. Nice scoop there by Crone. And Boyd works out of a jam. Head to the top of the third inning. 7-8-9 up for the Tigers. You're watching ML Bopball on Twitch.
Harold Castro to Delaware Lugo. Jake double play. You gotta love to see that. Now Jake Rogers wearing James McCann's number 34. Gets a bat to start the inning.
Not having the hottest start to 2020, but he played well last year with the Tigers. Don't have the stats on hand for me, but trust me, he did pretty well in the absence of their starting catchers. But he was acquired from Houston in 2017, part of the Justin Verlander deal. So Tigers are hoping that can work out on the back end. The 0-1 is ripped foul, no balls and 2 strikes now.
Yeah, Tigers ran Grayson Greiner and John Hicks at catcher last year. Very briefly, they had, I forget who the journeyman was. They had one of the journeyman catchers we've had in the organization off and on up a few games last year before they're like, man, this isn't working out. They pulled up Rogers. He was great defensively, struggled at times offensively, so they wanted to start him in AAA this year to try and find the swing. There's no questions about the defense. We saw the strikeout, maybe still a few questions on the offense, but man, even with his defense, if he can just hit 200, you would take that, and anything more is a bonus, because this guy can easily be one of the best, not the best defensive catcher in all the league.
So in steps Luis Gonzalez. Tigers picked him up in the deal with Jonathan Scope just a couple of weeks ago, maybe even last week. I can't remember how much time has gone by just yet, but starting left fielder for the Tigers now as it misses inside 2-1. Going back to your point though about the journeyman catcher, I think it was his name Bobby Wilson, maybe that was with the Tigers last year.
It might have been. Jared Saltalamacchia was the one coming to my mind, though I know it wasn't that. I know it wasn't Brian Holiday either, so it probably was Bobby Wilson. I think that was it, yeah.
All right. Well, a 3-1 count to Gonzalez. Tigers looking for their first base runner. Not on that pitch. He paints the inside corner with a fastball, 3-2. Abreu winds and deals. There's a ground ball foul, so Tigers, at the very least, making Abreu throw a lot of pitches in their at-bats.
Special, I forget, how did Luis Gonzalez come to the Tigers, and kind of what's his story?
From the ground ball to third, Frazier fires it on to first, and I can give the Reader's Digest version just so we don't, take away from our next batter in the lineup. But Luis Gonzalez came over to the Tigers in the deal for Jonathan Scope. That was a trade deadline deal. And Gonzalez, probably one of the top 15, top 20 prospects in the White Sox organization. So they really feel like they got a great acquisition from him. Got a good bat. Defense is, average, maybe a little bit below average, but you can take that with the type of potential this guy has. And another guy with great potential, Daz Cameron, is at the dish. 0-1's going to miss high for 1-1.
Yeah, Cameron, another part of that Verlander deal with Rogers, came over with Jake Rogers and starting pitcher Franklin Perez, who just hasn't been able to stay healthy. Was the top prospect in the Tigers farm for a time, but And we've seen him in spring training. He always pitches in spring training. He still looks sharp. The potential's there. And then he pitches in high A for about, I don't know, 4 innings, and then he's hurt for the rest of the year.
It's always disappointing when you got some guys like that. So Cameron getting ready for the 2-2 pitch. Swung on and fouled away. Still 2-2.
Gotta think those special. I mean, Cameron and Rogers have a lot of upside, and especially Franklin Perez. I think a lot of people are sleeping on him as Mizeman and Stupid. As soon as Perez, if he can stay healthy, and that's a big if, but if he does, he could easily be the ace of the Tigers for the future.
Swing and a miss by Cameron and another strikeout for Abreu. Head to the bottom of the third. No score here in Texas.
Leading off for the Rangers, the catcher,
So the leadoff man in the inning is going to be the number 8 hitter in the lineup, Tim Fedorovich. This is inside 3 for 4 in yesterday's ball game.
Is that a German last name?
One of the European countries, maybe German, Polish, something Slavic, I don't know. But chopper to third, Brady's over to Crone for out number 1. We'll take a look at the AL Central standings. Tigers are well out of playoff contention, as we can see here, which is why they sold off a lot of their pieces, but doing a lot better than I think some of their fans were expecting coming into the year. 7 games above the last place Royals, and treading water in a season that they weren't expected to do much.
Yeah, they haven't completely sunk. Their head might not be above water, but they're not at the bottom. They, at least last I had checked, they were in line for the 4th overall pick. Kansas City, Baltimore, and the Pittsburgh Pirates were all doing worse.
Oh, just a bit high, 2-0 now. To the number 9 hitter, Johan Camargo. Is swung on and lifted out into left field. It's going to be Luis Gonzalez camping under it. Makes the catch right near that strip of light, highlighting the left field gap. 2 down.
Now batter, the center fielder,
Luis Gonzalez made that catch special. He came right up from Double-A, correct? So he's making quite the leap here.
I can't remember if he was in Double-A or Triple-A, but either way, he really hasn't had any major league experience, so to put all this pressure on him, even if it is for a team that isn't expecting a lot of wins, that's got to be tough for him. That one misses high, 1-0. Fouled away, 1-1.
It's looking a bit better after a bit of a rough second inning.
This one's sent up the middle. Lugo has it. Throw under first is dug out by Crone, and the inning is over. Boyd sends him down in order. Top of the lineup coming up for the Tigers. No score after 3 here in Arlington.
Base runners, yeah. 4 Tigers at least.
As Cookie tries to get his reverse jinx working, I'm sure. Both of us Tigers fans, of course, so we'd love to see them break up this 9 up, 9 down stretch, we can say. But Dawel Lugo grounded out his first time up. Very poor average on the season, just 3 hits in 24 tries, but as you can also see, the attempts have been limited.
Yeah, Lugo just called up about a week ago past the trade deadline, so all of these rookies, him, Cameron, Rogers, Gonzalez, Brady's, we're operating with a very limited sample size.
Line drive to the second baseman, Rougned Odor. Nice jump there to grab that one for out number 1.
the shortstop, Harold Castro.
Or knows how to play.
So in steps the shortstop, Harold Castro. He'd been spending a lot of time out in left field this season until the trade deadline kind of jumbled the lineup all around, and now he finds himself playing shortstop.
Yeah, he's played center, he's played left, played second, now it's short. He's a real super utility kind of guy. I think that's what the Tigers really like about him. He can play anywhere, and well, they call him Hitting Harold for how he finished the season last year, and he's kept it up this year and kind of forced himself in a lot of these lineups.
Ball, that's too high.
Yeah, he's not the most known name in this Tigers lineup, but he's probably been the most productive, maybe outside of CJ Crone. This one's ripped down the right field line into the corner. That one is going to be foul. Oh, I thought that was going to stay fair, and I was going to call you out on your jinx there, but not quite yet.
So close.
That's ball 2.
Misses high, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Those who are around for the Dodgers game, the party next door to my house is really picking up here in the later hour. The DJ is pumping up the music a bit louder here.
Sounds like lots of fun.
That's one word.
3-2 to Castro is spoiled away. Another 3-2 pitch outside, and the Tigers do get their first base runner. It's a base on balls to Harold Castro.
The batter.
What a great eye that guy has right there to take that pitch. Looked almost, it might have been a 4-seam, but it had like some sort of 2-seam action on it. It just kind of dipped out of the zone at the last second. That is a tough one to lay off. That is a pitch that's going to get a lot of swing, and this is a great job by Castro to recognize it, put a runner on for CJ Crow.
Ball 1. Ball 1, no
So
strike.
CJ Crone, one of the few guys that the Tigers were not able to move that they were maybe hoping to send off. There was a little bit of speculation
Ball 2.
and actually limited time confirmation that Crone was headed to Cleveland, but there was some miscommunication between the two organizations, and in the end, the deal was called off and no new deal was reworked out. So CJ is going to stay a Tiger for the rest of the year, as the 2-0s fell back 2-1.
And that's good for CJ. He's really a nice veteran presence that can mentor this lineup. A lot of these young guys give him another leader outside of Miguel Cabrera they can kind of go to, with obviously Scope and Maven and Romine all gone now. A lot less veteran leadership now in this locker room, so he becomes all that much more valuable.
The 2-2 pitch, check swing, no swing. On the pitch inside 3-2, Yarbrough in danger of walking back-to-back guys for the red-hot Miguel Cabrera.
Tigers trying to try out Torque at third base, and of course Paredes, Cameron, Luco, all kind of third basemen by trade. There is no real fair apparent at first base, so it's kind of nice to have just breaking out Crone for that.
Now that designated
Gets set down on strikes. Going to take a look at the top pitch speed comparison. Matthew Boyd's hopping out at 94 miles an hour. Elder Abreu showing off his trademark fastball, 98 miles an hour on the gun. And I'm sure with some time he can push that past triple digits if he really works at it. So 2 outs now for Miguel Cabrera, man on first in a scoreless ball game here in the fourth.
Nope, outside.
And especially obviously our focus on Major League Baseball, but you know, I talked about it all season, talking about, man, I saw Miggy in spring training, he was looking great. Saw Miggy in summer camp, he was looking great. We're seeing him now in the real MLB. 5 homers already through 12 games. Average, maybe not where you'd expect, but man, to see that power back in his bat, it is so beautiful to see as a Tigers fan.
Well, and I almost want to say, you know, I never really believed that it left. I just thought that he was dealing with so many injuries. And, you know, I thought that him being able to step aside for some time, especially, you know, the very small silver lining to the season getting pushed back is that Cabrera had even more time to fully heal up, refine his swing. And like you said, he almost looks like his old self, just maybe needs to get that batting average up some. 2-2 is pulled down the third baseline. Frazier backhands it, fires on to first, and Mike Ford makes the grab for out number 3. Tigers get a base runner on the one out walk, but still looking for their first hit. Bottom of the fourth coming up in Texas. No score, Tigers and Rangers.
This bottom of the fourth will be my last half here today.
Leading off for the Rangers, the shortstop.
I want to thank you for hopping in, Cookie. And Mike Koski is actually already asking if you're going to crash the party. Maybe that's why you have to leave early.
Oh yeah, that's maybe. I don't know if I would fit in over there. There might be a bit of a cultural difference between me and my neighbors. For reference, the music I'm hearing, it's not in English. They are nice people, but I think what they're doing, what they're celebrating today, their stranger neighbor's son, maybe not going to be the best buddy to show up at the party.
So the 0-2 is popped up. Lugo is going to make the grab for out number one. Yeah, it's always fun to go to parties, but at the same time, you've got the right to go to certain parties and maybe expect that you're hanging out with your certain group of friends and not any other people that weren't invited are showing up. So Joey Gallo steps on in. 0 for 1 today. The infield is shifted well over to the right.
For a party though, but well, since got the party up, of course, I guess nobody really should be. Nobody really has, but no. That's why I sit here, call some bat ball.
The ground ball up the middle, shortstop Castro fires onto first, and just barely gets Gallo, who's hustling down that line. 2 down here in the fourth.
The left fielder, Willie Calhoun.
Yeah, nice job. Castro playing up the middle. Kind of could pretend he was playing center, and they just put a really shallow shift on him.
So Willie Calhoun steps in. Got the only hit of the ball game so far for either side. Fouls it away at 0-1, and want to welcome Frango Mint to the chat. Haven't seen him in a while, although I've also been absent, so maybe just the case of not crossing paths often. So welcome back. Called strike 2 on the slider, no balls and 2 strikes.
Bye, Frango, and we buy Frango too here after we see the last strike and let's go get some action going. Special pleasure to join you. Say that.
Of course, it's always fun calling with someone you know personally, and I've known Cookie for, I think it's going on 7 years now, as Boyd is still missing in the dirt 2-2.
Yeah, I guess it would be at least 7 years next month, because we would have met back when school started our 8th grade year.
So
college.
3 balls and 2 strikes to Willie Calhoun. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with that changeup, and the inning is over. We've played 4 here in Texas. No score for either side. I want to thank Cookie for sticking around after calling an awesome game between the Dodgers and Mets, and I'll let you go get your rest for the rest of the night. Take care.
All right, enjoy the solo call, EP, and Heidi Watney for that matter too. Join you, and go Tigers, and Koski. I know I'll say go Rangers for you.
So thanks to Cookie, and we want to do another quick shout out to our sponsor this, not sponsor this week, but our charity of the week. We're sticking with Meals on Wheels, and any donations are greatly accepted for a great cause. It's getting food to people who are in need, especially during this time of pandemic. So I tossed the donate link into the chat. You've also, the subscriptions to this channel are going to Meals on Wheels, and if you have any Twitch currency like the bits or the cheers, those are also going to Meals on Wheels, as Reyes misses with the bunt. No balls and 2 strikes now. The 0-2 lone inside. So switch hitting right fielder for the Tigers. Going to see at least one more pitch in this at bat. Guys, this one out into left field. Coming in is Calhoun. Just a couple of steps. He's got it for out number 1.
Now batting, the third baseman, Isaac Paradis.
So in steps the number 6 hitter, Isaac Paredes. Probably, like I was saying, one of my favorite prospects in the Tigers system right now. At least on the offensive side. So that was a called strike, 0-1. One pitch to Paredes, misses low, 1-1. Tigers with the favorable schedule in the coming week, because that one's called strike 2. But they've got this 4-game set with the Rangers, and they, I want to say they have an off day before 3 games with the Baltimore Orioles, and then another 3 against these Rangers this time in Detroit. As Abreu delivers the 1-2 pitch, swinging a fly ball out into left center field. Well hit, but coming over is the center fielder, Drew Waters. He will make the grab for out number 2.
The catcher, number 34, Jake Rogers.
Lots of great pitching today, limiting that hard contact on both sides, and getting the strikeouts for Albert Abreu, although it's helping out that got a lot of rookies in the lineup. Jake Rogers, one of them, struck out his first time up, and he's going to start this at-bat with a pitch apparently on the outer half, 0-1. You can see him shaking his head about that. He already had 2 strikeouts in last night's ball game, trying not to go 4 for 6 in the wrong way.
Ball 1.
The 0-1 looked like it was in the same spot, but called for ball 1. Rogers with a relaxed stance in that right-handed batter's box. Pulls this one on the ground to third. Todd Frazier has it, fires it over to first, and the inning is over. Halfway home, I hope. But hopefully we don't go to extra innings. Here in Texas, no score, Tigers and Rangers. Check in once more with Heidi Watney, our extra member of our Bopball crew. Can never figure out how to get her microphone working, but we still appreciate everything she does and all of her teleportations that she does to get to every single game. But Tigers and Rangers, 2 teams that are fairly well out of contention. Both of them were sellers at the deadline. The Rangers had more coveted pieces, to say the least, but Tigers also had some action their way too. Sent off, I believe, 5 names from the Tigers organization. Had Austin Romine, Jonathan Scope, Cameron Maben, Ivan Nova, and Alex Wilson all going out on deals. As Boyd is not happy about that call outside 1-0. Rangers only had the 2 names that went out on trades, but they were pretty big names, Corey Kluber and Mike Minor, all finding new homes for the final 2 months of the season.
Outside, that's
1-0 to Frazier, just a bit outside as well, 2-0. Boyd with the quick delivery, and this time he does grab the outside corner, 2-1. Left that one and right down the middle, but Frazier gets too far out in front of it, pulls it foul, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lefty on the mound, ready at the dish. 2-2 pitch, just a bit outside. Count is full 3-2, Rougned Odor, the lefty second baseman. 3-2 swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him chasing that pitch below the knees, and Boyd starts this inning same way he ended the last one with a swinging strikeout, his 4th on the evening. Rougned Odor 0 for 1 today, flew out in the second inning. That was a called strike on the low inside corner.
Ball. Down.
Misses in the dirt. Count evens up at 1 ball, 1 strike. That one is fouled away 1-2. Odor probably famous for the punch heard around the world when he slugged the slugger Jose Bautista, their little spout. Of course, Bautista with the big 3-run home run to knock out the Rangers in the playoffs back in 2015, as there's a swing and a miss for out number 2. 3 straight strikeouts for Boyd and 2 down here in the 5th inning. Bautista's home run, he also had a violent bat flip, and Rangers didn't take too kindly to that, so the next season when they met up for the first time, there was some animosity on both sides of the diamond, and I believe it was a hard slide by Bautista that really was the straw that broke the camel's back. Got some fists flying, and Rougned Odor landed a very solid punch onto the jawline of Joey Bats, as this was ripped down the right field line, foul ball, 1-1. Mike Ford, a new addition to the Rangers. That one's called strike 1-2. Came over in the Mike Minor deal. Not necessarily the biggest prospect name, but he's a major league ready bat who's fallen out of favor with Luke Voigt taking a lot of those reps over at first base in the Bronx. So Rangers needed a first baseman, and Mike Ford is looking to fill that role. That one misses outside 3-2. Tim Fedorovich is due up next. Lefty on lefty, Boyd and Ford. The 3-2 pitch, pop fly behind the plate. Jake Rogers near the screen, and he will have room to make the catch. The inning is over. 5 innings complete here in Arlington. Neither team able to crack the scoreboard. You're watching ML Botball on Twitch.
Leading off for Detroit.
So Tigers will send up their 8, 9, and 1 hitters here in the 6th inning. First of those men going to be Luis Gonzalez. That one misses inside 1-0. Outside 2 balls and no strikes. And I got to say, it is Botball, so they maybe didn't necessarily do the best job of, rendering his batting stance and playing style, but this Luis Gonzalez is so far reminding me of his namesake, who was a fantastic outfielder for the Arizona Diamondbacks at the beginning part of the millennium.
2-2.
There's a swing and a miss. 2 balls and 2 strikes now. Cueto is sent in the air to right field, coming in over Inez Gallo. He's not going to make the catch. It drops in for a single. First hit of the ball game for the Tigers is a little looper for Luis Gonzalez. And they also get their first leadoff runner on here tonight. So first pitch to Daz Cameron, called strike at the top of the zone. Struck out back in the 3rd inning, but Tigers are running out of innings to get some offense going. You could say the same thing for the Rangers, but at this point it might look like the first team to score is going to come out on top. Fouled away, no balls and 2 strikes. Number 9 hitter playing center field and wearing number 13. The 0-2 to Cameron, misses low and inside 1-2. Radio ready. Man on first is Gonzalez. The 1-2 pitch, chop foul at the plate, and we will do it again. Couple of practice swings, and now he's ready. Radio checks on the man at first and delivers a curveball low. Tried 3 times in a row, and got a couple of strikes, but this time it's ball 2 low. 2-2 pitch to Cameron outside. Count is full now. Well, Lugo, top of the order, due up next. The 3-2 pitch, swinging a fly ball into right center field. Well hit. Gallo comes back and plugs the gap to make the catch for out number 1.
Up next for the Tigers, the second baseman, Dawel Lugo.
So it will be the top of the order, Dawel Lugo. 0 for 2 today, lined out and grounded out so far. Just 3 hits on the year, but one of them was a home run. And I'm sure the Tigers would love for him to duplicate something like that. First pitch, call strike on the outside corner. Colby Allard and Joe Palumbo, a couple of lefties, lanky fellas, out there in the Rangers bullpen. So Abreu is kind of quietly crept up past 80 pitches on the game. And, you know, if he were a seasoned veteran, I don't think you see the bullpen getting ready, or you don't necessarily have your finger on the trigger, but, you know, with a young arm, you don't want to put too much stress on that arm. So I'm thinking this might be his last inning, assuming he can even get out of it. One swing and a miss. Nice slider. Took him out of the zone and he obliged. Lugo upright in that right-handed batter's box.
Oh, that's out.
Takes the slider outside. Excuse me, that was a changeup outside. 2-2. Probably why he was able to take that one easier. The 2-2 pitch to Lugo. High and away. Count is full. Harold Castro, one of the best bats in this Tigers lineup, is the man up next. 3-2 pitch, check swing in the dirt. And he went around, strike 3. He's having a little trouble seeing what the umpire was ruling there, but he did swing and miss. And with the base occupied, less than 2 outs, he was not allowed to try and go for first. So 2 outs here. Harold Castro is going to take a juicy pitch right down the middle, 0-1. Abreu 1 out away from 6 scoreless innings here in just his second start with the Rangers. And on one hand, you could say it's against the Tigers, so I really shouldn't count as much, but these guys are all major league hitters. They're getting paid to hit baseballs and hit them hard. So if you can do that against anyone, even if it is a team like the Tigers, that's very impressive and something to look forward to moving forward. Blown away, 1 ball and 2 strikes. The 1-2 pitch to Castro inside, 2-2. Abreu's been having his trouble getting that put away pitch at least right away. He's got quite a lot of strikeouts, but they're deeper into counts as this one's fouled away. Still 2-2. 10 balls, 13 strikes, 23 pitches this inning. And like I said, likely his last frame of work. 2-2 pitch, line drive into center field. That's a base hit. Probably the best swing of the day for the Tigers, except for that foul ball that Castro hit in his last at-bat. So best fair ball hit in this one. But swings it right back up the middle, and we're going to see C.J. Cron try and work some 2-out magic here in the 6th inning. 0 for 2 today. First pitch is sent on the ground, into the sky down the left field line, coming over is Calhoun. He's going to make the catch. Couldn't quite see what went on. It looked like Frazier had scooped it up, but Calhoun makes the catch, and the inning is over. Tigers put a couple on, can't score. Bottom of the 6th inning, scoreless in Arlington.
Leading off for the Rangers,
Tim Fedorovich leads the 8-9-1 hitters in for the Texas Rangers. Fedorovich, Camargo, and Drew Waters. This is high 1-0. 3 guys that, weren't with the team for quite some time, at least not with the major league club. up until after the trade deadline shuffles. The called strike 2-1. Fedorovich had been chilling around in the minor leagues for Texas, and then Camargo and Waters both came over in that Corey Kluber deal that sent Tucker Davidson, Johan Camargo, Drew Waters to Texas for a Corey Kluber who has an extra year with an option, as that one's sent out to left field deep, going back on the track at the wall, and it is foul. Fedorovich almost had it, but instead he's going to have to try again at 3-2, and that was a called strike 3. So 2 pitches in a row. Looks like it's a home run, and then it's called strike 3. Big difference, and maybe could be a big momentum swinger. For a wake-up call to one of these two teams. Called strike to Johan Camargo. Spent a lot of his time at the major league level with Atlanta, but kind of fallen out of favor. Of course, he was immediately replaced by Jurickson Profar over at third base during the trade deadline, and then Austin Riley looks to be their plan of attack for the future over there at third base. So Camargo, a solid bat. He just was expendable, and the Braves really thought that adding Corey Kluber would take them from playoff contenders to World Series contenders. That one's fouled away, 2-2. And only time will tell if they made the right moves to push for the Commissioner's Trophy. Pulls this one foul, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Boyd winds and delivers, 2-2, it's popped up. Crone camps under it and catches it for out number 2.
Up next for the Rangers, the center fielder.
Top of the order, we'll follow up. It's going to be Drew Waters. He was the number 2 prospect in the Brave system. Some people were saying that in order to get Kluber, they were going to have to give up much more than they ended up doing. Likely involving their number 1 prospect, Christian Pache, but whether it was some savvy business moves or just sheer luck, they actually were able to hang on to Pache. And hopefully for them, they will use him in the near future, as this one's lifted into center field. Cameron makes the catch, and the inning is over. 6 scoreless innings. Can't buy any offense here tonight. Head to the 7th inning, 4, 5, and 6 for the Tigers.
Leading off for Detroit.
So the future Hall of Famer will get things kicked off here in the 7th inning. Miguel Cabrera, and I'm joined in the booth by one Mr. Shark Shavery. How you doing tonight, sir?
Oh, not too bad. I mean, this game is a tease right now. I feel like there's going to be opportunities for something to happen, but nope. Still goose eggs.
Yeah, well, I don't want to take away anything from both of these pitchers. They've been doing fantastic jobs, but at the same time, like you mentioned, we've seen a couple of teases there with the Fedorovich near home run, and then the Tigers leaving a couple guys on base. What I'm really surprised to see, though, is this one's sent over to second. Going to first will get Cabrera. Albert Abreu is still out there on the mound despite being over 90 pitches and really not having much major league experience under his belt.
I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it. You know, even though you give up some hits, you keep runs off the board. So, you know, if he starts to slip up, maybe he lets a guy get, you know, a double or something like that, and maybe then pull him. You know, I do expect this to be his last inning. However, it is hard to say. If someone's doing so well, you don't want to mess up a good thing.
0-1.
Yep, you can always understand that side of things. My personal experience, I you know, and seeing this with the Tigers year after year after year, but I'd rather be proactive than reactive is all I'm going to say on that matter.
That is true.
So it's going to be Victor Reyes, who's slotted out into right field, replacing the departed Cameron Maven. This one's sent out into left field. Coming over is the left fielder. That's going to drop in foul territory for just a little weird strike 2 there.
Oh man, almost had that easy stand-up double there. And oh, that is in the worst place.
Solid contact out into center field, but it's going to be caught by Drew Waters for out number 2.
Now batting, the third baseman, Isaac.
And, you know, it's always the broadcaster's curse if you say this word, but this game is moving along very quickly. It's sailing along here. And I know that's just begging for extra innings. But at this point, I want to see some offense. And, you know, if that offense comes on both sides, I don't even care. But I just don't want this to be a scoreless extra inning game.
Oh, those are... It'd be great if it's great pitching, but if it's... Eventually it starts to drag when you're not seeing any action. You're like, what are we in, 12th? 0-0? Okay.
Yeah, no, those it's the take the good with the bad. I love great pitchers, but if they're too great, then you kind of get bored at a point and kind of lulls you to sleep.
Yeah, it has to be one of those, like, insane, like, perfect games or, you know, like, chasing the, like, massive strikeout numbers. Those are great pitching games, but when it's just doing a good job and not that, like, stellar job, that's when it starts to drag. So you see someone get, like, 15-plus strikeouts. It's like, oh, man.
This one's ripped out into left center field. That one's going to get up the gap, and that one is gone. Oh, my God. My screen froze. Isaac Paredes with his first ever Major League home run. The Tigers get on the board first here in the 7th inning. 1-0 Detroit over Texas.
And there you have it. Oh, man. You love to see it. As we're talking about needing some action, you get exactly the kind of action you want to see. That's beautiful.
Isaac Paredes, first ever Major League home run, and it gives the team the lead. He walks back into the dugout, and apparently nothing happened. They're giving him the silent treatment, but that's standard for the first ever home run, and lots of high fives all around for an excellent performance from the great young man. And excellent performance, great young man on the mound is going to come to a close. Abreu's final pitch goes over the fence.
You got to give it up to him. It took over 100 pitches to finally give up a run, so that is quite the respectable start if I've ever seen one.
You can hear the crowd giving him a standing ovation, lifts his cap off to acknowledge all that he's done. Colby Aller going to try and get the final out in this inning. 5-1, 5.19 ERA. Both lefties and righties hitting over 300 again. And so he's not so much a reliever than I don't even know what the opposite of a reliever is. Maybe a stressor.
That was actually what I was going to say, exactly.
So called strike.
I was going to say that home run does kind of hammer home the point you had about being proactive rather than reactionary. So perhaps the Braves should have come out a little sooner.
But what's done is done. If we all had time machines, then nothing would get done because we'd all try and just worry about the past. Time to push forward, and Allard's trying to push one into the strike zone. That one misses low, 2-1.
A nice slow curveball, only 78.
Love it when it's got that big bending action, as that one's sent foul, 2-2.
Seeing that immediate change in speed from 78 to 94. That's pitching I love to see, personally.
Line drive caught by Frazier for out number 3. Inning is over. Isaac Paredes finally gets us off the schneid with a solo shot, and Shark, it's time to get up and stretch. I am getting chills right now. That was a beautiful stretch, and I was a little concerned, with our pregame talks. You almost got me again. I wouldn't have blamed you if you did. That would have been a bold move, but I know you tend to prey on my solo calls, so I'll be I'll always be on the edge of my seat whenever you come into the booth. But either way,
considered it.
fantastic outing, and if you want to stick around for the bottom half of the inning, I would love to have you around, as we'll see if Matthew Boyd can get through 7 shutout.
I was going to do that. Nice circle changeup, I believe that was there.
As the 2-2 misses, so it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Joey Gallo, the definition of hit or miss, is waiting on deck. The 3-2 pitch inside for ball 4. So not what you want to see right after your team gives you the lead, a leadoff walk to start the bottom of the 7th.
Definitely not what you want when you finally get some momentum. Immediately have given up a base runner is a little bit stressful. So the ideal thing would be to see Joey Gallo here hit into a double play, and in that case, no harm, no foul. But you got to watch out here.
1-0. Lefty on lefty matchup is enticing for the pitcher. Still misses high 1-0. And if you look at the career matchup, not too shabby for Boyd either. 2 for 9 with a couple of punch outs. That one misses low 2-0, and he's got to be careful. Just because you've got a good track record doesn't make him an automatic out either.
Certainly not. It is. Statistics don't mean everything as much as many would like to think they do, and I think they do, but. Ooh, good curve sneaking in. And we see Boyd throwing some really slow pitches. I think is that the 3rd in a row below 80?
Yeah, he's been dialing it back, and maybe it worked out on that pitch. Gallo wasn't looking for it, but left a hanger there. Lucky not to get punished.
And he's been using a variety of pitches, so. Ooh.
That one's just outside. 3 balls and 1 strike. Willie Calhoun, another lefty, will be the next man up. The 3-1 from Boyd, swinging a fly ball into left center field. Well hit. This one's going back, but tracking it is Gonzalez. He'll make the catch in front of the track, and I got a little worried there, but Joey Gallo's only able to send it in front of the warning track. It's a throwback in, got away a little bit, but no advancement on the base path.
Good job getting in and blocking that ball. If that goes a little bit more wild, he could have actually managed to advance to second. So great job holding and kind of not letting a mistake turn into a egregious error.
Yeah, that's something that, you don't really think about the fundamentals of baseball. You really need to pay attention and back up those throws as you go from Joey Gallo, who's had bad numbers against Boyd, to Willie Calhoun, who's had great numbers, 4 for 8, 2 home runs. So he'll be looking to add a 3rd here tonight.
But I don't think he will get it. He does get the base hit, but...
The throw to 3rd is going to get him! Boneheaded move on the base pass from Elvis Andrews, and Luis Gonzalez takes advantage of it. Loop single from Willie Calhoun, but a 7-5 putout, and they're 2 away here now in the 7th. Todd Frazier steps in and takes strike 1 in the outer half.
Oh man, so Calhoun improving those numbers, but the net result is nothing, still just a runner on first because of that weird bot ball-esque move right there. I see that happen so much in bot ball, stretching plays that should not be stretched.
You almost wonder if he thought there were 2 outs and maybe he had to keep running, but either way, the damage has been done, and Boyd is approaching the century mark on pitches. That one's fouled away 1 and 2. And I think that's a good sign to see from Gonzalez out there in left field. He had that throw back to the infield that nearly got away and allowed Andrews to advance. But the good backup defense from Lugo, and then got some time to set himself and threw a perfect strike over to 3rd to nail Andrews the 2nd time around. 2-2 is the 100th pitch of the game. It misses low for ball 3. And with the full count now 2 outs, the runner will be off from first. 3-2 pitch, swinging a fly ball into center field. Underneath it is Daz Cameron. He's going to take a couple steps back, make the catch, and the inning is over. Thank you for joining me in the booth, Shark, and thank you for bringing your home run magic to the Tigers side of things and finally giving us something to talk about on this one.
Oh, you're very welcome. I can bounce out if you want to go back solo. I can stick around if you want some more color. It's completely up to you.
I'll leave that one up to you. You know, I always love having a guy to talk with in the booth. Makes it seem less crazy than talking to myself. But at the same time, I've also gotten kind of used to the solo calls. So whichever you'd prefer.
I'll stick around. It's a bit more of an exciting game now that the Rangers are playing from behind. So we'll see how this one plays on out.
So Allard is going to stick into pitch here in the 8th inning and faces Luis Gonzalez, no balls and 2 strikes. And something that I just thought of that applies to this situation, I'm a little bit curious about, but you all know the new 3-batter minimum rule has been put in place. But, you know, that can be negated whether, you know, the pitcher ends the inning or if he gets injured or something like that. So Allard just ended last inning, as there's a swing and a miss for out number 1. He ended last inning, but since he's come back into this next inning, he's yet to face his 3rd batter. So does he have to, like, since he faced the first guy, does he now have to face another guy, or could they make the switch since he had ended a previous inning, even though he's only faced 2 guys?
That is actually a scenario I had not considered. The wording made it sound like you need to face 3 batters or finish out an inning. I believe he would only really have to face, he wouldn't have to go back for a 3rd batter in this scenario, although I can't be for sure because honestly I didn't look too much into the weird minutia of that rule.
Well, we can get the research department going on that one. Is either way, I think you know, manager Chris Woodward wants Allard in this spot anyway. This one is sent out into right field and in for a base hit. It's a nice little wrap to the right side, and Tigers have a one-out base runner, Daz Cameron.
That's the nice kind of bloop you like to see. Don't hit it too hard, just get nice ball placement, which is what I love. Nice small ball. If you can't get it over the fence, just get it shorter where there's nobody, and that's a nice dribbler.
Almost works as a sacrifice back to the mound. Allard flips it on to first, doesn't even think about going 2. So 2 down now. Runner at second is the speedy Daz Cameron, and guy at the plate is the dangerous Harold Castro. Not something you'd think you would have said at the beginning of the season, but he's proven himself worthy of that title and that moniker. You know, maybe the batting average has dipped down a bit, but he was batting over 300 for most of the year. One of the few Tigers best to do that.
In scoring position, a little bit rougher, that 213. He's a little bit cold in this series here, just a 1 for 6. But like you said, yeah, been nice to see. And even though it's a little bit of a skid, you know, you can still recover. That's the great thing about having a nice long season here in baseball.
The 1-1 pitch, swinging a fly ball out into right center field. This one is well hit, going back into right field. Gallup over his head for extra bases. Coming in to score is Cameron. He was running on contact, and Harold Castro doubles the Tigers' lead with an RBI double.
I thought that was going to get caught at the track. That is a treat, and just beautifully placed. Couldn't quite get to it. That is what you love to see. Get another guy in scoring position now as a result of that. So the Rangers are really going to be on their heels now. They have to be a bit rattled.
And something that I never thought I would hear coming out of anyone's mouth, but we're going to see an intentional walk in order to face Miguel Cabrera.
Why would you intentionally walk Crone with 2 out when Cabrera's coming to the plate? I mean, I guess it's bop ball Cabrera, but still, I don't think that really matters, all things considered.
Force is available now at any base, and in the 2020 bop ball season, Cabrera has been doing doing worse than Crone, but he's a future Hall of Famer. I don't know why you want to. I don't know why you want to face him, and I would just love to see him take this one deep, just to punish the tinkering out there in the dugout.
The only thing I can think of is, like you said, the fact that there's a force on at every plate, but still, when you're facing a power hitter, that doesn't matter quite as much. Bringing up a guy doing small ball, I get it, but I mean, it's a bold decision. Let's see if it pays off.
So far it has, and as it's missed outside 2-0, unless the plan was to, you know, maybe walk to 2 guys in a row and face a less dangerous hitter. This one's sent out in the left field corner, going back onto the track, and that one's up against the wall for extra bases. Just hits the top for Miguel Cabrera, an RBI double, and the Tigers' lead is now 3-0, and that is why you don't intentionally walk anyone, to set up a Miguel Cabrera at bat. Gets his hands out in front of that one and pulls it down the left field line and just keeps it fair. I thought with that short fence out there in left field, he might have had a chance to get it all the way out here, but look at the big man hustle. Belly flops into second base. And that's going to do it for Colby Allard. Jesse Chavez is the new pitcher. Maybe a little too late for these Rangers, but we're going to see a guy who's had a much better season than Allard on the mound. 3.69 ERA, 52 strikeouts in 63 and a third inning.
Oh yeah, I wish this was like tennis so you could see that like court came with where that landed near the line.
This one's a line drive. Oh! Nice grab once again by Todd Frazier to end the inning. Tigers get a couple of 2-out RBI doubles from Harold Castro and Miguel Cabrera. They triple their lead headed to the bottom of the 8th. 3-0 Tigers. You're watching ML Botball on Twitch.
And that is a godsend right there, getting out of it, because there was a real threat for severe damage. So they just dug themselves in the hole. So I'll be interested to see how aggressive they play. As that is, first of all, it's in there for a strike.
So Buck Farmer and Joe Jimenez warming up in the Tigers bullpen, while the man on the mound continues to be Matthew Boyd. I'm a little perplexed by this decision from Ron Gardenhire. You've got a fairly solid bullpen behind him, but Boyd's trying to make me eat my words, already up 0-2 on Rougned Odor. You got a little bit of wiggle room, but at the same time, I think you want to, personally, you'd want to let your guy finish on a high note rather than, granted, he could finish on an even higher note if he gets through this inning scoreless, but even if he gives up a run and, the lead's still intact, I just think that leaves them a little bit more sour than if he had just finished off the 7th inning. Check swing went too far, strike 3. Rougned Odor not happy, but I'm pretty sure he went around, and I'm not just saying that because I'm a Tigers fan.
Oh, man. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's like you said, though, but Brady left him in too long, wanted to be proactive, and yet, when in the 8th inning, 105 pitches, he still managed to get that punch on, not giving him any balls. Struck out on 4 pitches. That's great, and that's another strike.
Really pounding the zone in these first couple at bats. He does face a couple of lefties, so maybe that's why they wanted him in, but you also have Gregory Soto that could be, used in a situation like this. The 0-1 is rip foul down the first base line. No balls and 2 strikes to the former Yankee. Boyd winds and delivers. The 0-2 pitch, swinging a ground ball, diving stop by Crone at first base. Gets up and takes it to the bag. And my oh my, this game really went from 0 to 100 when you came into the booth.
Look at that snag. That is just great awareness of where the ball is. Gets the glove right where it needs to be. Taps first, gets that nice out. So, still no balls thrown, only strikes in contact. So, doing a great job. Like you said, really attacking the zone very hard, doing what he needs to do.
Boyd is working phenomenally here in the 8th inning, and Chrome with that fantastic dive over at first base. I gotta say, as a former Little League first baseman myself, that one's called strike at the top of the zone, 0-1. But, former Little League first baseman, I always love making the great defensive plays. Is finally there's a ball out of the zone, 1-1. I've made a couple of those diving stops over at first, and you just feel so accomplished knowing that you were able to time your leap perfectly and able to get the ball right into your glove. 1-2 now, as there's ones across the pitch count, 111. 1-2 pitch to Fedorovich in the dirt. Nice pitch, but didn't get him to swing.
Speaking away. You talking about the ball going right where it needs to go, it reminds me of my a story my dad always tells me that brings the count full. It was when I was in T-ball. I was at second base, and the balls never came to me, ever. And I remember I was kind of standing there, and my mind just blanked, and all of a sudden a ball landed directly in my glove, and I looked, I'm like, wait, what? I literally didn't move, and the ball went directly into my glove. That went
line drive
into
into
his glove.
center field, right to the glove of Des Cameron for out number 3. 8 shutout innings for Matthew Boyd. Give him a hand, Arlington. I don't care. He pitches for the Tigers. He pitched fantastic today. 6, 7, and 8 coming up for the Tigers in the 9th. He led off by Isaac Paredes.
Man who started off the score and coming back up to the plate, and I would love to see him keep this turnaround going here.
1 for 3 today with a solo home run. That was his first ever big league, big fly. I'm sure he's going to be getting a lot of phone calls tonight.
And the manner in which it happened, being the go-ahead run right there, finally getting something on the board, that makes it that much more special, I feel like.
Yeah, it's almost, you know, I can't even remember, you know, how many guys with their first ever home run. It was something huge like that. Maybe Jason Hayward, I want to say, was a 3-run shot or a grand slam to give his team the lead all the way in the first inning. But still, exciting stuff. And Paredes, I'm certain he's going to be replaying that moment in his head for the rest of his life, trotting around the bases for his first ever big league home run. Down 1-2 in the count against Jesse Chavez, but it'll even up now as that one misses outside 2-2.
Way outside. I mean, I wonder if he's going to go inside now with how far out that was.
Fedorovich sets up inside, and it is inside, but too far. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Jake Rogers, basic name and fairly basic bat, but great defense waits on deck.
Yeah, not doing too hot in the hitting, but there isn't there. And
check swing, no swing.
Hey.
Ball 4 just below the knees, and Paredes works a walk. We're going to take a look at the pitch sequence right here. He's down in the count for most of it, and then ends up working his way on with a walk. Just missed inside with that one, and then the check swing, no swing to put him on base with the leadoff base runner. And we'll see if another one of these rookies can maybe get something going. Jake Rogers, it wouldn't be his first career home run, but one of very few for this man's career.
And Paredes with that great eye managing to get on base. I wonder if they're intimidated after that solo shot. And we got to look at the Twitch replay for that. That seemed a bit low, but he may have dropped after the zone.
Called strike 1 on Jake Rogers. Maybe the umpire has some dinner plans that he needs to get to. No doubt about that one, though. Swing and a miss on the slider, 0-2. Man on first is Paredes. Man at the dishes, Jake Rogers swinging a ground ball to third. Frazier to second, one relay to first. 5-4-3 around the horn, and it's a twin killing, 2 for the price of 1. 2 outs here in the 9th inning.
And that has got to be a massive relief, managing to eliminate the runner that was already on in that. Just perfectly executed, textbook double play right there.
So 2 outs now, and it's going to be the left-handed slugger, Luis Gonzalez. 1 for 3 today with a little bloop single. That was actually the first hit of the ball game for the Tigers, as they went the first 5 with only a walk. That one just a bit high. Chavez not happy with that call. I'm not sure if I am either.
I gotta say, I think I disagree with that one, but you know, maybe the ump has a little better advantage, or maybe it's that squirrely strike zone, but no doubt on that inside ball. And as I'd like to say, I wonder if it's going to the other side when it's that far inside. Looking for an outside pitch.
Catcher's set up low and going to be on the inside corner at the knees. Chavez kind of looking at the umpire like, finally you got me one. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Chavez to Luis Gonzalez. Pulls that one foul, kind of jammed him on that one. 2-2.
And this reminds me of an adage I don't know if everyone has heard. Never swing on 2, 2, and 2. I don't know how true it is, but I've had people tell me. There you go.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3. The inning is over. Tigers can't do anything with the leadoff walk. Justin Chavez gets the ground ball double play. Then the punch out. Head to the bottom of the 9th. Hopefully Joe Jimenez is coming out. We don't know, but 3-0 Tigers in the bottom of the 9th.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
There we go.
Now pitching
Called
for
it.
the Tigers.
It will be Joe Jimenez, although I don't know why I said hopefully. He had a great start to the season, and he's just fallen way off the cliff. ERA sitting over 5, 6 blown saves on the year, but he does have 22 conversions as well. Righty's hitting 387, lefty's only 273. So we're hoping for the Tigers.
I don't know.
Well, we've got
this of the next 3.
We've got 2 switch hitters, Camargo, Waters, and then Elvis Andrews, the righty. So, 2 guys that are batting left-handed, and then the righty, and then 2 more left-handers should anyone reach. The 0-1 to Jimenez, sent out to left field, deep, going back is Gonzalez. He's onto the track. He's at the wall. He's gonna make the catch. Running, and he saw that one the whole way through. Matthew Boyd, I think cameraman tried to get a feed of him in the showers, but of course we're going to black that out for you guys. 8 solid innings, scoreless baseball, 2 hits, no runs, 2 walks, and 7 punch-outs.
And there's been a streak around the field and needing to black out, but the security got rid of him and we're back to the game.
So Drew Waters, part of the back-to-back Atlanta to Texas transition for these Rangers in the lineup. Johan Camargo was the starting third baseman for the Braves, and then Drew Waters was their minor league outfielder. They both find themselves in the starting lineup in Arlington. So that one misses high, 1 ball and 1 strike. One away. Tigers up 3-0 here in the bottom of the 9th inning. 1-1 pitch is popped up, foul territory coming over his Paredes, and he does not get to it. Just barely out of reach. We're talking inches, folks.
And you can't fault him on that. Those nice athletic play just couldn't get the glove where it needed to be, but that one is popped up. Out is it?
Hanger.
Is it?
Out to center field, going back is Cameron. He's going to make the catch. Just in front of the track, hit it to the wrong part of the ballpark. 2 away here in the 9th inning.
Managed to dodge a bullet and then still get hit by it. So this is literally do or die here as we come to the last out, and the Rangers have to be not feeling great, and that is a beautiful final out ball game, folks. Tigers win it 3-0. At the Rangers ballpark. Man, and what a game we had here. What are your thoughts?
Well, the pop out to Jake Rogers ended it, and it was a fantastic pitching performance from Matt Boyd. I can't think anyone else is going to be the players of the game, unless maybe you give it to Isaac Paredes for that eventually game-winning home run. But 8 scoreless innings, even if it is against a below 500 team, that's not an easy thing to do in any case. So we'll have to see about that.
I think Paredes, if he was the only run, would get player of the game, but I think Boyd has to get it considering there was a little bit of safety room that you did get in the 8th inning there. But looking at that, Texas only 2 hits. And there you go. Well earned, well deserved.
Player of the game goes to Matthew Boyd, his 2nd win of the season compared to 11 losses. Albert Abreu with his 2nd loss and no wins. Joe Jimenez gets save number 23 in 29 tries. 3 hits, 3 runs, 6 hits, no errors for the Tigers, no runs, 2 hits, and no errors for the Rangers. And we're going to get ready to take you through the game highlights in this one. But fantastic outing from both pitchers. And we're going to start things out here in the top of the 6th. Abreu actually had a no-hitter going through 5 innings, but the first hit of the ball game came for Luis Gonzalez, just a little looper, not able to be caught by Joey Gallo. And then top of the 7th inning, that's where we finally got the scoring started. Isaac Paredes with his first ever big league home run. It's a solo shot to left center field, power alley, and 413 feet later, Tigers have a 1-0 lead. They look to add on in the top of the 8th inning, 2 outs. man on second, and Castro sends one out to right field. Joey Gallo almost got there, but didn't quite have the leg speed to grab that one. So an RBI double for Harold Castro makes it 2-0. CJ Cron was intentionally walked to face the future Hall of Famer Miguel Cabrera, and a bad decision it turned out to be. Line drive double into the left field corner. He had to hustle all the way, but Cabrera made it into second base. Fantastic defensive play in the bottom half of the 8th inning. CJ Cron with a laid out dive down the first baseline, takes it to the bag himself to get the second out of the inning. Matthew Boyd was still pitching by then, and final man to toe the rubber for the Tigers, Joe Jimenez, gets the pop-up behind the plate. Jake Rogers squeezes it, and the Tigers take their first of the series. They'll look for the split in tomorrow afternoon's ball game. Matthew Boyd, once again, your player of the game. Tigers win it 3-0 and get another win for this very young team. They're all trying to develop some of these youngsters, and fantastic outing for Boyd, and a lot of the young guys also contributing too. Gonzalez had a hit. Paredes had that big solo shot, and then Harold Castro, maybe not the rookie, but second year, third year guy, providing with an RBI double later on.
Yeah, it's great to see the young guns really kind of starting to get into a groove, show some nice growth, and I just gotta say, with that pop out, anytime I see a catcher rip their mask off and catch something, there's something I find so satisfying about that kind of heads-up baseball. Like you said, though, I mean, great performance from the Tigers, and you gotta give it to Abreu. He did start very, very well. Did probably just get left in too long, like you said, going over 100 pitches, finally giving up something, and that mistake of leaving him in too long is what led to the Tigers finally getting the momentum to turn this game around.
Yeah, EB kind of making the comparison. Maybe he's going to be the next Jacob deGrom, Albert Abreu. You know, he pitches fantastically but doesn't get the run support, so he's going to get saddled with the loss pretty much every time. So still awesome outing for both pitchers. Tigers do come out on top, and we're joining the booth here now by TARDIS 16, getting ready to call the next game. I want to say it's Giants Phillies. I didn't quite get to check the schedule just yet.
Yeah, it's Giants Phillies, the return of Gabe Kapler to Philadelphia. I can't remember if there was a game yesterday or not for the Phillies. Yes, there was, but that wasn't aired, so I'm remember something like that game didn't happen. The Gabe Kapler, I assume he would get booed out of his mind.
Well, it's the on-air return. How about that? The first time
return.
The Philly fans at home can start to boo him through their TV sets. So it should be a fun matchup tonight. You know, even with the difference in records, you know, Philadelphia and San Francisco both have some pretty historic playoff paths. I don't know if they ever really ran into each other. Kind of had different trajectories throughout the years, but still two fantastic teams who are just having a bit of subpar seasons this year.
Yeah, I think they did run. They ran into each other in the NLCS back in 2010. The Giants went on to win the World Series. Phillies were coming back off a back-to-back World Series win, so I don't think most of that team is still in the league.
Yeah, almost a bit of a changing of the guard of sorts. You know, with the Phillies, like you mentioned, they came off their World Series win in 2008 and the World Series loss in 2009. Handed off the torch to San Francisco, and they got 3 in 5 years. And a lot of those guys still with the team, even right now. You got Brandon Belt, Brandon Crawford, Buster Posey, just to name a few. But I don't want to stick around too long. We'll get out of your hair, and you know, we can get ready for our final Bop Ball game tonight. And I believe it's our final 10:45 matchup in the Bop Ball world, as we're switching to a new schedule next week. Keep an eye out in our Discord if you want to find out what's going on. I will toss that link into the chat. So for my partners, Cookie, who joined me at the beginning, and Stark, who's joined me through the end, I'm Special FX. We want to thank you all for sticking around watching the Tigers beat the Rangers 3-0. We will have a fantastic game here tonight and fantastic slate of games tomorrow and the rest of the week. Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you, Special Effects. Shark, you're welcome to stick around until Mike gets here, and after that, if you want.
Sure. I will certainly stick around, keep you company. Finally have a nice chance to relax, not have to worry about any work in the apartment, not have to worry about the computer overheating everything. Now that the air conditioning is nice, so just get to sit back and enjoy Bot Ball like I was able to for so long. But what are your expectations for this game that we have coming up here?
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how the Phillies come off. They just missed sweeping the Reds by 1 game this previous series. And they got Zach Wheeler on the mound, who pitched well his last time out. He was on a long streak where he was pitching good for like 2 innings and then would give up 3 runs in 1. And they're facing Johnny Cueto, who's been really good this year. He's always been a very valuable guy for San Francisco. They're not really anywhere near a playoff run, but he might have actually gotten traded if someone had shown interest. So they've got it's going to be a good pitching matchup as long as Wheeler keeps doing what he was doing last game.
Yeah, it's always good to see exciting pitching matchups, and we see like you were talking about that record discrepancy there, but I gotta say that's a nice loss record for the Giants there, just because it's
very
after
nice.
dark.
It's a shame they aren't playing the Nationals with that record, because they were both at a very nice record.
That would have to be the nicest game ever.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna do the crawl here real quick.
Yeah, you see Zach Wheeler here with a 5.39 ERA. He has the 6-9 record. You know, his WHIP is 1.46. So, you know, I'm excited to see what Wheeler is going to be able to pull off. Brandon Crawford leading it off, has an 11-game hitting streak. It'll be really interesting to see if he can keep that going here.
Ball, no.
Oh, and yeah, EB pointing out Wheeler's record is 6-9, so this is probably the second nicest game of all time.
First pitch, 405.
And that 100-mile-an-hour four-seamer is knocked out there, just foul in that right field corner.
It was a great swing. Harper getting on his horse over there, but off the wall in foul territory, so nothing to worry about there. For Wheeler, Mike A is joining us in the booth now. How you doing, Mike?
Pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm good. You know, the Flyers just clinched the 1 seed like
nice.
5 minutes ago. So
I saw they were up 3-1. They finished it off.
They've won 4-1. They got an empty netter with like 5 seconds to go.
Always good to see. They can carry on one of the greatest traditions in sports in the next round. They've got Montreal, right?
They have Montreal.
They can keep Canada from touching that cup for
I would love to see.
I believe 27th straight year.
Something like that.
Sounds about right. It's sometime when I was a baby.
Does that need to be our? Yeah, does that need to be our early trivia question that has nothing to do with baseball or this game? Last Canadian team to win a Stanley Cup.
We managed to work our way there. Like, there was a weird progression, but
so our last 10:45 game that one's ripped into foul territory. Good job by that umpire not getting his head cut off. Yes, our last 10:45 tomorrow. We have our After Dark starting around 10:30.
Crawford putting some good swings on here. Yeah, kudos to that first base ump. Got to keep your head on a swivel out there.
And now that Mike is here, I will leave it up to you guys. I can stick around and keep you company on this final True After Dark, or I can let you get to a duo and see me in the 7th. It's up to you.
You do whatever you want, Stark. I'm open to a 3-man booth. We've done it before.
Let's keep the 3-man booth running. Nice, fun After Dark.
So Wheeler sets and fires to Longoria. That's going to miss outside. 1-0 the count here. Sorry that I'm getting in late. Everybody else was responsible and made it to their post time. But only about 3 pitches late as we get in here. 1 down, top of the first as Longoria fouls that one off. 1-1.
We'll call it Fashion Lele.
That's right. Wheeler fires. That one fouled off again. I'm gonna go ahead and say that I was watching a game or something instead of what the truth was. Is I just figured that the post game might run long and I could sneak in an extra minute here as Longoria goes down swinging. Good slider there by Wheeler. Longoria chases, and that's 2 down quickly here in the first.
Absolutely disgusting.
Stremski with that career-high RBI total. That is quite great to see. It'd be nice to see him get 5 more here. That would be very nice.
Very, very nice indeed. I hope he doesn't get that this series, though.
Swings and misses there. Wheeler climbing the ladder. And yeah, Yastrzemski, one of the few bright points for this Giants team. Hopefully, for the Giants' sake, he can be the face of the turnaround here for San Francisco. But not here, as Wheeler taking care of business in the first. No nonsense there. Goes right after Yastrzemski, gasses him up with a couple of high ones. And we go to the bottom of the first. Nothing. Phillies coming to bat.
That is a great performance from Wheeler to start it off. Exactly what you want to see. We'll see if Johnny Cueto can do the same here.
I'm seeing that the darkest timeline, Cueto had a no-hitter in the 6th inning, and it was broken up by a Kike Hernandez triple.
Ooh, that's broken up by a triple. Gotta wonder how many times that's happened.
It's the day I benched Kike Hernandez in fantasy too, but they haven't updated it, so he's still at -1 points on the day.
Now, I forget, does Cueto have one in real life? I believe he does, or has been close. I want to say he has one.
Now I'm questioning it. I would have said he did. But now I'm trying to think it was just very close.
To put it in Tardis's worldview and the timeline that we're living in, any stat can really be true if you believe it hard enough, I think. Between bot ball and the restarts and the dark timelines and the slightly lighter timelines, I really don't know what's what.
What's that thing called? The Secret or whatever, where you can like will things into existence?
Oh, yeah. As Harper grounds this one over to third, that'll be a quick first out here in the bottom of the first.
I don't think he has a no-hitter. Looks like he had a rain-shortened one in the minor leagues. Oh, apparently it was a Phillies legend Hunter Pence miscue. But he botched it, in the words of Matt Vasgersian.
So Cueto always with the strong dreadlock game, taking the mound here for the Giants. One down here in the first. JT Realmuto standing in for the Phils.
Realmuto has not done well against Cueto. Cueto really does have his number so far when you look at it. It looked like he has not gotten a hit against him.
Yeah, Cueto tends to be like that. He has some bad days, but he absolutely has the number of a lot of people in the National League. As there, Realmuto puts a good swing on one, but cuts underneath it. Skies out to left, and that's 2 down here in the first. Personally, I'm a fan of Cueto. He's got that Louis Tiant exaggerated turn your back to the batter and then wing it in there. I think that does wonders for hiding those pitches, and certainly now that Cueto doesn't quite have the fastball he used to, can still mix up some hitters, but he doesn't fool him here. Gregorius bounces that one through the hole and into right. That'll be a 2-out single for the Phils.
There.
Don't have to hit it hard if you hit it in the right spot.
That beautiful small ball.
So that will bring up Reese Hoskins. Hoskins still on base.
He's got a mustache that's amazing, and I wish we could update his spot ball version.
Hoskins leading the Phillies this season, 30 home runs, 92 RBIs. Looking for number 31 and maybe number 93 and 94, but way out ahead of a changeup there. Falls behind quickly, 0-2. And Cueto is going to ring him up with a fastball up and out of the zone. Hoskins can't lay off, so he goes down on strikes, though. Single does not come back to hurt Cueto. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on base. We go to the second. Still no score here in Philly.
Did Cueto do that in 9 pitches?
He did. There was a lot of free swinging with the Phillies there, which they are a team that will, if you start pounding the zone, they're going to swing at everything.
No. Effective strategy.
1 ball, no strike.
So cleanup batter Hunter Pence now stands in, the Giants right fielder. Wheeler back out on the mound for the Phils.
Giants are chock full of these Phillies legends. Ooh, almost great play by Rhys Hoskins, just missing that one.
Yeah, Hoskins has shown some leather this year, but that time Pence just put it right on the screws. Keeps the hands back and lines that one just over the outstretched arm of Hoskins. It'll be a leadoff single, and that will bring up everyone's favorite panda, Pablo Sandoval.
How long do you have to go to say someone broke up a no-hitter? Is the second inning appropriate?
My general rule is at least 5 innings.
Yeah.
Wheeler pumps that one in just above the knees. 0-1.
I just like the idea of hearing an announcer saying ridiculous stuff like that super prematurely. I think it'd be entertaining to see.
Wheeler kicks and fires. Swung on a miss. High fastball. Sandoval comes up empty. I will say that I am a big fan of the dry humor of, say, the first pitch of the entire game gets launched about 400 feet out of the park. You know, then I think it's perfectly acceptable to say, well, there goes the shutout. There goes the no-hitter. Yeah.
It's one of my favorite bits of trivia. Pablo Sandoval, his average is looking very nice there. He's a switch hitter, but he also can throw 90+ miles an hour with both hands, but he learned how to throw right-handed to play the infield.
Well, he's not hitting well left-handed here as Wheeler continues to just burn it right on by these Giants hitters. Another strikeout there for Wheeler. Sandoval goes down. I think we need a pitching contest between Sandoval and Velasquez. Both lefty and righty.
Or Pat Venditti.
Yeah.
I think he's with the Marlins now, right?
I mean, yeah, they picked him up. I think that you'd have to take, as an all-around player, Velasquez, because he can hit just a little bit, and he can play outfield certainly better than Sandoval can. He can play outfield better than most of the 2019 Phillies can.
That's true, yeah. Rhys Hoskins comes to mind there.
Yeah. So 2-0 quickly the count here on Buster Posey, longtime Giants catcher. And he'll watch that one upstairs, 3-0. Buster Posey, native of Lee County, Georgia, had the privilege of actually watching him play high school baseball. Wrote up a couple games. He'll watch that one go below the knees, a 4-pitch walk drawn by Posey. And that'll put runners on first and second with 1 out here in the second. That'll bring center fielder Jalen Davis to the dish. Giants trying to rally here in the second.
Ball 1.
Wheeler just missing outside, 1-0. Wheeler sets at the belt. High fastball is crushed to left. Tracking back is Kingery. He's looking up, and that one's going to get out of here. 3-run home run, Jalen Davis. Where did that come from? Wheeler had been living large up in the zone with those fastballs, but Davis gets around on one, skies it out over the short porch and left, and just like that, the Giants have jumped on top 3-0 here in the second.
I think you can say there goes the shutout.
Yeah, now you can. I'll take things you hate to see for 500, Alex.
And that one
Actually, for 371,
scraped
Alex.
the clouds there, Rainbringer. As he skies that one out to left, stays inside the foul pole. StatCast has it at 371 as far as the tape measure goes. So 3-0 here, Giants on top here in the second. That'll bring up Mauricio Dubon as Wheeler might be getting pinched a little bit here in the second. Takes a long look in at home plate after that one. Thought it was on the outside corner, but now a 2-0 count to Dubon. And that one leaks just inside now, 3-0.
Maybe we need left-handed Vince Velasquez out there today.
Yeah. So Wheeler trying to regain the composure here. The 3-0 to Dubon. That one's pumped in right across the kneecaps, 3-1.
What do you say? Do you give Dubon a green light, or do you say, hey, you're under that Mendoza line, please don't?
It's Gabe Kapler. He wants him to strike out looking or hit a home run. That's what he wants.
So Dubon swinging away there, but can't get to a good slider. Tight spin on that one. Now the payoff pitch from Wheeler is going to be inside. Dubon draws the walk. Still just one down here in the second. Dubon trots down to first, and it's going to be Johnny Cueto coming up to, one would assume, try to lay down a sacrifice bunt here.
Not the best average in the world. I'm going to predict hitting into a double play because I like just throwing around wild speculation. Nope, bunt.
Cueto bunts it hard, but Hoskins, a bit of an unnecessary flip over to Wheeler. Maybe some punishment for giving up those runs, making him run a little bit more, but it's going to be a 3-1 put out. Cueto does get the job done, scored a sacrifice bunt. That'll be 2 down. Dubon moves on to second, and that'll bring around the top of the order as Brandon Crawford steps in for his second at-bat of the night.
That's a strike.
Good high strike there from Wheeler. Shark, you got anything special in the bag for the 7th tonight?
I do.
Oh.
It's nothing crazy. It's something tasteful.
You know,
to
it
play
doesn't
out
have to
the
be
last 10
crazy. I just like the personal flair.
Yeah, I do. I got something lined up. I've done a couple times. It feels fitting. It'll feel almost like you're watching a documentary.
You don't have to take over the 7th inning stretch. You just have to make it grow.
Oh, and I've certainly done that. I've done both.
As long as I don't get rickrolled again.
No.
Now, I do think, and I mean, not that all the guys, Tardis, you especially included, who do a lot of the video capturing and condensing and putting on highlight clips and whatnot, because that one is down in right field. That's going to be in for a hit. Run's going to score.
Why do they run on JT Realmuto? Why do they run on him? I don't understand.
Out. But the Giants do their damage mostly on the 3-run shot there by Davis. Crawford gets the RBI single. He's thrown out for the 3rd out of the inning. But we go on to the 2nd. Giants on top, 4-0.
I feel like Gabe Kapler, of all people, would know how good Realmuto's arm is.
He should.
Yeah, I think you were saying something about video editing people with TARDIS and whatnot.
Well, I was just going to say, when all this nonsense is said and done, as Hazley rockets one foul down the right field line, to get maybe a highlight reel for the entire ball season, and then, set it to a soundtrack on the organ, I would be down for that. I would watch that.
That sounds fun.
2-1.
I'm always okay with writing some
Just-
music,
we
put
could
together
do-
a highlight reel.
Yeah, like a
already.
15 to 20-minute reel. Shark's greatest hits. Just go in and out of some songs. Play the classics.
I certainly like the sound of that. And
I feel totally comfortable making these promises, seeing as how I will never be called upon to do any video editing.
It took me 2 hours to do the archives from yesterday because every time the stream goes down, it gets cut up into another little chunk, and there were like 1,000,000,000 12-second chunks because Xfinity.
Hey. Well, Hazley there getting the Phillies in business here in the bottom of the second. A line single through the middle. So the Phils in business. That'll bring up third baseman Alec Bohm.
I want to see him hit a home run so I can say more like Alec Bohm.
Well, he's got 7 of them this season. A lot of the damage came early. Often that's the case with these rookies. They make it to the show by proving they can hit a fastball. And that's kind of what they see early on as pitchers feel them out. But then once that book gets built on you, you've got to learn to adjust. And Bohm has done pretty well average-wise. He's got a good eye. Still hitting around 250. But, yeah, the power, the RBI numbers, they have gone down. Teams certainly do seem to know how to pitch to him, at least when it really matters. Cueto ahead early, 0-2 on Bohm. The stretch and the pitch, that one's going to be in the dirt. Good block by Posey. Hazley can't go anywhere, and it'll be 1-2.
Excellent job, almost like a hockey goalie there, getting the leg in the way of that ball.
Good little butterfly technique. Bohm spoils that one, fouls it back. Count remains 1-2. Cueto sets and fires. Bohm slices that one into right. That's going to get down for a hit. Hazley moves up to second. Hit too hard to do anything more than that. But a nice piece of hitting there. 2-strike hitting by Alec Bohm. Takes advantage of the big hole on the right side. And the Phillies have 2 on, nobody out. And it'll be Scott Kingery coming up to the plate.
And Scott Kingery somehow hitting better than his Dark Timeline counterpart. I have no idea how that's even possible.
Ooh. It's been rough.
He's still hitting over the Machado line, which is the important thing.
Oh, that's right. It's the Machado line. I forgot.
Well, Cueto gets away with one there. He hangs the slider, but Kingery can't pull the trigger. 0-1 the count as Cueto delivers again. That time a much better off-speed pitch, but it'll drop below the knees, 1-1. Cueto working quickly. Sets at the belt and deals. 1-1 is swung on and fouled back our way, 1-2. Giants lead 4-0. All 4 scored in the top of the second. As that one's going to be grounded, could be 2, 3 to 6 to 1. Double play. They double up the speedy Scott Kingery. And while the Phillies get a man over to third, it comes at the cost of 2 outs. As just a great backhanded play there by Sandoval. Moves it on over to Crawford. Gets it back to the covering Cueto, and that's a twink killing here. Big defensive play for the Giants. It's now to be second baseman Josh Harrison digging in for the Phils. 2 outs, man on third. Giants still up 4-0 here as Cueto paints the outside corner for strike 1.
Yeah, it looked like he just barely got it by a razor's edge. I would have thought that would have been a ball, but oh wow.
So there he tries the corner again and misses, 1-1. You know, so much of it has to do with how well you're locating the pitches, if you're throwing it to where the catcher wants it. You know, you could hit half of the corner of the plate, but if the catcher is set up inside and he has to reach to the outside, you might not get the benefit of the doubt. Because there, Cueto misses low and away again, 2-1. Whereas if you just start the game an inch off the plate and keep hammering it and hammering it and hammering it, the umpire's eventually going to give you that benefit of the doubt. And then by the 5th, 6th, 7th inning, you can change it to 2.5 inches off the plate. And sometimes they'll just keep on walking out there with you.
That sort of meta game, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, just look at Greg Maddux. His entire career was based on, I'm already going to get the first inch and a half off the plate because I'm Greg Maddux. And then if I'm really on, I'm going to get another inch after that by the time we get to the stretch.
Who's that catcher that is god-awful at hitting but is amazing at framing?
Jeff Mathis.
Okay, yeah. Like, that's a great example.
As Cueto gets out of this one, ties Harrison up with a good two-seamer. That'll do it for the Phillies. So they get 2 on with nobody out, but the double play kills the rally. Cueto retires Harrison. That'll do it for the Phils. We go to the third. Giants on top, 4-0. Yeah, there's a lot to be said for framing pitches, and it's not all just about the glove movement. It's about body positioning. It's about talking to the umpire. You know, back when I played, I used to have a catcher that I absolutely loved. Had a cannon for an arm, but he was the best at framing pitches. He would wasn't a big guy, but he would flare out those shoulders, make himself as wide as possible, would kind of hunch his shoulders over a little bit so the umpire could never really see where his glove was. And then, you know, when the ball's 2 inches outside, he would be really good at that, you know, snapping it back over the corner real quick, and at the same time, you know, straighten that back up and pull the shoulders back so now the umpire can see exactly where that glove's at. And, you know, 5-6 times a game, you would get an extra pitch, and that can be very invaluable.
That's great. Yeah, I mean, there's a whole video with Jeff Mathis about how teams want him because even though he's non-offensive, he is invaluable as defensive. Although 4-pitch walk, not ideal for Wheeler.
Now batting.
Struggling with command here the last couple of innings. He's got the velocity, he's got the tight movement on the slider, just needs to really dial in the accuracy here. It's now to be Yastrzemski coming to the plate. Wheeler deals, Yaz swings and fouls it back behind the third base dugout, 0-1. Wheeler sets and deals, big looping hook there. Yastrzemski goes fishing and comes up empty. 1-2. I'm sorry, 0-2. Wheeler sets, fires, backs him off the plate there.
And as I am obliged to say, let's see if it goes to the other side of the plate after backing him off.
Yeah, it was a good tight slider, just got away from him a little bit. Would not at all be surprised to see all speed to the outside, but comes back with almost the same pitch. Yastrzemski checks on it, and now 2-2. Two pitch is going to leak high. See, this is where those control problems get you. Way out in front of a good hitter where you really need a shutdown at bat here with another leadoff runner on, and now the count's run full. See if there's any action on the base paths. Runner's not going, but Yastrzemski fires that one down the line. Great stab by Hoskins on to first, back on to second, back to first. Roll it up, 3-6-3 double play. What a play by Hoskins.
And I love seeing him just rocket the ball. Like, those are just laser throws to ensure that easy double play. Although not easy, just make it look easy.
I think that's what you've got to do. If you think about it, that's when everything goes haywire. You've spent thousands of hours. You've made tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands of throws. If you think about it, it's just going to screw you up.
Definitely getting into kind of flow state is kind of imperative when you get into high pressure situations. Let instinct take over.
Exactly. Trust that muscle memory. That's why you've been in the cage and on the field and running all those laps. That's what you've done it for, to let it take over when you really need it to help you.
I mean, I can say playing the stretch, I can get into a flow state where I forget I'm playing.
Yeah, there you go.
I've been playing, I've been practicing this, but it's like you said, it takes a lot of time to get to, but once you get that muscle memory down, it's a lot better to just give into it, because the instant you think, you mess up.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to. I am the world's worst musician, I have no flow. I have no rhythm. But I would just assume that, for someone like you who's played the stretch hundreds, if not thousands of times now, that if you tried to do a flourish or tried to do something different, that it might be a little bit tough. You've got to just trust that you can do it and flow into it. If you think about it too much, you get a little choppy, I would bet.
I specifically practice flourishes if I throw them in. I actually was practicing that today, specifically, because it did throw me off. I messed up about 20 times in a row.
Yeah.
And that half the inning, but yeah, it's that kind of thing where literally it's a slight difference, but because it's something I'm not quite used to, a little bit thrown off, you have to kind of adjust to it. And it's also why people need to prepare for any situation. In any sport, you do drills for unexpected plays, so you know what to do, and that's how you can get those good heads-up plays.
Wheeler leads off the inning here. He's hacking right away, fouls that one off. And yeah, this is Bop Ball After Dark, so I'm not afraid of spiraling off into tangents. I'll go ahead and take that whole
D-backs game where it was just a podcast.
Yeah. But I'll go ahead and take Shark's last point and say what I've been saying for years. I think that, maybe at the professional level, definitely at the collegiate level, and I would say probably at the high school level too, baseball teams should really just dig down into the budget and find an extra coaching position for a mental coach. Just a guy that, keeps you on your feet, makes you aware of the situation, makes you practice for, like you said, Shark, all of those contingencies where everything's situation normal, and then just practice what happens when something weird goes down, because what if it happens in game 162 and you need it?
And if you said we're going way off, so this will follow what you said.
Let's go way out there. I got
So
plenty of yarn. We're leaving a trail of breadcrumbs. We'll get back.
let's set the stage. It's Michigan versus Northwestern in college football. It's down to the wire. The clock is not stopped. Michigan gets the ball in field goal position but does not move the chains. All of a sudden, the offense runs off the field. The kicking team sprints onto field. The placeholder slides into place, and as he slides in, he catches the ball, gets it planted, turns it. Michigan kicks it in for a field goal to win after Northwestern thought they had it. And later they said the kicking team practiced that every single practice, just in case it happened. And I have only seen it once in any game of college football, and I watch like 5 at a time every Saturday during football season. And it's that thing, you never see it, but they still practice it, and they executed it perfectly, which translates to any sport. It's about learning those odd things, and that's what takes you from good to great.
Speaking of great, that's what that slider was by Cueto, tunneling in on Harper. He ties him up there, and Cueto on his game so far here. Phillies can't figure him out.
That's a great segue back, following that.
I told you we'd get back. But since you picked on my closet favorite college football team, I'll have to give you an instance where Northwestern did the same thing. They had about 15 years ago, they must have practiced it, they said, a dozen times, just in case it would happen. They got into a Hail Mary situation where there wasn't a lot of pressure. It was a tie game, but they also were so far away that they couldn't launch it into the end zone. So they devised a play specifically for that situation, and it ended up working where this one's going to be grounded, finding a hole through to the left side. Real Muto's going to have a hit, where they were on about their own 30-yard line. They put 3-4 guys on the right side and their fastest guy on the field on the left side. They roll out to the right. Everybody goes to the right. They throw it up in the air, not even all that deep, maybe 40 yards. And the instructions for everybody were to jump up as high as they could and just tip it up in the air and behind them, because defensive backs are the stupidest people on the planet Earth. When they see the ball, they forget everything that the play's supposed to be, and they go for the ball. And sure enough, everybody went for it. A receiver got his hand to it first, tipped it up and behind him, and that guy who was fast started off on the left side of the field, ran 10 yards behind the big grouping on the right side of the field. They were going to throw it the entire time. Gets tipped right to him. He catches it. Nobody's there. He walks in 20 yards.
Beautiful.
But again, just one of those things that you might have that happen. You might have that situation happen once every 10 years, but because you have a play for it, you're going to win.
And it's great because that takes a whole team effort because you don't know who's going to be on the field for a play necessarily. You don't know who's hot, who's not. That ball is flown out and caught to end the third inning there. Yeah,
I'll tell you, Cueto's making it very easy for us to just have story time because he's not letting a lot of interesting stuff happen.
I think he's enjoying the story time as well. But yeah, just the idea that a coach has the thought process to think of the scenarios because it's that kind of like known unknowns, unknowns, that kind of thing. Like you don't know what kind of ridiculous plays you'll really get into. So it takes a great imagination and really a great mind thinking about all the ins and outs of sports. And those are the kind of coaches that I feel are truly great and memorable.
And the best example, and I hate them with the fury of 1,000 dying suns, but the New England Patriots, they're that team. They're just always ready for everything. They are never surprised by anything. They always have a play for everything.
And that's Brady with the intangibles and Belichick with, in my opinion, the best pro football mind that we've ever seen, personally, in my opinion. I think it's him and then Nick Saban at the college level.
And he totally didn't cheat at all.
Does he get to it? Yes, he does.
Whoa. Got to it and then some, overran it, and then flails backwards to stick the glove out. So, boom. Great effort there. Almost too much effort. But he gloves that one for out number one.
So we're talking fun sports things. This is my favorite thing of all time. The NBC Sports Philadelphia graphics team does what they need to do with their graphics. Like it'll say like player's name and their stats or whatever. And then they'll do extra. So this is from the Flyers game today. They're interviewing Carter Hart and they have the graphic up with the Flyers logo. It says Carter Hart. And then it says, the league named its MVP trophy after him 75 years before he was born. The ultimate sign of respect.
I love it.
They do this with everybody. And we don't know who it is.
I think the Rockies do something similar. On their Jumbotron, they'll have like, they'll do it for opposing players. They'll have like 2 tidbits about them. And then like a joke or like an embarrassing tidbit about them.
This is just the TV broadcast crew.
Yeah.
That reminds me of the funniest thing. It was because Jaromir Jagr was in the league for forever, so they had everybody on the Bruins was like saying who their favorite players. It's like, my name is David Krejci, and my favorite player growing up was Jaromir Jagr, and the next player was, my name is Jaromir Jagr, and my favorite player growing up was Jaromir Jagr.
That's right. You got to believe in yourself.
It was the funniest thing ever. I think it was over 20 years in the league at that point, or something like that. Maybe not that much, but it was some insane amount. I don't remember what year that was.
Let me look at this up.
Well, he is the final remaining active NHL player that can be found on the timeless NHL 94 for Sega Genesis, which I still own somewhere.
He played 24 years.
Yeah.
24.
Man's a legend. I love Jagr.
24, and that's even with a couple of years off where he played in Russia, I believe. As Wheeler's going to let that one sail high. Plenty of juice on it, but if it misses upstairs, he'll deal the 2-out walk. Staying clear of Davis, who had the big knock in this game, the 3-run bomb back in the second. That'll bring up second baseman Dubon.
Dubon's hoping to get a hit to get above that Machado line.
Yeah, Jagr also has an all-time media performance. This is about maybe 3 or 4 years ago. So he's an old man by sports standards as Davis takes off, and he is going to beat the throw. Real Muto right on time with the rocket as usual, but just a bit too good of a jump there as Davis swipes it clean, gets in just ahead of the throw.
That one's not even on Real Muto. It's because his speed is too nice.
Oh my, is it?
Yes, it is that.
Man, I love it.
Real Muto has respect for that.
Truly the nicest game.
Wheeler fires that one in there. Now 1-2.
And Wheeler very well could reach the nicest pitch of the game this inning if...
Ooh.
No!
It's
beamed him.
Dude, I'm not at all happy about that.
I want to see Gabe Kapler come out and make it another one of those amazing John Boy moments.
You see that right on the funny bone? Take a cue from Tim LeCastro and wear an elbow guard. Come on.
Yeah, if you're gonna have a closed stance, if you're gonna have that elbow anywhere near the inside corner, you really should just gear up, man.
Plus, I think it looks cool, honestly. I mean, I've been wearing an elbow brace recently with my all-in-a-nerve stuff, and it doesn't really hinder anything. It just
got that tennis elbow, that organ elbow.
It was from doing stuff at the computer with awful posture, putting pressure on two separate places.
What are the most common injuries for dedicated organists such as yourself?
Nothing if you don't slouch and use awful posture.
So all about posture.
Honestly, yes. If you
Gotta
do
align
right
that
posture,
spine.
you won't stress your hand.
Yeah.
I got myself what I call idiot's back because I decided to carry 2 guitars, a guitar amplifier, and a backpack at the same time on SEPTA bus. I call that idiot's back because that was a dumb move on my part. But in my defense, it was the day everything shut down, and they were like, all right, we're not coming back. Take all your stuff. And I actually tried to take all of my stuff at the same time.
Oh man, speaking of idiot moves, like I have a digital stage piano full 88 keys and a case. Nice to put it in the case and carry it up and down stairs myself. And I don't know how I never threw my back out.
I sprained my ankle falling downstairs with 2 guitars and a backpack on. And I would wear the backpack like on my front, and I would have the guitars in one case on my back. And I missed a step and sprained my ankle. And then I did that on crutches.
Breaks out Cueto and gets out of the fourth. Sorry, no, I'm just trying to keep up semblance of play-by-play. No, we'll get right back to story time. I just wanted to cap the inning.
Yeah.
It'll be Hoskins leading off the 4th here for the Phils.
Ball. 1 ball, no strike.
Now, I have injured just about every extremity, pretty much nullifying my ability to play football anyways at a good level. And still swing a bat. But the main thing is that I have not injured my back yet. And I've got some friends with back issues, and I still like to golf. I can do that for another 30 years if I play my cards right. So that is my one big thing, is I'm just going to try not to hurt my back.
Oh, I was just say 30 years. You can keep going. And my grandpa managed to. He lived on a golf course down in Florida when he retired, and he was still golfing into his 80s, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you forget that, like, me and Duggo are the elder statesmen of the
forget about Duggo
universe.
Well,
I'm just saying, like, we're the old people. You young guys, for you 30 years, nothing. For me, 30 years, I gotta worry about all sorts of things. I need to have a will done by then. As Hoskins drives this one, but DeBone backhands it on to Sandoval, and that's 1 down here in the 4th.
I was gonna say, I grew up with Duggo. We sat next to each other in 4th grade, first day, and immediately became friends. So I have known him since 2000, I think 20 years now. So I'm getting up there.
Wait, you were in 4th grade in the year 2000?
I think that's right.
Yeah.
2001. So yeah. Oh, I said I'm so old. I use 9/11 as a reference point. I've heard people point that out, and I'm like, it's true. I literally do. But yeah, you talked about like missing a step. I was once on stage for a show, and the staircase was moved away, the movable staircase, but there's a tarp put over it. So I stepped where they thought there was a stair, fell off, and they thought I tore my meniscus, and luckily I didn't. But I had to wear a leg brace for like a long time, and that was not fun because I could not bend my leg more than like 3 inches.
I went to a charter school for elementary school, and they forced a bunch of everybody in the.
Get ball, take first.
Should go out on a stair tortoise. Because Hazley is
and we get to the field.
Oh, you were.
Did I go out?
Yeah, you did.
Okay, it says I'm connected full ping, so Discord.
It sounded like you got too excited about your charter school experience in Redline there and popped out.
I was supposed to go down into the ballroom dancing floor for the finals, and I fell down the stairs in a dark hallway going down, and then had to limp my way through the whole thing. And then they rigged the voting because my school had won the year before, and I watched video and we were better than everybody else, and that's not a personal opinion, it's just a fact.
That's aggravating. That reminds me of a talent show. Like, my junior year of high school, this guy in one of my classes is like, anybody here play piano? I'm like, I play piano. He's like, are you serious? I'm like, yeah. And it's like, hey, come join my band. And we won the talent show, and the next year, I joined up with a different dude, and because of that first year we won, everyone was like, yeah, guys, holy crap, blew everyone away. Next year, everybody said the same thing, but they awarded none of the awards to bands because they thought it wasn't fair. And everyone that came up to was like, what? I don't know what happened there. You guys didn't even place. That was ridiculous. We covered Hit Me Baby One More Time in a pop punk with a breakdown thing, and everybody went wild, and I wish there was video of it.
So Hazley leading off at first. One out here. Full count to Bohm. That one's going to run inside. Cueto loses him. That'll be 2 on here for the Phils here in the 4th.
Up next for Philadelphia, the left fielder, Scott Kingery.
I don't think I've ever participated in a talent show.
I auditioned for one. I did not get in. And I was going to audition for one this year, but they canceled it because of obvious reasons.
Yeah, it's fun. It's stressful, but it is.
My friend does lighting for it, so I might end up getting a job as a sound engineer or something for it.
Way back in the day in high school, we had a fundraiser, it was a big man on campus thing where they had 20 of us compete, and just you got your friends come out and donate, and whoever raised the most money probably won or whatever. So that was my only stage appearance. But one of the events was pickup lines because, you're supposed to be big man on campus. And I am so glad this happened before the Me Too movement and readily available cameras on phones and whatnot. Because the pickup line portion was we put some lockers up on the stage and put a girl there, and you just had to give your best pickup line. And, yeah, so I was out of 20 guys, I was maybe the 15th to go. So all the good material had been used. As Cueto has used most of his good material and is now missing the strike zone, walks another, bases loaded now. But yeah, short story
his
long.
Nicest pitch, just gotta say, his nicest pitch is coming up.
Ball brought to you by Childish Humor.
Cueto still missing here to Harrison.
You're never too old for Childish Humor.
So all the good lines have been used, and I'm like, what am I going to do? And so I just walk up there and got to deliver a line as Harrison drives this one to center, sinking fast, coming in. Ooh. That's going to get down for a hit. 2 runs are going to score. Well read off the bat. And the Phillies have cut this lead in half on the 2-run single by Harrison.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is what I call the Gabe Kapler maneuver.
He is
leaving your starting pitcher out there in this.
Care in the world.
He's probably off in the dugout eating peeled chicken nuggets right now.
They do have Wheeler at the back. Can't imagine they'd try a safety squeeze here, at least not with 1 out. So Wheeler going to have to fend for himself. As Cueto rocks and fires, Wheeler sends that one back up the middle. Diving stop by Crawford. He'll get Wheeler, but Wheeler's going to drive in a run. And the Phillies have now cut it to 4-3.
That was great.
I've never seen a Gabe Kapler shift work before.
So web gem there, full extension, but unable to turn
nice on both sides. That was a nice stop, but Wheeler managed to get an RBI off it. That's just a beautiful play.
I think he had the right mentality. You're a pitcher up to bat. Nobody thinks you're going to bunt. So go for the first pitch. It's probably the best one you're going to get. He got it. He put it in play. He got the run home.
I saw Jay Bruce get an infield single today. It was beautiful.
Harper grounds this one to the left side. Longoria up with it. Over to Sandoval. That'll do it for the Phillies, but not before they chip into the lead. They put 3 across the plate. We go to the 5th inning. Giants lead 4-3. So to cap off my story, they had used up all the good material. I've got to go up there. They've got some, prop girls standing by the lockers. I don't know what to say. And then the thought hits me. It's a pickup line contest. So I go, hey. She goes, hey. Yo, you look pretty good. She goes, okay. Then I go, you'll do. And then I just pick her up over my shoulder and carry her off stage. I did win the pickup line course.
Oh my God. True, literally a pickup line.
Yes, that's all I had left.
Now batting, third baseman, Evan.
That's great. Did that aspect of it cross your mind? The idea that it was literally a pickup line?
It all came to me as I was walking on stage because all my material had either been blatantly used or tangentially been used. So I was like, I need to do something. So I went to physical comedy.
Oh, man, yeah. You can't get away with it these days, but that is just...
No, that's a ball.
Just imagining that. What was the crowd reaction?
Stunned at first, but they immediately got it, which is all I could have hoped for. Is that one's grounded to short. Gregorius with it on to Hoskins, and that'll be 2 down quickly here in the 5th. Okay, that's what I was praying as I did it. Was hopefully everybody gets what's going on here, and luckily they did. Otherwise, it could have gone worse.
I've got 2 good ones. I have one about one that has to do with the Washington Nationals, and the other one has to do with a pie eating contest. Which one do you want to hear first?
What? I hear pie eating contest, and that immediately catches my attention.
All right, we'll go with that first. I'll get to the other one later. So we were trying to do a competition where my grade would face off against the rest of the school, and we were like thinking of ideas, and someone said singing contest, which isn't really fair because everybody in the school has to sing. It was mandatory to get into the school. So I said, why don't we do a pie eating contest? And nobody said anything else after that, so that's what we did, and nobody else signed up for the pie eating contest. So it was just me, and the teacher came with a fork and a knife for some reason. That wasn't the main point. So I got second place because this one kid ate literally down to the bottom of the tray, except for like one, maybe half, maybe 2/3 of one piece of pie left. I have no idea how he did it. I have a picture of this to prove it. I could see the bottom of the pie tray he was eating out of, and he got pie in his eye, and he was wearing glasses.
Leading up for the Phillies, the catcher.
I hate blueberry pie now, but that's. I have pictures if anybody wants to see this.
That's
DM
the
me.
attitude of a champion. Win it all.
The one teacher ate with a fork and a knife, and didn't finish in last place because somebody gave up.
Well, who's not giving up is the Phillies. They've rebounded here. Back in this ball game, Cueto's still out on the mound. Trout's out there for the bottom of the 5th. Giants leading 4-3. Real Muto up to bat, and he skies this one to deep right center, tracking over and missing it.
Hunter
Pence. Hunter Pence absolutely lost it. Real Muto.
Triple? We just
give him credit.
This just happened in real life too.
I mean, I guess you have to give him a triple, seeing as Hunter Pence did not actually make contact with the ball. He just underran it all the way.
He did that in real life. We just talked about this. That's how they broke up the no-hitter.
I don't even know. It's like he ran the wrong trajectory. If he would have been running just a slightly different angle, I feel like he would have been there, but man, after being 1 for 9.
The Phillies will have a man on third base with nobody out. Gregorius up to bat as Cueto misses low, 1-0.
I love triples. Triples get me so hyped.
Triples are hard to come by at the vault. Not too much open room. About your best bet is to hit the weird angled wall out there in left center. But somehow there, Real Muto going the opposite way to the short porch and right. Thanks to Pence's misplay, gets 3 bags out of it. Now the 2-0-2 Gregorius, that one's going to be grounded just foul down the first base line. 2-1. Crowd getting excited here at Citizens Bank. And Cueto carves that one right into the middle of the zone. Gregorius doesn't flinch. 2-2.
Go ahead, run at the plate with none out. Runner on third. You gotta be hype right now.
Gregorius slaps that one the opposite way. That's going to get through for a base hit. And the Phillies have tied up this ball game here in the 5th.
This guy is not supposed to be an opposite field hitter. What is he eating? I need to know.
You know, that's just good fundamental baseball. He's a pool guy. He's a home run guy. But he knows the situation. He needs to put them in play. 2 strikes. He's got a good swing. Just goes where the ball takes him. And he deposits it out into left for a base hit.
And immediately after that foul on the right field line, just hitting it into left, right through that gap, that is just beautiful baseball.
Hoskins checks the swing there, doesn't go around. 1-1. Cueto sets out the belt. He deals. That one's going to miss low. 2-1. Do you guys get the feeling that the show disliked our banter and decided to make it a baseball game, so we have to talk about that?
Yes. It did in the D-backs one, too. It doesn't like when we don't talk about it, but when we do talk about it, it gets really boring.
Right. It's very fickle. Hey, the show, where do you want to go to eat? I don't know.
Very,
wherever, I don't care.
Very needy. Very needy. So it's 2-2 count now to Hoskins. Cueto fires. Good swing by Hoskins. Fouls it straight back. We'll do it again at 2-2.
With none out, you know, you see Cueto at 86 going 87th pitch now. Really creeping up there. How long do you expect him to stay in?
Gabe Kapler could be the rest of the game. Who knows?
170 pitch complete game.
I know I've told the story on here before, but I was actually in the press box at, what is it now? Truist Park, used to be SunTrust Park. I was in the press box the day that Gabe Kapler brought in a reliever that he had not warmed up. Poor hobby Milner.
Is he gone?
I think he did. Didn't see it call the bullpen. No, I was just talking to.
He's like, hey, pull yourself up out of your bootstraps. Get out of this.
Adam Hazley steps in. He's looking to bunt. He puts it down, but it goes foul.
So that's Kurt Young, their pitching coach. What's with Kapler and hiring people named Young? Because the Phillies had, or no, that's the old pitching coach. Why does Google not know what it's talking about? I typed in pitching coach. That's who came up, and then I go to their website and it's somebody else. Google, get on your crap.
0-2 to Hazley, and he goes down swinging. Whatever was told to Cueto on that mound visit worked wonders as he goes 1-2-3. Good morning, good afternoon, good night, Adam Hazley.
I don't know if it worked considering the first 2 strikes were off of bunts. One foul and one he just brought it way too far. So he did get the strikeout, but he had help.
Now it'll be Alec Boehm. I'm just wondering why, and I'm all for small ball and bunting, but I'm wondering why in the bottom of the 5th inning you have your 5-hole hitter squaring around the bunt.
It's bold. It's interesting.
You know, 9th inning, no problem with it. Get that winning run over. But 5th inning, for Hazley, who's been swinging a good bat, why'd you take 2 swings off of him? Cueto misses outside here, 2-1.
When you're no outs, runner in scoring position, I would much rather see you going for just go for more small ball that's not bunting.
Cueto deals and Boehm fouls that one back, 2-2. So a whole new ball game here. Phillies have tied it up at 4-4. Cueto misses inside, count's going to run full.
And unless something crazy happens, it is looking likely that Cueto may pass the century mark here in the bottom of the fifth.
He's at a very backwards, nice pitch count now. I don't know how to say nice
angry.
backwards.
Really stretched.
You're upset with each other.
That one's going to miss low. And Cueto has walked the bases loaded here in the fifth.
You and my friend call 96 the angry 69.
So that will bring up left fielder Scott Kingery. Kingery with a chance to break this game open for the Phils.
I want to see a Scott Dingery.
Dingeries are good, but they are getting fewer and farther between. In the dark timeline, he did get a hold of one tonight that hit it to the wrong part of the park. Sky one out to pretty deep left center. But here he fouls one back, and quickly he's in the hole 0-2.
And here we go with that 100th pitch of the night for Cueto. And it is lackluster.
A throwaway 100th pitch, if you will. He comes right back at him. The 1-2 to Kingery is swung on and chopped to third. Longoria over to second, back to first. For the second time tonight, Scott Kingery is hit into a double play. And the Giants escape more trouble. Phillies tie it up, but a great 5-4-3 twin killing gets Cueto and the Giants out of this jam. We move on to the sixth. We're knotted up at 4 here in Philly.
I've been thinking about this for a while. Maybe Scott Kingery needs a couple days off.
Rename him Tim Horton with that double play. I don't know how many people get that at all.
Is that a camp joke?
Yeah. Yeah, it is. More or less.
It's a joke of Boot Canada.
They have Tim Horton right near me in Michigan.
They have it in like the northern United States. I've seen some in upstate New York.
I've been to a Tim Horton in Niagara Falls.
I love Tim Hortons.
See, I love Niagara Falls because looking back on it, terrible place, huge tourist trap. But the real turning point of that entire experience was it was during a college road trip. And we were all 19, which doesn't get you far in the United States, but it gets you everywhere in Canada.
Yes, it does. Did you go up in the tower at Niagara? Skyline Tower?
Man, we lost all our money in the casino. We got drunk at the bar. At some point, we were trespassing through 3 feet of snow somewhere.
We went to Niagara, then Toronto, went to the Jays game, and I remember I had a bunch of pictures of Niagara at the Skyline Tower, and then I lost my camera in the Hockey Hall of Fame, and I was like, that was literally everything from the trip, and it is gone. Spent like an hour looking for it, and I don't know where it is. I was like, really? I conquered my fear of heights kind of at the Skyline Tower, lost the camera, and then had a panic attack at the top of the CN Tower because I saw people hanging on the chain link fence, shaking it, and I was like, no. I was like, where's security? That's not safe.
We know at the Hancock Tower in Chicago, they've got the reinforced glass at the very top that's angled out that you can actually lay on and lean on.
I want to do that. That looks fun.
No, that is not in any way for me. I was standing 5 feet clear of that. But
I couldn't even
I'm saying
look
it
at the
was a
glass.
pretty cool sight, and for all the people that have the balls to do it, more power to you. I'm sure that was a great feeling. I am doing just fine, ordering myself another nervous bourbon and diet from the bar 20 feet the other direction.
Not a good feeling is Pablo Sandoval striking out there. But yeah, that is
It's a good ceiling for Zach Wheeler.
Yeah, very good.
So 2 down here in the 6th as Posey stands in. And he's going to flare that one out into no run down.
I don't even know who caught that.
that was almost a Three Stooges moment.
I think Harrison got it. He seemed to be who the camera focused on there. Speaking of which, did any of you guys see in the darkest timeline what transpired in Pittsburgh today, that collision?
I did not. What happened?
Oh, man, their rookie first baseman took an elbow to the dome from, who was it, Polanco coming in from right field. And, I mean, he got dropped. He got carted. You don't often see – you sometimes see the Gator get involved in an injury situation in baseball, but they had the stretcher out.
Jeez.
All I saw from
like
that was the Tigers homers. Let's see. Oh, here it is. Here it is.
Yeah, it was Pittsburgh Tigers.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, he got stretchered off. Yikes.
Yeah.
Hear me send that to you. Yikes.
I didn't watch the highlights or anything yet.
Polanco was on his horse coming in to right about where the tarp would be, right by the fence on the first base side. He makes the catch and then tries to turn away because he knows the guy's there, but in turning away, inadvertently throws an elbow like right into the side of his head.
That is not
I mean,
a fun thing.
It's like watching a vicious UFC knockout, like where someone just catches one on the button and they don't see it coming and they just go night-night. That's about what that was.
The only fight I want to see in baseball is Rougned Odor and Jose Bautista going round 2.
Yeah, man, that just, I feel like that has to be like when Masvidal just obliterated Aspirin at the beginning of that, like, knee to the head. An elbow when you're running is not that different than a knee, realistically. It is nice and hard, no give.
You're a professional athlete. You weigh somewhere in the vicinity of 180 to 210 pounds, and you've got all that momentum. Yeah, it's going to do damage if you hit somebody.
Oh, it looks like Wheeler's day is done. Gene Segura out to pinch hit.
That's what I was about to say. We have Segura coming in, and how do you feel about that decision? Like bringing out Wheeler, bringing in Segura?
Oh, I get taking out Wheeler. Gene Segura is like the coldest hitter on the team, and they use him every game for some reason.
And there you see.
Well, it's because it used to be Josh Harrison got inserted into every situation, defensively, offensively, but Segura was so bad that they forced the Phillies' hand, putting Harrison in at second base, so now you're left with putting Segura in every time you need somebody.
Go with Jay Bruce, someone that could try to do something.
You know, you're right. You know, Bruce does have the power potential, especially in a one-out, nobody-on situation. Got to figure maybe the Phillies are holding that card. Although you would have loved to have him up there against a righty. You would think that if he comes in later, he might have to go lefty on lefty. So 0-1 count here to Harper.
That's the ball.
Harper watches that one up and away, 1-1.
1-1.
I think in all our prattling, we forgot to announce the entrance of Sean Anderson into the game, now throwing for the Giants as he gets Harper to chase low and away here, 1-2.
Of all the Phillies legends they have in their bullpen, they go with the guy that's not a Phillies legend.
Ball.
That'll miss inside, now 2-2.
Now, in either the show or in Out of the Park, do you have a team simply comprised of Phillies legends by any chance?
My fantasy baseball team is called the Phillies Legends, and then Big Guy took all the Phillies legends. Like, he took Bryce Harper second overall for some reason, even though Mike Trout was still available. So I ended up with... my picture is Paul the Pope Owens, by the way, my logo. But I have Howie Kendrick, Cesar Hernandez, Jay Bruce, Adam Hastley, Scott Kingery, Phil Gosselin, and yeah, that's it.
I feel like your team is so hot.
They're winning. We won last week. We're up 228 to 219, and tomorrow's the last day for this week. So I'm about to go 2-0 as long as things go well.
That reminds me of someone who chose like all of the Denver Broncos back when they were like amazing and like Peyton Manning and Wes Welker getting like 77 fantasy points in one game. And, like, your team's the Broncos and they're doing well. This sucks.
Jay Bruce has been getting me like 10 fantasy points every time he starts, and Phil Gosselin is Phil Gosselin. So it works out pretty good most of the time.
So it's Adonis Medina in for the Phils here. Highly touted prospect, making his way up through the bullpen here in 2020. That one's grounded foul.
Speaking of prospects, Joe Girardi says a guy with an H, an S and an H as his initials is starting for the Phillies tomorrow. So that means it's going to be Sir Anthony Dominguez or Scott Hingery, right?
Yeah.
That's the ball. Take your base.
As Medina's going to let him go here. Leadoff walk to begin the seventh. Yeah, I'm sure Phillies fans in the dark timeline will love to see Spencer Howard take the bump. Little disappointed that the other guys starting. I'm not sure which order they're going in, but for the
Vince Velasquez is one of them. I don't know which one. I think it's the first one.
I don't know which one he's starting, but man, the rope on Vince Velasquez, like there can't be too much slack left in that.
I think with all the doubleheaders, they need 6 rotation now. With all the doubleheaders they have coming up, I think they have 4 this season coming up. They need a 6-man rotation.
They've got, I saw it today, as of right now, 23% of their games this season will come in the form of doubleheaders.
What?
Yeah, they have like 2 in one weekend against the Marlins, where it's a 7-game series.
I mean, they are the 7 innings.
It helps the Phillies a little bit, and then they have to play more games in a row.
Right into the Phillies' hands because they have competent starting pitching for 3 or 4 guys through the rotation, and then you just want to run away from the bullpen.
Number 41.
Khan looked upset with that.
He's sitting below the Mendoza line. He has more reasons to be upset.
Got a
From
little
the
bit
Machado
beans
line.
today.
He got hit hard.
Big first out there for Medina.
Wilmer Flores coming in, though, pinch hitting.
Well, Flores, a long-time Met. Kind of surprised he hasn't taken off. He was supposed to be a star in the making with the Mets. Yeah. It's a good pitch there, but leaks just down and in. 1-1.
I think the Phillies have 5 doubleheaders at my count, and 2 of them are in one weekend where they have 7 games against the Marlins in 5 days.
They're playing a 7-game series in the middle of September against the Marlins. It's like 4 days, 7 games.
It's Thursday, Friday doubleheader, Saturday, Sunday doubleheader, and Monday.
That I can only say gross.
And then there's another one on Friday in Baltimore. Or no, I think that one's here. There's 2 against the Blue Jays, 1 in Buffalo and 1 in Philly, I think.
That one's skied to right. Harper under it. Gets back in quickly. That'll be 2 down. Now, have the Jays played a game in Buffalo yet?
I don't think so.
Because I know they played, quote-unquote, like, here are the air quotes here, home games in Washington. And they were scheduled to be the home team in Philadelphia, but that series was delayed due to the Marlins. Thank you very much. So I don't think they've played a home game in Buffalo yet.
Well, it looks like EB, the first game in Buffalo is on Tuesday.
Gotcha. I would assume, and EB I'm sure would be a better source than me, I would assume that that's due to a bunch of demands being made from the major league players to have major league accommodations, which it could sound petty, but I mean, I get it. You're used to having a standard of living there. You'd rather be on the road in a 5-star hotel in a major league stadium than at home in a AAA clubhouse. I've been in AAA clubhouses. Clubhouses are really, really putting lipstick on a pig to call it that. They are usually very moldy, cinder block hellscapes.
Yeah, and I think that's got to play into your morale. Like, that's going to be a hit against you.
Exactly. as Medina's going to ring him up here. Good fastball on the outside corner, catching the top of the zone. And the Phillies are going to get out of the 7th here. We go to the bottom half. And take it away, Shark.
Attention, please. Now number 58.
That 7th inning stretch brought to you by the George Burns baseball documentary. Good job there, Sharp.
Oh, thank you. The first time I did it, it was hilarious. He was like, I'm watching a documentary.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I didn't even intend for that.
Speaking of documentary, oh, no, never mind. That's called. I thought it was going to be a home run.
It would be fitting. It happens a lot in the bottom of the 7th.
I could hear that 7th inning stretch in sepia tones.
Yeah, right. It's like Ken Burns is talking about some like pre-dead ball era guy who like died of cirrhosis of the liver or something like that. You see a picture wearing those poofy pants and stuff, the old caps and whatnot, a bat that doesn't look right, and you're just like, this is nostalgic, even though I wasn't even alive.
Speaking of old guy, let's talk about who we're raising money for. We're raising money for Meals on Wheels. Meals on Wheels supports more than 5,000 community-based programs across the country that are dedicated to addressing senior isolation and hunger. This network serves virtually every community in America and enables America's seniors to live nourished lives with independence and dignity. So donate. I just put the link in the chat. Go donate to Meals on Wheels.
And now more than ever, especially with everything that's been going on, that is really important, and every cent really does help improve the quality of life for those who need it the most.
So bottom of the 7th here, 1 down. Gregorius up to bat, and he is going to take one right off the tuchus. That's where you want to get it hit.
Yikes.
I love it.
Oof.
Briefly turned into my grandmother there, but that is where he took it. Seems to be no worse for the wear, and that'll bring up Reese Hoskins. And speaking of grandmas and documentaries, yeah, that's how you know, or how Hoskins fouls that one back. With all my friends who don't like baseball as much, I know that's when I need to stop when I've rambled on into a tangent where I'm talking about how good a certain baseball team was. And I realize as Hoskins is going to ground into a 6-4-3 double play. That'll end the inning. As Popball does not want me to have my good joke that I lined up delivered on time. But Crawford to Duvone to Sandoval. That'll end the threat in the 7th. We move on to the 8th. Still 4-4 here in Philly. But yeah, I always knew it's time to shut up in front of my non-baseball loving friends when I'm talking about teams who, most of the players on that team died from Oregon Trail diseases, because I'm talking about pre-World Series teams and all that.
Yeah,
I beat that game on my first try, by the way.
From liver failure.
You got to know how to ford a river.
Anytime you're talking about somebody that's one of the leaders in hitting triples, you know you're going real far back.
I mean, that really is, me and Tardis, we're both Phillies fans. No surprise to anybody who listens to Bob Ball on the reg.
I would never have guessed.
But the one unassailable truth that the Phillies will hold over everyone for all time, I would assume, is that the Phillies will always hold their record for Hall of Fame players who died by getting drunk and getting kicked off of a train and then subsequently falling into a river and dying by getting swept over Niagara Falls.
He was related to my 7th grade history teacher, Ed Delahanty.
Big props, Ed Delahanty, yeah.
To be fair, it's not one of the unbreakable records.
It's not unbreakable.
Oh,
it's just not
come on, Adam. You can do better than that, man.
Hazley selling out and not getting to it.
The left fielder, number 5.
Good job, though, by Hazley to stay with it, as that could have been all sorts of trouble without Hazley staying on it and some good backup by Harper.
God,
I think he closed his glove too fast.
As it's past midnight now, my weird mind, every time I see Evan Longoria's name in its light, I'm like, Evil Longoria. Oh, no, not Evil Longoria. I'd say more than I care to admit, but I just admitted it.
So I mentioned my seventh grade history teacher being related to Ed Delahanty. I want to talk about my 8th grade history teacher. He made us play Oregon Trail when we were learning about the Oregon Trail, because, that makes sense. And I beat the game on my first try, and nobody else in the class beat the game. Good game. I found like an emulator online somewhere.
Did you get down the Snake River okay? Did you just not fall into the trap of going hunting too much?
I lost everybody but one person in my party, but I still beat the game, and that's what matters.
Hey, I mean, survival of the fittest. Manifest destiny. Compass says west. That's where we're going. So potential go-ahead run on here. Second base, nobody out here in the 8th. So that one's rocketed foul down the first baseline. 1-2 the count to Yastrzemski.
Okay, good. I didn't miss anything because I have a story that I don't know if either of you two would have heard. I think just scroll through my phone to figure out where I can find the info for this because it was really, really cool.
So Medina catches Yastrzemski on the thigh there, and that's going to make it first and second. Nobody out. Fanatic trying to get everybody into it. Big crowd here at the vault. Still a tie game, 8th inning, nobody out. Phillies in a jam. Hunter Pence now up to bat.
It might be Spencer Howard time soon. Medina doesn't figure stuff out.
Pence bunts. They're going to try to turn 2. They won't get him at first. They cut down a lead runner at second. So marginal victory there for the Phils. Bohm fires to Harrison. Gets one, but it'll now be runners on the corners. Just one out. And Pablo Sandoval coming to the dish. Sandoval does his little dance. Gets set up in the left-handed batter's box. Medina rocks and fires. That one is chopped. Bohm charging in. Tough play. Won't have to play at home. They'll get Sandoval at first. Great bare hand stab and throw, but the swinging bunt is going to get the go-ahead run in. Giving RBI to Sandoval as he chops one about 25 feet, but it's effective. Giants take a 5-4 lead here now with 2 outs in the 8th. And Buster Posey at the dish.
I think if he had kicked that ball while it was in the air, it might have gotten a Real Muto in time.
Yeah, that was perfectly placed. It was just far enough away from Real Muto and just short enough that Bohm couldn't do anything at the plate. Had to go to first.
Where's the rest of the Phillies bullpen? We saw 3 guys in there, and there should be like 4 other people. And all the coaches.
2 balls, no strike.
So 2-0 count here to Posey. Yeah, not sure what happened to the rest of the bullpen, although not sure how much of that bullpen Phillies fans want to see at the moment. The 2-0 is going to leak low, 3-0 now. Pitching carefully, possibly, with a base open. Obviously, Posey the more dangerous bat than Davis. However, Davis has the biggest blow of this game. A 3-run shot back in the first. Put the Giants out to a lead. Phillies came back to tie it. But now the Giants have taken the lead once again here in the 8th. 3-1 count up coming to Posey. Medina sets and delivers. That one's going to miss low. He walks him. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. And it'll be Jalen Davis stepping up.
Jalen Davis.
Here we flash back to the second inning. Davis getting around on an up and in fastball by Phillies starter Zach Wheeler. Wheeler pitched well. This is one of his only mistakes of the game, but it was a costly one. 377 feet straight out to left, a 3-run shot for Davis. The Phillies have done well to claw back into the game, but now the Giants in the 8th have nosed ahead once again. 5-4 with Davis stepping in and Medina offering inside 1-0.
And I found the thing that I was looking for. You can find it at digital.la84.org/digital collection, blah, blah, blah. But it is my great-grandpa who, on this card, my dad told me about it, and I managed to find it on some obscure website, is the card signed with his nickname my dad mentioned included, where it mentions that he was a manager for a Saginaw baseball team, but the year before, in 1939, he was a scout for the Philadelphia Athletic.